As his consciousness gradually awakened, Yzimo slowly opened his eyes. In the next moment, he hurriedly sat up, surveying his surroundings with growing alarm. The light was dim, and the scene before him appeared somewhat blurred. Upon closer inspection, Yzimo realized he was in a simple room of approximately 10 square meters. The material of the room was unknown, casting a dreary, oppressive atmosphere that left him feeling inexplicably constrained. Inside the chamber, aside from the soft bed beneath him and a tall cabinet in the corner, there was only a silver-like counter to the left of the head of the bed, adorned with an exquisite tree-shaped lamp beside his glasses. Yzimo quickly snatched up his glasses and put them on, his vision becoming significantly clearer. He glanced around again, his face reflecting sheer confusion. The room was entirely silver gray, and more oddly, he noticed the absence of any door locks. Even the ceiling bore no light fixtures. His polished shoes were neatly placed on the floor to the left of the bed, yet he could not recall how or when he had arrived in this peculiar place. The light in the room emanated from an oval-shaped window on the wall to his right, which was a pale blue and pristine. Through the window, he could see layers of white mist rushing by. When the mist briefly parted, he could discern indistinct patches of ground below. Yzimo's scalp prickled with realization he must be aboard some kind of aircraft, soaring through the sky at an astonishing speed. However, he had never heard of such rooms on airplanes, nor could he fathom which country on Earth possessed such rapid flying machines. What is going on? Yzimo gazed out the window, utterly bewildered by the situation. Soon, he felt a strange sensation coursing through his body, prompting him to frantically check his vital areas before hurriedly inspecting his clothing. Fortunately, the contours of his abdominal muscles remained intact, and he found no sign of the strange wound he had sensed, nor any evident loss of internal organs. The discomfort must have been mere illusion. After a thorough examination, Yzimo finally breathed a sigh of relief. His gaze shifted. This bizarre place urged him to leave, so he quickly moved to the edge of the bed, donned his shoes, and stood up. But just then, a peculiar tremor coursed through his mind, accompanied by a pulsating hum and the rushing sound of blood, making him dizzy and unsteady. A sudden black fog swirled before him, causing Yzimo to tremble uncontrollably. His thoughts felt muddled, and he struggled to breathe, his insides seeming to quiver in the open air. The sensation was excruciating. In an instant, Yzimo's complexion turned ashen. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and had he not gritted his teeth and leaned against the wall to steady his breaths, he might have fainted. After what felt like an eternity, the overwhelming sensations gradually subsided, and he finally regained his composure. It was then that he caught a whiff of a distinct odor of alcohol in his breath. Initially, he suspected the two girls to be deceivers. Even if there were supernatural beings on Earth, they would likely remain discreet. Otherwise, the world would have long known of their existence. Furthermore, why would such beings seek the assistance of an ordinary person like him? The information relayed by the two girls had indeed felt far-fetched, yet it culminated in a shocking revelation. To convince him, they had unveiled their terrifying abilities right before him. The girl named Xiaoya, petite and adorable, scarcely reaching 1.50 meters, possessed immense strength with a mere finger. She shattered the large glass tabletop, and with a pinch, she compressed the sturdy stainless steel pipe into a thin sheet. Most terrifying of all was the haughty Shuiying, who could not only manipulate objects but also wield psychic powers, capable of probing into his consciousness and even launching mental assaults. Shuiying bizarrely restored the shattered glass and perfectly reformed the deformed stainless steel pipe. After being half forced into their jeep, he accidentally bumped into Shuiying as the vehicle turned, and her furious glare made him acutely aware of what a psychic attack felt like. The sensation of disconnection left him disoriented, and the overwhelming visual chaos made him lose all sense of place. The confusion, where every thought felt jumbled together, was a torment beyond endurance, and he succumbed to unconsciousness within mere seconds. When he awoke, he found himself lying on the bed in this strange chamber. Could this be the aftereffect of a psychic attack? Yi Zimo speculated, yet he struggled to discern whether he was in reality or merely a dream. He could not shake the feeling of unreality. Contemplating further, he could not help but doubt whether his mind had been damaged by Shui Ying's psychic assault. Suddenly, Yi Zimo's expression shifted dramatically, his nostrils flaring as he inhaled. Skeptical, he began to sniff around, cautiously exploring various positions before carefully inspecting the pillow. Upon confirming his suspicions, a chill coursed through him, causing his pupils to involuntarily constrict. After a moment, Yi Zimo closed his eyes, shook his head, and slapped his face in hopes of awakening. But when he opened them, he remained in the same spot. The fragrance wafting through the air was unmistakably the unique scent he had previously detected on Shuang. Though undeniably beautiful, with an enviable figure, Shui Ying's domineering and fierce nature had left a lasting impression on him. What dire consequences would ensue from occupying the bed of such a fierce woman? Yi Zimo struggled to articulate his fear. He had unwittingly crossed Shui Ying multiple times, and if she chose to unleash her wrath once more, he would undoubtedly face dire repercussions. The terror instilled by Shui Ying had carved an indelible psychological shadow in Yi Zimo's mind. Now, even the scent of her perfume sent shivers down his spine. Yet, he soon recognized something amiss. Bai Lingling, the cherished daughter of Bai Feng, chairman of Baiwa Group, possessed an impressive collection of perfumes, proudly claiming to be the perfume king and asserting that she owned at least 99% of the world's high-end fragrances. While Shui Ying's perfume was indeed exquisite, it was not one of those she possessed. Could it be that she merely used that elusive 1%? Could it be? Given the multitude of peculiarities he had encountered, and recalling the rumors he had heard, Yi Zimo's eyelids began to twitch uncontrollably, his heart racing with alarm. Shui Ying had claimed that his genes had been taken by aliens to create some new life form, and that the avalanche he experienced 5 years ago was orchestrated by extraterrestrial beings. Such thoughts now struck him as extraordinarily bizarre. Suddenly, Yi Zimo felt as though Shui Ying and her companions were indeed aliens in disguise, having deceived him to gain his trust and lower his guard, only to kidnap him. Perhaps he was aboard an advanced UFO, which would explain the strange room, the absence of any sounds of flight, and the complete lack of turbulence. He could not believe in the existence of a supernatural alliance in his country, nor could he accept that humanity possessed cutting-edge technology far beyond civilian advancements, yet kept it hidden. He could only conclude that this was all part of an extraterrestrial conspiracy, an attempt to subject him to the horrific fates whispered about in legends. Suddenly, a soft sound broke through his reverie, startling him into a state of acute awareness. He turned to see the wall beside the tall cabinet inexplicably recede, revealing a door standing about 2 meters high. In the next moment, as the entire room brightened, a pair of legs clad in black leather pants and boots stepped through the entrance. He could see that moment. Yi Zimo's expression changed drastically, yet he could only watch helplessly. However, the individuals who entered were neither Shui Ying and Xiaoya, dressed similarly as before, nor were they evidently extraterrestrial beings. Instead, they were 2 other members of the kamikaze squad he had encountered in the jeep when he was picked up in Suzhou, Chu Jian and Qin Dong. Chu Jian was lean, while Qin Dong had a slightly plump physique. One bore an eternally pale and serious countenance, while the other perpetually wore a gentle smile, exuding warmth as if he were a judge of virtue and vice. Yi Zimo's gaze swiftly swept over the 2 of them. They were clad in what appeared to be uniforms, yet he was not well acquainted with them, having only met them twice. Nevertheless, he distinctly remembered that Qin Dong had the ability to become invisible, and Chu Jian could effortlessly conjure a mass of ice and manipulate its shape. That must be their extraordinary powers. At this moment, Yi Zimo dared not breathe a word, his eyes fixated on the 2 men, remaining on high alert. He feared that if they truly were aliens in disguise, he would need to devise a means of escape to preserve his life. Upon entering, Chu Jian tilted his head and exchanged a glance with Qin Dong, both of them simultaneously displaying a wry smile. Chu Jian shook his head in resignation and communicated through the private channel of the R4 battlesuit to Qin Dong. We have become the aliens ourselves. It seems he has indeed been quite frightened by sistering. Who can argue with that? Remember when we were not so different? Sigh. Qin Dong responded with an awkward smile, nodding in agreement. Yet, thinking of Shui Ying's fiery temper, he could condense 1,000,000 grievances into a singular, peculiar sigh. At that moment, Chu Jian quickly signaled to Qin Dong, who immediately understood and approached Zimo with a smile. Brother Zimo, welcome to the Kamikaze S2 of the Extraordinary Abilities Alliance. Qin Dong observed Zimo's every move as he extended his right hand in a warm greeting, adding with a smile, "Do not overthink it, sistering did not intend to bully you earlier sometimes. She simply cannot control herself."
Appeared exceedingly courteous and enthusiastic. However, as he drew closer, Zimo became increasingly vigilant. Sensing Zimo's apprehension, Qin Dong hastily halted his approach. Wearing a cheerful smile as he remarked, "Brother Zimo, please do not take offense. Sister Ying's psychic abilities are notoriously difficult to control. Sometimes, a mere thought can manifest into reality. Although the incident occurred unexpectedly and you inadvertently touched her thigh, one must understand a woman's temperament. Rest assured, our captain has already reprimanded her sternly, and on her behalf, I offer you my apologies." Zimo was momentarily taken aback by Qin Dong's demeanor, causing him to hesitate in his previous intentions. At that moment, he was suddenly reminded of the terrifying power of Shuang. He recalled that Shuang and her companions, even if they were extraterrestrials, were still endowed with extraordinary abilities. This so-called Divine Wind S2 was presumably their territory, potentially harboring many formidable psychics. Moreover, surrounded by the vastness of the sky, he needed to tread carefully in every decision. Contemplating these thoughts, Zimo's confidence swiftly waned. If he could hardly withstand a single glance from Shui Ying, how could he possibly defend himself against the onslaught of other psychics? What means could he employ as an ordinary person to preserve his life and find an escape route? Seizing the moment when Zimo was distracted, Qin Dong stepped forward, extending his hand with a sincere smile. "Brother Zimo, it is essential to observe the customary welcoming rituals. Once again, welcome to our Divine Wind S2. At this juncture, Chu Jian approached with a strained smile, inquiring, "Brother Zimo, was Sister Ying's bed uncomfortable? She personally placed you in bed, and none of us have had the privilege of her hospitality." Upon hearing this, Zimo hesitated, feeling cornered by the two. Even with the advantage of surprise, he dared not make a move. Being an experienced tour guide, he was well acquainted with human nature, and he could discern that Chu Jian and Qin Dong's demeanor was genuine, not feigned. This led him to question whether the extraterrestrials truly required his assistance, prompting such courteous behavior from Qin Dong and Chu Jian. Their words left him feeling quite embarrassed. After being escorted by Shuang and Xiaoya, he had been confined to the middle seat in the back. When Qin Dong made a sharp turn while driving, he lost his balance and inadvertently grabbed Shui Ying's thigh, tumbling into her embrace, only to be met with a murderous glare that rendered him momentarily dazed. Yet now, Qin Dong seemed oblivious to his own misstep, his jovial expression suggesting he had acted with malice. Despite this, Zimo refrained from voicing his grievances. As an ordinary individual, he could manage against fellow mortals, but he stood no chance against the unpredictable powers of the two psychics. He understood that discretion was the better part of valor. He could feign cooperation to ensure his survival and seek a path to safety later. In the short span of time, Zimo concluded that his best strategy was to remain adaptable, even if the Divine Wind Squad were indeed extraterrestrial beings intent on his demise. He must ascertain their true intentions and plans before they made any aggressive moves, thereby securing a sliver of hope for himself. Having resolved this, Zimo smiled brightly and composed his posture. "You are both too kind," he declared earnestly, extending his right hand to clasp Qin Dong's. "Since the country requires assistance, as a citizen, I shall do my utmost." Unbeknownst to him, he was under the watchful gaze of Shui Ying's psychic abilities, and the entire Divine Wind Squad was aware of his every action and thought. His swift change in demeanor left the squad both amused and bemused, recognizing his cunning and guile. For Zimo, engaging in physical contact with what might be extraterrestrial psychics was exhilarating, dreamlike, yet strikingly real. Qin Dong's hand was thick and robust, calloused from years of toil, making Zemo ponder the hardships faced even by extraterrestrials. In contrast, Chu Jian's hand felt unusually delicate, almost feminine, smooth and slender, yet curiously warm despite possessing ice abilities. As Zemo experienced this thrilling encounter, he grew increasingly perplexed. It felt too vivid to be a dream. And the two individuals before him displayed no discernible signs of being aliens. Was he mistaken, or were the extraterrestrials particularly adept at disguise? After a moment of contemplation, Zemo inquired with curiosity, "What assistance might I provide?" Chu Jian and Qin Dong were well aware of his probing intentions yet chose not to expose them. With a raised brow, Qin Dong replied cheerfully, "We shall discuss the specifics once we meet our captain. He and the other team members are awaiting your arrival. If you feel rested, shall we proceed?" At this, Zemo's expression sharpened. What was destined to come would arrive inevitably. If the ensuing matters pertained to his life, he needed to approach the situation with utmost caution. Nodding with a smile, he began to prepare himself for the forthcoming challenges. "Very well, please lead the way." Qin Dong nodded and gestured invitingly, turning with Chu Jian to guide Zemo onward. As they turned, a shared glance between Chu Jian and Qin Dong revealed their realization. Zemo was indeed extraordinary. Not only was he astute, but his thought processes were remarkably agile. It was no wonder Shui Ying had proposed taking him with them. Zemo remained oblivious to the exchange between Chu Jian and Qin Dong. Without hesitation, he followed in their footsteps. His mind raced with possibilities of potential adversities, devising countermeasures that would elicit both laughter and disbelief from the Divine Wind Squad. Following the two, Zemo finally exited Shui Ying's chamber. Observing his surroundings, he deduced that S2 was quite expansive. The corridor outside was 2 meters wide and at least 18 meters long. The ceiling, walls, and floor were all composed of the same silvery gray material as Shui Ying's room, resembling metal yet displaying no visible seams. And he had not previously noticed that this material emitted a soft glow. He glanced upward to see a rectangular sign on Shui Ying's door labeled 2 Shui Ying, with another sign nearby indicating 1 Gao Yuan. Continuing alongside Chu Jian and Qin Dong, he noticed additional signs for 3 Qin Dong, for Chu Jian, 5 Xiaoya, 6 Lin Xianyuan, and 7 Yang Lin, leading him to suspect that this area was the dormitory of the Divine Wind Squad. Chu Jian and Qin Dong remained silent, guiding Zemo forward. They appeared to hold a high rank, as the door ahead opened automatically before them, closing behind them once they entered. This journey further expanded Zemo's understanding of the S2's vastness. As a science fiction enthusiast, Zemo was familiar with various advanced technologies depicted in films, including UFOs and spacecraft. However, upon evaluating the dimensions of the Divine Wind Squad's dormitory, the width and length of the corridor, and the height of the walls, he concluded that the vessel must be relatively small. Yet the reality was far from that assumption. Previously, he had perceived this spacecraft as rather diminutive, believing the extraterrestrials intended to transport him to a more accommodating location, which was why they had refrained from taking action here. However, after traversing 10 levels of passageways without reaching their destination even after more than a minute, it became evident that this vessel was anything but ordinary in size. Given its ample dimensions, it should be equipped with a range of facilities for dissection, experimentation, and other such purposes. Why then did they not operate covertly, but instead waited for him to awaken before summoning him? S2 appeared to be under intelligent control, exuding an aura of sophistication. Zemo could not help but suspect he was under constant surveillance. Should they determine him to be a threat, the situation could swiftly become perilous. Nonetheless, he feigned indifference or curiosity, glancing around with an air of appreciation while discreetly noting the general layout, preparing his escape plan. Throughout his journey, he observed various warehouse names and signs indicating classified rooms, information transmission chambers, fire control centers, electromagnetic diversion guides, and other intriguing designations. As if he were being given a tour, yet he was not permitted to enter any of the rooms. Zemo harbored doubts that the two were merely leading him in circles to confuse his mind. However, upon the opening of a wide door marked as a work area, he immediately overturned many of his previous assumptions. The workspace was exceptionally spacious, divided into 2 levels. The number of personnel present exceeded 70, most of whom were diligently engaged in their tasks, communicating in Mandarin, accented dialects, gestures, and various regional languages. Their every action and utterance unequivocally signified that they were genuine Earthlings, with no connection to extraterrestrials whatsoever. The first level's work area was predominantly centralized, further divided into numerous smaller sectors, each distinctly marked with signage. Most of these names corresponded to the departments Zimo had previously encountered. The various workstations were spaced more than 3 meters apart, seemingly refraining from interaction unless under special circumstances, perhaps due to differing operational modes. The arrangement of desks and chairs varied considerably. Some tables housed a single monitor, while others contained 2, 3, or even more. The displays varied in size and shape, some being round, square, elongated, curved, or irregular. Mice were a rarity here, with most opting for trackballs or touchpads instead. Physical keyboards were also scarce, with many relying on projected light keys or a range of function control panels. The second level, like the first, was adorned with signage, but its work areas were more dispersed, with greater distances between them, accessible by independent spiral staircases. The largest workspace occupied the left front corner, where the staircase could accommodate 4 individuals side by side, and it was the only area encased in transparent glass. Above, a sizable sign displayed the designation Shinkansen S2 Command Center, yet that was not the most captivating aspect of the space. Observing the workspace, Zimo stood in astonishment, completely unprepared for such a profound secret to exist within his homeland. This led him to deduce that extraterrestrials indeed existed on Earth. But from where did these beings originate? And what kind of world did they inhabit? At this moment, the desire to comprehend the cosmos began to take root within Zimo's very soul. His adaptability proved remarkable, and he soon regained his composure. He found himself at a loss for words regarding his previous overreactions and misunderstandings concerning the Shinkansen team. With a resigned sigh, he realized that all his frantic efforts to escape had merely stemmed from his own unfounded paranoia. However, even as he extricated himself from the clutches of the extraterrestrial Shinkansen team, he found himself ensnared in another enigma, the fantastical tales that Shui Ying had recounted in his home. Before he could ponder further, Qin Dong gestured for him to proceed, and Zimo hurriedly fell in step with the two. Upon entering the workspace, he quickly garnered the attention of all the staff in the second-level genetic analysis department. Meanwhile, personnel from other departments scarcely acknowledged his presence. Those who did merely cast him a curious glance before returning to their tasks. Soon, enveloped in wonder, Zimo was escorted into the command center, where he not only witnessed astonishing technological advancements, but also finally met the leader of the Shinkansen team, Gao Yuan, along with team members Lin Xianyuan and Yang Len. Amidst Gao Yuan's warm welcome, he once again heard the reasons behind the Shinkansen team's desire for his assistance. Chapter 2. Ancient Mengbai Mountains. The Hangliang mountain range is situated in the northeastern part of northwest China, standing as the country's third-largest high-altitude snow-capped mountain group and a rare circular mountain range in the world. The highest point of the Hangliang mountain range is located in the southern central region, composed of no fewer than 100 majestic snow peaks, collectively known as the Ancient Mengbai Mountains, a place steeped in mythological significance within Hangliang culture. The local inhabitants hold the Ancient Mengbai Mountains in profound reverence, forbidding outsiders from entering this sacred land. However, 5 years ago, with the airing of a geological survey program titled Silent Snow Peak of Hangliang, the enigmatic Ancient Mengbai Mountains finally entered the public eye. The title Silent Snow Peak was bestowed upon the Ancient Mengbai Mountains by the researchers due to its numerous sheer cliffs, rarely trodden by human feet, perpetually cloaked in unmelted snow, devoid of any vegetation. With an elevation of 368 meters, it stands as the tallest peak in the Hangliang mountain range, a realm where the clouds linger and the eagles soar, evoking a sense of tranquility akin to a secluded paradise. The topography of the Ancient Mengbai Mountains is extraordinarily intricate, resembling a landscape of jagged stone protrusions, with an abundance of unique geological fault lines of significant research value. Strangely, the rocks in this region predominantly exhibit dark red hues, as if scorched by intense flames, an exceedingly rare phenomenon. But that is not the most peculiar aspect. A thick mantle of white clouds perpetually shrouds the sky above the Ancient Mengbai Mountains. Though it shifts with the wind, it remains tethered to this particular expanse, as if imprisoned in the heavens above. Geological experts have offered various interpretations of this phenomenon, with the most compelling theory suggesting that the unique geology of the Ancient Mengbai Mountains influences the air's ions, entrapping the clouds and creating this extraordinary spectacle. As layers of mystery surrounding the Ancient Mengbai Mountains were gradually unveiled by experts, the Silent Snow Peak began to resonate with intrigue. Due to the mountain's unusual geological features and perilous terrains, it quickly captivated numerous adventure enthusiasts following the program's broadcast, prompting many to explore its hidden wonders. However, not long after, A group of 9 rock climbers seemed to have provoked the wrath of the sacred mountain, encountering an avalanche near a cliff on the eastern outskirts of the ancient Mengbai Mountains. 2 individuals sustained injuries, 1 was killed instantly, and the remaining 6 were swept away by the snow, disappearing without a trace. More than 5 years have elapsed since then, and the adventurers no longer harbor a fervent yearning for the ancient Mengbai Mountains, while the avalanche has likely faded from collective memory. Nevertheless, despite repeated warnings from the local residents against disturbing the sacred mountain, national geological surveys persist, albeit this latest expedition has encountered a new dilemma. Earlier today, the geological survey team in the Bailiang ice field, located on the eastern outskirts of the ancient Mengbai Mountains, was unexpectedly attacked by an alien creature while they slumbered. After 2 local guides fired their shotguns, the creature fled in panic, ultimately vanishing near a rocky ice cliff in the direction of the ancient Mengbai Mountains. According to a female scholar who was attacked, the creature had a human face on the left side and a metallic mask on the right. It even appeared to communicate in a language recognizable to Earth, albeit with difficulty. The 2 guides speculated that the scholar, likely overwhelmed by fear, had hallucinated. They believed the creature was a rugged icefield bear, unfazed by a few gunshots, and it eventually escaped. When the expedition team reported their findings within the monitoring range of the Psychic Alliance, the Alliance promptly dispatched the nearest Shinkei's team for reconnaissance. They quickly discovered traces of green blood left by the alien creature. Subsequent tests revealed the presence of both human and extraterrestrial life, mechanical genetic material from the mechanical race. Further analysis showed that the green blood sample exhibited signs of mutation and cloning, with the human DNA matching that of the sole survivor from the avalanche 5 years ago, Yi Zimo. As December arrived, the northwest region was enveloped in a bitter cold, with the winds howling through the Hongliang Mountains, blanketed in snow. Beneath that peculiar canopy of clouds, snowflakes danced in a mesmerizing flurry, creating an ethereal ambience. The ancient Mengbai Mountains loomed like a dormant, fearsome beast, seemingly intent on concealing everything within its grasp, evoking an eerie sensation. Above the clouds, a different scene unfolded. The vast sky was suffused with a pale sunlight, its azure expanse pristine and unblemished, instilling a sense of ethereal peace. If one gazed closely, a barely perceptible trace could be seen traversing the high skies in the southeast, swiftly heading toward the ancient Mengbai Mountains. The Shinkei's S-2 is one of China's advanced intelligent transport aircraft, operated by the lesser-known Psychic Alliance. The S in its name signifies its affiliation with the Shinkei's team of the Alliance. The S-2 is a specialized variant based on the JK-5I military transport aircraft, boasting an expansive interior capable of accommodating over 100 personnel. As a transport cruiser, it features the world's most advanced propulsion system, powered by China's leading-edge covert supernuclear energy, achieving speeds of up to 3,000 meters per second. Still unclear, let us magnify the holographic projection. In the command center of the S-2, Yi Zimo stood alongside the 7 members of the Shinkei's team, peering through his glasses at the holographic projection of the ancient Mengbai Mountains. Once again, he unreservedly issued orders to the keen-eyed Yang Lin. Unsurprisingly, Yi Zimo received yet another disdainful glance from the formidable Xiaoya. The remarkable holographic projection technology had compactly reduced the immense ancient Mengbai Mountains to the size of a basin. The base was level, yet the projection vividly captured the contours of the snow-covered peaks, with snow reflecting off the rocks, complemented by the gentle snowfall overhead, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. As Yi Zimo became increasingly entranced by the holographic display, his concentration began to wane, and his awareness blurred. At that moment, he felt an icy sensation pierce through the crown of his head, jolting his mind awake and restoring clarity to his weary consciousness. It was indeed a peculiar sensation. Instinctively, he reached up to touch his head but found no injury, leaving him bewildered. Upon glancing around, he noticed Shuang, who was intently observing him with narrowed eyes. Her gaze exuded an inexplicable authority, compelling Yi Zimo to avert his eyes, blinking before returning his focus to the holographic projection. He dared not meet Shuang's gaze, aware that despite her silence since their last meeting, she lingered on the brink of fury. Should he provoke her further, he might find himself unable to withstand her wrath when old grievances were revisited alongside new offenses. Indeed, for an ordinary person facing such a situation, a mere beating would be uncertain. Had it been Xiaoya, a reflexive slap would leave him severely injured, if not worse. The thought of Shuang, who was even more formidable than Xiaoya, sent shivers down his spine. He dared not imagine the consequences should she lose control. Aware of Zimo's misguided sense of innocence, Shuang raised an eyebrow and, in a tone that suggested negotiation, asked, "Shall we give you a proper scare to see if you're dreaming?" With that, Shuang's expression hardened as she unhesitatingly raised her exquisitely pale right hand. Zimo felt as though he had been sent by the heavens to endure punishment. An inexplicable turmoil stirred within Shuang. Despite her inherent aloofness and reluctance to speak, she ultimately found it impossible to refrain. When she observed Zimo's immediate terror, a realization dawned upon her. Perhaps teasing him could bring her a sense of joy. Wait. As Shuang seemed poised to act decisively, Zimo, overwhelmed with dread, swiftly raised his hands in surrender. Yet, Shuang appeared entirely unfazed, compelling him to cast a desperate glance at the Shinkei's team's leader, the Void Manipulator, Gao Yuan. Gao Yuan is the only member of the kamikaze team who is over 30, with a square face that exudes maturity and composure. He quickly wins one over with his approachable demeanor and genuine warmth. Gao Yuan has already negotiated the terms of his assistance to the kamikaze team and has signed a confidentiality agreement. Additionally, he has instructed Shuang to ensure his protection. It would be unacceptable for him to be bullied by her. Indeed, Gao Yuan does not disappoint Zimo. He gestures for Shuang to ease her grip, explaining that they have invited Xiao Yi to assist in route finding, as he is a crucial guest who must not be harmed. Shuang's demeanor leaves much to be desired. Observing the kamikaze team, Zimo cannot help but sigh inwardly. He feels that, aside from Gao Yuan, the rest are rather youthful and lack the time necessary for self-reflection and maturity. He wonders when they might become more seasoned. Just as he is lost in thought, Zimo suddenly recalls Gao Yuan mentioning that Shuang would be probing his consciousness for potential clues. His previous reflections may have already been uncovered by her. Sure enough, when he glances sideways, he finds Shuang fixating on him with an icy stare that feels predatory. Zimo's expression shifts dramatically under her gaze. He hurriedly averts his eyes, yet a chill envelopes him, leaving him feeling frigid. His heart, which had just settled, now races uncontrollably, causing him great distress. After 5 years, portions of his memory have faded, preventing Shuang from easily accessing any significant information. He can only hope to piece together the fragments himself to provide her with something to investigate. Yet, in a moment of carelessness, he has provoked this formidable woman. Regret floods Zimo as he mentally communicates with Shuang, attempting to explain that he cannot always control his thoughts. However, when he steals a glance at her again, he finds her frosty demeanor undiminished, perhaps even intensified. In a panic, he turns his attention back to the holographic projection, avoiding any further distraction. For Zimo, Shuang's abilities are overwhelmingly formidable, and her lack of restraint terrifies him. He realizes that his most pressing concern is not finding a route, but rather calming Shuang's wrath to avoid further torment. In his desperate search for a solution, Zimo's gaze suddenly sharpens. He notices that as Yonglin gestures, the holographic projection of the ancient Meibai mountain expands, revealing a strangely familiar location. Wait. Shift left a bit. Enlarge. Left again. Further left. A little down. And enlarge once more. Zimo instinctively directs the adjustments and soon finds himself engrossed in the holographic display. Gradually, as he recognizes more familiar terrain, memories begin to resurface in his mind. Vivid and increasingly clear, revealing a complex array of emotions across his features. Zimo's deep focus brings a profound silence to the kamikaze team. At Gao Yuan's subtle cue, Shuang hastily suppresses her anger and immerses herself in Zimo's memories. However, she is unprepared for the intricate complexities of Zimo's recollections of the ancient Meibai mountain, causing her brow to furrow ever tighter. Chapter 3. The daunting task. The incident at the northern Liang ice field serves as a catalyst, drawing Zimo into its intricate web. Not only does it revive the memory of the avalanche that claimed the lives of his companions 5 years prior in the Gomo Baishan Mountains, but it also garners significant attention from our country's Ability Alliance. The Alliance, equipped with advanced technology, finds it remarkably easy to simulate that avalanche. However, after numerous attempts, the technicians consistently uncover an array of perplexing anomalies. Ultimately, the headquarters of the Ability Alliance resolves to conduct a thorough investigation of Gomo Baishan, while simultaneously ordering the kamikaze team to closely monitor Zimo, sparing no expense to uncover the depths of his background. The Alliance suspects that Zimo, an ostensibly ordinary individual, is the crucial link between two major incidents and must harbor undisclosed secrets. They believe that unraveling these secrets could potentially benefit the entirety of human civilization. As of now, this remains a secret, unbeknownst to Yizimo, who is unaware of the inexplicable discomfort he experiences upon awakening, nor the disorientation clouding his mind. The kamikaze team possesses a unique asset, Shuang, a soul-powered gene awakener, often referred to as a mental or spiritual ability user. She can forge a consciousness space using her soul power, connecting the souls of the team members to facilitate silent and clandestine communication. Within this consciousness space, Shuang shares her findings regarding Yizimo's soul consciousness with the 6 others, ensuring nothing is overlooked. Yet, as she gazes at Yizimo's earnest and innocent expression, a flicker of unusual emotion crosses her eyes. Shuang's genetic advancement has reached level 4, marking her as a genuine high-level awakener. Her soul power easily establishes a connection with Yizimo's spirit, allowing her to gain an almost complete understanding of him without his awareness. She realizes that the Alliance's headquarters' assumption of Yizimo harboring secrets is unfounded, yet she finds herself powerless to prevent him from becoming a subject for sample extraction. Shuang understands that Yizimo is merely an ordinary person from Earth, coming from a decent family, growing up from infancy to adulthood, and in her eyes, he possesses nothing remarkable. 5 years ago, the avalanche incident profoundly impacted Yizimo, as he was the sole survivor among his 9 companions, including his elder brother Yiziming, future sister-in-law Lin Shui, and several friends. Following this tragedy, to alleviate his parents' grief over the loss of their son, he devoted himself to honoring them, complying with their wishes while completing his university education. After graduating, a fortuitous opportunity led him to join Baiwa Travel Company, where he has since thrived as a tour guide. While Yizimo is diligent and possesses commendable character, Shuang still perceives him as an average individual, not the extraordinary young man one might expect. Nevertheless, he captured the heart of Baiwa Group's chairman Bai Feng's daughter, Bai Lingling, which perplexes Shuang. The outcome, however, was as Shuang anticipated. The depths of the aristocracy proved treacherous. Bai Feng, disapproving of Yizimo, offered him 200,000 with a threat to separate him from Bai Lingling, leading to a disheartening conclusion. Reflecting on Yizimo's experiences, Shuang cannot help but lament the whims of fate. Just as Yizimo suffers, he finds himself under the scrutiny of the Ability Alliance headquarters, becoming a living specimen for their experiments. She wishes to assist him but feels constrained by orders to gather more data, awakening within her a sense of compassion for the first time. Nonetheless, Shuang retains her autonomy and gradually opts to selectively share certain aspects of Yizimo's consciousness with the other members of the kamikaze team. This not only spares Yizimo some dignity but also alleviates the burden on the analysts at the Alliance headquarters. As Yizimo's consciousness information suddenly diminishes, mechanical expert Lin Xinier instinctively turns her gaze towards Shuang. Upon hearing this, Lin Xinier timidly sticks out her tongue. Shuang, one of the 4 mental knights of the Ability Alliance, has an eccentric temperament and often clashes with Huang Jing, another of the 4 knights. Her comment could potentially embarrass the headquarters. Soon, as Yizimo directs young Lin with a gesture, only a few snow-capped mountains remain on the holographic projection of Gumo Baishan. Yizimo stares intently at these mountains, his expression shifting as he grits his teeth, extending his trembling right index finger toward a cliff marked with text, exclaiming, "That is where we encountered the avalanche. The 1,000-foot cliff? It didn't have a name back then. In the past, Gumo Baishan was isolated from the world, and the names of its various locations developed gradually over time. However, this is not the crux of the matter. The Ability Alliance has long been aware of the avalanche's location, prompting Yizimo's confirmation merely to provoke a deeper exploration of his submerged memories for overlooked anomalies. The Alliance's strategies are indeed effective. Yizimo fixates on the unfamiliar yet familiar contours of the mountainous terrain. As vivid scenes from his past emerge like awakening from a deep slumber, his body trembles as sorrow envelopes him, tears welling in his eyes unbeknownst to him. Within Yizimo's mind, memory neurons emit chaotic magnetic currents, awakening dormant memory cells. Some of the darkness within his memory cells begins to illuminate. Countless fragmented memories surfacing and reassembling into vivid images. The moment has arrived. Despite her personal biases favoring Yizimo, Shuang does not hold back in her comprehensive search. As the first to access Yizimo's memories, her astuteness allows her to deduce troubling insights, concern flickering in her eyes. Nevertheless, she promptly shares her analysis with the 6 members in the consciousness space. Shuang's analysis is well-founded. Gao Yuan nods in agreement. As her observations align closely with his own suspicions, the visual perception of individuals tends to unconsciously fixate on peculiar images. and the phantom seen by no less than 4 individuals was overlooked due to interference with their biological magnetic fields, causing their brainwaves to bypass the anomalies. Achieving such an effect requires not only advanced technology, but also the presence of mental ability, users like Shuai-Ying. It is this latter possibility that raises Gao Yuan's concerns. The green blood discovered in the northern Liang ice field not only harbors extraterrestrial mechanical genetic material, but also displays a power intensity reaching level 4. According to Earth's current biological classification, level 4 signifies a high-level evolved organism. Gao Yuan and Shuai-Ying belong to this category. And had it not been for potential flaws in the cloned organism, the Northern Liang Icefield Expedition team might have met their demise. Gazing at the holographic projection of the 1,000-foot cliff, Gao Yuan's unease deepens. According to the reports preserved by the rescue teams from the avalanche incident, the conditions under which Zemo and his companions found themselves should not have subjected them to such a catastrophic impact, leading to an official conclusion of accidental demise. Yet, it now appears they were indeed victims of an extraterrestrial assault. It is likely that aliens obtained Zemo's genetic samples during that time, enabling them to create hybrid beings combining his DNA with extraterrestrial mechanical entities, resulting in clones. If this is the case, it is probable that not only Zemo's hybrid beings exist, but also those of others, with the potential for extraterrestrials to engineer superhybrid organisms reaching level 5. Even more alarming is the thought that these aliens have remained hidden in Gumo Baishan for countless years, undetected by the Tianyan system that has surveilled our nation for over 30 years. Just how advanced is their technology, and what level of civilization do they possess? Some dire outcomes are too harrowing for Gao Yuan to contemplate. After a brief pause, Gao Yuan's gaze sharpened as he issued a command. Notify headquarters. The plan has changed. I have decided to take Zemo along with me on this mission. Request headquarters approval. The latter part of Gao Yuan's statement left the 6 team members momentarily stunned, especially Shuai-Ying. Current deductions suggested a significant possibility of an extraterrestrial advanced civilization base hidden within the ancient Mengbai Mountains. However, Shuai-Ying's intuition cautioned her that establishing peaceful relations would not be so straightforward. She sensed that, in comparison to previous extraterrestrial base incidents, this situation would be exceedingly challenging, particularly given the cloning of the hybrid genetic entity from the Bailiang Icefield incident as a compelling testament to the adversary's capabilities. Possessing supergenetic technology, they could clone even evolutionary-level advanced hybrid beings, which likely meant creating super beings would pose no insurmountable challenge. Faced with entities exceeding level 5, the kamikaze team might struggle to ensure their own safety, let alone have the audacity to engage in diplomatic relations. Furthermore, considering the advanced nature of their civilization, it was plausible they would regard the feeble Earth civilization with disdain. Should they opt for warfare and seek to conquer Earth, the efficacy of Earth's current ultimate weapons, not to mention the super-offensive Kamikaze Unit 1, was highly uncertain. Contemplating the myriad potential crises, Shuai-Ying's heart grew heavier. Nonetheless, the existence of this adversary represented a formidable threat that could not be ignored, even if peaceful relations could be successfully established. There was no justification for involving Zemo in such perilous endeavors. Captain, the prohibition is clear. Ordinary individuals must not be entangled with the awakened powers. Shuai-Ying harbored an inexplicable personal concern for Zemo, which prompted her to seek Gao Yuan's counsel in the realm of consciousness. However, her proposition was swiftly interrupted and dismissed by Gao Yuan. The situation is complex, which is why I need to report this to headquarters. Gao Yuan cast a glance at Zemo, who was lost in the painful memories of the avalanche incident. His brow furrowed as he continued in the shared consciousness with Shuai-Ying. Not only is it perplexing why Zemo's genes integrate so flawlessly with those of the extraterrestrial mechanical race, but the emergence of his clone is likely closely tied to him as well. Moreover, I have an inkling that he is far from ordinary. Bringing him along might prove advantageous. Please prepare him, ensuring he receives the utmost protection and security. Chapter 4. Preparation. Zemo was unaware of what Gao Yuan expected him to prepare. He was led by Shuai-Ying to a secluded corridor, devoid of any other souls. Helplessly, he found himself unable to suppress his thoughts, constantly haunted by the fear of Shuai-Ying's terrifying nature, dreading any action that might provoke her dissatisfaction and invite her wrath. Of course, he was aware that this was a cyclical thought process, filled with resentment towards Shuai-Ying, and he wished fervently to escape this torment immediately. At last, Zemo could no longer contain himself. He cautiously glanced at Shuai-Ying and earnestly implored, "Sister Ying, I sincerely apologize for my previous offenses. I hope you can overlook my shortcomings and grant me your forgiveness. What Yuzimo was contemplating was all too clear to Shuang. She turned her head towards him, causing his pupils to constrict in shock, and his words to falter abruptly. Observing Yuzimo's current state of silent despair and vulnerability, she felt an immense sense of satisfaction. After all, he had previously dared to refer to her with such superficial and derogatory titles as venomous beauty and tigress. Such trivial assessments were hardly worthy of someone with her beauty, intellect, and strength. Shuiying's aloofness left Yuzimo feeling utterly disoriented, yet he refused to give up. Gathering what little courage he had, he suggested, "Sistering, how about I treat you to a meal after we finish? Just tell me what you wish to eat." At the mention of food, Shuang finally reacted. Yet her response was both disappointing and surprising to Yuzimo. She turned her head again and calmly inquired, "What do you want to eat?" "In my current state, I have no need for food. You know nothing about the awakened beings of the universe. How would you know that what we truly require is to absorb cosmic energy?" Yuzimo was momentarily taken aback, his curiosity piqued. He quickly asked, "So, does that mean we become celestial beings?" Shuang narrowed her eyes slightly, exuding impatience as she replied, "Celestial beings require tranquility for a while. Would you mind keeping silent?" Upon hearing this, Yuzimo nodded obediently, relieved that Shuiying was disinterested in engaging with him. He did not care how proud Shuiying was. His only desire was to coexist peacefully with her. However, he was rather surprised by how accommodating she seemed, allowing him to relax considerably. Despite her calm demeanor, Shuiying harbored her own thoughts. Having been a member of the Shenfeng team for 4 years, she was well aware that their current mission was far from clear-cut, with the enemy lurking in the shadows and their true capabilities unknown. Should they become adversaries, the number of reinforcements from the Paranormal Alliance was not the only concern. The 9 preceding paranormal teams would undoubtedly face grave dangers. Moreover, with Yuzimo, a liability in her eyes, she could not guarantee that she would have the time to protect him during actual combat. Unbeknownst to Yuzimo, the pressure on the Shenfeng team was immense. He wandered freely, casting curious glances around, silently assessing the S2 unit. Eventually, Shuang could no longer bear to watch him daydream. She feared that if he continued to indulge in such thoughts, she might be driven to exasperation. The S2 was a secret development by China's research department, inspired by the spacecraft of the Keras family from the extraterrestrial Drew system. Every material used in the S2 was specially manufactured, and most of its exploration devices and weapons were derived from alien technology. While they aspired to develop similar technologies, Earth lacked the necessary resources. Thus, it was futile to imagine that Earth's civilization could dominate countless star systems. At their current level of civilization, they were viewed as primitive life forms by many advanced civilizations. Given their strength, self-preservation against the invasion of superior civilizations would be an arduous task. Shuiying's abrupt remark startled Yuzimo, nearly causing him to jump. He had not anticipated that she was elucidating matters for him. After hearing her, he realized how naive his previous thoughts had been. Yet, newfound questions arose within him, and he summoned the courage to gaze at Shuiying, only to find her looking at him with disdain. Being perceptive was a vital skill for a guide, so Yuzimo noticed the worry hidden beneath her scornful gaze. Steeling himself, he maintained eye contact with Shuiying and pressed on. With the S2 being so advanced, do we not possess any super weapons for defense? And what if you knew? Shuiying raised an eyebrow and calmly replied, "Even if you were to learn about it, you would ultimately forget everything." Her tone was laced with profound disdain, and Yuzimo had begun to grow accustomed to her occasionally shifting demeanor. He nodded, a look of eager curiosity on his face as he smiled, and said, "It's all right. I'm well aware of the confidentiality agreements. However, if I were to know a bit more, I might be able to assist you, as even the smallest ant can contribute to the effort." Upon hearing this, Shuiying regarded Yuzimo seriously. She had been probing into his consciousness and recognized his genuine sincerity. Yet he remained oblivious to the brutal realities of conflicts among awakened beings. He was unaware that even among Earth's awakened, they were utterly powerless against some extraterrestrial advanced weaponry. Yuzimo's smile quickly faded, and he lowered his head in despair, leaving her unable to voice the subsequent conditions. Even if he contemplated it, he felt that he should be swept away by the ice and snow alongside Yuzimo, to avoid enduring that pain alone and thus find relief. Shuiying quietly scrutinized Yuzimo's every thought and feeling. She felt a strong connection to him but ultimately found herself unable to speak words of comfort. Furthermore, she felt exasperated. From her secret observations of Yuzimo to their current interactions, she had always recognized his resilience. Yet she had not anticipated that a single comment from her could so easily defeat him. Just as Shui Ying was making her decision, Yi Zimo suddenly lifted his head, meeting her gaze in silence. Shui Ying stared at him in surprise, feeling an inexplicable sense of anxiety wash over her. She couldn't help but perceive Yi Zimo as a peculiar being, capable of stirring her otherwise calm and detached heart, sometimes even provoking an uncontainable rage that made her want to strangle him. To Shui Ying, this was utterly astonishing. She had probed the consciousness of many individuals, including extraterrestrials, but had never encountered someone as formidable as Yi Zimo. After a moment of intense scrutiny, Yi Zimo finally expressed his heartfelt gratitude, saying, "Thank you." Previously, he had been powerless and could only imagine. Now, with the Chiffon team, he was determined to cooperate wholeheartedly, as they could assist him in accomplishing what he could not do alone. This was the sole condition he had proposed to Gao Yuan. "There's no need for thanks. It's our duty," Shui Ying replied, gently shaking her head, and seized the opportunity to divert her gaze. However, as she continued to probe into Yi Zimo's consciousness, she found herself at a loss for words. Having secured her promise, Yi Zimo quickly became more composed, contemplating how much more capable she was than Gao Yuan, and how she might seek out Yi Ziming and the others. Yet he remained blissfully unaware of the overwhelming power wielded by the second-ranked spatial energy in the universe. The two fell into a silence, and before long, Shui Ying brought Yi Zimo to a halt outside the infirmary. When the large door swung open, Yi Zimo was once again filled with wonder. The infirmary was not large and appeared completely empty, lacking even a single bed. With a beep, a white spherical object flew out from the side. The sphere was the size of a soccer ball, hovering effortlessly in the air. Soon, two orange, glowing eyes appeared, and as it spoke, rippling orange waves emerged where its mouth should be. "Hello, Yi Zimo. I am the Shinfeng Medical Unit V2. Please follow me." V2's voice was that of a sweet, youthful girl, clear and melodious. After speaking, V2 turned and floated inside, leaving Yi Zimo standing there, dumbfounded, his face a canvas of disbelief. Shui Ying was well aware that V2 was the mechanical treasure that Yi Zimo had longed for since childhood. However, she was taken aback by Yi Zimo's foolishness, akin to that of the legendary Yi Gong, when confronted with something he so desperately desired. Unable to restrain herself, she urged him, "Let us proceed. You have but a few minutes left to prepare." With that, Shui Ying stepped into the medical room. "Oh." Yi Zimo was jolted into awareness and hurriedly followed in Shui Ying's footsteps, though his gaze continually wandered towards V2. Upon entering the medical room, Yi Zimo noticed that the left side was swiftly assembling. Within mere seconds, a small compartment had been delineated, accompanied by the opening of a petite door. "Yi Zimo, please follow the arrows to enter the disinfection area," V2 instructed succinctly. Without any further ado, the ground beneath Yi Zimo illuminated with a series of arrows leading directly into the compartment. This time, he did not wait for Shui Ying to prompt him. He promptly stepped inside, adhering to V2's directions. As Yi Zimo had not contracted any alien virus, the disinfection process concluded swiftly. After he donned the specialized gray undergarments designated for the Shinkei's team, V2 opened the small door to allow Yi Zimo to exit, subsequently closing it for further disinfection. Yi Zimo found this arrangement somewhat disconcerting. However, Shui Ying provided him with no time to acclimate. "Do not move," she suddenly commanded, rendering Yi Zimo completely still. Abruptly, he felt a prick on the left side of his neck. Instinctively, he reached to touch it, glancing sideways, yet saw nothing amiss. "What you have been injected with is a half-dose of a strength-enhancing serum, which will alleviate your fatigue for the next 12 hours, Shui Ying explained tersely, observing the bewilderment on Yi Zimo's face. Following her explanation, she extended her left hand, revealing a peculiar black object resembling an egg, which then flew towards Yi Zimo, adhering to his chest. Having been instructed not to move, Yi Zimo stood frozen, his eyes wide as the strange object pressed against him. He gazed in astonishment as it appeared soft and wobbly, shimmering with a faint glow. In the next moment, its black edges began to rapidly extend, forming tiny, soft, rice-like shapes that spread across his clothing. Simultaneously, the oval object swiftly diminished in size. Within 3 or 4 seconds, Yi Zimo found himself enveloped in a layer of black material, which tightened around him, despite him remaining motionless. The soft formations cascaded down to his feet, lifting him off the ground and soon enveloping the soles of his feet. He quickly glanced down to see the material thickening beneath him, transforming into a rippled sole. In a mere 5 or 6 seconds, the object had assembled into a complete outfit: boots, pants, a belt, undergarments, and an outer coat. all in a uniform black leather that exuded a sense of luxury. Curiously, Izimo inspected his attire, realizing it was identical to that worn by the Shinkei's team. Yet he could hardly fathom that this splendid ensemble had originated from something no larger than an egg. Chapter 5. Re-entering the Snowy Mountains. This is the standard battle suit of our Ability Alliance, the R4, crafted from a supermemory alloy. Once donned, it can effortlessly withstand the onslaught of ordinary machine gun fire. It features a semi-genetic recognition control system with 3 modes of operation: voice command, semi-automatic consciousness connection, and fully automatic directional targeting. A super battery module can maintain the R4 in a state of readiness for 15 days, with each suit equipped with 2 modules. Observing the curious Yezimo, Shuang patiently elucidated the details. Yezimo listened with rapt attention, not daring to miss a single word, yet he found himself utterly bewildered. His mind raced with a multitude of questions, poised to consult Shuang. However, as he opened his mouth to speak, Shuang's gaze shifted slightly, and she swiftly interjected, "Don't ask." Having assessed the situation, she realized that many of Yezimo's inquiries were rather naive, almost exasperating, and deemed it better for him to seek the answers himself. Shuang's refusal left Yezimo momentarily dumbfounded. He felt the weight of awkwardness, not wishing to provoke her ire. Fortunately, Shuang was not entirely dismissive. She quickly proposed a solution. The R4 has a preset operational guide. Once you log into the system, you can familiarize yourself within your access rights, she explained with a hint of resignation. Following her instructions, Shuang guided Yezimo to press his hand against his chest. Yezimo, bewildered, nodded and complied. Upon doing so, he suddenly perceived a circle of black light emanating from his chest, illuminating his entire body. In the next moment, astonishing images flooded his consciousness. It felt as though he was gazing at a blue and white 3D display, which soon revealed the words "main body detection in progress." With a beep, his basic information appeared on the screen. The display then transformed into a starry sky, showcasing 6 circular icons labeled land, sea, air, assistance, simulation, and database. Simultaneously, a mechanical female warrior's image emerged at the center, accompanied by a melodious voice. "Hello, Yezimo. Welcome to the R4 battle suit. It has been detected that this is your first login. Would you like to enter the preset operational guide?" As the R4 activated around him, Shuang stood by, allowing him ample time to acclimatize to the suit, hoping it would aid in preserving his life during the impending battles. The R4 primarily operates in a semi-automatic mode, wherein teaching, control, and communication transpire between the consciousness module and the operator's mind, enabling rapid familiarization with any function of the R4 to meet the demands of crisis combat. Yezimo, inherently intelligent and adaptable, swiftly grasped the basics of the R4's functionalities, earning Shuang's respect. Before long, a pair of black-framed glasses materialized before him, and the displayed images transitioned to the glasses' view, providing real-time updates on his status, date, and weather. This intelligent design was tailored specifically for him to prevent confusion as he navigated the R4's features. With his vision suddenly sharpened, Yezimo began to perceive reality more clearly. Yet he remained enveloped in astonishment at the capabilities of the R4. He had initially believed it to be merely a protective suit, unaware that the land information database contained hundreds of meticulously crafted combat strategies for various terrains. Moreover, the R4's combat assistance mode was extraordinarily powerful. Equipped with a storage system capable of accommodating items the size of a tank, alongside features such as energy shields, scanning, auxiliary targeting, stealth, camouflage, and evasion. No wonder the R4 battlesuit is deemed the most advanced individual equipment on Earth, primarily donned by the awakened members of the Ability Alliance. As Yezimo contemplated this, a beep resonated from the V2, prompting him to glance in its direction. He observed the glasses autonomously locking onto V2 with blue markers, alongside a direct display of V2's information, clearly marked as non-attack. Upon sensing Yezimo's thoughts, Shuiying's temper flared momentarily. Yet before she could reprimand him, Yezimo, in a bid for self-preservation, averted his gaze and scrutinized his own attire, feigning nonchalance, which only served to irritate her further. Every R4 suit possesses a unique identification code, and upon connecting with the Alliance's headquarters, its stored information is uploaded. The R4 has an independent database. You can issue commands to search for any information you desire, provided you possess the requisite clearance, Shuang stated, her irritation tempered by a protective affection. Remember, this R4 is my spare battle suit. Use it with care. The R4 is currently the finest individual battle suit available to the Ability Alliance, boasting comprehensive and formidable functionalities. Yezimo listened intently as Shui Ying elaborated. Finally, when she invited questions, he eagerly inquired, Sister Ying, why is there no weapon in my personal storage? Why would a non-combatant require a weapon? Shui Ying was well aware of Yezimo's ulterior motives. He had already experienced all the advanced weaponry in the training camp's auxiliary function area. Yet his desire to wield a weapon in battle was utterly unrealistic. She wouldn't even grant him a small alloy knife. Yezimo, however, was not one to easily concede. But with a mere glance from Shui Ying, he felt a wave of dizziness, and she bluntly warned, if you ask again, I may have something even more formidable. Embarrassed, Yezimo rubbed his head, refraining from further inquiries. When Shui Ying gestured for him to leave, he hurriedly followed in her wake. As Shui Ying led Yezimo to the rear cabin to rendezvous with Gao Yuan and the others, he quickly caught the attention of several individuals. Naturally, Yezimo found himself more intrigued by them and discreetly scanned their information with his glasses. With his elegant demeanor amplified by the sleek black attire, Yezimo exuded an aura of sophistication, even more striking than before. If one were to describe him using a phrase from Xiaoya's discerning remarks, he would be likened to a quintessential pretty boy. Chu Jian scrutinized Yezimo and was the first to comment, not bad. This gear suits you well. Known as the Ice Warrior, Chu Jian was typically indifferent due to his abilities, speaking bluntly and directly. His assessment garnered unanimous agreement from the others, yet after his remark, he glanced at Shui Ying with a slight smirk, leaving his intentions ambiguous. Upon sensing Chu Jian's implications, Shui Ying narrowed her eyes, fixing him with a questioning gaze. Nevertheless, Chu Jian remained unfazed, displaying an innocent demeanor that few could decipher. Qin Dong, the peacemaker of the kamikaze squad, quickly intervened upon sensing the tension. Brother Zimo, you truly are a handsome fellow. I wonder which lucky girl will have the honor of marrying you. I happen to have a cousin who is quite lovely, also residing in Suzhou, pursuing her master's degree. Would you like me to introduce you? Qin Dong's comment left Yezimo feeling rather awkward. Shui Ying and Xiaoya, interpreting Qin Dong's words as attempts at matchmaking, shot him disapproving glances, while Yang Lin and Lin Xianyuan couldn't help but share amused looks. Gao Yuan remained silent, a smile playing on his lips, while Chu Jian broke his usual reticence, reproaching Qin Dong. Dong Gu, you claim we are the best of friends. Yet I am approaching the legal marriage age. Are you really going to leave me single? Just as Qin Dong began to respond with a smile, Xiaoya playfully interjected, Haha, Brother Jian, I heard that both Rain Spirit of Flame Dragon and Sister Guanyin of Qi Yu have taken a liking to you. Why not give it a try? Upon hearing those words, Chu Jian furrowed his brow and shook his head in resignation, while the ever-joyful Xiaoya continued to beam with delight. Xiaoya possessed a unique power. Even the simplest act of walking bore an element of peril, as she had accumulated quite the reputation for causing mischief within the league, earning her the moniker Mischief Maker. Yet, within the Shinkong team, she was a rare treasure, wielding control over all heavy weaponry. Xiaoya was a spirited individual, adept at enlivening the atmosphere. And her charming smile radiated an infectious energy, akin to a spell that drew everyone in, compelling them to share in her laughter. The Shinkong team resembled a family, a sight that left Yezimo feeling envious. However, he remained oblivious to the pressure this mission imposed on them. Their laughter was merely a fleeting release of tension. When the moment felt right, Gao Yuan turned to Yezimo with a smile and inquired, Little Yi, how familiar are you with the usage of R4? Well, Sister Ying has provided me with a detailed explanation, and I've familiarized myself with quite a bit, Yezimo replied, offering an awkward smile while adjusting his glasses. The R4 had many functions, but with the limited time, he hadn't had the chance to explore extensively. To enhance Shui Ying's impression of him, he had made a point of praising her in front of everyone. Gao Yuan nodded in response, smiling as he said, That's good to hear. Shui Ying will protect you throughout the journey, so feel free to ask her anything you don't understand. It would be best for you to become thoroughly acquainted with her for reasons unbeknownst to her, Xiaoya still perceived Yezimo as that infuriating figure, though her disdain was not genuine. Observing that even Yang Lin and Lin Xin'er regarded Yezimo with friendly smiles, Shui Ying remained unfazed. Thus, Xiaoya discreetly activated the R4's voice connection, preparing to playfully tease Yezimo. While Yezimo attentively listened to Gao Yuan's speech, he was suddenly startled by a faint chime. Simultaneously, his glasses displayed a message from the adorable Xiaoya. Just as he was curious about the identity of this adorable one, the message opened automatically, and he immediately heard Xiaoya's peculiar voice. Hey, Brother Zimo, you have quite the thick skin. You've been older than Sister Ying for over 2 months and still dare to call her sister. Aren't you afraid of being beaten up by her? Hiki. It seemed the moment for retribution had arrived. Xiaya racked her brain for clever ways to thoroughly prank Zimo, but before she could devise a brilliant plan, Lin Xiena notified the team in the consciousness space that S2 was now in the final 10 seconds of descent. Chapter 6. Dark clouds looming. Lin Xiena raised her left hand, and the white wristband on her wrist emitted a beam of blue-white light that quickly dispersed, forming a palm-sized S2 holographic projection. The projection displayed S2's 8 landing struts just as they finished deploying, and soon after, S2's body flickered white, transforming into a phantom. At this moment, Lin Xiena reported in the consciousness space, S2 has landed, and its hidden functions have been activated. After speaking, she pointed her right index finger at the S2 projection and pressed down, causing it to transform into a green dot. In the next instant, a miniaturized holographic projection of the ancient Meibai Mountain appeared, indicating that the green dot was located at a spot marked as Lionhead Mountain. A winding cyan-dotted line quickly extended from the green dot, traversing several mountain markers to reach the precipice known as Qianqi Cliff. After telling Zimo to make use of her 4 at his discretion, Gao Yuan ceased speaking, pressing a device to his right ear, seemingly listening to something of importance. Seizing this moment, Zimo curiously observed Lin Xiena manipulating high technology, indulging his eyes. Zimo soon noticed that around the ancient Meibai Mountain holographic projection, green dot markers with various capital letter suffixes of 2 appeared in succession, subtly encircling the mountain. As Lin Xiena made a slight movement with her right hand, a horizontal beam of light suddenly materialized before her, rapidly extending into a large rectangular light interface. After a few operations, Zimo noticed that the information of the ancient Meibai Mountain holographic projection was displayed in the upper left corner of his glasses interface. Glimpsing the projection, Lin Xiena communicated in the consciousness space, I have sent the map and route to you. The other 8 teams have also successfully landed. After a brief pause, she added, Headquarters has issued a directive. All actions are to follow Headquarters' command. Commence operations. At this juncture, Gao Yuan lowered his hand, glancing around before stating in the consciousness space, then let us proceed as planned. Depart. Perhaps the members had grown entirely accustomed to the unique communication style of the kamikaze team. They carelessly excluded Zimo from their discussions. However, this did not dampen Zimo's curiosity. Believing that the kamikaze team was employing R4's special communication method, he hurriedly searched, eager to join their ranks. Unexpectedly, when Lin Xiena tapped the light interface to open the tail cargo door, Gao Yuan's R4 battle suit first disguised itself as white cold-weather attire. Without uttering a word to Zimo, he simply grabbed a large white bag, turned, and exited. As the tail cargo door opened, a gust of cold wind rushed in. Although R4's invisible energy shield offered some protection against the chill, Zimo still felt disoriented in the wind. Fortunately, Shuang was there to assist him in activating R4's phantom disguise mode, instructing, stay close to me, don't wander off. Zimo, recognizing the seriousness of Shuiying's request, nodded eagerly in compliance. After Chu Jian and Qin Dong exchanged bewildered glances and left with Gao Yuan, he followed closely behind Shuiying as she gestured for him to do so. Outside, the cold wind blew gently and snowflakes fell. Although it was not cold at all, Zimo couldn't help but shiver. While he contemplated the peculiar looks from Chu Jian and Qin Dong, he inadvertently noticed something intriguing. From the outside, S2 had become transparent. S2 must have activated its cloaking mechanism. Even though his glasses displayed the massive outline of S2, he could clearly see the mountains beyond through its body. Indeed, while S2 was not a frontline combat transport, its auxiliary functions were remarkably potent. Not to mention, its cloaking ability allowed it to blend seamlessly with light, effectively shielding it from various detection methods. Most advanced technologies would struggle to locate it. If anyone were to witness this, they would undoubtedly assume that Zimo and the others had emerged from another dimension. As Zimo glanced down at the ground, his glasses scanned and revealed a layer of 30 centimeters of ice, beneath which lay half a meter of accumulated snow. He quickly deduced that it must have been Chu Jian utilizing his ice manipulation powers. Upon stepping onto the icy surface, he distinctly felt a gripping sensation beneath his feet, providing him stability without hindering his ability to walk. What intrigued him further was that even the faux fur collar of R4's disguise swayed in the wind, as if genuinely affected by the cold breeze. The power of technology was indeed mesmerizing. This was the fervent thought stirring in Zimo's mind at that moment. Just as Xiaya caught up with Zimo, the rear cargo door of S2 swiftly ascended, and S2 completely vanished from sight. However, shortly after, Zimo heard Yang Lin's voice through R4. There are no changes in the weather ahead. S2 has detected no anomalous energy fluctuations. After this communication, S2 will remain silent. In case of any emergencies, Shienner and I will arrive for support at the earliest opportunity. Wishing you safe travels. With that, the entire communication channel of R4 fell silent. Uzimo looked at the map, and as he amplified it with his consciousness, he observed the green dot representing S2 along with others disappearing from the map. However, their locations were now assigned new identifiers, ranging from S1 to S7, arranged according to their current sequence. The kamikaze team and other ability teams had their own missions, and their hidden positions likely served to reduce the risk of exposing one another. Although Uzimo was unaware of the reasons behind this, he did not feel compelled to ask Gao Yuan and the others such trivial questions. As a non-combatant, Uzimo was not only devoid of weaponry but also uninformed about the specific mission details. His sole task was to guide the kamikaze team to Qianqi Cliff. Even if he were absent, it seemed the kamikaze team would not lose their way. With the confidentiality agreement in place, he dared not create trouble for them. It was clear that the kamikaze team would not divulge further mission details to him, and in this desolate highland, where no signs of life could be found, expending energy in such a manner would be utterly foolish. Aren't you curious about the universe? Why not take this opportunity to learn about it? Shui Ying's voice, filled with irritation, reached Uzimo's private communication channel. Receiving Shui Ying's voice message left Uzimo quite surprised, and he quickly became intrigued. Previously astonished by R4's remarkable features, he had completely forgotten about this matter and suddenly yearned to delve into R4's database. Soon, Uzimo received another voice message from Shui Ying. Turn off the functions of R4 that you don't need. With us here, what else are you looking for? Just follow us. The super energy module is very expensive. One costs tens of millions. Listening to Shui Ying's words, Uzimo swiftly transitioned from embarrassment to astonishment, his face reflecting disbelief. A single super energy module costing tens of millions meant an entire R4 suit could be worth countless billions. No wonder Shui Ying was so protective of the R4 he wore. Uzimo hastily disabled the currently superfluous functions and began to exercise extra caution while using R4. He fixed his gaze on the graceful figure 3 meters ahead of him. Although Shui Ying exhibited no unusual behavior, he could still imagine the disdain that might appear on her face. To avoid being reprimanded by Shui Ying again, Uzimo quickly dismissed his chaotic thoughts and opened R4's database, embarking on his quest for knowledge. Like land, sea, and air, R4's database contained a plethora of categorized information, including searches, image comparison, gene comparison, voice comparison, etc., the universe, the solar system, life forms, semi-life forms, civilizations, technologies, and curiosities, which ignited Uzimo's insatiable thirst for knowledge. However, as he eagerly opened the section on the universe, he found himself staring in astonishment, his face a mask of bewilderment. Had it not been for Xiaoya's gentle nudge from behind, he would have utterly forgotten to lift his feet. The cosmos within the database did not resemble the chaotic scattering of countless stars. According to the projected images, a vast expanse of obscurity cleaved the universe in two. The colossal star systems above were arranged numerically from 1 to 48, each system distinct in orientation, some horizontal, some diagonal, some vertical, separated yet interspersed with numerous planets. Below this shroud of darkness lay a different realm, where star systems numbered from 49 to 67 were even more immense, occupying a far greater area. It was unclear what transpired there. It appeared somewhat ominous, with certain star systems even interconnected. Uzimo found himself utterly bewildered, gradually succumbing to a sense of unease. He suppressed his agitation and arbitrarily magnified one star system, but discovered that many of the planets were mere models, devoid of names. However, he soon stumbled upon a vast region marked with significance, known as the territory of the Kebesaros family, which instantly piqued his interest. Out of curiosity, Uzimo opened the designation, only to be met with discomfort. The information displayed on the right side read, Family, Kebesaros family, royal relatives of the Feyong star system. Title, Feyong Honorary Beast Legion. Race, half-winged. Possessing impure Feyong fire tyrant bloodline gene level. Intermediate danger level. High carnivorous species, the Kebesaros family governs the outer 19 sectors of the Feyong star system, encompassing 29 planets, of which 22 are utilized for breeding carnivorous creatures, colloquially known as Soros Paradise. They are notorious for instigating numerous planetary slaughter events, their infamy widely recognized. Investigation results incomplete. In 33-19, 5 records, gazing at the introduction of the Kebesaros family, Zimo felt an unsettling chill run through him, prompting him to hurriedly search for other star systems in hopes of finding a family with a penchant for peace, only to be met with disappointment and dread. It seemed that within this universe, one could scarcely survive without a hint of savagery. Weaker races faced either brutal slaughter or confinement as livestock, an authentic depiction of the law of the jungle. After perusing those search results, Zimo struggled for an extended period to regain his composure. As a mere representative of ordinary Earth humanity, he felt utterly unprepared to survive beyond his home planet. Should Earth be discovered and invaded by a civilization far superior, the fate of Earth's civilization would undoubtedly be grim. Zimo now recognized the absurdity of his prior thoughts. Earth's civilization was so feeble that, in the near term, it might scarcely venture beyond the solar system, let alone aspire to dominate any star system. Furthermore, if the extraterrestrials within the ancient Baishan were overwhelmingly formidable, how could the alliance of abilities withstand such might? Through the display interface of his glasses, Zimo stared blankly at the backs of Shui Ying and her companions, suddenly realizing the immense burden they bore on behalf of all Earth civilization. Chapter 7. The coming storm following the incident at the Northern Liang icefield. The entire Psychic Alliance was swiftly stirred. Although the situation appeared to have been quelled on the surface, the higher-ups within the Alliance were eager to uncover the truth. The Information Department of the Alliance swiftly completed the gathering and organization of intelligence, and multiple psychic teams were dispatched on secret missions to unravel the enigma of Gulong Baishan as quickly as possible. Presently, numerous leads pointed directly to Qianqi Cliff, which had already been designated as the primary exploration point for Gulong Baishan by the Alliance's headquarters, with the Shifeng team, led by Gao Yuan, assigned this crucial task. Unbeknownst to the Alliance, as the 9 psychic teams entered the Hengduan Mountains, their transport aircraft appeared vividly in a holographic projection beneath Gulong Baishan. Beside it stood the humanoid specter that had observed Zimo and his companions from a close distance 5 years prior. The projection not only displayed the clear appearance of the 9 aircraft but also meticulously labeled each individual and their equipment, with the movements of the 9 psychic teams under strict surveillance. Soon, with the opening of a grand door, a being cloaked in black approached the projection. Amidst the flickering light, the specter seemed to relay information, as a pair of faintly glowing crimson eyes scrutinized the display. At present, the situation regarding Gulong Baishan remained ambiguous. The Alliance's headquarters had already contacted the national authorities and prepared for the worst. Reinforcement units from the Alliance were on their way, and the military had been ordered to swiftly reach the designated battlefield, ever ready to confront the impending war. The decision to send 9 psychic teams into Gulong Baishan as an advance force posed significant risks, as this represented nearly 1/3 of the Alliance's psychics. However, this was a necessary course of action, even if there existed only a slim possibility of an extraterrestrial civilization's base within Gulong Baishan. The Alliance had to eliminate this potential threat to Earth's civilization. This was the very essence of the Alliance's existence. Should there truly be an extraterrestrial presence within Gulong Baishan, a peaceful diplomatic approach would be ideal, allowing Earth civilization to rapidly advance through shared knowledge. Conversely, if no diplomatic relations were possible, or if hostility was the response, then forceful eradication would be imperative. The nation could not tackle this alone and would need to collaborate with the global psychic alliance, for humanity had no alternative. Earth exists as an independent life-bearing planet, devoid of a powerful civilization as its backing and lacking formidable defensive technology. It is home to only a handful of yet-to-mature awakened psychics. If discovered by an advanced civilization near the solar system, a moment's negligence could result in invasion or annihilation. For instance, the advanced civilization base that might be concealed within Gulong Baishan could potentially produce evolved high-level clone beings, posing a threat that could easily overpower 100 Earth civilizations. Should the Alliance choose to neglect this while it still seems manageable, waiting until they create sufficient mixed gene and clone beings could lead to catastrophic consequences for Earth's civilization. Earth cannot afford such risks, and the Earth Alliance dares not place the planet in peril. Even the slightest possibility of threatening Earth's civilization must not be permitted to exist. However, due to the ongoing power struggles among various member nations of the Psychic Alliance, this information had yet to be disclosed. Instead, it was decided to announce a catastrophic alert only when the time was deemed appropriate. As the captain of the Xinfeng team, Gao Yuan was aware of the final intentions of both the Psychic Alliance and the national authorities during his earlier conversation with Zimo. His insights led him to grasp the gravity of the crisis far more acutely than Zimo could. The fourth-level evolved mixed-gene beings were not to be underestimated. As the highest-level awakened psychics within the Alliance remained at this tier, the clones might even pose a greater challenge than their original counterparts. Mixed-gene beings are cultivated, whereas clones are manufactured. Given the vastness of GODLIKE BEINGS, who could ascertain how many clones lay hidden within? 10,000? 100,000? Or even more? Faced with such a nebulous situation, Gao Yuan felt no sense of certainty. Moreover, he could not shake the feeling that something was amiss. Yet even with the ER4 detection having reached its maximum range, he was unable to pinpoint the source of his unease. The cold wind howled, and snow fell in abundance. Walking atop the mountain, the surroundings were blanketed in white. The distant terrain undulated, with deep ravines appearing frequently and numerous dark spots scattered across the wide expanse, evoking a sense of oppression. Atop the mountain, thick layers of snow concealed everything, including the path. Had it not been for Chu Jian's formidable third-level ice ability, even walking would have become a challenge. Received, Lin Xian'er responded hurriedly after hearing Gao Yuan's words. As the most experienced member of the Shinfeng team and a veteran within the Alliance, Gao Yuan's authority was not to be disregarded. After activating the main communication function of S2, Lin Xian'er promptly reported Gao Yuan's request. Before long, a massive silhouette in space above the Hongduan Mountains opened up, revealing 6 gigantic satellites resembling black steel. Each satellite featured a hollow lower section, a central locking ring, and 6 elongated wing-like appendages, appearing as though crafted from large diamond-shaped segments. They were part of our nation's Tianyan system, the all-encompassing Tianqin satellites. At that moment, 3 of the 6 Tianqin satellites began to rotate and separate, adjusting their respective positions. Concurrently, glass-like silver-gray hollow sonar cores emerged from the satellite central voids, faint currents of electricity flickering across their surfaces. Simultaneously transmitting with headquarters, Lin Xian'er connected with Gao Yuan, stating, "Captain, Tianqin number 7 and Tianqin No. 15 will arrive for support within 5 minutes. The Tianyan detection matrix has been activated, triangulation locked, and subsonic detection is nearly complete. Countdown, 7, 6, 5, 4. At the northern peak of Shitu Mountain, Gao Yuan was not the only one on high alert. Chu Jian, Qin Dong, Shuang, and Xiaoyu were all preparing as well. As Lin Xian'er announced the countdown reached 0, Gao Yuan's gaze sharpened, and a vast area of space suddenly seemed to freeze momentarily. Yi Zimo, with a grave expression, looked around, sensing something amiss, yet he could discern nothing. He could only shake his head, dismissing his own suspicions, and continued to follow Shuang, once again entering the ER4 database. In the sky, as the 6 Tianqin satellites ceased their slight tremors, their surfaces began to blur, retracting the sonar cores to adjust their positions and maintain vigilant surveillance over GODLIKE BEINGS. At this juncture, the analysis department at the Alliance headquarters had reached a conclusion. No anomalies were detected. Upon receiving the results, a flicker of surprise crossed Gao Yuan's eyes as he communicated within his consciousness, "Report results by number." Chu Jian frowned, reporting, "The airspace is normal. The mountain body is normal, and the foot of the mountain is also normal. No fluctuations in cold currents or ice layers. Report complete." Qin Dong, observing the subsonic wave fluctuations on S2, reported, "No signs of subsonic short layers detected, confirming the surrounding mountains are solid. Report complete." Next, Shuang reported, "No life energy fluctuations detected, thus unable to conclude the existence of any anomalous entities. Report complete." "Very well, maintain your vigilance." "That will be all," Gao Yuan ordered. Afterward, he connected privately with Shui Ying's consciousness, inquiring, "Has Yi Zimo shown any abnormalities?" Having previously discovered crucial evidence within Yi Zimo's memories, Gao Yuan entrusted Shui Ying with the task of independently investigating Yi Zimo's consciousness. Should she find any irregularities, she would notify the others. However, throughout their journey, Yi Zimo exhibited no signs of abnormality, leaving Shui Ying utterly speechless. After issuing his command, Gao Yuan reconnected with S2, solemnly instructing Lin Xian'er, "Notify headquarters to command all teams transport aircraft to activate interference signals and intermittently engage energy shields, and have headquarters check the subterranean river." Lin Xian'er felt a profound sense of bewilderment upon hearing this. She found it difficult to grasp the meaning behind Gao Yuan's words. Take S2 for instance. The energy shield indeed consumed a tremendous amount of energy, costing millions every second. With 9 Type 2 transport aircraft, the expenditure approached nearly 100 million per second. If energy were squandered in vain, the Alliance headquarters would undoubtedly deliver a stern reprimand. After careful consideration, Lin Xianyo hastily commanded the activation of the signal jamming source. Subsequently, she relayed Gao Yuan's request to headquarters, emphasizing the term underground. Upon receiving Lin Xianyo's encrypted message indicating that headquarters was aware of the situation, Gao Yuan felt a slight sense of relief. He lifted his gaze ahead. At this moment, they had traveled over a kilometer, and the mountains behind had long obscured S2's landing site. Just 100 meters further, they would set foot on another snow-covered peak. Thus far, the peculiar sensations he had previously felt had yet to resurface, which left him somewhat perplexed. Could it be that his instincts were mistaken? The wind and snow persisted, and the surroundings remained terrifyingly silent. Gao Yuan inexplicably sensed that this was akin to the calm before a storm. Yet, even if hail the size of a person's head were to descend upon this highland snow mountain, he would remain undaunted. The kamikaze squad were not individuals to fear death. They had the backing of the Psychic Alliance, their nation, and indeed, the entire world. If, in the end, the entire world could not conquer this minuscule Gumeng by mountain, then the extinction of human civilization would not be far off. At this juncture, Yi Zimo need not worry about the crises in the real world. He could merely be considered a scholar with an insatiable thirst for knowledge. Unconcerned with the kamikaze squad's mission or his own mortality, he yearned only to delve into the database, mastering the confidential information unknown to ordinary folk. After all, even though he harbored deep concerns about the state and future of the Earth, he understood that as an ordinary individual, he could change nothing, even if he sacrificed his life. Indeed, Yi Zimo had yet to experience the struggle for survival. He had only fantasized about it, exhaustively imagined it, but everything he envisioned was, in Shui Ying's eyes, merely a fleeting dream. Chapter 8. An unforeseen surge. Of course, Shui Ying was well aware of Gao Yuan's insistence on bringing Yi Zimo along. Initially, many speculated that Yi Zimo was under the control of extraterrestrial beings, or that he had been transformed into a hybrid genetic entity, part human and part machine. Although Shui Ying later dismissed these notions, one could hardly believe that an ordinary person's genes were repurposed by aliens to create a hybrid organism, seamlessly merging with extraterrestrial life forms and evolving into a higher life form, complete with clones of this evolved entity. The fact that this ordinary individual managed to escape the watchful eyes of aliens and lived undisturbed for 5 years was simply too incredible to fathom. Donor, an astronomy enthusiast from the Adel star system who had established candid relations with the Western European Abilities Alliance, had traversed much of the universe. Alongside numerous fellow enthusiasts, she constructed the most comprehensive cosmic star map. With her profound understanding of the universe, she was acutely aware of the ultimate shortcomings of genetic technology. In this realm, genes are categorized into qualitative and non-qualitative types. Qualitative genes cannot merge with one another, nor with non-qualitative genes. Fusion can only occur among non-qualitative genes. Human genes fall into the latter category, as do the living mechanical genes of extraterrestrial beings. However, once two non-qualitative genes fuse, they inevitably transform into qualitative genes, rendering the genetic chain devoid of any replicable potential. This constitutes a mysterious protective mechanism inherent to living organisms that is challenging to breach. Yet, with the emergence of a clone of the hybrid genetic entity of Yi Zimo and the alien mechanical race in the northern Liang ice field, it seemed to defy this established rule. It remained uncertain whether it was Yi Zimo's genes that were anomalous or those of the alien mechanical beings. Should it be the former, Yi Zimo would undoubtedly be pursued fervently by various civilizations. If the latter, the plight of Earth civilization would become increasingly precarious. The Abilities Alliance had already ordered the kamikaze squad to conduct comprehensive examinations and sample extractions from Yi Zimo, and the results indicated that his genes were merely those of an ordinary human. Consequently, the Alliance could only conclude that there was a 99% likelihood that the anomalous genes resided within the ancient Meng Baishan. Such a potent and perfect gene was something the Abilities Alliance yearned to acquire, if harnessed to create a vast clone army of hybrid human-machine entities. The military might of Earth civilization would multiply exponentially. Moreover, such a formidable clone army could easily descend upon the moon or even more distant planets, providing not only military strength for the solar system but also searching for and acquiring abundant resources to meet the developmental needs of Earth civilization. Who would not covet these advantages? At present, Yi Zimo was oblivious to many circumstances, believing himself to be an innocent bystander. As a non-combatant, he could only endeavor to expand his knowledge to satiate his fleeting curiosity, a means to pass the time. The universe is vast, yet when condensed, it is merely a cluster of densely packed celestial bodies. Although Yzimo aimlessly searched within this expanse, he gleaned a wealth of information. Albeit the influx of new knowledge overwhelmed his consciousness, leaving him somewhat dazed. Shaking his head, Yzimo activated the search command. Search for the location of Earth within the solar system of the Milky Way. The search results left him momentarily stunned. He blinked rapidly and hastily researched the location of the Milky Way, yet the results yielded no relevant information. Subsequently, he searched for the locations of both the Milky Way and Earth separately, but the outcome remained unchanged. At that moment, Shaya appeared to have thought of something delightful, her face suddenly brimming with joy. Yzimo, turning to glance at her, seemed to catch her in a moment of elation, which swiftly transformed into astonishment. Just then, a chime sounded, and Yzimo received a voice message from the adorable Shaya, which automatically played. Yzimo, do you think the chicken or the egg came first? In the next instant, Shaya received a voice message from Yzimo. Heroine, what is Earth's position in the universe? However, Yzimo soon followed up with a confident voice message. The egg came first. Shaya was taken aback and quickly inquired, why? Without the chicken, how could there be an egg? I don't know. Shaya's tone was noticeably unfriendly as she shot an irritated glance at Yzimo, leaving him perplexed. It was merely a circular question. Why the fuss? In pursuit of the desired answer, Yzimo cautiously posed another voice inquiry. Surely not. Heroine, even you don't know? What about the aliens that came to Earth? Do they not know either? At this juncture, Shuang could no longer endure the conversation. She sent a voice message to Yzimo. Extraterrestrials who mistakenly entered the solar system are even more eager to know where they are than you. Yet, they have no clues whatsoever. The constellations they have encountered are unfamiliar to them. They cannot even escape the solar system and must choose to land on Earth and temporarily reside here. But rest assured, the International Abilities Alliance headquarters has utilized hidden technology to conceal Earth from space for over 30 years. We are temporarily safe. Shui Ying's words were always so persuasive that Yzimo set aside his conflicts. However, Shui Ying paid him little heed, and he could only follow behind her, redirecting his focus to the database. This time, he accessed the information repository for Earth. The Earth Information Repository contained limited data. Aside from the solar system's planetary distribution and a holographic projection of Earth's current state, there were only 3 data options. Yet, the first option, Abilities Awakeners Cosmic Version, invigorated Yzimo. He could not help but eagerly open it, revealing a plethora of text and a few images. As he rapidly perused the content, his understanding of Abilities Awakeners deepened. Evolution is a necessary process for all life to adapt to its environment, as well as an opportunity for life to absorb cosmic energy and enable its genes to grow anew. Any being that has undergone its first evolution is referred to as an awakener, also known as an abilities user on Earth, collectively termed Abilities Awakeners. Some star systems refer to them as evolvers or true spirits. Cosmic energy is simply raw energy, yet it also serves as the origin of life. Some forms of life absorb cosmic energy during their gestation, achieving genetic growth from birth as innate awakeners. Conversely, other beings must absorb cosmic energy post-birth to undergo genetic growth and become awakeners. In the universe, even the most rudimentary single-celled organisms absorb cosmic energy to enhance themselves. And even ordinary life forms without an evolutionary consciousness are subtly influenced by the absorption of cosmic energy. However, not all life can awaken. Countless beings perish along the path to awakening. Cosmic energy is virtually omnipresent. Yet this does not imply that any given amount is sufficient to awaken any life form on Earth. This is referred to as fate. The opportunity for genetic growth represents a chance for a being to reshape itself and serves as the key to unlocking the gateway to cosmic energy. Such growth can lead to the evolution of genes into aberrant energies aligned with cosmic energy, a divine boon from the universe on Earth, referred to as supernatural abilities. There are myriad forms of aberrant genetic energy, typically classified in order of strength as follows: time, space, power, soul power, lightning, wind, ice, fire, poison, light, dark. And the 12th type, anomalous entities. However, the latter remains an enigma, as the physical or spiritual form of an anomalous entity may give rise to any of the preceding 11 energies. And there is also a chance that anomalous energy could alter the host's genes, transforming it into a multifaceted and powerful life form, as depicted in certain sci-fi films on Earth. Ordinary life is classified as level 1 prior to awakening, progressing through levels 2 and 3 up to the known 12th level. Levels 2 to 4 are further designated as initial, intermediate, and advanced evolutionary levels. while levels 5 to 7 are termed super initial, intermediate, and advanced. In this narrative, levels of power are delineated, with level 8 representing the sacred, level 9 the divine, level 10 the stellar, level 11 the galactic, and level 12 the cosmic, collectively referred to as the cosmic sovereign. The universe is vast, seemingly boundless, teeming with infinite energy and endless life. Certain beings, once bestowed with the universe's grace and transcending the chasm to become awakened, can more effectively absorb cosmic energy, evolving to higher genetic tiers, continuously growing stronger, potentially reaching the pinnacle level of the cosmic sovereign, existing in harmony with the cosmos. How alluring this prospect is. Zemo observed with rapt attention, filled with envy, his blood surging with excitement as he instinctively aligned the members of the Divine Wind squad with their respective prowess. Upon finishing his exploration of the various abilities in their descriptions, he promptly navigated to the second option, Earth's history. However, upon reading the introduction, he could not help but exclaim in disbelief. Just then, he was abruptly alerted by R4, which transmitted Young Lin's urgent voice. Be cautious, detection indicates. The transmission was mysteriously cut off, leading Zemo to question whether he had misheard. He glanced up just in time to witness a massive surge of anomalous energy waves rushing in from the low horizon. In an instant, the energy waves swept past him, and despite R4's footpad adhesion, he struggled to maintain his balance, nearly toppling over. The previously unrelenting cold wind seemed to have vanished, leaving the swirling snow in disarray, creating an eerily silent atmosphere that sent shivers down one's spine. Even Xiaoyu appeared bewildered, glancing around in confusion, clearly indicating that the Divine Wind squad was equally perplexed by the unfolding events. Maintain the defensive formation, prepare to withstand the impact. Soon after, a resonant voice echoed through R4's public communication channel. In the next moment, R4's intelligent voice chimed in. Warning, warning, a violent snowstorm is approaching. Countdown, 15 seconds, 14, 13. Escape route has been established. Please evacuate immediately. Warning, warning, violent snowstorm is. In a rush, Zemo turned to look ahead, only to see a dark mist sweeping in like a tidal wave, engulfing the colossal mountains in the distance. As his gaze sharpened, his expression transformed into one of sheer terror. Chapter 9. The first clash at this moment. The command center of the Central Ability Alliance in our country was in utter disarray. The sudden appearance of an energy shockwave in the ancient Meibai Mountain was exceedingly peculiar, abruptly severing the communication between the command center and the various ability teams within the mountain. Now, a ferocious snowstorm had unexpectedly emerged, its speed alarmingly swift, engulfing the entire ancient Meibai Mountain in an incessant deluge. As the violent storm raged on, energy interference was detected, rendering the connection with the equipment within the storm impossible. The colossal holographic projection of the ancient Meibai Mountain, deployed by the command center's main intelligence entity, Tianji, displayed that even after the shockwave, the snowstorm continued to persist, intriguingly confined within the boundaries of the ancient Meibai Mountain. Inside the command room, nearly 10 individuals stared helplessly at the holographic projection. Among them, a bespectacled gentleman struck the circular table before him with a fist, cursing in frustration. This man was Chun Hao, the technical overseer of the Ability Alliance headquarters, responsible for the operation and command of all advanced technologies. Yet, a mere segment of the ancient Meibai Mountain had rendered the entire Ability Alliance powerless, igniting a burning fury within him. Tianji, activate the T7 to T12 Tianqin satellites to form a 6-point matrix for detection. Chen Hao, unwilling to concede, hastily commanded Tianji using his authority. He hoped that the interference from the energy shockwave had subsided, allowing for a swift re-establishment of contact with the teams inside. In the next moment, the Tianqin satellites, recently dispatched for support, emerged from their concealed state, aligning to form a circle as they rotated slowly to target the ancient Meibai Mountain, simultaneously releasing ion energy downwards. Soon, the blizzard depicted in the holographic projection began to dissipate, revealing a vast storm eye at its center. Strangely, the storm eye remained stationary. Observing the effectiveness of the ion energy, a smile spread across Chun Hao's face. However, that smile quickly froze. The ion energy inexplicably vanished, and within 2 seconds, the storm eye was once again obscured by the snowstorm. Chun Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. The personnel from the relevant departments appeared equally at a loss. Despite the ion energy detection being one of the most advanced multidimensional technologies on Earth, capable of penetrating complex energies, it still failed to unveil the situation at the storm's center, let alone restore communication through ion energy conversion. Numerous seasoned technical analysts were equally helpless, though they unanimously concluded that there must be an extraterrestrial energy machine at the storm's eye. They promptly forwarded their analysis to the command room. After reviewing the results, Chen Hao exchanged glances with the commander's deputy, Meng Fik, his expression grave as he said, "The adversary is indeed formidable. They may even possess a civilization more advanced than that of the Shadows." Meng Fik, closely associated with Gao Yuan, felt a surge of anxiety, especially since the 9 ability teams entering the ancient Meibai Mountain were the backbone of the alliance. Yet, as the commander of the Ability Alliance headquarters, despite her furrowed brow and unease, her mind remained sharp. She issued a direct order for 6 of the 12 Type 1 main assault transport aircraft to proceed to their designated positions, escorting the infiltration team to the upstream and downstream of the underground river in the ancient Meibai Mountain. The remaining 6 Type 1 transport aircraft were to split into pairs, with 2 groups circling outside the storm to investigate, while another group ascended for aerial reconnaissance. After completing their mission, the escort team would patrol from above. All transport aircraft were instructed not to engage in blind attacks. Only upon being attacked could they retaliate with full force to demonstrate the stance of Earth's civilization. After a moment of contemplation, Meng Fik contacted the military to ensure that the long-range missile units were on standby and ordered the rear support aircraft to begin their ascent and patrol, dispatching various drones and instructing special operations forces to board transport planes for immediate deployment. The unknown energy interference within the ancient Meibai Mountain was formidable, enveloping the entire area and leaving no opportunity for the Ability Alliance to find a flaw. Chen Hao had Tianji conduct multiple scans, but the results weakened with each attempt. Frustrated by the disheartening outcomes, Chen Hao fixed his gaze on Meng Fik and earnestly stated, "Commander, I request the use of the Tianyan system for indiscriminate strikes on the storm center to ensure the safety of the 9 teams." Before Chen Hao could finish, Meng Fik gestured for him to stop speaking, her tone grave as she replied, "Do not forget that our primary objective for this operation is to establish diplomatic relations. The adversary has only taken defensive measures thus far. Their strength remains unknown. If we strike now, it would be tantamount to declaring war, putting the 9 teams at greater risk and potentially incurring more losses." Meng Fik's reasoning was not without merit, but seeing Chen Hao's unwillingness to relent, she added with a slight smile, "Rest assured, the 9 teams are the Alliance's elite, capable of handling numerous crises. We must wait until the adversary shows signs of aggression before we act." Pausing for emphasis, Meng Fik's gaze sharpened as she continued, "At that moment, we will respond with unwavering force." The technological prowess of the adversary evidently surpassed that of the Ability Alliance, and Meng Fik was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Subsequently, she reached out to the chief director of the command center, Chen Tianxiu, requesting permission to seek assistance from the Shadows from another star system through a secure channel. At a gathering of the North American Ability Alliance, the sprightly white-haired elder Chen Tianxiu grandly introduced the Shadow cloaked in black robes to the surrounding admirers, seizing the opportunity to slip away from the crowd to a quiet corner. "We are ourselves, and they are them. No worries, maintain the status quo. If necessary, consult with the girl. The conference is set to last 3 days. Let us not make too much noise, or it could be detrimental. If all else fails, we can reveal our cards in the end." Chen Tianxiu pressed his earpiece, delivering a lengthy monologue as if genuinely conversing with someone not far from him. A blonde beauty in a red gown, holding a wine glass, listened intently, her expression one of confusion. As Chen Tianxiu prepared to enter the gathering, the beauty hurried over, smiling as she spoke in relatively fluent Chinese. "Mr. Chen, it seems your side has been making quite a stir in the West lately." "Oh, Miss Dalian, you are remarkably well informed. This matter, even you are aware of it?" Chen Tianxiu feigned surprise, then chuckled, "Rest assured, we are merely exterminating a swarm of extraterrestrial parasites. You must know how quickly they reproduce. It's truly bothersome." Without allowing the beauty to respond, Chen Tianxiu gestured for her to accompany him into the gathering. Back at the headquarters of the Ability Alliance, Meng Fik fell into deep contemplation after ending her communication. Chen Tianxiu's intentions were clear. He wished to keep the Shadows in the dark, and he had granted her permission to seek external aid. Steeling herself, Meng Fik summoned Chen Hao, instructing him to quietly redirect 6 Tianqin satellites, leaving only 3 to monitor the remaining territory within the ancient Meibai Mountain. Following Gao Yuan's proposal, headquarters ordered 9 Type 2 transport aircraft to alternate activating their energy shields. However, the shockwave arrived too swiftly. 2 aircraft, having shut down their shields, failed to reactivate in time, and suffered extensive system failures, entering a state of paralysis. The remaining 7 transport aircraft took off just before the ferocious snowstorm arrived, managing to escape with great difficulty thanks to their energy shields. Upon re-establishing contact with headquarters, they were quickly assigned tasks to deploy beacons at the approximate locations of the various teams. On the periphery of the ancient Maybai Mountain, 8 ability teams found themselves unable to escape the onslaught of energy shockwaves, with nearly half of the personnel's R4 combat suits rendered inoperative, severing their communication with the transport aircraft and the Alliance headquarters. However, even in the absence of a backup R4, the mere blizzard could not thwart them, for they were all awakened beings endowed with extraordinary abilities. Upon entering the ancient Mount Baishan, they received a directive to provide full support to the kamikaze team in case of unforeseen circumstances, prompting them to hasten towards the perilous 1,000-foot cliff. Yet, they soon found themselves encircled by a multitude of formidable creatures. Amidst the raging tempest, 7 Type 2 transport aircraft were positioned to deploy silver beacon launchers resembling large syringes, only to be ambushed by colossal, eagle-like monstrosities emerging from the storm. One aircraft was caught unawares, its structure torn apart by the creature's razor-sharp talons, while 2 others were struck by the fiery orange blasts emitted from the beast's maws, resulting in catastrophic explosions. When the S2 faced the onslaught of these monstrous birds, Lin Xinyuan swiftly unleashed unmanned drones to combat the threat. However, the creatures were astoundingly swift and ferocious, their numbers rapidly multiplying. Were it not for young Lin's exceptional flying skills, the S2 would have met its demise. Fortunately, 2 Type 1 transport aircraft soon arrived to provide much-needed assistance, ultimately obliterating the avian menace. On the northern neighboring peak of Shishantu, the kamikaze team was on standby under Gao Yuan's command. Suddenly, Gao Yuan furrowed his brow and, with a gesture, summoned a beacon launcher marked with the S2 insignia. The latest mission, to breach the opposing forces' blockade, locate their base with haste, and negotiate with their representatives. Should they encounter formidable resistance, they were to send a signal, and their side would launch a full-scale assault. As the fierce blizzard bore down upon them, he genuinely feared for their survival, only to be astonished when the tempest swept directly over their heads. It felt as though an imperceptible shield of transparent, bulletproof glass hovered above them, allowing for a remarkably clear view, even as massive boulders hurtled towards them without causing a stir. Although it was evident that Gao Yuan had conjured a spatial shield using his extraordinary abilities, the strength of this barrier was astonishing. Regrettably, he had little time to admire it before it vanished. Shortly thereafter, he sensed the relentless wind abating, and as he beheld the snow congealing into ice, he realized that Chu Jian had employed his ice-based abilities. Regardless of the circumstances, with a new mission at hand that required no discretion, Yi Zimo could not suppress a burgeoning anticipation to showcase his prowess. Just as he contemplated whether to request weaponry for self-defense from Xue Ying or Gao Yuan, an unexpected dizziness washed over him, accompanied by Xue Ying's voice echoing in his mind. "Stop causing trouble." Gao Yuan's gaze sharpened, and he commanded in the realm of consciousness, "Prepare to advance at full speed, target 1,000-foot cliff." No sooner had Gao Yuan's order been issued than 2 massive dark shapes plummeted from above. Yu Zimo focused intently, and his glasses immediately locked onto the targets, revealing them to be evolved, high-level organisms, their life signs critically low. As the 2 gigantic black birds hurtled towards them, Yu Zimo instinctively recoiled, only to witness their sudden disappearance, leaving him bewildered, just as he assumed Gao Yuan had utilized spatial abilities to remove the threat. He heard Xue Ying's stern voice, "Stay close to me, do not wander off." No sooner had Xue Ying's admonition left her lips than Yu Zimo sensed something amiss. The temperature around them plummeted alarmingly, and a chill crept over him. Moreover, something appeared to be moving within the swirling snow ahead. Straining to see, he found that the distance was too great for his glasses to lock onto the target, yet he remained convinced that living creatures lurked within the blizzard. At that moment, the Whitehead Peak had been transformed into the Blackhead Peak by the violent storm. Despite the diminishing intensity of the blizzard ahead, the relentless flurry of snow obscured their vision. Nevertheless, the increasing number of large white forms moving amidst the black remained discernible. Thus, with certainty, Yu Zimo hastily sent a voice message to Xue Ying, "Sister Ying, there is something in the direction of 317 on the compass." Chapter 10, the anomalies glancing at the ground where icy frost was creeping ominously closer. Chu Jian furrowed his brow. Possessing the unique ability of ice manipulation, He was acutely sensitive to the presence of other ice-related energies. He discerned that formidable ice-based entities were approaching, yet their precise location eluded him. In a moment of urgency, he connected with Shuang in the consciousness space, asking, "Sistering, have you located them? I can hardly restrain myself from taking action." Upon hearing this, Shui Ying's gaze sharpened, her eyes shimmering with a peculiar intensity as she meticulously sensed the soul vibrations around her, searching for the strange life forms. Soon, she made a significant discovery, marking all identified entities on the R4 map and sharing the information with everyone. The map's updates were accompanied by audio alerts, prompting YZMO to quickly examine the changes. Upon magnifying the image, he noticed several pale red and deep red dots, along with 4 faint blue dots in the distance. Just as YZMO focused on the nearest red dot, the ground's icy surface suddenly shattered and fragmented, sending shards flying in all directions. Startled, he watched as the raging blizzard around him abruptly stilled, revealing a clear view ahead. To his astonishment, he spotted 3 enormous white-furred wolves, each standing nearly 3 meters tall, stealthily approaching him. Their formidable fangs appeared thick and menacing, capable of severing a cow's thigh with ease, while their eyes glowed with a fierce crimson light. The R4's scanning function swiftly gathered data on the 3 wolves, identifying them as mid-level, Tier 3 evolved beings. It was conceivable that they hailed from the same realm as the monstrous bird that had previously plummeted from the skies. Were they extraterrestrial creatures or mere pets of aliens? The sight of such colossal snow wolves was almost beyond Yizimo's comprehension. However, a different possibility soon crept into his mind, one rooted in the legends of the Hongliang culture. According to the tales, a millennium ago, the Hongliang Mountains enjoyed an eternal spring, teeming with fruits and extraordinary creatures, revered by nearby tribes as a sacred land. One day, driven by a pilgrimage spirit, the tribes convened and elected 8 esteemed individuals to seek out a great sage. To their astonishment, they were guided by a gigantic deer adorned with strange trees on its antlers to the sage's dwelling. This sage was a breathtakingly beautiful woman radiating a divine aura, residing in a vibrant landscape filled with blooming red flowers. Her attire, appearance, and wisdom seemed to belong only to the celestial realm, leading the 8 to worship her as a true deity. Indeed, she was a divine being, possessing a beauty that rivaled the sun, moon, and stars, and the ability to communicate with all creatures. With a mere breath, she healed the wounded among the 8 and alleviated their exhaustion. Her words were filled with profound truths, brimming with mysteries that the 8 could scarcely comprehend. It seemed she had long perceived the entirety of existence, her expression perpetually one of serene compassion. Upon their departure, she summoned 8 blossoms, which swiftly transformed into fruits that she bestowed upon them. After consuming the fruits, their minds were illuminated, and even the eldest appeared significantly rejuvenated, convincing them that they had encountered divine fruit. In due course, the people, after enduring countless hardships, discovered a spring in the land of the red flowers. To honor the divine woman and express their longing, they erected a temple at the spring. However, following a cataclysmic event that shook the mountains, the landscape transformed dramatically, and the temple vanished, leaving behind only the strange 100 peaks of snow. 5 years ago, after encountering the legend of the ancient Baishan on television, YZMO shared his curiosity with Yiziming, who resolved to explore Baishan primarily in search of the divine. Now, witnessing these magnificent wolves reminiscent of the mythical creatures from the tales, YZMO felt an involuntary shiver of fear at their ferocity. He swallowed hard and cautiously edged closer to Shuang, terrified of attracting the wolves' attention and facing a swift demise. Simultaneously, he began to entertain doubts about whether the goddess from the legends might actually be a hidden awakener of extraordinary abilities. Before he could ponder further, the 3 wolves, aware they had been discovered, emitted low growls and simultaneously lunged towards the nearest Shuang. The moment startled YZMO awake. Confronted with the wolves' imposing figures and fierce gazes, the sound of their growls sent a wave of dread through him, rendering him momentarily weak. He was not unwilling to flee, but his limbs felt like lead. When the R4 sensed his distress and aided him in lifting his leg, he hesitated, fearing any movement might draw the wolves' ire and provoke an attack. Shuang, glancing curiously at YZMO, was unaware that he possessed knowledge of how to confront a pack of wolves. It was merely a fleeting thought. Before the wolves could close the distance, she turned and raised her hand towards them, causing the 3 wolves to rise uncontrollably from the ground. With a focused gaze, Shuang intensified her effort, and the wolves' expressions twisted in suffering. At that moment, a surge of air swept through, and the wolves' necks were severed in quick succession. Qin Dong suddenly appeared, maintaining his characteristic smile, wielding a long, dark blade from which dark red liquid dripped. He said nothing as he approached the 3 wolf carcasses, swiftly severing their tails and extracting 12 thick fangs from their mouths. Before long, the 3 wolves fell lifelessly to the ground, their wounds gushing blood and staining their white fur a dark crimson. Though their powerful legs continued to thrash for a moment, they soon convulsed and fell still. YZMO watched in astonishment as the members of the Chiffon team executed their coordinated attack with remarkable fluidity, effortlessly dispatching the 3 Tier 3 wolves, an eye-opening experience for him. As the wolves lay motionless, the closest red dots on the map dimmed and faded away. Yet YZMO quickly noticed that all remaining red dots were rapidly converging towards them. A loud wolf howl erupted from behind a nearby hill. And as it abruptly ceased, a colossal wolf, towering 5 meters high, emerged from the swirling snow. It was unmistakable. The Wolf King had arrived. As the Wolf King made its entrance, a multitude of wolves surrounded it, all significantly smaller in stature. The Wolf King let out a deep, resonant growl, prompting the other wolves to join in a cacophony of low howls that became increasingly overwhelming. Faced with the densely clustered red dots on the map, YZMO was filled with trepidation. Cautiously scanning his surroundings, he felt a pressing urgency, while 3 Tier 3 wolves were manageable. The thought of confronting hundreds left him questioning the Chiffon team's chances of survival. Yet, strangely, he observed that none of the team members seemed inclined to act. The wolves' collective growls crashed over them like a tidal wave, unsettling his spirit. As they howled, mist billowed from their nostrils until one wolf suddenly emitted a choking sound, as if an obstruction had lodged in its throat. This sound was jarring, and it spread like a contagion, causing many wolves to cease their growling, their eyes bloodshot as they shook their heads in distress. In just a few seconds, the chorus of howls dissipated, even the Wolf King shaking its head vigorously before bowing down to retch. It was unclear whether it expelled anything, but upon lifting its head, dark red blood flowed profusely from its mouth. The Wolf King, clearly sensing its defeat, turned to flee, yet before it could escape, it collapsed, convulsing violently. With each movement, dark blood gushed from its neck, revealing a sharp eye spike protruding from within, rapidly enlarging. Chujian's right hand extended slightly, causing the eye spike to pierce through the Wolf King's formidable skull, swiftly extinguishing its life force. Seeing that the greatest threat had temporarily dissipated, he ceased to squander time. With a firm grip, he shattered the eye spikes protruding from the throats of each colossal wolf. Previously, upon discovering the icy fog among the wolf pack, YZMO had surmised that Chu Jian was employing ice-based abilities. However, he had not anticipated that Chu Jian had made prior preparations and had swiftly dealt with the Wolf King first. The densely packed giant wolves formed a vast circle, yet they no longer posed any danger. Blood gushed from their throats, and as one colossal wolf collapsed in convulsions, the others followed suit, falling lifelessly without uttering a sound. The multitude of red dots on the map dimmed rapidly, vanishing in quick succession, a truly spectacular sight that left YZMO invigorated, nearly prompting him to applaud. Fortunately, he restrained himself. Although the wolf threat had been neutralized, numerous pink dots were still approaching from all directions, and the faint blue markers loomed ever closer. The Chiffon team had not even resorted to using conventional weapons, effortlessly dispatching the large pack of giant wolves and eliminating their leader, thereby enhancing YZMO's perception of their formidable prowess. From the R4 database, YZMO had already grasped the immense power of extraordinary abilities, and he had witnessed the Chiffon team utilize their powers in succession. Indeed, those who had awakened such abilities were impressive, and he felt a deep sense of envy and admiration. Aware of YZMO's thoughts, Shuang cast him a proud glance and sent him a voice message. So, impressive, right? YZMO nodded in silent agreement, and in the next moment, he watched in astonishment as Shuang, seemingly showing off, clenched her hand, causing fangs and severed tails to soar from the wolf pack, only to vanish suddenly. Gradually, YZMO began to suspect that Qin Dong's intervention was merely to enrage the Wolf King, luring the entire pack into a trap. He suddenly realized that the Chiffon team was far more complex than they appeared. Shuang offered no explanations, nor did the Chiffon team linger any longer. Gao Yuan had already issued orders for an offensive in the consciousness space, instructing Shuang to protect YZMO while also checking for any lurking life forms. Xiaoyu retreated to the rear, while Chu Jian moved to the right and Qin Dong to the left, with Gao Yuan leading the way. Shuang followed closely behind Gao Yuan. Their movement transformed from a steady advance to a rapid dispersal, and soon, Xiaoyu and the others were out of sight. With the crisis still looming, Shuang took special care of YZMO, swiftly propelling him forward as if he were weightless. Yet, observing Shui Ying's alluring figure in motion, Yuzimo felt a peculiar discomfort. Despite having offended her numerous times since their acquaintance, he was now being coddled like a helpless child, which left him, a proud man, feeling quite uneasy. Regrettably, Yuzimo was not spared by Shuang this time, for his thoughts were somewhat inappropriate, and her piercing glare struck him like a jolt of electricity, causing him to involuntarily cry out in surprise and pain. Regardless of whether Shui Ying was probing his consciousness, Yuzimo could not help but think of her as a fierce tigress. Just then, a strange sound echoed in his mind, allowing him to temporarily cast aside thoughts of Shui Ying. Shui Ying moved swiftly, drawing closer to the faint red marker behind Gao Yuan. At last, they approached. Gao Yuan did not pause. As Yuzimo reached the point where the faint red marker vanished, he discovered the ground littered with the remnants of a colossal creature. Our force scans revealed that the gigantic monster resembled a white, massive steel centipede, measuring 11 meters in length and nearly 2 meters in width, with toxic mist glands in its mouth, albeit at a mere second level. It remained a mystery how Gao Yuan had managed to slay it, for along their path lay 7 such grotesque corpses, all in a state of disarray. Yet, not long after, Gao Yuan finally came to a halt. The vast area surrounding him rippled with waves as if impacted by phantasmal entities, and when Shuang intervened to halt the illusions, R4 detected the phantasmic information on Yuzimo, leaving him utterly astonished. Chapter 11. Doubt Frost Venom Mo, the first named monster, is a highly evolved being of level 4, possessing the dual powers of ice and poison. Furthermore, it is a genuine extraterrestrial life form. Yuzimo gazed intently, for it was his first encounter with alien life, and he could not help but be filled with astonishment and suspicion. The Frost Venom Mo was undoubtedly formidable. Even the relentless Gao Yuan was forced to halt his advance and switch to a defensive stance. Previously, a massive boulder, propelled by the ferocious blizzard, had crashed down without affecting Gao Yuan's spatial shield in the slightest. Yet, under the assault of the Frost Venom Mo, the shield reacted significantly, underscoring the creature's terrifying power. However, the Frost Venom Mo did not manage to breach Gao Yuan's spatial shield. It was likely that Shuang had attacked the Frost Venom Mo, causing its tentacle strikes to slow considerably. Seizing the opportunity, Gao Yuan transformed defense into offense, swiftly severing a tentacle with a decisive motion of his hand. A deep, resonant sound akin to a bull's bellow echoed forth, and the Frost Venom Mo began to thrash violently. Shuang furrowed her brow, losing her mental control over it. The blizzard was too intense. Without Chu Jian stabilizing the moisture, the Frost Venom Mo's position was invisible to the naked eye, and even R4 could not lock onto it. Nevertheless, the marker on the map remained. Yuzimo followed the direction and suddenly noticed a flash of white in midair, where large volumes of snow had sprouted soft, hair-like ice crystals, faintly illuminated by a cerulean glow. It was evident that the snow had been poisoned by the Frost Venom Mo, but it seemed to have overlooked Gao Yuan's spatial abilities. In an instant, the poisoned snow vanished, flung away by Gao Yuan's actions. The next moment, Gao Yuan abruptly disappeared. In the air ahead, Gao Yuan reappeared, observing a massive, swirling mass of white mist below. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and sliced downward. An illusory spatial mark cut through the mist, which was soon swept away by the wind, revealing the form of the Frost Venom Mo. This Frost Venom Mo stood an impressive 10 meters tall, its head slightly pointed and its tentacles rather slender. After Gao Yuan delivered a critical blow with a spatial rift, its once translucent head reverted to a solid silver-white flesh. In the midst of the howling winds, the Frost Venom Mo's body suddenly split in two, collapsing with a thud. Gao Yuan raised his hand to seize control of the corpse, relocating it to a sheltered spot on the mountaintop, marking its position on the map to share with others. With 3 more Frost Venom Mo's remaining, Gao Yuan did not linger, disappearing once again. When Shui Ying and Yuzimo arrived at the newly marked point, she reached out to grasp the 2 severed heads of the Frost Venom Mo, extracting and blending the contents together. Yuzimo watched in horror, too afraid to breathe. He had no doubt that if he provoked Shuang, she would do the same to him. If you knew that Xiaoya had once used soul-hunting equipment to craft venomous projectiles from the Frost Venom Mo to slay a level 5 super lizard, would you still deem me cruel? Just as Yuzimo's face paled and he felt nauseous, he suddenly heard Shui Ying's clear voice, and images of the perilous battle of the Shinfeng team flashed in his mind. In a dense forest, the Shinfeng team battled a massive, dark lizard, their strength tested to the limit. The super lizard was immensely powerful, effortlessly snapping trees and shattering boulders, yet sustaining no harm itself. The coordination of the Shinfeng team was seamless, but they could not overcome the super lizard, whose tough skin rendered the standard penetrating rounds of their soul-hunting equipment ineffective. Xiaoya's heavy artillery struck it directly, creating a massive crater, but merely causing superficial damage. Ultimately, it was indeed Xiaoya who, utilizing the venomous projectiles crafted from the frost venom MO, successfully targeted a wound on the super lizard, leading to its demise. Shuang showed Yizimo the footage captured by R4, with no signs of deceit. Yizimo nodded, relinquishing any special bias against the Shinfeng team. Yizimo could well imagine that the alliance of special powers would require even more formidable weaponry, a necessity for the stability of Earth's civilization. Nonetheless, the venom of the frost venom MO was truly terrifying. It had incapacitated a level 5 super being in less than 10 seconds, a fact that astounded him. Time was of the essence, and Shuang did not linger to explain further. She focused intently on extracting the toxins from the venom cells, quickly achieving results. The frost venom MO appeared to have a significant amount of venom remaining. After successfully condensing 7 drops, Shuang broke into a radiant smile. In that moment, Yizimo felt an inexplicable longing. He had never envisioned the aloof Shuang could smile so beautifully, seemingly melting the ice and snow around her. He stared, feeling an unfamiliar warmth blossom within him. Soon, Qin Dong and Chu Jian should have completed their tasks and were rapidly approaching Yizimo and Shuang. While Xiaoya remained stationary, her position barely shifting. Yizimo paid close attention to Gao Yuan's marked position on the map. After Gao Yuan eliminated the second frost venom MO, he promptly moved to the third, vanishing and reappearing in a manner that was utterly inscrutable. Spatial abilities ranked second among various powers. They were versatile and extraordinarily potent. Yizimo yearned to witness Gao Yuan's true prowess firsthand, yet fate denied him that opportunity, leaving him with a sense of regret. Just after Yizimo harbored this thought, perhaps Shuang had relayed something to Gao Yuan, for he sent Yizimo a real-time connection request. Surprised yet eager, Yizimo quickly accepted the connection. On the right side of his augmented reality view, the footage recorded by Gao Yuan's R4 synced, though it flickered erratically, leaving Yizimo momentarily dazzled. At that moment, Gao Yuan was engaged in combat with a larger frost venom MO. It was evident that this opponent was formidable, enveloping the area in a toxic mist that barred him from entering. Each time he utilized spatial displacement, toxic ice crystals exploded around him. In truth, Gao Yuan's battle was perilously dangerous. The poison of the frost venom MO was insurmountable even for super beings, and should he come into contact, his demise would be certain. Fortunately, Gao Yuan was experienced, deftly maneuvering and dodging, severing the tentacles of the frost venom MO until he ultimately cleaved it in two. The next frost venom MO proved less challenging. Upon appearing above the mist, Gao Yuan swiftly dispatched it with a single gesture, concluding the synchronized connection. At that moment, Yizimo exhaled a sigh of relief. Those awakened with special abilities were not to be compared with ordinary individuals. Their talents were extraordinary, each unique in their own right. To ordinary eyes, they appeared akin to gods. Yizimo did not deny his envy of the Shinfeng team, and he could not help but wonder if he had the potential for genetic evolution. If that were indeed the case, what would his talent be? The fourth frost venom MO had already been dealt with by Gao Yuan, so Shuang chose not to visit that marker. Instead, she led Yizimo and Chu Jian, while Qin Dong moved toward the assembly point. Ingjia, shall we go retrieve Xiaoya? While enjoying Shuang's commanding prowess, Yizimo could not help but send her a voice message. He noticed that Xiaoya seemed displeased with him, yet he remained deeply concerned for her safety. As a hero who had slain super beings, he could not bear the thought of her getting hurt. It was somewhat surprising to Shuang that Yizimo cared for Xiaoya's well-being. She had been probing Yizimo's consciousness and recognized the sincerity of his concern. However, his worry was truly unwarranted. Shuang's soul power functioned like a radar, and Xiaoya remained on the fringe of her detection range, excitedly using her soul-hunting skills to eliminate a group of mutated ice mice, chattering incessantly in her mental space. Upon hearing this, Yizimo could not help but chuckle. Shuang's description was indeed apt, as Xiaoya could be remarkably clever at times. However, his smile quickly stiffened. 5 years ago, this place served as a campsite for the 9 of them. He reminisced about that night, when they huddled around the charcoal fire, their laughter resonating in the air. A scene imbued with warmth and camaraderie. As these thoughts washed over him, Yizimo could not suppress the stinging sensation at the tip of his nose, tears welling up in his eyes. He approached a large rock and gently caressed the faint, weathered carvings upon it. Brother, Sister Shui, Brother Chun. Brother Wang Bin. Mu. Sure. Brother Qing. Brother Long. I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have. Observing Yi Zimo lost in his reverie, murmuring to himself, Chu Jian inquired curiously to Shuang, what is wrong with him? Wishing to preserve the spirits of her teammates, Shuang chose silence, merely gesturing for Chu Jian and Qin Dong to rest and not disturb Yi Zimo. At that moment, Gao Yuan appeared somewhat pale. Having just dispatched several giant centipedes and 4 frost poison beasts, he had exhausted considerable stamina and psychic energy. Yet, Shui Ying's words instantly piqued his interest. Oh, Gao Yuan furrowed his brow and inquired within the realm of consciousness, what evidence do you possess? Over the years, Shui Ying had surveilled many individuals using the same method, yet none exhibited the level of mental activity that Yi Zimo did. More intriguingly, whenever she forcefully altered Yi Zimo's consciousness with her soul energy, he consistently managed to break through her barriers. Yi Zimo was indeed an enigma, and she had failed to find any evidence proving he was undergoing genetic evolution. Moreover, should her suspicions hold any truth, what kind of innate talent would Yi Zimo possess, enabling him to counteract the influence of a 4th-level soul energy upon his spirit? Soul energy ranks 4th among the various forms of cosmic powers and is the only source of innate energy. Yet, if one were to argue, it could very well claim the top position. The essence of life resides within the soul, and soul energy is the sole force capable of attacking the spirit. How potent it is. However, Shuang was already a 4th-level awakened psychic, while Yi Zimo was merely an ordinary person, not a non-living entity. How could he possibly transcend her influence over his soul? Gao Yuan nodded earnestly, his expression serious as he addressed Shuang within the consciousness realm. In truth, I have long held suspicions. Chapter 12. Ambush at the 1,000-foot cliff. After Chu Jian had fashioned several ice chairs amidst the colossal stones, Gao Yuan took the lead in seating himself, engaging in a secret discussion with Shuang. Indeed, Yi Zimo's memory bore no traces of clues regarding genetic evolution, nor did his body exhibit any signs of transformation. Yet perhaps his entire being was undergoing an evolution unbeknownst to him. From the moment Gao Yuan encountered the unconscious Yi Zimo, a sense of doubt had taken root within him. For reasons he could not articulate, he felt that something was amiss with Yi Zimo, a feeling that intensified the closer he drew to him, though he could not pinpoint its exact nature. Gao Yuan's unsubstantiated concerns weighed heavily on Shui Ying's mind. Frankly, she harbored no desire for Yi Zimo to awaken as a supernatural being. While the Alliance indeed lacked awakened individuals, it was reckless to designate someone based solely on intuition, especially Yi Zimo. At present, Yi Zimo was a living specimen for the Alliance, which contemplated utilizing his genetic material to create hybrid beings and subsequently clones, all in the pursuit of enhancing the strength of Earth civilization. Under the watchful eye of the Alliance, he would have no room for choice. And within the grand scheme of Earth's civilization, he would even lack the power to resist. However, should he become an awakened being, the situation would undoubtedly grow convoluted. Shui Ying was acutely aware of Yi Zimo's selfless spirit, yet this was contingent upon his inability to contest the harsh realities. If he were to awaken as a supernatural being, not only would his powers alter him in myriad ways, but given Yi Zimo's capricious thought processes, he could easily become a significant liability for the Alliance. Qin Dong soon noticed Shui Ying's distraction, his keen observation revealing the struggle reflected in her gaze when she looked at Yi Zimo. This prompted him to recall the procedure in which all of Yi Zimo's samples had been extracted, due to orders from Alliance headquarters. The kamikaze team was permitted to conduct dissection and sampling of Yi Zimo solely on S2, with Gao Yuan personally overseeing the operation, while Shui Ying executed it with Qin Dong assisting. After a thorough investigation and analysis, they concluded that Yi Zimo was merely an ordinary human. At that moment, regret began to fester within Qin Dong. The duties of the Alliance entailed resisting extraterrestrial invasions, addressing abnormal incidents on Earth, and safeguarding the vulnerable ordinary populace. Yet, the very individuals they were meant to protect had inadvertently become their experimental subjects. Even if the Alliance headquarters proclaimed to prioritize Earth's civilization, in hindsight, Qin Dong found it utterly ludicrous. They were human, and so was Yi Zimo. If the advancement of Earth necessitated the cruel sacrifice of Yi Zimo, who would be the next to fall? How could they uphold their beliefs, and how could they fulfill their oath to protect humanity? Gradually, the smile faded from Qin Dong's face, and even when Gao Yuan inquired within the consciousness space about their next course of action, he remained silent. He gazed into the swirling snow, feeling a deep discomfort in his heart, and inexplicably thought that perhaps he should extend a helping hand to Yi Zimo. Thus, He reached out to Shuang in the consciousness space to seek her opinion. The wind howled, and the snow fell in a disorienting blur, with visibility reduced to less than 10 meters. Fortunately, they were shielded from the wind and snow by the stone formations surrounding them, allowing the group a momentary respite to regain their strength. Captain Gao, is there anything I can assist you with? Yuzimo fixed his gaze on Gao Yuan, eager to integrate himself into the kamikaze team. He was not foolish. The experiences they had faced thus far made it evident that the ancient Meibai Mountains harbored extraterrestrial beings. It was improbable that these beings would scour the cities looking for him. They must have obtained his genetic material from the blood he had left at the 1,000-foot cliff. Contemplating this, he wondered if the aliens might seek out Yi Ziming and the others amidst the snow and ice below the cliff. These thoughts filled Yi Zimo with unease, prompting him to seek some distraction. Haha, little Yi, just sit back and rest. There is no need for you to assist with anything, Gao Yuan said with a smile. Shaking his head gently, Yi Zimo dared not express any discontent toward Gao Yuan. He could only nod in agreement. However, just as he was about to turn away in disappointment, Gao Yuan suddenly added, how about this? Go to Schwerin and procure a weapon for self-defense, just in case. Upon hearing this, Yi Zimo's spirits lifted immediately, and he hurried over to Schwerin. She regarded him with an aloof demeanor, yet she complied with Gao Yuan's command. Extending her hand, she produced a handgun. The weapon was an icy blue, as if forged from glacial frost, and it was larger than an ordinary handgun. Yi Zimo's eyes widened in surprise as he recognized the firearm. It was named Ice Shadow. Ranked 5th among the handgun category in the Global Supernatural Alliance's arsenal, a high-grade energy pistol. He had previously trained with Ice Shadow in the R4 auxiliary function area, where its activation revealed exquisite light patterns of pale blue. Its operation was remarkably simple, and its power was formidable, yet he had not known that Shui Ying possessed one as well. It's not that I also have one. I stumbled upon Ice Shadow by chance. There should only be this one globally, Shui Ying corrected Yi Zimo with utmost seriousness. After saying this, she directly handed Ice Shadow to him, overwhelmed with excitement. Yi Zimo eagerly accepted the weapon. The weight of Ice Shadow in his hands felt slightly different from the virtual training camp, yet he was captivated, playing with it with wide-eyed fascination. Holding the weapon he had yearned for since childhood, Yi Zimo examined it repeatedly, disregarding any reservations, and began demonstrating his proficiency with Ice Shadow right before Shuang. She did not seem to take offense. Rather, she cautioned him, be careful while using it. Don't injure yourself. To Yi Zimo, this sounded somewhat condescending, yet he paid it no mind, finding a spot to sit down and resumed practicing the activation of the R4 warehouse. During his first visit to the ancient Meibai Mountains, Yi Zimo had been accompanied by his brother Yi Ziming and 7 friends who felt like family. Though the journey had been arduous, they had shared laughter and joy. Ultimately, however, they had been met with a devastating avalanche that shattered Yi Zimo's faith in life, plunging him into an abyss of despair from which he struggled to rise. Had it not been for his later acquaintance with a friend, Yu Bing, he feared he would have remained in solitude. Now, as he returned to the ancient Meibai Mountains for the second time, he was part of the kamikaze team, accompanied by awakened beings. The treacherous snowdrifts could not hinder their progress. They traversed the terrain with the ease of deities. According to the information Yi Zimo gleaned from the kamikaze team, the avalanche had likely been orchestrated by extraterrestrial forces, leaving him feeling utterly lost. He yearned to confront them at once, demanding to know why they possessed such a heart of stone. Did they not regard Earthlings as lives worth preserving? Did their advanced technology grant them the right to bully and trample upon ordinary people of Earth with impunity? If he were to grow powerful, would he not seek to eradicate them one by one? Yi Zimo's gaze turned cold as he peered into the distance, his mind swirling with thoughts. Throughout the journey, Shuang had not exchanged a single word with him, nor did Yi Zimo wish to speak more than necessary. Armed with R4 and Ice Shadow, he felt emboldened to face those so-called extraterrestrials. However, to Shuang, this was merely a manifestation of his rage clouding his judgment. Extraterrestrial civilizations not only possessed awakened individuals but also wielded technology far superior to Earth's. Even the Supernatural Alliance needed to tread carefully when confronting these beings. How could Yi Zimo hope to contend with them? Yet, Shuang chose not to shatter his illusions, allowing him to vent his frustrations in silence. Finally, Yi Zimo stood at the base of the 1,000-foot cliff, his heart fueled by a burning desire for vengeance. The storm raged fiercely, obscuring his view of the cliff above and the gentle slope below. After a meticulous search, he located the very spot where he had fallen 5 years prior. But there was not a trace of blood. In the frigid, ancient Meibai Mountains, blood should have lingered, it could not have simply vanished without a trace. The conclusion Zemo reached echoed that of the kamikaze team. According to our force field data, the Alliance headquarters had indeed simulated the avalanche and identified the issues that arose. The pressing question remained: where was the extraterrestrial base? After the violent snowstorm had swept through, it likely obliterated any traces that remained. The area exhibited no anomalous energy fluctuations, and Shuang found no signs of life. The Chiffon team seemed to have wandered into a dead end. With no indication of an extraterrestrial base, Gao Yuan could only issue orders within his consciousness. Shuang, stay here to protect Zemo. The rest of you disperse and search for anomalies. On the map, the 4 members of Gao Yuan soon separated. He swiftly appeared atop the precipice. But the scene at the cliff now mirrored the snow-capped mountains they had traversed earlier, devoid of snow, with black and red rocks all around. And still no signs of unusual energy fluctuations. Zemo gazed intently at his surroundings, his eyes reddening. Soon, he clenched his teeth and utilized R4 to construct a model of the surrounding mountains. But Shuang quickly intervened. Don't be anxious. Chu Jian has gone below. With his capabilities, Shuang, unable to bear Zemo's profound sorrow, softened her tone to comfort him. Yet, her words suddenly faltered. Her attempts to soothe him did not quell his agitation. Just as he prepared to retort, he turned his head to find Shuang standing there, motionless, her gaze vacant. What was wrong with her? Before Zemo could inquire, an immense pressure surged within his mind, nearly overwhelming him, causing his head to thrum as if it might explode. The pain struck without warning. He was utterly unprepared, and in the next moment, he stood there, expressionless and frozen. The cold wind howled incessantly, and snowflakes danced in the air. The Shinfeng team stood together, caught in a moment of silent exchange, resembling stone statues in their stillness. However, their R4 devices were not silent. The faux fur at the collar of R4 continued to sway in the wind. And Zemo's visual field was filled with flashing red text, while R4's vocal alerts persisted. Warning: Level 6 anomalous energy fluctuations detected. Warning: Level 6 anomalous energy fluctuations detected. Each member's R4 was issuing alarms, yet it seemed no one was listening, creating a surreal atmosphere. Suddenly, a layer of ice emerged from thin air, swiftly covering the feet of the 6 and creeping toward their knees. If this continued, they would likely be completely frozen. Abruptly, Zemo furrowed his brow, scanning his surroundings in confusion, as if he had experienced a bizarre dream that felt utterly unreal. However, he soon noticed the anomaly with R4 and looked questioningly towards Gao Yuan and the others, who were now indistinct in the swirling snow. Following his gaze, he discerned something rapidly advancing against the wind. Startled, Zemo's pupils constricted, and he held his breath, retrieving the ice shadow from the R4 repository. Almost instantly, an enormous, vividly patterned serpent's head materialized before his eyes. Chapter 13, Mountain Passage. In the midst of the blizzard, a serpent's head, thicker than a large yellow barrel, continuously flicked its tongue, effortlessly parting the swirling snow. Although the sun's rays were obscured, the serpent's iridescent scales gleamed ominously, with the most prominent hues of yellow, green, black, and red swirling together in a bizarre, yet captivating display. Upon scanning with R4, Zemo discovered that this colossal serpent measured 5 meters in girth and nearly 100 meters in length. It was not a hybrid creature, but a pure-blooded evolutionary form of an earthbound serpent, exhibiting an energy intensity rating of level 6. Furthermore, it possessed 4 distinct abilities: soul power, strength, poison, and a unique bodily energy fluctuation. This serpent, known as the Ghost Serpent, was endemic to a serpent island in South Africa, possibly brought here by extraterrestrial beings, though the reason for its level 6 evolution remained a mystery. As the serpent's nearly 1-meter-wide eyes fixed upon him with an intense gaze, Zemo felt an overwhelming chill, as if he were teetering on the edge of a dark abyss. To his astonishment, he suddenly noticed a larger vertical eye nestled among the serpent's 2 main eyes, an eye that had not appeared in R4's earlier image data. Upon detection, the name of the ghost serpent was promptly appended with the suffix, 3-eyed ghost serpent. Discoverer, Zemo. The vertical eye appeared devoid of a pupil, shrouded in darkness and swirling black mist, pulsating with an eerie light reminiscent of a rare black gemstone. It was clear that this eye was anything but ordinary. Zemo hastily disabled the voice alerts to maintain his focus, his gaze unwavering on the serpent's head. As it abruptly halted, he dared not make any sudden movements. Nevertheless, steeling his courage, he quietly activated the energy of his weapon, Ice Shadow, and aimed cautiously. Simultaneously, He engaged R4's automatic targeting attack command, locking onto the serpent's vertical eye with a red frame. With a single command, R4 was poised to fire. A level 6 super creature. Despite Uzimo's attempts to remain composed, he could not suppress the shivers running down his spine. Level 5 marked the threshold of super creatures. And this three-eyed ghost serpent surpassed that, while only Gao Yuan and Shui Ying from the Shenfeng team had reached level 4. The disparity in power was staggering, explaining why the Shenfeng team had been subdued so easily. Suddenly, a pair of enormous black fins erupted from the sides of the serpent's colossal head, producing unsettling sounds as they vibrated. In a moment of panic, Yi Zimo issued the command to attack. With a ringing sound, as Yi Zimo squeezed the trigger through R4, a shadow trembled, and a translucent orb the size of a pigeon shot forth from the barrel, hurtling directly toward the locked-on vertical eye of the three-eyed ghost serpent. Uzimo was only 7 or 8 meters away from the massive head, while Ice Shadow was even closer. The energy projectile traveled at an astonishing speed, almost instantaneously reaching the serpent's eye. However, to Uzimo's astonishment, the shot missed. The three-eyed ghost serpent, a true level 6 being, effortlessly sidestepped with a speed that seemed akin to teleportation. Uzimo could hardly believe his eyes. Was this serpent an evolved entity, displaying such intelligence? R4 continued to override his commands, firing another energy projectile aimed at the three-eyed ghost serpent's vertical eye. At that moment, Uzimo desperately wished to hit the vertical eye, convinced that Ice Shadow's immense power could inflict significant damage. Yet, the serpent danced about, evading the shots with an almost mocking grace. He fired 12 rounds without a single hit, and Ice Shadow entered a 5-minute cooldown period. Faced with such despair, Uzimo trembled uncontrollably, his face paling with hopelessness. He understood that without a weapon to retaliate, he was resigned to his fate. The three-eyed ghost serpent seemed to mock him, inching closer, prompting Uzimo to retreat in fear, only to find his path blocked by the rocky cliff. Wait, something was amiss. In that moment, Uzimo realized his legs were indeed frozen, yet he was able to move. He glanced down, confused, as there was no ice in sight. What happened next took Uzimo completely by surprise. Rather than striking him, the three-eyed ghost serpent slowed before him, effortlessly shattering R4's energy shield, and lightly brushed its snout against him. Uzimo squeezed his eyes shut, too terrified to gaze upon the serpent. His legs felt weak with fear, and had he not been braced against the cliff, he would have collapsed. Yet, as the real-time imagery from R4 transmitted into his consciousness, he quickly comprehended the serpent's intentions. It was being surprisingly amicable. This unexpected behavior reminded him of the hybrid creature he had encountered with the alien mechanical life form, leading him to speculate on the potential connection between them. Soon, his curiosity overcame his fear, and he bravely opened his eyes, taking a deep breath as he extended his left hand toward the serpent's head. As his hand neared the serpent's scales, the ghost serpent suddenly exhaled a powerful gust of air, pinning Uzimo against the cliff. However, instead of aggression, the serpent leaned into his hand, rubbing against it. At that very moment, a system message simultaneously erupted from the R4 devices of the Shenfeng team. Encounter with a level 6 creature, sending a distress signal. The ancient Mengbai Mountains had long been sealed off by level 8 energy turbulence, rendering any distress signal futile. However, R4's final defense mechanism activated. As the members of the Shenfeng team detached from R4's consciousness link and remained motionless, R4 determined that they required rescue. Thus, after sending the distress signal, R4 autonomously connected to each member's R4, instantly activating a more powerful energy protective shield. This protective shield was not an ordinary energy barrier. It completely isolated the space where the Shenfeng team resided, awakening Gao Yuan and the others. At that moment, the three-eyed ghost serpent sensed something was amiss, swiftly turning its head to encounter a massive glowing entity. Simultaneously, Uzimo and the Shenfeng team vanished from their location. The earth-shattering explosion reverberated beneath the 1,000-foot cliff, causing it to fracture and collapse. In the distance, as Gao Yuan and the others regained their footing, a shockwave surged toward them. And despite Gao Yuan's timely deployment of a spatial shield, the energy barrier trembled and developed numerous cracks. Uzimo was left astounded. R4 had detected a signal, and he realized he was within the attack range of a thermal melt cannon. It was no surprise that Xiaya had taken action. Turning to glance, he saw Xiaya shouldering a massive red energy weapon, the thermal melt cannon, radiating an intense crimson glow, with visible steam rising from the overheated barrel, yet Xiaya appeared bewildered. Indeed, it was not Xiaya who initiated the attack, but rather Shui-Ying controlling her consciousness to execute a direct strike. Shui-Ying appeared horrified upon awakening. She had detected the presence of the three-eyed ghost serpent, its overwhelming soul power, its colossal form, and the alert from her four. Without hesitation, she commanded Xia to attack and then guided Gao Yuan to lead them away. Shui-Ying's revelation left the others incredulous. Even Qin Dong's face turned grim. Faced with a level 5 super creature, they found it challenging to prevail, let alone confront a level 6 being. How could they possibly complete this mission? As the kamikaze squad busied themselves, Yizimo was also occupied. While harboring private discontent, he was discreetly searching for the location of the three-eyed ghost serpent. He could not fathom why the kamikaze squad would brazenly attack the creature. If he could win the serpent's favor and present it to the squad, the strength of our nation's supernatural alliance would undoubtedly be significantly enhanced. The terrifying power of the molten cannon, recently developed specifically for combating colossal creatures, had already caused substantial sections of the 1,000-foot cliff to collapse. Yizimo was deeply concerned that the three-eyed ghost serpent might be injured. If it held a grudge against the kamikaze squad, it would spell trouble. Upon learning of Yizimo's apprehensions, Shui-Ying could not contain her irritation and bluntly remarked, "Rest assured, your precious ghost serpent is a level 6 entity. It can withstand such assaults. By the way, the serpent merely mistook its target. Otherwise, you would have perished long ago." Communication within the kamikaze squad was conducted with utmost secrecy, leading Yizimo to believe that they were not particularly fearful of the three-eyed ghost serpent. Although their levels were low, their advanced technological weaponry was plentiful, granting them the capability to eliminate the serpent. Suddenly, Yizimo's vision blurred. Just as he recognized the emptiness beneath his feet, his surroundings shifted once more, placing him in a different location. Observing his environment, he found himself at the bottom of a valley, with a massive cavern ahead. The cave entrance was oval-shaped, spanning 7 to 8 meters in width, its smooth walls suggesting an extraordinary method of excavation. The ground bore clear traces of a colossal creature's passage, and a gentle breeze wafted from within, indicating a potential pathway ahead. Just as Yizimo confirmed his location, Gao Yuan approached with a furrowed brow. Speaking in a tone of consultation, "Little Yi, we owe you our gratitude for stalling the serpent. It has allowed us to survive this perilous situation. This is indeed the cave from which the serpent departed. We have lost contact with headquarters and are unaware of S2's location. For now, you cannot leave. Our mission is urgent, and we must explore the cave. Will you accompany us?" Upon hearing this, Yizimo's gaze sharpened, and without hesitation, he nodded. "I will join you." It was not solely the kamikaze squad that sought to unravel the mysteries of the extraterrestrials in the mountains. Yizimo was equally intrigued. Beyond his desire to witness the aliens and comprehend the uniqueness of his own genes, he yearned to uncover any clues regarding Yiziming and his companions. Time was indeed of the essence. After Yizimo's agreement, Gao Yuan quickly assumed the lead, and the group hastily advanced towards the cave. As they delved deeper, the darkness within the cave intensified. Once Shui-Ying activated the R4's night mode for Yizimo, his vision illuminated as if it were daylight, rendering everything astonishingly clear. Once again, Yizimo was astounded by the formidable capabilities of the R4, yet he did not dwell on it for long. They were likely traversing a passage leading to an extraterrestrial base, necessitating vigilance from everyone. However, the silence from the kamikaze squad left him feeling stifled. Perhaps due to a prior detection by Shui-Ying or Gao Yuan, the map suddenly refreshed, revealing a distance of over 500 meters ahead, with additional details appearing as they progressed. The cave was not a straight path. It contained numerous twists and turns, resembling a natural serpent's lair. Before long, a multitude of small red dots appeared on the map just ahead. Yet, as they approached, those dots began to vanish one after another. When Yizimo drew near, he discovered that they were, in fact, giant black ants measuring nearly a meter in length, their habitat clustered on the stone walls, with numerous entrances. The number of these evolved ants must have exceeded 200, all having exploded in a violent demise. Yizimo surmised that Shui-Ying must have been seething with rage, using them as a target for her frustration. When he glanced at Shui-Ying again, he could not help but adopt a wary demeanor. This passage bore signs of guardianship, indicating a significant likelihood of connecting to the extraterrestrial base. However, the more evident this became, the less complacent the kamikaze squad became, leaving no suspicious gust of wind or stirring dust unchecked. Chapter 14. The Super Centipede. It must be said that the speed of the kamikaze squad was not particularly swift. Yizimo felt a growing impatience. He had hoped that Gao Yuan would utilize his spatial abilities to facilitate their rapid entry, deeming it unnecessary to squander time in this place. Of course, he was oblivious to the unique characteristics of the Kamikaze Squad. This elite team of the Ability Alliance boasted an impressive array of powers: space manipulation, soul force, ice control, invisibility, immense strength, enhanced vision, and mechanical prowess. Their current mission was to serve as the vanguard for the Alliance, tasked with clearing all obstacles for their reinforcements. It was impossible for Gao Yuan not to feel anxious, especially with a level 6 three-eyed ghost serpent in the vicinity, yet they had not even caught a glimpse of it. The longer they lingered, the greater the potential for trouble to arise. Soon, as the Kamikaze Squad encountered yet another blockade of mechanical explosive spiders, the beacon Gao Yuan had discreetly placed at the cave entrance suddenly detonated, its fragments mysteriously dissolving into the ground below. Subsequently, the rocks at the cave entrance began to grow and expand, sealing it completely. Yi Zimo quickly noticed the absence of the breeze. But what unsettled him even more was the appearance of 3 paths on the map ahead, where a black-red light point suddenly flickered at the junction. Shuang's soul force was remarkably unique. It allowed her to detect fluctuations in souls and sense movements in the air. After entering the cave for nearly 3 kilometers, she discovered the passage ahead diverged into 3 paths. More troubling was the presence of a super creature lurking at the junction, which she promptly marked on the map for everyone to see. Super creatures were the last thing the Kamikaze Squad wanted to encounter. Yet they had already faced 2 within a short span of time, the first being the level 6 three-eyed ghost serpent. The squad remained vigilant. Yet they had still fallen prey to the serpent's ambush. Had it not been for Yi Zimo, they might have perished at the edge of the precipice. The second super creature was located merely 500 meters ahead, and Shuang sensed it was at least a level 5 super centipede. Furthermore, it appeared that the super centipede had already detected their presence and was beginning to extend its limbs from a state of repose. Gao Yuan had complete faith in Shuang. After a moment of contemplation, he commanded within the realm of consciousness, "Prepare for battle." Regardless of the fact that the super centipede might also be level 6, the Kamikaze Squad resolved to confront it head-on. They had already spent considerable time in the ancient mountains, and the longer they delayed, the greater the peril to the 9 ability teams, the Ability Alliance, and indeed, all of Earth's civilization. This time, Yi Zimo was once again excluded from the Kamikaze Squad's plans, leaving him unaware of the significance of the flickering black-red light. However, in his mind, each member of the Kamikaze Squad was akin to a deity. They must have slain more than one super creature to dare engage in battle against a level 6 three-eyed ghost serpent. They feared nothing. When Shuang detected Yi Zimo's unreserved admiration, she couldn't help but marvel at his ignorance, yet she sighed helplessly. Each level of genetic evolution was a formidable hurdle. But once successfully evolved, one's power surged exponentially. The Kamikaze Squad's battles against creatures of higher levels were perilous ventures, far from guaranteed victories. Gao Yuan pressed forward, leading them closer to the junction, when suddenly, Yi Zimo's vision blurred. Before he could react, Gao Yuan had once again initiated a spatial transfer. However, even as they successfully escaped one peril, they found themselves plunging into another crisis. After 2 consecutive spatial transfers, they were now less than 30 meters from the junction, where a series of rustling sounds began to emerge. Yi Zimo was startled to see another shining black-red marker on the map. R4 immediately locked onto the giant centipede for scanning, and the group quickly received the information. It was indeed a level 5 super centipede, evolved from a pure strain of Earth centipede. Comparing species, it appeared that the super centipede originated from the tail feather centipede of Central and Southern Africa. Its venom's energy fluctuations were apparent, and during its evolution, its body had seemingly undergone special enhancements, giving it a striking metallic appearance. With a sudden movement, the super centipede raised its tail and unleashed a glob of greenish-red liquid towards the group. The Kamikaze Squad swiftly scattered, forming a protective fan around Yi Zimo, while Gao Yuan raised a spatial shield to intercept the liquid. Gao Yuan's energy shield was formidable, yet the super centipede's venomous projectile was no ordinary threat. Upon impact, it quickly corroded the shield, creating numerous pits. When the corrosive liquid spilled onto the ground, it left deep craters in its wake. Seeing this, Yi Zimo's eyelids twitched. The toxicity of the super centipede was alarmingly potent. If it unleashed a venomous attack on a city skyscraper, the destruction would be catastrophic. This line of thought led Yi Zimo to ponder the implications. Neither the ghost serpent nor the tail feather centipede were indigenous species to their nation. It was likely that extraterrestrial beings had roamed the Earth, bringing these creatures with them. In other words, Had the aliens in the mountains already developed a significant understanding of Earth? The kamikaze squad, however, had no time for Yi Zimo's musings, while Gao Yuan maintained the defense. He also launched an attack, creating a spatial rift that sliced through the super centipede. Yet, the creature's tough exterior only sparked a few sparks, barely causing it to sway. In the next moment, Xiaoya steadied her dark-hued sniper rifle and fired directly at the super centipede's massive mandibles, sending sparks flying and momentarily staggering the creature. Yi Zimo fixated on Xiaoya's sniper rifle, his heart racing. The sniper rifle, stretching over 6 feet, was crafted from a special alloy, weighing nearly 100 pounds, and was among the most formidable sniper weapons in the Ability Alliance, equipped with armor-piercing and explosive rounds. Xiaoya's first shot failed to yield the desired effect, prompting her to seize the opportunity for a second shot. This time, she struck the interior of the super centipede's mouth, likely inflicting armor-piercing damage. The creature expelled a viscous blue-red liquid, eliciting a wave of joy from her, having not hidden her gains from the frost poison moth. Shueying had combined nearly half of the toxin with armor-piercing rounds alongside Gao Yuan. Xiaoya's second shot successfully delivered the toxin, suggesting that the super centipede would not endure for long. Attack with all your might, and do not give it a moment to breathe. Within the realm of consciousness, Gao Yuan issued the command, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the super centipede. He concentrated, using his spatial abilities to form a barrier around the creature, effectively trapping it. At that moment, Xiaoya fired another toxin-laden armor-piercing round, but the super centipede merely tilted its head, evading the shot, much to her frustration. Not willing to waste the rare frost poison moth toxin, Xiaoya skillfully switched to explosive rounds, firing directly into the super centipede's maw. A dull thud reverberated as the super centipede recoiled slightly, but aside from a small spurt of blue-red blood, it sustained no significant injury. Subsequently, the super centipede erupted into a frenzy, its limbs thrashing wildly, its body twisting with immense force, causing cracks to appear in Gao Yuan's spatial barrier. As Gao Yuan struggled to maintain control, the strongest spatial confinement he could muster was beginning to falter. Sensing the imminent escape of the super centipede, Shuang sprang into action, having identified a vulnerability in its consciousness. After forcefully infiltrating it, the super centipede's resistance momentarily waned. With the super centipede temporarily subdued, Yi Zimo yearned for Xiaoya to seize the moment and obliterate the creature's head. However, he was taken aback to find Xiaoya hesitating to fire, leaving him puzzled. Yet soon, a layer of ice began to coalesce around the super centipede. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Yi Zimo could no longer contain his excitement. Things were progressing rather smoothly. The formidable super centipede was proving to be less daunting than anticipated, having been subdued by the kamikaze squad after merely a single venomous assault. This was considerably easier than the confrontation they faced against the super venomous lizard. Shueying was relentlessly assaulting the super centipede's soul, crafting illusions that left it disoriented. The Dream Weaver was indeed living up to her title, as the super centipede's resistance waned with each passing moment. With her soul force infiltrating the consciousness, Shueying had a comprehensive understanding of the super centipede's condition. Soon, she furrowed her brow. While the creature had sustained an injury from frost venom within its maw, it exhibited an extraordinary resilience to toxins. At this rate, it was uncertain how long it would take for the poison to take effect. Shueying hastily informed Gao Yuan and the others within the realm of consciousness. Gao Yuan felt a mix of urgency and helplessness. The most lethal weapon against such superorganisms, the thermite cannon, had already been deployed by Xiaoya and would require another 8 minutes for energy replenishment. Their only current strategy was to delay the super centipede. Truth be told, Gao Yuan was loath to squander even a second, yet the superorganism was overwhelmingly powerful, and the Ability Alliance lacked additional effective weaponry to counter such threats. They could potentially escape, but to clear the path for reinforcements. They had no choice but to eliminate the super centipede. There was no alternative for the kamikaze squad. As time ticked away, the icy encasement surrounding the super centipede thickened. Suddenly, the ice erupted violently, shattering Gao Yuan's spatial shield. The four-tail feathers of the super centipede quivered silently, unleashing a sonic assault that struck Shueying, causing her to be repelled by the creature's soul, her complexion turning pale, a trace of blood escaping her lips. Without her formidable soul control, Gao Yuan and Chu Jian found themselves utterly powerless against the super centipede. Yi Zimo glanced at Shueying, noticing her nonchalantly wiping away the blood, her pained frown reflecting an overwhelming helplessness that tugged at his heartstrings. He longed to eradicate the super centipede obstacle immediately. Yet he was painfully aware that he could offer no assistance in a confrontation between awakened abilities. Once freed from its constraints, the super centipede twisted its body and burrowed into the earth, vanishing from the Earth 4 map. Shuang could no longer sense it, Gao Yuan could not detect it, and Chu Jian had no inkling of its whereabouts. The super centipede had entirely escaped the grasp of the kamikaze squad. Has it fled? Yi Zimo pondered in astonishment. It was only natural to assume that such a formidable squad would instill a sense of self-preservation in the super centipede, which was undoubtedly intelligent enough not to foolishly engage further. However, reality contradicted Yi Zimo's expectations. Upon its descent into the ground, a vast area around it was enveloped in an unseen, murky crimson glow, saturated with toxic energy and an unknown force. As Yi Zimo became aware of the widespread fluctuations of energy through our 4, small whirlwinds suddenly erupted from the surfaces of the 4 passageways, followed by a series of sharp, centipede-like spikes piercing upward. Yi Zimo could hardly believe his eyes. Each passageway was under assault from the super centipede. Was it possible that the creature possessed the ability to duplicate itself? It was evident that the super centipede wielded more than just toxic energy. It was indeed an anomalous entity. The members of the kamikaze squad shared in the disbelief, particularly Gao Yuan, who had never before encountered such a form of anomalous attack, utterly shattering his previously held perceptions. Chapter 15. Clones and Super Robots. Gao Yuan's attempt to vanquish the super centipede using its own weaponry proved futile, compelling him to once again lead the group in a retreat. Just as he activated his spatial abilities, an eerie sound wave suddenly struck his mind, rendering him momentarily dizzy. The 4-tail feathers of the super centipede quivered, its elongated wings flickering ominously. As Yi Zimo and the others succumbed to the sonic assault, the ground beneath them trembled violently, and a multitude of sharp spikes erupted upwards. Yet, at this critical juncture, they inexplicably vanished. This time, it was not Gao Yuan who saved them, but rather Qin Dong and Shuang. Qin Dong cloaked them all in invisibility, while Shuang deftly controlled their ascent, narrowly averting disaster. Yi Zimo felt a tremor of fear as he sensed his head spinning. The spikes were perilously close, barely a centimeter away, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. Despite the sonic onslaught from the super centipede, Shui Ying's complexion remained pale but alert. Instead of retreating, she guided them to the edge of the spike's path. Qin Dong's invisibility was remarkable, despite being only at level 3. His unique talent allowed him to elude even the super centipede's detection. The super centipede, deprived of its target, flailed wildly in the rear passage, where 2 rows of sharp, bizarre spikes flickered menacingly, yet they did not strike the 6 individuals. At that moment, Yi Zimo was profoundly astonished. He had never imagined that a level 5 centipede could possess such monstrous capabilities, leaving him in disbelief. Increasingly anxious, he pondered the dangers that lay ahead. Having already encountered a level 5 4-tailed centipede and a level 6 3-eyed ghost snake. Soon, the ground spikes dissipated, mere manifestations of condensed energy that could not endure for long. As the undulating double rows of spikes vanished, the super centipede re-emerged from the ground, its 4-tail feathers quivering slightly, allowing it to pinpoint the 6th location. In an instant, it unleashed a massive column of red-green venom towards them. By this time, Gao Yuan had regained his composure. Without a moment to spare, he hurriedly activated a spatial transfer, whisking the group behind the super centipede. However, the centipede's tail feathers acted like radar. Locking onto their position once more, it turned sharply and launched another venomous assault. The potency of the super centipede's venom was formidable. Upon splattering onto the ground, it instantly corroded the earth into a liquid pit, even leaving a long scar on the stone walls, akin to flesh seared by fire. As the lethal toxin surged forth again, Gao Yuan urgently employed spatial abilities to relocate them to a different passage, placing a thick stone wall between them and the super centipede. With a steely gaze, Gao Yuan observed as the centipede's tail suddenly sprouted 2 large black discs. With a resonating click, the discs exploded. The explosion reverberated violently, collapsing the intersection and burying the super centipede beneath the rubble. However, before the passage fully collapsed, our 4 captured the moment when the centipede's tail was shattered, 3 of its 4-tail feathers destroyed and 1 broken. Yi Zimo too witnessed this scene, his astonishment renewed. He had never encountered such explosive weaponry in the training camp, and our 4 had failed to provide any information upon detection. Clearly, this bomb could inflict significant damage on the super centipede. Had it been deployed earlier, the kamikaze team would have faced less adversity. All right, I confess. In the realm of consciousness, Xiaoya could no longer withstand the barrage of inquiries and hurriedly divulged, "You know, I almost joined them before. The last time I met Sister Qian, she insisted I join her for some fun. I certainly couldn't leave empty-handed, so I asked her for 12 magnetic energy fission bombs, which would help mitigate the long recharge time of the thermal melting cannon." Xiaoya looked utterly pitiful, but the others were far from lenient. 12? You really have some nerve. Gao Yuan couldn't help but jest, although he soon furrowed his brow and asked, "What? Is Xiao Yang still trying to make a move on you?" Observing Xiao Ya's expression, Gao Yuan and the others sensed her words were somewhat insincere. However, to Yizimo, the interplay among them seemed shrouded in mystery, leaving him perplexed. Suddenly, an immense boulder was forcibly dislodged, and the super centipede clawed its way out from the debris. Its rear end was nearly obliterated, blue-red blood gushed forth uncontrollably, and in a fit of rage, the centipede twisted violently on the ground, launching several large venomous projectiles at the pile of rocks. The super centipede's venom was exceedingly corrosive. The ordinary stones rapidly dissolved into a puddle of liquid. Yet, it seemed unsated by its destruction. It lifted its head to unleash another venomous column, only to collapse onto the ground, its body quaking violently. The frost poison was far more potent than that of the super centipede. Not only did it corrode the body, but it also drained its energy. Having caused such commotion earlier, the centipede could not withstand the onslaught of the frost toxin. In another passage, Chu Jian, sensing the super centipede through the vapor, exhibited a glimmer of excitement. He communicated in the realm of consciousness, "Let Xiaoya off the hook for now. That tail feather centipede has expended too much energy and is now vulnerable to the frost poison." In the stillness of their wait, Yizimo felt the most unsettled. The collapse of the passage had severed their connection to her four, and the kamikaze team members were silent, leaving him awkwardly isolated. Seizing the opportunity, he cautiously glanced at Shuang, concern etched in his eyes, though he was unaware of the severity of her injuries, as she only occasionally diverted her focus to gauge his thoughts. Eventually, Shuang probed into Yuzimo's consciousness, her brow furrowing slightly, yet she refrained from looking at him, maintaining an air of ignorance. The super centipede, though weakened, possessed formidable vitality. Despite its labored movements, it eventually crawled out of the rubble and made its way toward another passage. At this juncture, Gao Yuan no longer wasted time. He led the group directly behind the super centipede. Now, in the realm of consciousness, Gao Yuan contacted Chu Jian, and the two joined forces once more, one deploying spatial abilities to further rend the centipede's wounds, while the other wielded ice powers to dismantle its bodily integrity, intensifying the centipede's tremors. The centipede, known for its resilience in Earth's ecosystem, evolved to level 5, yet ultimately could not withstand the might of a powerful team of abilities. As Shuang unleashed her spiritual energy to extinguish the last vestiges of its soul, the 5 members of the kamikaze team surged forward, commencing the dismemberment of the super centipede. Deprived of vitality and the protection of energy, the super centipede appeared less formidable. Gao Yuan grasped its corpse, lifting it from the ground as its legs and carapace detached, soaring towards Chu Jian and Qin Dong, who collected them into the R4 storage unit. Shuang meticulously examined the beautiful crystal, a blend of blue and red with earthy tones, and upon noticing the swirling mist within, she beamed with childlike glee. Xiaoya, unable to resist, eagerly snatched it for careful inspection, displaying it excitedly to Yizimo, embodying a youthful spirit. As the captain of the kamikaze team, the energy crystal from the super centipede naturally fell under Gao Yuan's guardianship. Regrettably, it was not a soul energy crystal. Otherwise, it would have been ideal for Shuang to use for both replenishing her energy and healing her wounds. Soon after, even the flesh of the colossal centipede was meticulously divided and preserved by the kamikaze squad. Subsequently, Gao Yuan issued another command to advance further. Glimmering stones, resembling yellow jade, were embedded in the stone walls, casting a radiant light. Beneath each luminous stone stood a figure clad in silvery armor, motionless, wielding an odd, elongated weapon reminiscent of a white water gun. Not only in the illuminated areas, but also in the shadows, guards lay concealed, camouflaged against the stone walls, rendering them nearly indistinguishable to the naked eye. With a soft thud, a sentinel lurking in the darkness crumpled to the ground beside the wall, only to vanish swiftly thereafter. A quartet traversed the corridor, but they too soon faded from sight. Strangely, they were clearly beneath the watchful eyes of the guards stationed beneath the glowing stones. Yet the sentinels remained oblivious. In the next instant, the guard itself mysteriously disappeared. Upon detecting the intruders, the command was clear: no mercy. The robotic sentinel fixated its gaze upon the four-person team, brandishing a shield in its left hand and a sword in its right, charging directly at them. With the robot's directive, the 12 guards at the entrance turned their attention to the quartet. At that moment, the first two members of the team unexpectedly veered to the sides, each producing a pitch-black soul-hunting sniper rifle, and with a single shot apiece. They felled all 12 sentinels at the entrance with precise headshots. Just then, the third member of the team vanished, only to reappear behind the robot, delivering a powerful punch to its left leg. "Captain, the plan has failed. We must initiate Plan B." Shaya gently massaged her wrist while reporting the situation within the realm of consciousness. However, it was evident without her report that this robot was formidable. Behind Shaya stood Gao Yuan, the final member masquerading as part of the four-person team. The robot had initially aimed for Shaya, but upon her disappearance, it swung its sword towards Gao Yuan. This robot exhibited far more peculiarities than anticipated, prompting Gao Yuan to avoid a direct confrontation. He vanished from his position and executed a lateral maneuver towards the robot using a spatial rift. However, to everyone's astonishment, the robot's energy shield did not flicker. Gao Yuan's spatial rift energy was shattered and dissipated instantly, revealing a super-technological defense mechanism capable of counteracting anomalous energy, an inverse energy shield. Chapter 16. The power of technology having lost its target, the robot swiftly pivoted and slashed towards the camouflaged Chu Jian. The robot's movements were not sluggish. And with Chu Jian so close, he found himself perilously near to danger. In this critical moment, the other concealed figure, Shui Ying, made a slight movement with her eyes, prompting Chu Jian to suddenly retreat 6 or 7 meters, narrowly avoiding the blade's edge. Concurrently, Shui Ying aimed and fired a shot at the robot's head shield. But even the formidable armor-piercing bullet from the Soul Hunter was effortlessly deflected by that layer of protection. 3 meters behind Gao Yuan and his companions, Qin Dong and Yi Zimo also revealed themselves. Qin Dong's expression was grim. In the realm of consciousness, he lamented, "This robot is peculiar. It can discern camouflage and invisibility. My stealth is ineffective against it." Hearing this, Chu Jian furrowed his brow and reported in the consciousness space, "I have tried as well. Its shield isolates everything, rendering it impossible to freeze." Indeed, even Gao Yuan's 4th-level spatial abilities could not breach that energy shield, making it all the more challenging for Chu Jian and Xiaoya. The group turned their gazes toward Shui Ying, hoping she might possess some good news. The black-armored guards are identical clones, but their consciousness has been tampered with. "I have found no information," Shui Ying replied, shaking her head in despair. "The robot is not a living being. It lacks a soul's resonance. Yet its energy fluctuations are significant. I suspect it is at least level 6. Unfortunately, our 4 cannot detect it accurately." In a short span of time, the kamikaze team found themselves stymied by the bizarre robot. Yuzimo's countenance was consistently grim, not due to the kamikaze team's disregard for him in this critical moment, but rather because of the guards they had slain along their journey, all of whom were hybrids created from his genes and that of extraterrestrial mechanical life forms. To be honest, witnessing the true forms of those clones unsettled him. Half of the visage was his own, while the other half was a dark, mechanical face oozing green blood, devoid of gender, with a mechanical heart, brain, and an energy liquid digestive system. He wished fervently for the kamikaze team to annihilate those clones. Yet their demise filled him with profound sympathy, as if he were dying himself. That sensation was indescribable. As Yuzimo grappled with how to confront this reality, a flash of white light appeared behind the robot, revealing 4 rows of 6 black-armored guards. Gao Yuan's heart raced at the sight of the super robot's white backdrop. In the realm of the Supernatural Alliance, Gao Yuan was the sole awakeners possessing spatial talents, ranked 4th among the nation's supernatural beings. With a high security clearance that allowed him access to various clandestine knowledge, he understood well that the universe is vast, and many civilizations utilize ultra-long-distance teleportation matrices to achieve spatial leaps between planets and even star systems for the transfer of materials and personnel. This is a vital aspect of true super technology, yet Earth has yet to grasp even the basics of constructing spatial teleportation matrices. In terms of cosmic energy conservation, whether through technology or spatial abilities, teleportation invokes cosmic energy to connect points in the universe and facilitate exchanges, which generates spatial fluctuations. Gao Yuan, with his spatial affinity, was sensitive to such fluctuations. However, he did not detect any spatial energy fluctuations from the teleportation of the black-armored guards, indicating that the adversary had employed teleportation technology. This development posed a significant concern, The opponent not only possessed highly advanced genetic technology, but also spatial teleportation capabilities. If allowed to grow unchecked, they could easily dominate Earth or even destroy it. Gao Yuan fixed his gaze on the robot and the black-armored guards behind the door, filled with an overwhelming sense of anxiety. Nonetheless, he yearned to venture through that door and uncover the identity of the extraterrestrials within. However, the door and the surrounding area were enshrouded in spatial barriers, leaving them without a means to enter. Their best hope was that Shuang could delve into the spiritual realm and seek out relevant clues. With the new guards appearing blankly, they still had to use the robot as their breakthrough point. After sensing the situation, Shuang reported accurately in the consciousness space. As this batch of black-armored guards emerged, the robot pointed its massive sword at Gao Yuan and his group, issuing a command to the guards: eliminate them. The robot spoke in the predominant language of their country, its tone tinged with impatience. Had it not been for the requirement to execute spatial lockdown commands within a designated area, it would have charged forward to engage in battle. Following the robot's words, the black-armored guards activated as if responding to the robot, silently dispersing to aim at Yuzimo and the others. Yet, in the next moment, they swiftly redirected their aim towards the robot's back and opened fire, a cacophony of gunfire erupting. Small black energy orbs erupted from the black barrels, all striking the same point on the robot's energy shield. The black guns possessed immense power. Upon impact, the black orbs split and exploded, causing the energy shield to flicker and tremble under the onslaught. Yuzimo quickly deduced that Shuang had exerted control over the black-armored guards, and he was astounded by the formidable power of their weapons. He contemplated that if the supernatural alliance acquired such armaments, their strength would undoubtedly surge, rendering the kamikaze team capable of subduing the super centipede with ease. Simultaneously, he and the kamikaze team pondered another troubling question. The robots spoke in their country's mainstream language and mentioned the term awakeners, which was perplexing since extraterrestrials had never contacted their nation as leadership. How could such a robot exist? Or did the enemy possess comprehensive knowledge about their country? The secrets concealed behind the door rendered the kamikaze team increasingly restless. Seizing the opportunity while the robot was occupied, they prepared to launch a full-scale assault. Yuzimo urgently retrieved his ice shadow, but just as he was about to fire, Shaya intervened to stop him. Damn you, wretched clones. The red light in the robot's eyes flickered with rage, yet it refrained from attacking the black-armored guards. Clearly, the wretched clones it referred to were designated as prohibited targets within its programming. Yuzimo's gaze sharpened. It appeared the kamikaze team was already aware of this outcome, but he found it hard to believe that those clones were deemed more significant than a formidable robot in the eyes of the adversary. Energy weapons seemed to have a unique damaging effect on the reverse energy shield. Under the sustained attack of the black guns, the robot's outer shield rapidly flickered and dimmed. Facing the simultaneous fire from 24 black guns, hesitation flickered in the robot's eyes. Yuzimo was momentarily stunned. The robot chose to flee, and the grand door was merely a FAAD, a holographic projection, which explained why R4 detected no information. Once the robot retreated, the 24 black-armored guards ceased fire, taking positions on either side as they lowered their weapons. At that moment, Gao Yuan and Shuang hurriedly led the charge, with Chu Jian and Qin Dong following closely behind, while Shaya pulled Yuzimo along, hastening after them. As Yuzimo approached the black-armored guards, he deliberately focused his gaze, faintly perceiving his pale face beneath the dark mask, a sight he found difficult to acclimate to. The black-armored guards, with vacant expressions, disregarded him entirely, simply turning to shield their passage as they entered the door. The door felt insubstantial as they crossed through. Yuzimo experienced none of the anticipated barriers or assaults. Once inside, he eagerly glanced around, quickly becoming incredulous at what he beheld. Beyond the grand entrance lies a spacious chamber, as vast as a football field, soaring to a height of 10 meters, stretching 300 meters in length and 200 meters in width. The floor gleams with a uniform bright metallic sheen, while the ceiling shimmers like liquid gold under the influence of water's movement. The walls are painted a dark crimson, and behind him, on either side, stand 4 enormous rectangular windows, sealed shut, revealing only an abyss of darkness beyond. As he observed R4 detecting 2 immense passageways flanking them, a sudden, resounding bang echoed through the air. Yuzimo swiftly sidestepped to peer around Chu Jian, spotting a robot standing 100 meters ahead, flanked by 2 shorter red-armored robots. In that instant, a sharp sound resonated from behind. The true entrance had sealed shut, and the doors to the passageways rapidly descended, locking them in. An ominous sense of foreboding washed over Yuzimo. as he suspected the robots had deliberately lured them into this trap. In the next moment, the brilliance of the floor and ceiling dimmed, leaving only the crimson glow of the walls to illuminate the space. R4 was forcibly deactivated, reduced to mere armor. Shuang furrowed her brow. Accustomed to R4's assistance, she felt a sense of disquiet. Yet she hastily commanded the 24 black-armored guards to form 2 rows in a semicircle around her 6 companions, while the front guards aimed directly at the 3 robots ahead. You have only one path before you, death. The robots gazed down upon Zemo and his companions with an air of arrogance. Gao Yuan remained silent, his right hand subtly moving, summoning 3 magnetic energy fission bombs to materialize before the 3 robots, which detonated with a sharp beep. The explosion roared like thunder, sending magnetic currents scattering chaotically and engulfing the area. However, sensing the fluctuations in the spatial field, Gao Yuan's brow furrowed in concern. Be cautious, they are not. His warning was abruptly cut off as 2 red-armored robots materialized in the air to their left and right, revealing the previous 3 robots to be mere phantoms. The 2 red-armored robots, positioned at an angle, unleashed beams of deep crimson light toward Zemo and his group. Simultaneously, a dozen glowing orbs of the same deep red hue launched from behind them, arcing through the air towards their targets. The black-armored guards on either side opened fire at the red-armored robots. Upon impact, sparks erupted, yet the robots remained unfazed. Instead, the front line of black-armored guards was suddenly severed by the crimson beams emitted from the red-armored robots, sliced through with surgical precision. The beams, akin to razor-sharp blades, effortlessly cut through the ranks of black-armored guards, leaving them sprawled upon the ground. The beams did not wane in their ferocity, etching deep scars upon the spatial shields that Gao Yuan had erected around them. In a moment of urgency, Gao Yuan summoned 2 additional shields to protect the vicinity and hastily transported his team through space. Upon reappearing, Zemo realized that the primary targets of the red-armored robots' assault were not solely his group, but primarily the black-armored guards. The beams from the 2 robots dispersed into a multitude of fine lines, obliterating the remaining black-armored guards and their weapons into mere fragments. Instantly, the deep red orbs descended, exploding in succession and clearing the area entirely. Zemo watched in horror, gripped by fear. The robots had not directly attacked the black-armored guards, but had instead summoned 2 allies to execute a deadly plan, eliminating 24 with ruthless efficiency. Though the silver robot was still absent, the 2 red-armored robots proved formidable. Seizing the opportunity, Gao Yuan swiftly placed 2 magnetic energy fission bombs before the red-armored robots and detonated them. Once more, a tremendous explosion reverberated through the chamber, yet this time, the 2 red-armored robots could not evade the blast, becoming enveloped in the magnetic currents. Their surfaces crackled with electrical energy before they collapsed to the ground, motionless. Zemo stared in disbelief, realizing that the fission bombs indeed posed a significant threat to mechanical life. Had the kamikaze squad utilized them earlier, they might have vanquished the super robots before even reaching the entrance. Chapter 17. Secrets in an instant. A brilliant white giant sword suddenly descended from above their previous position, striking directly at the newly emerged magnetic fission bomb. Zemo and his companions vanished in an instant. Boom. The explosive sound reverberated once more, as magnetic electrical turbulence surged forth. A silver robot appeared amidst the explosion, pushed back uncontrollably by the magnetic current. After sustaining the blast, the energy shield surrounding the robot dissipated, revealing its darkened form, from which wisps of green smoke began to escape through the cracks in its body. Indeed, this robot was formidable. Despite being struck at close range by the magnetic fission bomb, it emerged relatively unscathed. However, in the next moment, another magnetic fission bomb materialized at the back of its head. The formidable second-ranked spatial ability demonstrated its might, as Gao Yuan effortlessly discerned the robot's flaw through spatial energy fluctuations and successfully retaliated. As the bomb detonated, the silver robot was once again engulfed in magnetic turbulence, staggering from the impact. Although the robot ultimately steadied itself, it was now enveloped in arcs of electricity, with many internal components burnt and black smoke billowing from its seams. The giant sword and shield it wielded slipped from its grasp, leaving it half kneeling. Careless, the robot muttered, raising its hands in frustration. Its eyes, sparkling with embers, reflected its dismay as it struggled to rise, but ultimately succumbed and fell. The mighty robot's defeat at the hands of the kamikaze squad brought great joy to Zemo, who wore a satisfied smile. yet he remained oblivious to the grave expressions on the faces of his comrades. In such moments of silence from the adversary, it became evident that they were resolutely set against earthly civilization. Gao Yuan furrowed his brow and declared in the consciousness space, "In that case, we must confront them directly." While he spoke with conviction, uncertainty lingered in his heart about the vast emptiness they traversed, the sheer magnitude of the alien base, and the unknown number of super beings that awaited them. Shuiying sighed internally, reflecting on the numerous obstacles they had encountered along the way, which hardly seemed like tests to showcase strength and foster alliances. Rather, they appeared to be set up for their extermination. Truth be told, the Ability Alliance possessed limited formidable equipment, and the kamikaze squad was unaware of how far they could go. Moreover, with time slipping away and no reinforcements in sight, it painted a rather bleak picture. The most troubling thought was the robots' prior statements, which indicated that the aliens within the base had considerable knowledge of earthly civilization. The absence of their adversaries suggested they had long aligned themselves against humanity, as an awakened soul energy user and a being of unique abilities. Shuiying had come to represent earthly civilization in establishing contact with this extraterrestrial race, despite the mercilessness and hostility she had encountered. Until she met a representative of this alien civilization and engaged in dialogue, she could not definitively label them as enemies. Let us first collect the spoils. I sense a wave of energy emanating from within that robot. Uncertain of how to respond to Gao Yuan's words, Shuiying took the lead towards the silver robot. Yuzimo closely followed behind, wary of any sudden appearances. Upon reaching the super robot, he hurriedly glanced over. The robot's exterior was coated in soot, yet its form appeared intact. When Xiaoyu turned it over, Shuiying began to explore the area around its chest. Soon, a click resonated as the robot's chest opened, revealing a thumb-sized orange-golden crystal with wisps of orange-yellow mist swirling within. Shuiying's eyes lit up, and she quickly deactivated the energy protection matrix surrounding the robot's core. Gao Yuan reached out, and the crystal appeared in his hand. A level 6 power crystal. After a moment of sensing it, Shuiying was momentarily stunned. She had never anticipated such extravagance, utilizing this as the robot's core energy source. If this were to be presented to the Ability Alliance, it would undoubtedly be priceless. The kamikaze squad was awestruck, particularly Xiaoyu, whose adorable face flushed crimson as she fixated on the power crystal, grinning foolishly as drool threatened to spill from her lips. Yuzimo couldn't help but feel happiness for Xiaoyu. He had begun to understand the distinctions of crystals, noting that the crystal's walls had thickened significantly, and the pure orange energy had transformed into mist. It was unmistakably a level 6 power crystal. Overwhelmed with excitement, Xiaoyu reached out her hand, then hesitated, glancing at Gao Yuan, uncertainly asking, Dear uncle, can I really have it?" Holding the crystal in her palm, she widened her eyes in awe, her lips parting as a droplet of drool finally escaped. Unfazed by the gazes of those around her, she wiped her mouth and began to absorb the energy within it. In the next moment, she felt the pure power of the crystal surge forth. Yuzimo watched Xiaoyu with envy, but suddenly, the ground beneath them trembled. The faces of the kamikaze squad shifted, and Yuzimo looked around in confusion. "We can't wait for reinforcements. There are 2 passageways. We must split up for now." Gao Yuan steadied himself and issued the command in the consciousness space. The 3 robots had been reduced to scrap metal. The kamikaze squad would not leave anything behind. However, the surrounding walls were sealed, and our 4 had been forcibly shut down. Gao Yuan could only lead everyone to the passageway on the right. With Gao Yuan's command, Xiaoyu tucked the level 6 power crystal into her collar and stepped forward, delivering a powerful punch against the steel door. Bang! The iron door barely trembled, causing Xiaoyu to wince in pain. Taking a deep breath, she crouched down and delivered a fierce blow to the ground beside the door. The seemingly unyielding steel floor caved in slightly. Bang, bang, bang. Seeing the effectiveness of her strikes, Xiaoyu gritted her teeth and continued to punch, and when the ground permitted, she extended both hands to lift the heavy door. The door stood 6 meters tall and 8 meters wide, undeniably weighty. Having crashed down, it was likely locked tight. Yet, with immense effort, Xiaoyu managed to raise it half a meter, creating sparks as it scraped against its frame. Yuzimo watched in astonishment, unable to fathom how such a petite girl could unleash such terrifying strength. Truly, appearances could be deceiving. Just as he was lost in admiration, Xiaoyu turned to him with a proud glance, startling him into retracting his neck. The door likely isolated them from the disturbances of the previous room. Under Shuiying's urging, Yuzimo hastily reactivated R4, while Shuang pulled him into the consciousness space and explained its use. At last, Zimo grasped the secret communication method of the kamikaze squad, filling him with wonder. However, soon anxiety crept in, without Gao Yuan. How would they cope with any super beings or sudden ambushes ahead? The passage offered no useful information, and Shuang led Zimo and Chu Jian swiftly towards the opposite door. To their surprise, the door suddenly rose with a whoosh, nearly causing Zimo to jump. Why be so frightened? This door access system likely has an automatic gene recognition function, and it would only open with you present. Observing Zimo's startled demeanor, Shuang couldn't help but scold him in the consciousness space. Despite the scolding, Shuang was indeed quite taken aback. Zimo's genes held a prestigious status within this base. Not only could even the formidable robots not directly eliminate the clones, but access to the base was also not something one could easily obtain. She couldn't help but feel grateful once more for Gao Yuan's astute decision to bring Zimo along. Oh, Zimo timidly nodded. Although he had grown considerably more familiar with the kamikaze team during their journey, he still dared not provoke Shuang lightly. Before her, he was remarkably obedient, to the point where even Chu Jian found it hard to bear. Just as Chu Jian was about to remind Zimo, he abruptly froze in place. In the realm of consciousness, Shuang shared the detected spatial information ahead, and at that moment, the secrets of the alien base were finally revealed before them. The area ahead was not as expansive as the previous room, but it stretched 500 meters long, stood 30 meters high, and boasted a width of over 60 meters. On the right side of the ground, 19 peculiar giant cannons were arranged evenly. Each cannon towered 10 meters high, firmly supported by a metal platform measuring 3 meters tall and nearly 20 meters long and wide. The main body of these giant cannons was uniformly black, with peculiar blue grids adorning the sides of the barrels, resembling energy weapons. Not only Zimo, but even Shuang and Chu Jian were expressions of disbelief. Shuang's heart raced. Each of these giant cannons was a piece of super-advanced weaponry. If the alliance of abilities in their country could possess such weapons, Earth civilization would undoubtedly be far more secure. However, as soon as she entertained such positive thoughts, an overwhelming sense of dread washed over her. If Earth civilization were to be attacked by such weapons, it could all be obliterated in an instant. No wonder the enemy was so arrogant. It turned out they had nothing to fear. At present, it appeared these giant cannons were merely a part of the base. Strangely, the alien base was hidden beneath the ancient Mengbai Mountains. How could these weapons be positioned below the mountains? Shuang inexplicably recalled the legendary event of earth-shaking upheaval, and a shiver ran down her spine. Suddenly, Shuang's eyes flickered with determination, and she hurriedly pulled Zimo forward. This time, she unprecedentedly provided no explanations or directives. Chu Jian, thinking she had discovered the crystal storage, quickly followed suit. At the 13th cannon, Shuang abruptly halted, her gaze fixed on the center of the giant cannon. Zimo curiously looked over as well and noticed a crack about the width of a finger at that location, from which a faint red light occasionally flickered. After a careful scan, Shuang's expression sharpened. Suddenly, a sound akin to a small screw falling echoed from within the cannon, and soon after, a beetle-like red creature emerged from the crack. The creature was no larger than a fingernail, soft and flat, yet it boasted 12 agile legs and a wide mouth, with a tubular black appendage at the front. Zimo was momentarily taken aback. He had previously consulted information in the R4 database and recognized that this was a rare advanced mechanical insect, highly adept at repairing sophisticated machinery. Even without the current scanning results from R4, mechanical insects possess their own databases, and it was highly likely that this one contained information about the alien base. Eagerly, Shuang reached out to control the mechanical insect, producing a silver-gray orb the size of a ping-pong ball. This was a special data analysis device, an exclusive piece of equipment for the top 10 abilities users in their country's alliance, symbolizing its glory and embedded with numerous advanced technologies, primarily focused on data analysis. Before long, the analysis device was activated, and upon connecting to the mechanical insect, it immediately began to decrypt the data. Fortunately, this mechanical insect was not subjected to special encryption, allowing the device to gradually acquire some image information, which was displayed in a blue and white light interface on the right side. Shuang hastily pointed to open and view the information. When the mechanical insect was not resting to recharge its energy, it had been continuously repairing the giant cannon. Thus, Shuang opted to filter out the related content. And as the images were further refined, a silhouette finally emerged from its database. That figure was none other than the hybrid gene creature created from Zimo's genes, and the alien mechanical lifeform's genes. Xiao Mo. Chapter 18. The truth. Hey, little one. Let us be friends. My name is Xiao Mo. What is yours? The image displayed Xiao Mo, clad in black, who, upon discovering the mechanical insect, expressed an enthusiastic chatter. Yi Zmo gazed in disbelief. Xiao Mo was a term of endearment used by his kin, yet this hybrid creature shared the same name. The implications of genetic technology were indeed formidable. This Xiao Mo bore an uncanny resemblance to Yi Zmo, mirroring not only his appearance but also his voice, intonation, and certain mannerisms, leading Yi Zmo to question if it were not merely a version of himself without glasses. Xiao Mo conversed extensively with the mechanical insect, but most of his words were mere complaints, devoid of any meaningful information, prompting Shuang to shut off the display. However, as the analysis tool sifted through the data, another image frame emerged, coinciding with the cessation of the mechanical insect's examination. Through the colossal cannons, the view outside revealed a breathtaking expanse of twinkling stars, prominently showcasing a dozen or so greenish-blue planets, each ranging from the size of a fist to that of a basketball. Nearby, a dazzling array of colorful lights darted about, accompanied by the resonating sound of deep rumbles and piercing whooshes, while the footage intermittently trembled, at times quite violently. The cannons vibrated with a low hum, evidently charging up, as blue grids illuminated in succession, their barrels swiveling to aim at a massive golden glow beyond. In a moment of serendipity, two enormous cannons were seen damaged, electrical currents arcing and blue flames flickering as cracks marred their structure. The mechanical insect quickly scurried over, directing its attention to the fissures in the cannon's turret, releasing a black liquid to initiate repairs. This peculiar substance resembled glue or liquid metal, seamlessly filling the cracks upon contact and solidifying rapidly. Yet, for the mechanical insect, the gashes were too vast. The minuscule amount of black liquid proved insufficient. From its vantage point, the mechanical insect observed as the cannon shuddered in succession, emitting a resounding hiss, with eerie blue light flickering, before they began to hum ominously once more. Suddenly, the surrounding space inexplicably tore open, causing the charging cannons to rupture violently, their barrels drooping with an unsettling whine, and the blue grids extinguished. The cannon housing the mechanical insect was attacked again, and it too was not spared. The turret exploded, hurling the portion of metal to which the insect clung into the void. The scene spun chaotically, yet before long, the fragment collided with an unseen object, causing the mechanical insect to precariously cling on. At that moment, the footage froze, revealing a colossal black entity partially obscured from view, adorned with myriad flickering lights. Among these were immense cannons, capable of launching massive blue energy beams, alongside a plethora of multi-barreled weapons that unleashed a barrage of white energy projectiles. Amidst this blackness, peculiar circular and triangular spacecraft remained stationary, emitting black lasers and various colored energy spheres, all illuminated by their own and each other's light. As the eerie stillness dissipated, the scene remained fixated on this realm, only to be abruptly obscured by a blinding golden entity. Upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be a golden creature akin to a western dragon, endowed with a robust tail, covered in shimmering golden scales, and possessing 4 grand golden wings. The golden creature bore its own scars, the most striking being a deep pit where scales had shed, revealing skeletal structures resembling blue crystals, distinctly metallic in appearance. As the golden creature flapped its wings, it seemed to part the very fabric of space, manifesting numerous rifts as it surged forward. Witnessing this golden spectacle sent Yi Zmo's heart racing, for he recognized it as a mechanical being of gigantic proportions, wielding a terrifying spatial power that toyed with the massive black space fortress that loomed before it. The golden mechanical being moved with astonishing speed, a streak of golden light slicing through the darkness, as numerous weapons shielded by energy barriers detonated. Yet the barriers remained unscathed, truly bizarre. Just then, energy projectiles that had previously targeted the golden creature began to dart towards it, silent yet imbued with an unmistakable sense of threat. The mechanical insect recoiled in fear as the footage flickered. Yet a mass of black energy ultimately struck the fragment it occupied, not only penetrating it, but also sending the remaining debris spinning violently. The mechanical insect was flung away, colliding with debris and spiraling further from the battlefield as the scene once again became a dizzying whirl. It was evident that the mechanical insect had survived this ordeal, having been activated in the very spot they now occupied, though they remained oblivious to the nature of the black entity and the subsequent battles that unfolded. Under Shui Ying's guidance, the footage stabilized, and she hastily retreated. The mechanical insect continued its erratic spinning, but finally, it expelled a slender, barbed line, coming to rest upon a gently rotating gray asteroid. Driven by an instinctual will to survive, the mechanical insect quickly climbed the line to the asteroid's rear and then ascended to its peak, gazing out at the battlefield. Directly ahead, a striking orange-red planet stood out, accompanied by a colossal black warship that belched smoke and fire, relentlessly assaulting the golden mechanical being to no avail. What they beheld left Zemo and his companions utterly astounded. The immense golden mechanical creature appeared but a mere speck before the gargantuan warship. The sheer size of the vessel was staggering, explaining the vast emptiness of the surrounding area and the advanced genetic technology at play, as well as the mastery of spatial teleportation matrices. Zemo was overwhelmed with shock, while Shui-Ing and Chu Jian were beset with worry. Yet, Shui-Ing quickly pondered a question. Why had the aliens remained hidden beneath the ancient mountains despite the near completion of repairs on their warship? At that moment, a swarm of oval-shaped azure luminescent figures erupted from the warship, akin to bees flocking to flowers, converging upon the golden mechanical being. Suddenly, a colossal shockwave akin to a divine illumination radiated outward, shattering the azure swarm and leaving behind a solitary, isolated white light at the center. In the next instant, the golden mechanical creature appeared beside the white point of light. Clearly its reinforcements had arrived. The black warship must have activated its shield, instantly enveloping itself in a layer of orange-yellow light. The white point of light pulsated, and a powerful, massive beam of white light surged toward the black warship, cleaving through the orange-yellow shield and creating a vast fissure. In an almost instantaneous reaction, the white point transformed into a streak, piercing through the black warship, which erupted in explosions. At that moment, the asteroid housing the mechanical insect began to move, drifting rapidly toward the black warship. Both the golden mechanical being and the black warship were evidently affected by this sudden, strange turn of events. The golden being turned its gaze toward this direction, while the black warship veered uncontrollably toward them. The asteroid rotated slightly yet did not obstruct the mechanical insect's view. It observed clearly the flames erupting from various points on the black warship, intermittent explosions lighting up the scene as the warship grew ever larger with their approach. As Zemo and his companions watched in sheer astonishment, the mechanical insect abruptly emerged from the previously activated location, diligently scuttling toward the nearest damaged giant cannon. Through the peripheral vision of the mechanical insect, the trio glimpsed a colossal fissure outside the window. The chasm was engulfed in darkness, yet with an unexpected tremor. It appeared as if countless snowflakes floated toward the mechanical insect. Subsequently, the scene shook violently, causing the mechanical insect to ascend, enveloped by a cloud of luminous fire and dust. When the intense shaking subsided, the mechanical insect resumed its task amidst a cacophony of explosions, crawling toward the giant cannon to enter and commence repairs on the fractured dark light panels. Surrounded by smoke, it had previously been oblivious to the view outside. At this point, the scene froze, and Shui-Ing exchanged a glance with Chu Jian, both visibly incredulous. After all, no matter how many hypotheses the Superpower Alliance's headquarters had entertained, none could have fathomed that the so-called alien base was, in fact, a cosmic warship. With the secret finally unveiled, Shui-Ing was eager to contact Gao Yuan, urging him to rush out and communicate with headquarters to seize this cosmic warship. However, R4's remote signal was disrupted, leaving her uncertain of Gao Yuan's whereabouts. There was no time for further investigation. Reporting to headquarters was of utmost priority. In the realm of consciousness, Shui-Ing spoke privately to Chu Jian, although they remained unaware of the intricacies of the opposing civilization. This cosmic warship posed an extraordinarily grave threat to Earth, and alarmingly, there was no indication of any intent for amicable diplomatic relations from the other side. Standing before the grand door, Shui-Ying's expression was one of frustration, her fists clenched until her knuckles turned pale. Whether it was due to Xiao Ya's destruction or the door being locked tight, even Zemo's handsome visage could not unlock it, driving her to the brink of desperation. In a moment of urgency, Chu Jian hastily summoned moisture to coalesce into ice upon the door, hoping to shatter it. Observing the two, Zemo felt a sense of unease. He had come to understand that the so-called alien base was, in truth, a warship equipped with advanced technology and formidable weaponry. With such a colossal superweapon at play, it seemed unlikely that the awakened individuals from around the globe could mount any effective resistance. The warship had evidently sustained considerable damage, and he fervently wished that much of its technology remained irreparable, allowing humanity a chance to win this war. However, he also recognized that a single mechanical insect had managed to repair numerous giant cannons, and with the vastness and sophistication of the cosmic warship. Who knew how many such mechanical insects were at work? His hopes appeared to be in vain. Yi Zimo felt an inexplicable despair. Humanity was merely at the starting line, utterly ill-equipped to confront an advanced civilization. Was surrender the only fate that awaited them? With a final exertion, Chu Jin concentrated fiercely to solidify the ice, nurturing the hope that it would fracture the door, yet he ultimately failed. The door was simply too formidable, and his icy efforts had not even stirred it. In my view, it may be more prudent to first override the control of those giant cannons, blasting a path through. Yi Zimo proposed in the realm of consciousness, but before he could finish, Shuiying and Chu Jin suddenly turned to gaze toward the rear. Chapter 19. The mysterious being. Shuiying's eyelids twitched uncontrollably as our four's probes were obstructed by the energy field of the mysterious figure before her. The being's intermittent yet formidable aura left her in a state of shock. If her deductions were accurate, this individual must be an exceptionally powerful level 7 expert. Yi Zimo gazed blankly at the newcomer, a myriad of thoughts flashing through his mind, and he couldn't help but exclaim internally, an extraterrestrial? The figure appeared even more gaunt than Chu Jin, yet apart from a silver cloak, he was shrouded in ambiguity, resembling a silhouette enveloped by a murky mist, perfectly aligning with the enigmatic image of an alien. However, the small silver wolf accompanying him was distinctly visible. Had he not previously encountered a colossal wolf? Yi Zimo might have mistaken the slender creature for an underfed dog. Nevertheless, despite having seen the imposing white wolves before, the sight of this emaciated silver wolf caused him to remain on high alert. Yi Zimo sensed that the small silver wolf was fixated on him. Its gaze, though calm, instilled a sense of dread, as if he were being scrutinized by an utterly terrifying entity. This was not merely his imagination. He felt an indescribable weight pressing down on his very soul. At that moment, Shuiying communicated within their consciousness, stating, "The other party is a level 7 life form. We are no match for them. Be prepared to retreat at any moment." Even through their mental exchange, Yi Zimo could detect the fear laced in Shuiying's words, sending a chill down his spine. They had encountered numerous obstacles during their journey, and the Shinfeng team had even defeated level 6 super robots. Yet now, they faced an adversary of unparalleled prowess, and he could only wonder how many such masters resided aboard this super battleship. Yi Zimo understood the difficulties faced by the Shinfeng team. Typically, challenging an opponent of a higher level was nearly impossible. Each member of the team possessed unique strengths, and it was their synergy that led to victory. However, against a level 7 expert, even if the entire Shinfeng team united, defeat seemed inevitable. After sensing Yi Zimo's thoughts, Shuiying remained focused, observing the newcomer as she murmured a phrase. Yi Zimo couldn't comprehend her words, but our four translated it as a universal cosmic language. "Are you the representative of this battleship?" The figure chuckled and shook his head. "Finally speaking, let us converse in our own language. Speaking in alien tongues feels rather awkward." The sound of his voice revealed him to be male, though hoarse. His words were clear, and he spoke the Mandarin of their homeland. The soul of a level 7 life form was indeed formidable. Suddenly, the figure looked up. And in that instant, Shuiying felt a flash before her eyes, only to discover a wound had appeared on her left cheek. Her pupils contracted as she realized that such speed left no room for reaction. A level 7 being effortlessly overwhelmed a level 4, rendering the latter powerless. "Dare to move again, and your life will be forfeit." The man maintained his previous posture, his voice still hoarse but now laced with a chilling tone. Yi Zimo observed the man intently. Hearing his words, he quickly turned to Shuiying, only to see a 3-centimeter-long gash on her beautiful left cheek, blood oozing from the wound. In disbelief, he swiftly glanced back at the man, his eyes filled with incredulity. He knew Shuiying was formidable, yet it seemed the man could snuff out her life with a mere gesture. Without Gao Yuan's spatial transfer, escape was out of the question. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Shuiying's gaze hardened as she nodded submissively, aware of her powerlessness against a level 7 being. She noted that the absence of immediate lethal intent indicated a possibility for negotiation. She refrained from probing further into the man's consciousness, steadied her resolve, and mustered the courage to inquire, "Might I ask if you are the commander of this battleship?" The man replied, "I am not. However, I can represent them." Upon hearing this, Yi Zimo's mind began to churn with thoughts, his gaze sharpening as he clenched his fists. Yet, as the realization dawned that he represented the ordinary people of Earth, he reluctantly relaxed his grip, his expression turning calm as he regarded the man. Shuiying, too pressed for time, quickly addressed the figure. "Very well. Your crossing into our space has posed a threat to us. We are a civilization that values peace and harmony. I represent my civilization in this initial dialogue. Do you wish to coexist peacefully with us? The man did not respond immediately, and the atmosphere grew tense. Zimo closely observed him, noting his thoughtful posture as he crossed his arms. Feeling a jolt of recognition at the familiarity of the gesture, he was startled when the man finally spoke. What, are you threatening us? His tone was calm, lacking any hint of challenge. Shuang shook her head and smiled faintly. We bear no intention of threatening you. Should you wish to peacefully establish an alliance, we are willing to offer you a secure area for rest and to provide the necessary resources you may require. After a pause, she added, in exchange, we would only ask for some essential technological support. Shui Ying's sincerity was palpable, yet the man paid her little heed, chuckling derisively. Ha! A wretched, low-end civilization dares to set conditions? Do you expect us to provide you with the manufacturing chips for the Doomsday Battleship? Dream on. With that, he made his move. With a slight upward motion, Chu Jian was sent flying, crashing heavily against the door. Shui Ying's expression instantly turned frigid. Our four's formidable defenses could not withstand the man's assault. How powerful was a level 7 being? Zimo gritted his teeth, rushing to support Chu Jian. Fortunately, the R4 core in Chu Jian's chest remained intact, and the damaged parts swiftly began to heal, temporarily staunching his bleeding. The man stood proudly, his voice dripping with scorn. You worthless trash dare to claim an alliance with us? Have you no idea of the grandeur of our Doomsday Battleship? What resources do you even possess? Are there any treasures you could possibly offer us? Or do you have some special gifts you'd like to present? As he spoke, the man's disdain deepened. We have already dispatched ships to scour the earth. You are so impoverished you can't even muster a single worthless treasure. What use would we have for allies like you? His words were harsh yet reflected the stark reality of Earth's civilization. Shui Ying seethed with anger but forced herself to maintain composure, calmly asking, So, you intend to? Before she could finish, the man interrupted, a mocking glint in his eye as he suddenly recalled something. Oh, right, there are indeed many Earthlings. We've captured numerous powerful creatures on various planets and wouldn't mind feeding them Earthlings. Perhaps we could consider transforming you Earthlings into genetic monstrosities for sale. After all, there are plenty of you, and the business would surely thrive. Moreover, silence. Zimo could no longer contain his fury, erupting in a thunderous shout. Observing Chu Jian's stoic demeanor, the man continued to fantasize about dominating Earth. Zimo realized that these extraterrestrials aboard the Doomsday Battleship harbored no intentions of forging diplomatic relations with Earth civilization. Shui Ying's desperate pleas were futile. What was inevitable would eventually come to pass. If they could not evade it, they would have to confront it. Zimo fixed his gaze on the individual before him, expressing his ire. Do not forget that you were once a human of Earth. Even if you have aligned yourself with the civilization behind the Doomsday Battleship, it is of no consequence. Their adversaries are more formidable. A mechanical creature and a mere human could incapacitate them without resistance. Were it not for that spatial rift, you wouldn't dare to be so arrogant here. Unexpectedly, the individual did not react with anger. Instead, he chuckled, sharp-tongued. Yet your words hold some truth. Queen Serna is indeed powerful, but what of it? This timeline is not that of another. She cannot ascend. If you were to bring me her head, perhaps our esteemed General Valor would consider extending some leniency towards you and might even bestow upon you some fine rewards. Upon hearing this, Zimo felt an intense resentment, vexed by the audacity of the man. However, a realization dawned upon him. Was Queen Serna the radiant white light that nearly toppled the Doomsday Battleship? Had she also ventured to Earth? Upon further contemplation, Zimo discerned that the man's words conveyed an extraordinary significance. Was it mere arrogance, or was he subtly revealing something to them? Shui Ying narrowed her eyes, clearly having picked up on some crucial information as well. The veracity of the timeline remained unverified. Yet it was evident that General Valor stood in direct opposition to Earth's civilization, seeking to transform Earth into a colony, a seemingly undeniable truth. The tail-feather centipede and the ghost serpent were both Earth's creatures, one having evolved to the 5th level and the other to the 6th. While the man evidently reached the 7th level, the technological prowess of their adversaries was unfathomable. If this continued, Earth's civilization would undoubtedly be in peril. What Valor feared were likely the golden mechanical creature and the Queen Serna spoken of by the man, which compelled them to remain hidden within the ancient mountains of Gumeng. While the whereabouts of the golden mechanical being remained unknown, Queen Serna should have been within the rift when the Doomsday Battleship entered, and now they had lost track of her. According to the man, Earth's civilization could only rely on the golden mechanical creature or Queen Serna for survival. Yet, Shuang did not entirely concur. Citing that her nation had long been on guard against extraterrestrial foes, her country had secretly developed for decades, amassing an incalculable stockpile of long-range weaponry. No being, whether of the 7th or 8th level, could withstand the combined might of various projectiles and nuclear arms. Should war come, they would be ready. After much contemplation, Shuang resolved to refrain from further debate, steadying herself for one last inquiry. Do you truly intend to annihilate our civilization? Ah, not annihilation, but rather resource repurposing. The man replied with a sinister chuckle. Moreover, do not assume that your possession of nuclear weapons guarantees your safety. For many civilizations, nuclear arms are merely primitive weaponry, far removed from true energy weapons. To illustrate, regardless of whether you can strike our doomsday battleship, even if you could, you would not penetrate its hull. You would merely provide us with additional energy. His words were deliberate, and even Yi Zmo comprehended them clearly. He was utterly astounded. His nation was known as a nuclear power. If even nuclear weapons were rendered ineffective, what recourse remained? Without a doubt, he believed the man was merely spewing nonsense and attempting to deceive them. Shuang, momentarily taken aback, regarded the man with contemplative eyes. Subsequently, she communicated within her consciousness. Yi Zmo, do not resist my control over you. Chu Jian, hold on. I shall exert my utmost effort to ensure your escape. Before Chu Jian could finish his thought, a wave of dizziness engulfed him, and simultaneously, Yi Zmo's eyes lost their luster. Chapter 20, Coping at that moment. The man seemed oblivious to the peculiar behavior of Yi Zmo, and Chu Jian, continuing to speak. You are entirely ignorant of our many arrangements, and you possess no means of resistance. Therefore, the three of you must either surrender or face death. As the word death left his lips, Shuang simultaneously activated the spatial energy recoil function of 3 or 4 devices. In an instant, the 3 of them vanished from reality, drawn into the subspace. The subspace energy recoil is the ultimate autonomous escape feature of the ER-4, utilizing the subspace repository of the ER-4 to open a gateway to the subspace, directly connecting to the subspace tractor of the Central Plains Alliance headquarters. The subspace tractor randomly opens weak spatial points along a linear path for unpredictable teleportation. However, this escape method is still in its infancy and carries a significant failure rate. If the subspace tractor fails to open a passage, the teleporters could become trapped indefinitely in subspace. At this moment, Chu Jian was gravely injured, and Yi Zmo was utterly defenseless, with no way forward and no retreat. Shuaying's only option was to seize the chance before the man made his move, and she resolutely chose to act. As Yi Zmo and the others vanished mysteriously, the man reached out, and the small silver wolf's eyes gleamed with an eerie silver light. Just then, 2 magnetic energy fission bombs suddenly materialized at the spot where Shuang had disappeared, exploding with a thunderous roar. This time, the magnetic energy fission bombs caused no harm to the man or the small silver wolf, but they disrupted the flow of energy, serving to block the man's and the wolf's attacks. The presence of Yi Zmo and the others vanished completely, and the small silver wolf looked up at the man, who pulled down the hood of his cloak. The man was covered in tiny white scales, and his pupils were pitch black, yet his eyes, nose, mouth, and ears retained a human form. If Yi Zmo were to see him now, he would undoubtedly recognize him as Chen Yufei, who had gone missing 5 years ago after being swept away by an avalanche. Chen Yufei stared intently at the spot where Yi Zmo and the others had vanished, silently wishing, Xiao, I can only assist you to this extent now. I truly hope that Earth can withstand these trials. Chen Yufei felt a deep sense of regret. Yi Zmo's earlier words echoed his own inner turmoil, yet he was powerless to choose his fate. Even though he had been transformed into a hybrid genetic monster, he still considered himself to be the original Chen Yufei. He even had the 6th-level small silver wolf stabilize the subspace when Yi Zmo and the others opened it. But Shuang, fearing he might pursue them, inadvertently destabilized their subspace channel, filling him with apprehension. The conservation of cosmic energy dictates that when one area of space is damaged, another must open. This principle underlies the technology of spatial teleportation matrices, and subspace energy recoil was created based on this concept. As a fundamental component of the grand universe, space is extraordinarily fascinating. However, the interference in Yi Zmo's subspace channel extended their stay longer than anticipated, a circumstance that Shuang had calculated within her parameters. Taking advantage of the extended time, Shuang exerted her control to propel Chu Jian forward with all her strength. However, She did not anticipate that the instability of the subspace channel would cause the explosive force of the magnetic energy fission bombs to be drawn back in. As Uzimo was about to be affected, she hurriedly pulled him close, shielding him with her own body. Just as Uzimo caught a glimpse of the gray before him, he succumbed to unconsciousness. In a nameless low hill to the southeast of the ancient Meng 100 Mountains, Chu Jian lay there, utterly exhausted. His R4 battle suit was in tatters, and he was covered in wounds, bleeding profusely. Ironically, it was Qin Yufei's well-intentioned assistance that had inadvertently caused them trouble, had he not asked the small silver wolf to help stabilize the subspace channel. Uzimo and the others would not have been subjected to the magnetic electrical turbulence. The R4, being a smart mechanical battle suit, suffered predictable consequences from such an attack. Chu Jian had fallen from a height of 7 or 8 meters, and without the protection of the R4, even as an awakened ability user, he sustained significant internal injuries. Coughing. Chu Jian struggled to sit up, unable to suppress a fit of coughing, which resulted in blood spilling from his mouth. Coupled with the damage from the shattered space, he was becoming increasingly disoriented. Glancing around, he was filled with deep concern for Shuang and Uzimo. Having been so far from the magnetic electrical turbulence, he had sustained such injuries, so they, having been in close proximity, would be in even greater peril. Gritting his teeth, he trembled as he reached for his chest. The R4 had a self-protection feature that would eject the damaged components, and while the core remained relatively intact, it was drained of energy. Taking a deep breath, Chu Jian started to infuse the R4 core with ice-type energy, and soon, the R4 was reactivated, issuing a series of damage warnings that he ignored. Finally, he managed to retrieve an energy module from the repository, painstakingly replacing the damaged one. The R4 powered up once more, and another series of warnings sounded. Chu Jian hurriedly silenced them, but the R4's positioning and data transmission devices were irreparably damaged, leaving him with only the voice signal for communication. He could only use this method to contact the Ability Alliance headquarters. Calling headquarters, this is Shinfeng Squad. Chu Jian, please respond. Calling headquarters. Chu Jian spoke weakly. As waves of dizziness washed over him, he clenched his fists to rouse his spirit. He understood that Shuang had placed all her hopes on him. If he succumbed to unconsciousness, the Alliance headquarters would not receive the critical information they had uncovered. Calling headquarters, this is, damn it, pick up. The Ability Alliance headquarters did not respond immediately, and Chu Jian's frustration mounted. They were fighting for their lives in the ancient Meng 100 Mountains. Yet the headquarters couldn't even muster someone to answer his call. In truth, this was not entirely the fault of the Ability Alliance headquarters. After losing contact with the 9 ability teams that had entered the ancient Meng 100 Mountains, the personnel at headquarters were racking their brains to establish a connection with advanced devices, neglecting the basic low-level communication functions. In the information department of the Ability Alliance headquarters, staff members were in a frenzy, overwhelmed with various information that needed sorting and analysis. Chu Jian's call was merely one among many, and since his R4 had not transmitted data, others could not identify him. However, the call was soon routed to information analyst Zhang Xiaolan, who, upon verifying the confidential number and confirming the caller's identity, hurriedly answered. Shinfeng Squad Chu Jian, can you hear me? Hello? Chu Jian? Zhang Xiaolan's voice was raised in urgency, drawing the attention of those around her. Unfortunately, the signal was hampered, and the noise made it difficult to hear Chu Jian's fragmented voice. Chu Jian was a member of the Shinfeng Squad, and his call to headquarters surely contained confidential information, prompting Zhang Xiaolan to immediately elevate the call on the information analysis display and turn the volume to maximum, quickly silencing the department. What are you all doing? I request support, help me, connect to the command post, cough cough. Lu Zhangqi wore a grave expression, not daring to delay. He quickly contacted the command post and signaled for those nearby to locate Chu Jian immediately. When Meng Fik learned that Chu Jian was using a communication device to contact headquarters, an ominous premonition washed over her. As the projection of the call with Chu Jian appeared, she steadied herself and asked, Xiao Jian, this is Meng Fik. What is the situation on your end? At last, having connected with Commander Meng Fik, Chu Jian felt a surge of spirit despite the static interference. A bittersweet smile crept onto his cold face, and he could not help but feel tears welling in his eyes. With a heavy sigh, we discovered the cosmic battleship Doomsday at the foot of the mountain. Amidst the fluctuating static, Chu Jian, enduring excruciating pain, managed to rise to his feet. He surveyed the surroundings, ultimately spotting the vast, misty expanse of the ancient Mingbai Mountain. What? A cosmic battleship? Ming Fei found it nearly unbelievable. As Chu Jian's voice echoed in the command center, leaving everyone utterly astonished, particularly Chen Hao, who had never anticipated the emergence of such an ultimate crisis. Indeed, the enemy. They are formidable. Many have gone missing. I request assistance. Chu Jian gasped, his body trembling with distress. Yet he persisted in his urgent plea. No, do not deploy nuclear weapons. I advise initiating the termination protocol. Furthermore, I suspect the source of the anomalous energy interference lies beyond the mountain. I recommend activating the secondary triangular microenergy detection, linear scanning, to assess the Mingbai Mountain. In the direction behind me. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Chu Jian continued, I escaped from the alternate space. No more time for words. I must go. Rescue them. Chu Jian could not hear Ming Fei's responses. As an overwhelming weakness washed over him once more, he conjured a layer of ice around himself and began to struggle toward Mingbai Mountain. You must not be harmed, he murmured, his movements laborious, yet he pressed on. He understood that if he was so gravely injured, Shuang would undoubtedly be in even greater peril. And then there was Zmo, an ordinary person. How could he withstand the waves of extraordinary energy? At that moment, the headquarters of the Psychic Alliance finally pinpointed Chu Jian's location and received images transmitted from the Tianqin satellite. Many witnessed him taking slow, determined steps toward Mingbai Mountain. Though the communication was indeed disrupted by an unknown energy, resulting in fragmented visuals. The situation was urgent. However, initiating the termination protocol was not a straightforward task. Chen Hao felt uncertain and turned to Ming Fei, asking, does convening an emergency meeting for the five-party consultation to initiate the termination protocol seem necessary? The weapons belong to our nation. In emergencies, we need not seek their approval. Meng Fei firmly rejected Chen Hao's suggestion and personally issued orders to Tianji. In the skies above Mingbai Mountain, the Xinfeng S-2 transport aircraft swiftly received orders, alongside the Yin Long Squad's Y-1, both heading southeast at great speed. Concurrently, villages near the Hengliang mountain range received notifications to evacuate immediately to avoid impending snowstorms. In the cockpit of the Xinfeng S-2, Lin Xian Air piloted the aircraft herself, only relinquishing control to S-2 once they exited the interference zone surrounding Mingbai Mountain. Yang Lin stood behind her, gazing intently at the ground below. The mission of the Xinfeng S-2 was to rescue Chu Jian, but he was no longer at the original marked position. His energy fluctuations and vital signs were obstructed by unknown interference, causing the Tianqin satellite to lose track of him, necessitating her unique abilities to locate him. The crew aboard the Yanlong Y-1 was equally remarkable, operated by the intelligent flame spirit, heading directly toward the coordinates relayed by the Tianqin satellite. At high speed, the marked location quickly fell within Y-1's attack range, prompting the flame spirit to launch a super-energy shockwave bomb. With a successful strike, the target was obliterated, and the blizzard along with the unknown interference in Mingbai Mountain swiftly ceased. At that moment, 9 psychic teams simultaneously established contact with the Alliance headquarters. Following the data transmission from the Xinfeng team and other teams that had entered the Doomsday battleship, the Tianqin satellite promptly located the battleship's position. Members from various branches of the Psychic Alliance and the headquarters were left in a state of astonishment. Based on the simulated positions of the various psychic teams, a vast expanse of darkness was observed deeply embedded within Mingbai Mountain, occupying at least half of the terrain, a testament to the immense size of the Doomsday battleship. Chapter 21. The strange sphere. It is uncertain how much time has passed when Zimo's fingers twitched, and he soon regained consciousness, opening his eyes. However, he was soon overtaken by a fit of deep, oppressive coughing. Morning. Insufficient energy. Morning. Insufficient energy. The familiar voice echoed repeatedly in his ears. Yet Zimo could not muster the focus to silence it. His limbs felt achingly weak, his entire body racked with pain, as if a mountain pressed upon his back. A constant buzzing resonated in his mind, and every bone in his body felt as though it had been dislocated. Even the act of breathing was laborious. Eventually, he managed to cough out the discomfort and realized he was sprawled on the ground. A faint glimmer of light illuminated his surroundings, allowing him to glimpse the layer of gray-white dust that coated the edge of his visor, at least a centimeter thick. Zimo's face twisted in confusion. R4 was devoid of an energy shield and had inexplicably activated stealth mode, while he had no idea where all the energy had gone. Were it not for the numbing pain coursing through him, he might have thought he had been slain by the strange figure within the corridor. Upon checking the time, he discovered he had been away from the Doomsday Battleship's corridor for nearly half an hour. The memory of the bizarre place he had seen earlier jolted him into alertness. Shuang? Although it had been but a fleeting sensation, he distinctly felt Shuang embrace him from behind. That subtle yet palpable pressure was unmistakable. He hastily turned his head, only to see that Shuang's head was also shielded by her visor. Perhaps Zimo was genuinely frightened by Shuang. He felt as timid as a mouse. Yet, Shuang showed no reaction, leaving him momentarily stunned. Soon after, he noticed an unread voice message notification, piquing his curiosity as it had not played automatically. He hurriedly listened. Zimo, I'm so sorry. I can only do my utmost to ensure Chu Jian's safety while he seeks help. If we survive, I promise. Clearly, Shui Ying's message had a latter half that remained unspoken, likely because she had fainted at that moment. Zimo was oblivious to her intentions. He even suspected she might have wanted to say that she would definitely kill him, given their intimate proximity. With Shui Ying's notoriously foul temper, he had no doubt his fate would be dire. Driven by a primal instinct for survival, Zimo rolled away, causing Shui to slide off his back and lie motionless beside him, her breathing barely perceptible. Unbeknownst to him, strange energy surged from the ground towards Shui Ying's back, slowly mending her injuries. Simultaneously, a walnut-sized, dark golden metallic sphere materialized 2 meters above her chest. Zimo anticipated Shui Ying would awaken immediately. However, seeing her on the brink of death, he rushed over to examine her breathing, soon realizing she was in a state of unconsciousness. The area beneath him was soft, but he gave it little thought. All he knew was that Shui Ying's heartbeat was faint, indicating she had sustained grave injuries and was perilously close to death. A pang of anguish gripped Zimo's heart as he recalled Shui Ying's injuries, realizing she had taken the brunt of the harm meant for him. Fortunately, he had experience in caring for the wounded, compelling him to act quickly to roll Shui Ying over for a thorough examination. At that moment, the suspended dark golden sphere plummeted, striking Zimo's back. Startled, he glanced back, but the sphere quickly disappeared into a pile of deep gray debris, eluding his notice. Looking up, he saw the ceiling, 6 or 7 meters high, riddled with cracks, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Scanning the surroundings, he found nothing but a few large stone pillars and dust. If he did not awaken Shui Ying soon, she might be buried alive here. Without further hesitation, Zimo rolled Shui Ying onto her back, and the next moment, he gasped in horror. Shui Ying's entire back was marred with wounds, from her heels to her neck, all bloodied and mangled. In his negligence, he had allowed most of the injuries to become caked with dust. At that instant, Zimo felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself in regret. He quickly activated R4's diagnostic function, only to be met with a series of warnings. Warning: insufficient energy. Diagnostic function cannot be activated. Warning: insufficient energy. Please replace the energy module. Warning: having grown somewhat familiar with R4, Zimo swiftly searched for a solution. He retrieved an energy module and, in a half-standby state, replaced the depleted one. He then hurriedly conducted a comprehensive examination of Shui Ying. The scanning results arrived swiftly, revealing that the extent of damage to Shui Ying's back was critical. Had she not been an awakened soul power user, she would have succumbed to unconsciousness long ago. Gazing at Shui Ying's back, Zimo trembled, unable to bring himself to touch her. He could not fathom what had befallen her to inflict such horrific injuries. Gathering his resolve, Zimo commanded R4, investigate the cause of Shui Ying's injuries. Upon learning the reason, he looked back at Shui Ying, filled with immense gratitude and a burgeoning sense of pity. Shui Ying, a powerful awakened soul user, could have easily saved herself but chose to protect him instead, sacrificing her own safety for his well-being. He was at a loss for how to repay such a debt. Yingjia, I'm so sorry. If these scars make you unworthy of love in the future, I shall marry you. Zimo spoke earnestly, fully aware of what those scars would mean for a girl. He dared not waste any more time. Gritting his teeth, he half-kneeled and cradled Shui Ying in his arms. Shui Ying's R4 was completely drained of energy, but fortunately, he had a spare energy module. After some effort, he successfully powered on her R4, which then spread across the damaged edges, enveloping Shui Ying's body in protection. At last, Zimo exhaled in relief. Turning to observe Shui Ying's pale face, a profound sense of compassion welled within him, unmistakable in his gaze. In his heart, he recognized Shui Ying as a woman both proud and domineering, evoking a sense of trepidation within him. Yet, when her facade faded and she appeared tranquil, she radiated an exquisite charm. Rest assured, your face remains exceptionally beautiful, Yizimo blurted out, attempting to mask his embarrassment as well as to divert attention from the wounds marring Shui Ying's visage. Shui Ying kept her eyes tightly shut. With our force protection, she should be able to endure. Yizimo hastily surveyed the surroundings, seeking a path to escape. Regrettably, the results of his search were disheartening. This place was shrouded in mystery, measuring approximately 10 meters in length, 9 meters in width, and 6 meters in height. 12 enormous round stone pillars supported the structure, while a massive double door that might serve as an exit was blocked by a pile of boulders, and the small door within was similarly obstructed by debris. There was not a whisper of wind, and the air was critically deficient in oxygen. R4 had lost signal, and even if it could produce oxygen, he doubted it could sustain Shui Ying until she regained consciousness. Yizimo's expression soured. While Shui Ying could endure without food or water, how could he, an ordinary person, survive in this unknown realm? The strength-enhancing injection had a limited duration, and he feared that once it wore off, he would lose his chance to escape. With these thoughts weighing heavily on his mind, he fixed his gaze upon the double doors, the icy shadow of determination gripping his hand as he prepared to blast a path to freedom. Aiming at the door, Yizimo hesitated to pull the trigger, fearful that a powerful blast might cause the structure to collapse, sealing their fate. Just as doubt began to cloud his mind, R4 received an exceedingly crucial message. And upon reading it, he could not suppress his overwhelming joy. Caution, the subspace summoning system has been detected, and the spatial teleportation function has been activated automatically. If teleportation is not required, please deactivate. Caution, the subspace summoning system has been detected, and the spatial teleportation function has been activated. Due to insufficient authorization, Yizimo remained utterly oblivious to the nature of the subspace summoning system. A search via R4 yielded no results, however. The subsequent mention of the teleportation function was evidently capable of transporting both him and Shui Ying from this location. The identification code has been confirmed, and subspace positioning is successful. Spatial teleportation function is now active. Consciousness connection program is shutting down. Subspace teleportation channel is being generated. Countdown to teleportation, 20, 19, 18. Rather than idly waiting, Yizimo hastily laid Shui Ying down gently at a safe distance on the ground, minimizing any potential interference during the teleportation process. While observing her, he awaited the impending transfer. 8, 7, 6, 5. Listening to the countdown, Yizimo turned his head to glance at Shui Ying, unable to suppress his curiosity about how she would treat him in the future. Just as the countdown reached 1, an unexpected warning pierced the air. This alarm seemed somewhat perplexing. He initially presumed it to be a pre-teleportation alert, only to discover that Shui Ying had suddenly vanished, leaving him behind. Yizimo's expression of astonishment solidified on his face, and he could not help but wonder if their proximity had caused the anomaly. Yet, if that were the case, why had R4 not alerted him? Warning: anomalous energy interference detected. Warning: anomalous energy interference detected. As the alarm blared, Yizimo dazedly shook his head in search of the source of the disruption. Just as he turned, his glasses locked onto a small, dark golden orb hovering above him. He distinctly observed the orb glowing faintly. R4 had not scanned it before, and the information displayed upon locking onto it was entirely indecipherable. In disbelief, Yizimo pondered the orb's sudden appearance and its inexplicable levitation in midair. Soon, before he could process the situation, the small orb plummeted, striking him with considerable force. Despite R4's protective measures, Yizimo gasped, feeling a sharp pain in his chest. The orb was undeniably heavy, weighing no less than 10 pounds, even after R4's attenuation. He stared in astonishment as the orb rolled away, gaining momentum. At that moment, R4 received yet another message. Caution, the subspace summoning system has been deactivated, and the spatial teleportation function has been terminated. Consciousness connection program is now active. Yizimo could scarcely believe his eyes upon reading this message. Was it possible that the illustrious Ability Alliance had summoned him only once? Surely, they ought to conduct at least 2 summons. How could the awakened ability users of the Alliance, facing a fate similar to his, ever hope to escape? Unbeknownst to Yizimo, the cost of each subspace summoning by the Ability Alliance was steep, and even if he were aware, he would be indignant. The Alliance had seemingly abandoned him, leaving him to await his demise. A surge of rage welled up within Yizimo as he glared at the orb with disdain. Rising to his feet in a furious stride, he approached it with a heart full of resentment and seized it with determination. "You shameless thing, why have you harmed me?" He spat, his teeth clenched in anger. After venting his frustration, he unleashed all his strength to hurl the orb away with fury. Chapter 22. The Fall of Doomsday. After throwing away the object, Zemo couldn't muster the energy to glance back. He sank hopelessly to the ground, cradling his head in despair. Despite the repeated tremors that reverberated through the air, causing small stones to tumble onto him, he remained glued to his spot. Reflecting on the surreal events of the day, he wished fervently that it were merely a false alarm, yet the harsh reality persisted. It felt as if the very stones that fell were mocking him. Suddenly, Zemo broke into a foolish grin. The audacity of aliens traversing the cosmos to seize Earth's creatures and forge formidable beings that humanity could hardly contend with was utterly shameless. And that seventh-level enigmatic figure, clearly a human, had become a lackey for the extraterrestrials. In the future, individuals like him would only increase in number. However, he had to concede that the man was not entirely incorrect. Earth's civilization was indeed too primitive, rendering it susceptible to oppression. Had it not been for the aliens' reservations, a global massacre could have commenced years ago. The thought of the man's predictions becoming reality tightened his fists in anger, though he soon relaxed them, feeling powerless. As an ordinary person trapped in this dire situation, he questioned his right to concern himself with matters that should be addressed by the world's elite. In this unforgiving world, the strong would eventually prevail, and ordinary souls could only acquiesce to fate. Zemo envisioned the Supernatural Alliance, undoubtedly well prepared for the impending invasion. They likely possessed alien weaponry hidden away, and even if they did not, rumors of weapons more potent than atomic bombs had circulated widely. He refused to believe that the Doomsday battleship could withstand such might. After all, while aboard the battleship, Chujian had sustained grievous injuries yet remained resolute. If the Supernatural Alliance lacked a strategy, Chujian and Schwerin would have surrendered long ago. Indeed, I believe we can triumph. You can achieve it. As thoughts of the kamikaze squad's valor swirled in his mind, Zemo found himself murmuring absent-mindedly. Honestly, he yearned to confront those aliens. To question why they had attacked 5 years ago, extracting genes when a single hair or drop of blood would suffice. Why had they orchestrated an avalanche that claimed the lives of Zemo and his companions, leaving one of his closest friends dead at the scene, while another perished from neglect? In that moment, he had dared not ask. Fearing to provoke repercussions for Schwerin and Chujian, concerned he might exacerbate the crisis on Earth. Now, however, he was eager to win this war, so he could demand answers from those extraterrestrials. No, I cannot wait here to die. As he contemplated the possibilities that were not beyond reach, despair swiftly dissipated. He realized he was merely trapped, not resigned to certain death. There was still hope. With renewed determination, he sprang to his feet, turning to face the door. Equipped with the exceedingly advanced R4, he was confident that even a small hole would provide an escape. It was evident that the fissures had been created by the small orb he had thrown, and he recalled that it had felt surprisingly light in his grasp, producing minimal sound upon impact with the stone wall. Could it be a treasure of sorts? Zemo regarded the orb with suspicion, a thought flickering through his mind. In the cosmos, there existed remarkable treasures imbued with unique powers. Their bearers could harness these energies to unleash tremendous force, encompassing offensive, defensive, and supportive capabilities. Such treasures were known as extraordinary artifacts. Currently, R4's database lacked specific documentation on them, and even if it did, Zemo's clearance might not be sufficient for him to access that information. Driven by curiosity, Zemo hurried to the fissure. His gaze flitted across the opening as R4's scanning mechanism swiftly yielded results. The stone wall's thickness remained unknown. Yet the fissure extended to a depth of 1 meter, and the stones were indeed authentic. Zemo found it utterly astonishing that the small orb he had tossed possessed such formidable power. It had even autonomously hindered his teleportation. Such a sentient artifact could not be anything but extraordinary. After steadying himself, Zemo inhaled deeply and cautiously extended his right hand toward the small orb. His nerves tingled with excitement and apprehension, causing his hand to tremble uncontrollably. At last, he made contact. The surface was smooth, resembling an ordinary metallic sphere. Yet it was difficult to fathom its immense potential. Notably, the orb remained still, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Uncertain of the orb's purpose, he recognized the folly of disregarding a rare treasure. Without hesitation, he utilized R4 to extract the orb. Yet, as it detached from the stone wall, the fissure widened dramatically, tearing the stone apart and causing the central area to shatter. As debris rained down, Zemo instinctively recoiled. To his astonishment, a massive opening had been revealed in the crumbling wall. At that moment, a series of violent tremors erupted, causing significant portions of the overhead stone to collapse. He rushed into the newly formed gap. At that instant, the entire Gumo mountain range quaked violently, with numerous mountainsides crumbling in succession. Above the northern section of Gumo Mountain, a majority of the Supernatural Alliance's Type 1 transport aircraft circled ominously, accompanied by Type 2 transporters providing support, while swarms of unmanned combat drones densely populated the area, all targeting the ground below. The northern expanse of the 1,000-foot cliff's snowy terrain collapsed particularly violently, fissures splitting wide and deep. As the tremors intensified, that region began to bulge, and the ominous Doomsday battleship finally emerged from below. As soon as the battleship appeared, all unmanned drones unleashed a barrage of specialized missiles, while Type 1 and Type 2 transporters joined the fray. In an instant, the Doomsday battleship was engulfed by a torrential downpour of missiles, an overwhelming sight that sent chills down the spine. Numerous external weapons on the Doomsday battleship activated in response, firing beams, orbs of light, and linked energy projectiles, swiftly destroying a significant number of missiles. The ferocity of the firepower was staggering, leading to the destruction of many unmanned drones, with some Type 1 and Type 2 transporters also falling victim. Finally, the missile storm descended, only for the battleship to manifest a colossal orange-yellow protective shield. The initial missiles struck the shield, triggering a series of explosions that merely sent ripples across its surface. Within the command room of the Doomsday battleship, a towering figure clad in dark golden armor, a 3-meter-tall entity, chuckled ominously. He was General Valoral, the captain of the Doomsday battleship, a true saint-level being. Valoral's imposing figure boasted robust arms, a powerful physique, and sturdy legs. His head was oval-shaped, with a slightly protruding forehead and an elongated back, his skin grayish-white akin to shark skin. His elongated ears protruded sharply, growing oddly backward, while his eyes, though resembling human eyes, were strikingly large. His nose was long and flat, and his wide mouth lacked lips, the chin resembling a smooth, rounded mass of flesh. Seeing the protective shield effortlessly deflect the human missile barrage, Valoral grinned, revealing his broad, square teeth. He cast a satisfied glance at the two similarly shaped generals on his left, and then turned his attention to the 5 figures concealed beneath cloaks on his right. Humph. Is this truly the extent of your human weaponry? Impressive in power, yet alas, unable to breach the shield of my Doomsday. Ha ha. Valoral proclaimed triumphantly in Earth's tongue, though his rough voice and clumsy pronunciation left much to be desired. Although nearly a third of the missiles had been destroyed, Valoral did not underestimate the remaining arsenal. The variety of missiles included some with considerable potency. However, they could only manage to create ripples upon the shield's surface. After concealing his energy shield for so many years, Veyrer was seething with rage. He had resorted to unleashing his wrath upon humanity. However, before he could issue the command for a full-scale assault, the energy shield flickered and vanished. Subsequently, the command room was inundated with urgent alien transmissions. Beep. Interference detected from the cluster disruptor. Flight altitude restricted to 2,000 meters. Beep. Signal for spatial fragmentation bomb detected. Energy shield has been automatically disabled. Beep. All weapons ceased. Emergency descent initiated. Collision countdown. 13, 12. Beep. Reverse magnetic explosion detected. Main power has been severed. Auxiliary power cannot be activated. The vessel is now out of control, hovering. Boom. The Doomsday battleship experienced the onslaught of a missile storm, quaking violently. Yet it did not breach the resilient outer hull. Soon, reinforcements in the form of military special missiles surged from the distance, filling the sky at various altitudes. The missile units behind them had congregated, while the aircraft carrier fleet continued launching missiles in droves, with hundreds of thousands of various projectiles targeting the Doomsday battleship. Veyrer and his 2 deputy generals were taken aback, and many alien crew members were paralyzed with fear. Was such madness necessary for just one nation? Amidst the dense missile barrage, numerous unmanned combat drones, specialized fighter jets, bombers, and other unidentified aircraft approached. Veyrer's detector picked them up, relaying the information to the holographic projection. Even at his saintly level, Veyrer couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. In disbelief, Veyrer fixed his gaze on the robust figure to his right, shouting, "Did you not claim that nothing was detected? Where did those weapons come from? Is this what you refer to as a primitive civilization?" Taken aback by the retort, Veyrer felt the tremors of countless missile strikes and could only divert his gaze in vexation. He had dispatched Zimming and 5 others to scour the globe for samples, and they had covertly traversed every landmass and coastal area of Earth. The data revealed no significant anomalies, leading him to suspect that humanity had buried their capabilities too deeply. At that moment, Veyrer could only hope that the Doomsday battleship could withstand the onslaught. Once the ship's engineers neutralized the threat of the spatial fragmentation bomb, he would be free to act as he pleased. However, his hopes were soon dashed. The unexpected hovering of the Doomsday battleship did not compel Ming Feek to halt the attack. In addition to urging Gao Yuan and others to dismantle the battleship's propulsion system, she ultimately commanded Tianji to unleash the prepared annihilation weapon. In the skies above the ancient Ming Banshan, 3 groups of Tianjin satellites, each consisting of 6, emerged from 3 concealed locations. Almost simultaneously, the 3 groups activated their energy matrices, locking onto the Doomsday battleship and unleashing 3 massive beams of black light. This annihilation laser represented our nation's ultimate weapon. As the beam struck the same section of the battleship's hull, a gaping wound was torn open within a mere 5 seconds of its onslaught. In the next moment, a multitude of missiles, drones, fighter jets, transport aircraft, and bombers all targeted that breach, launching a relentless attack. Boom! Amidst a cacophony of chaotic explosions, the Doomsday battleship began to tilt, plummeting toward the northwestern expanse of the ancient Ming Banshan. Chapter 23. Beneath the temple ruins, the cataclysmic laser of destruction achieved its purpose, igniting a chorus of uplifting cries within the alliance of abilities, yet Ming Feek remained inscrutable, devoid of any expression. Inside the Doomsday warship, Gao Yuan, Qin Dong, and Xiaoya stood alongside over a dozen weary awakened ones from various squads. Gao Yuan gazed at the chaotic electromagnetic firing zone ahead, his countenance filled with suspicion. He hastily communicated. We identified it. It's interference from an anti-magnetic weapon. Many systems on the Doomsday warship are in a state of paralysis. The trio turned their attention to the holographic projection of the warship, witnessing its barrage from various weapons, ultimately succumbing to black smoke as it plummeted into the basin of the Hongliang mountain range in the northwest of Gumo Baishan, stirring up clouds of dust and debris. Unbeknownst to them, the external assault was ferocious, turning Gumo Baishan into a colossal pit. Upon learning that Xue Ying and Chu Jian were being urgently treated at the base, the 3 hastened to their side. Deep beneath Gumo Baishan, Yi Zimo sensed an unending tremor. The area he had occupied had long since collapsed. After traversing the stone wall-less opening, he did not linger, but leapt into a subterranean pool as per our 4S designated escape route, hastily activating the full functionality of the aquatic diving mode, seeking refuge in a recess at the pool's edge. What transpired outside was a mystery to Yi Zimo, however. He quickly grasped his location. Upon entering the stone wall-less opening, our 4 had detected significant clues. The area of the pool was larger than the previous chamber, and with no door present, Yi Zimo surmised that the earlier room was merely an anteroom, while the pool area was of paramount importance. The 2 chambers bore a resemblance. Yet before the pool stood a statue of a goddess. The statue's left hand delicately held a rare diamond petal flower, while the right hand was outstretched towards a peculiar deer-like creature, sculpted from stone, adorned with strange trees. The goddess herself was perhaps of such a visage. Towering nearly 2 meters, with flowing hair and a countenance of beauty and grace, her attire being of an unusual nature, embellished with slight protrusions at her temples. Yi Zimo was aware of the legends surrounding the ancient gods of Gumo Baishan, yet he had not anticipated the existence of an actual temple. Regrettably, the temple ruins had collapsed, the entrance to the geothermal spring obstructed by massive boulders, rendering him unable to investigate further. The underwater passage resembled a vertical shaft, circular in form with a diameter exceeding 5 meters. The walls of the passage were extremely smooth, devoid of any signs of human excavation, appearing as though naturally formed. However, diving was not Yi Zimo's forte. He relied entirely on our 4S diving mode, which transformed him into a sleek fish, swiftly descending. As he submerged, he marked intervals of 10 to 20 meters, with the system automatically guiding him to the designated points, his entire being propelled downward at a commendable pace. For safety, he activated the cloaking function to evade potential dangers. The only inconvenience was the peculiar small sphere which he could not stow away in his storage. Instead, he clutched it in his left hand, while his right remained poised to draw forth the ice shadow for protection. Our 4S scanning capabilities were formidable, easily detecting depths of 200 meters. As Yi Zimo descended, an exit finally appeared on the map. Below the interface was an irregularly shaped colossal dome, and light appeared to emanate from beneath, flickering with the movement of the water, creating a somewhat dazzling effect. Yi Zimo's concerns were unfounded. Our 4S diving mode was capable of navigating even the deep sea, let alone this subterranean river. Cautiously, he approached the vicinity of the passage S interface, at which point R4 adjusted its night vision to 10%. Indeed, there was light below. A radiant white substance appeared to drift gently beneath the water. Its depth yet to be fully explored. The map merely indicated a layer of luminescent material subtly shifting, albeit the weak current rendered visibility unclear. He carefully positioned himself at the interface, peering downwards to scrutinize the area. As the scanning results indicated, the dome-shaped ceiling below mirrored the depth above. However, R4 was unable to detect the upper terminus, nor could it ascertain the precise location of the underground River S entrance, as the water flowed in mild eddies. Eluding accurate analysis of the exit position, Zimo found himself at an impasse. After a moment of contemplation, he resolutely decided to seek an escape by adhering to the ceiling. However, just as his body began to drift downward, a colossal creature suddenly surged forth from the opposite side. Zimo's face contorted with terror. Instinctively, he struggled, yet his resistance proved futile. The creature's lengthy tentacles extended over 7 meters, its body exceeding 6 meters in length, with the thickest part measuring 3 meters across, exhibiting immense strength. Despite R4's assistance, he remained ensnared. Soon, R4's detection results horrified him. Warning: super creature detected. Warning: cloaking function malfunctioning. At that moment, R4 finally identified the creature. Yet it was too late. A super creature? Zimo's eyes widened in despair. Realizing the creature's disguise had been so masterful that it had previously evaded R4's scans, the super creature, appearing ravenous, seized Zimo and attempted to engulf him. As the creature's tentacles unfurled, both it and Zimo were momentarily frozen in shock. The creature opened its enormous maw, measuring a full meter across, filled with sharp, menacing teeth. Above its mouth, however, was a human head, its eyes fixated intently on Zimo's face beneath the R4 mask. Zimo could hardly believe his eyes. The creature's visage instantaneously reminded him of a dear friend, one of the 6 who had gone missing during the avalanche 5 years prior, his brother, Wang Bin. In a daze, Zimo stared at Wang Bin's face, his lips quivering, yet no words escaped him. Wang Bin had vanished alongside him, his brother Ziming, and the others. Wang Bin had transformed into a monster. What had become of Ziming and the rest? At that moment, Zimo could not help but doubt that the 7th-level creature they had encountered in the Doomsday Warship's passage was perhaps one of the 6. More than 5 years had passed, and their reunion bore such an unimaginable circumstance. Wang Bin, evidently recognizing Zimo, trembled as he awakened, encased within a sizable, translucent bubble. Zimo? With the water's hindrance removed, Wang Bin's mouth spoke, subsequently sealing his enormous maw lined with sharp teeth. Zimo instinctively nodded. When he activated R4's amplifier, he stammered, Wang Bin, how? You're curious about how I became this way, aren't you? Wang Bin interjected, his eyes quickly revealing a fierce anger. He coldly chuckled, it's all thanks to your brother, Ziming. The mere mention of Ziming sent Wang Bin into a fit of trembling terror, and through his words of resentment, Zimo finally grasped what transpired after the avalanche 5 years prior. In that fateful avalanche, Ziming and the 5 others were swept down into a deep ravine by the snow, yet fortune smiled upon Ziming. He endured minimal injuries, fortuitously finding himself within the second collapse of the snow layer, allowing him to escape from the fracture. It all seemed like a conspiracy. Soon after, Ziming uncovered a cave beneath the ravine. Unable to locate the others, he opted to take refuge there, unaware that it was one of the passages leading to the Doomsday Warship. After traversing a spatial rift, the Doomsday Warship collided with the underground, becoming deeply entombed, resulting in the bizarre terrain of Gomo Baishan. Moreover, the warship had sustained severe damage from Queen Serna and her mechanical beasts. General Valoril had no choice but to order all personnel into deep sleep, with the ship's main intelligence, Morpheus, assuming control to dispatch mechanical soldiers for covert resource acquisition and to investigate the whereabouts of Serna and the beasts. At the moment when Ziming was engulfed in profound anguish, Morpheus appeared, proposing a transaction, the resurrection of Qin Yufei and Lin Shui in exchange for his assistance in safeguarding and repairing the Doomsday battleship. Although Ziming was initially skeptical, he ultimately acquiesced to Morpheus's request. Little did he anticipate that Morpheus's first step would be to transform him into a hybrid genetic being. Nevertheless, Ziming accepted this fate. When Wang Bin emerged from the genetic cultivation tank, he was greeted by Ziming and his companions, including Xiao Mo. It soon became apparent to him that he was the least advanced among them. Despite still being able to exist on land, he had lost his humanoid form. Subsequently, Wang Bin sought revenge in secret, consuming numerous clones of Xiao. Upon discovering this, Yiziming chose to overlook Wang Bin's actions, which gradually fueled Wang Bin's resentment towards him. Of course, Wang Bin dared not lay a hand on Xiao. Not only was he no match for Xiao, but Yiziming had also come to regard Xiao as a precious substitute for Yizimo, treating him with utmost care. As an immensely powerful level 7 being, Yiziming was someone Wang Bin would not dare to provoke, no matter his audacity. Now, having been cast aside once more by Yiziming, Wang Bin fortuitously encountered Yizimo. What a stroke of luck. He mused. What do you think Yiziming's expression would be if he knew I had consumed you? Wang Bin's pride swelled as he recounted how he had devoured several awakened beings underwater, all clad similarly to Yizimo. Despite being an extraordinary individual, Yizimo could not escape the grim fate of becoming his meal. Feeling the tightening grip around his waist, Yizimo's expression darkened. 5 years prior, Wang Bin had been a lively, charming, and witty little chubby boy. Now, he had morphed into a monster, driven solely by insatiable greed and savagery. In truth, Yizimo had long sensed that Wang Bin would not relent. After all, Wang Bin had uttered so much yet remained unyielding. Now a level 5 super being, Wang Bin was a force against which an ordinary person like Yizimo could not contend. Yet, surprisingly, he found himself calm to the point of disbelief. Brother, save me. Suddenly, Yizimo shouted towards Wang Bin's back. Chapter 24. The strange realm. A sudden tremor coursed through the air as the semi-transparent energy projectile hurtled towards Wang Bin's head. Yizimo was merely 4 meters away from him, and Wang Bin stood momentarily stunned, unable to react as he felt a jolt to his skull. Despite being a 5th-level super creature, his vulnerability lay precisely in his head. With a thunderous boom, Yizimo's shot struck true, the energy orb exploding upon impact and causing Wang Bin's entire body to shudder. In pain, he instinctively recoiled, his long tendrils, which had ensnared Yizimo, convulsing violently and flinging him away. In the next instant, Wang Bin began to unleash his agony, all his tendrils thrashing wildly, creating a cacophony of sound. His massive maw opened wide, emitting a series of shrill cries, and curiously, his body began to change colors, becoming almost translucent like water. The enormous bubbles surrounding Wang Bin burst under the strain of his uncontrolled wrath, fragments of blackened blood surging into the water. Yizimo, liberated from his bindings, was swept away by the current but quickly adjusted his course, swimming away from Wang Bin with all his might. The upper expanse was vast and unobstructed, and Yizimo was not foolish enough to expose himself in such an obvious manner, nor did he continue to attack Wang Bin. For he knew that utilizing Ice Shadow to eliminate a 5th-level adversary was utterly impossible. True to his 5th-level status, Wang Bin, despite the excruciating pain driving him into madness, pursued Yizimo as he noticed his escape. As the pain lessened, his speed increased. The tendrils writhed, revealing the destruction of his left eye and eye socket. Dark blood mingling with the water. As his torn flesh fluttered, it unveiled the black metal beneath his skin. Indeed, Wang Bin had transformed into a hybrid creature, a synthesis of alien biomechanical monstrosity and aquatic predator. His massive form possessed the inherent advantages of a fish and was augmented as a super creature for him. R4's full-speed swimming was hardly impressive. With a powerful flick of his tail, akin to a cannonball, and the acceleration from his tendrils propelling him through the water, he closed the distance to Yizimo. Desperately, Yizimo initiated the newly devised escape strategy of R4, which promptly released a multitude of small bubbles to obscure Wang Bin's vision and disrupt his movement. The air was filled with delicate, resonant sounds as translucent orbs emerged within the bubbles. However, Wang Bin, acutely sensitive to energy fluctuations, unfurled his tendrils to intercept Ice Shadow's energy projectiles. With a series of dull explosions, Wang Bin's tendrils trembled violently, their surfaces shredded, revealing the black metal beneath. The pain caused him to tremble, yet it only intensified the ferocity in the lone eye of his head. Soon, despite the agony, Wang Bin managed to adjust his body, encircling Yizimo within a colossal bubble. With the water around him dissipating, Yizimo found himself helplessly plummeting downward, his speed diminishing. As he approached the white drifting layer, now merely 100 meters away, Yizimo decisively activated R4's partial aerial flight function. Jet streams of fiery propulsion erupted beneath him, dramatically increasing his speed as he burst through the bubble and descended. Yizimo shot downward, leaving a long trail of water behind him, bubbles rising in his wake. Wang Bin, incensed, had not anticipated Yi Zimo's slippery agility, and in frustration, unleashed a sonic attack. Instantly, a pronounced wave of vibrations radiated outward from him, akin to ripples through water, resonating with an uncanny intensity. At a mere 30 meters from Wang Bin, Yi Zimo was caught in the wave, and her four's energy shield shattered, emitting plumes of black smoke as it was obliterated. A crack appeared in Yi Zimo's mask as water began to seep in under the tremendous pressure. The sonic assault rendered Yi Zimo unconscious, and crimson blood flowed from his orifices. Unconsciously, he released his grip, the small orb slipping from his left hand, while ice shadow fell from his right. At this juncture, Yi Zimo was less than 20 meters from the white drifting layer, even as our four's residual propulsion hastened his descent. Wang Bin, now approaching at a greater speed, remained unaware of the small orb that had ominously appeared above him, following him downward. As Wang Bin struggled, he used bubbles to cushion Yi Zimo's speed. Finally, when Yi Zimo was merely 10 meters from the white drifting layer, Wang Bin's extended tendril made contact with him, successfully ensnaring him and drawing him close. In a moment of urgency, he halted abruptly as they neared the perilous white layer, revealing a flicker of fear in his eyes. However, he quickly leaned into the bubble, gazing at the helpless Yi Zimo, mockingly taunting, "Little brat, go ahead and run. Can you escape your grandfather's clutches?" Wang Bin trembled with excitement, unleashing all his pent-up resentment towards Yi Ziming in that moment. Ha ha ha, Yi Ziming wishes to become the master. I shall ensure he is haunted by shadows of regret for all eternity. Ha. His remaining tendrils danced wildly, and Wang Bin laughed uproariously, reveling in his triumph. Yet, just as he contemplated how to torment Yi Zimo, an unexpected tremor coursed through him as the small orb suddenly adhered to his back, voraciously siphoning the energy from his core. What is this? Wang Bin gasped in horror, sensing the energy from his core rapidly depleting, destabilizing the very source of his power. The core was his lifeblood, his most critical weakness. Without it, he would surely perish, such was the lament of a hybrid creature. No. Panic etched across Wang Bin's disfigured visage as he desperately attempted to dislodge the orb, but it clung to him as if rooted to his spine. In a frenzy, he lashed out with his tendrils, striking at the orb. Even underwater, the sound of his tendrils slicing through the water rang out, revealing their immense strength. Yet, the small orb remained unyielding, and Wang Bin's tendrils snapped under the strain. As the severed ends fell into the white drifting layer, they disintegrated, dissolving into wisps of black liquid. The agony of severed tendrils sent Wang Bin into violent convulsions, yet the orb appeared resolute, remaining affixed to him and further damaging his core. Overwhelmed by terror, he relinquished his grasp on Yi Zimo, pleading for mercy. Yi Zimo, I was wrong. Please. I beg you, spare me. I am willing to be your subordinate, never to betray you. Wang Bin, in his desperation, believed the orb to be Yi Zimo's treasure, unaware of Yi Zimo's own tumultuous feelings towards it. Otherwise, how could he have found himself in such dire straits? Yi Zimo once again broke free from Wang Bin's tendrils, this time succumbing to unconsciousness. As he fell, Wang Bin, gripped by fear, dared not reach out, anxiously ensnaring the small orb with his tendrils. Yet, despite his immense strength, he could not budge it. Yi Zimo lay with closed eyes, grievously injured from Wang Bin's sonic assault, bloodied yet shielded by her four. As an ordinary person, he had narrowly escaped death from the 5th-level super creature's energy attack, a testament to his tenacity. Soon, Yi Zimo descended from the bubble, sinking slowly through the water, ever closer to the ominous white drifting layer. At that moment, Wang Bin felt a wave of relief as the small orb finally detached itself from him. He hastily swam away from the orb, realizing that his extraordinary energy was nearly depleted. 3 cracks had formed in his crystal core, and he was perilously close to death. Should Yi Zimo reappear before him, he would no longer dare to act recklessly. Yet, a profound curiosity regarding the small orb began to consume him. His desire to capture Yi Zimo alive had compelled him to reduce the orb's sonic power, but even in his unconscious state, Yi Zimo was ensnared in the white void, facing an inevitable demise. With Yi Zimo's death, the orb would become ownerless, rightfully his to claim. The orb hung motionless, shimmering with a faint golden light, unmistakably a remarkable treasure. The more Wang Bin gazed at it, the more exhilarated he became. The orb's ability to absorb extraordinary energy promised to amplify his own power significantly. He could not help but envision the scene of Yi Ziming begging for mercy under the orb's control. Soon, Yi Zimo sank into the white void. Just as Wang Bin had anticipated, the R4 on Yi Zimo's body disintegrated, dissolving into a viscous black liquid akin to the tendrils that had ensnared him. Humph. Though I could not consume you to alleviate my resentment, you shall still perish at my hands. Wang Bin's eyes gleamed with a cruel ferocity as he observed the black liquid rising from the void. The white void was exceedingly peculiar, possessing a seemingly corrosive nature. Wang Bin had discovered its strangeness 3 years prior when he had tentatively touched it with a tendril, only to have it disintegrate. Since then, he had dared not approach it again. His relentless pursuit of Yuzimo had merely been an attempt to impart a taste of cruelty upon him. Although he ultimately failed to devour Yuzimo, he remained convinced that an ordinary person like him would surely meet his end in the white void. Before long, the black liquid ceased to rise from the white void, and Wang Bin, feeling satisfied, approached the small orb with an air of swagger. However, he dared not touch it. Instead, he circled around it, scrutinizing it from every angle. As his greedy gaze fixated on the orb, a fissure suddenly appeared. Wang Bin stared in astonishment, expecting to behold some treasure, only to see a pale figure flash beside him. In an instant, his pupils constricted. He recognized that it was Queen Serna, the one Valorel had been searching for. But in the next moment, with a mere flick of her wrist, she cleaved him in two. Serna donned resplendent armor of a pearly hue, her waist-length purple hair flowing elegantly. Her figure was striking. Yet her face was obscured by a mask of gold and white jade, concealing her features. Remarkably, her presence in the water appeared to have no impact on her. With a swift motion, she summoned the small orb into her palm, sealing the fissure. Seemingly taken aback, she lifted her gaze upward. A massive dark shroud encircled her, preventing her from utilizing spatial teleportation to escape. The next moment, her attention shifted downward into the white void. She waved her hand, and all the water, along with Wang Bin's severed remains, receded, repelled by an unseen force. Nevertheless, the enormous white mass remained intact. Having realized something, Serna murmured softly. She reached out, and a gleaming white long sword materialized in her grip. However, when she swung the sword down, the light of the blade merely created ripples against the white void without effect. Serna murmured once more, and suddenly her mask vanished, revealing a strikingly beautiful face with amethyst brows. A frown creased her brow as her captivating lavender eyes widened, fixating on the void beneath her as she fell into deep contemplation. Were Wang Bin still alive, he would comprehend that Serna spoke of the domains of life and time. Recognizing that the bizarre force below was thwarting the divine Queen Serna, feeling an overwhelming heat enveloping him, Yuzimo awakened abruptly. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by an expanse of white. Looking down, he realized that the R4 on his body had vanished, and his undergarments were nearly saturated with fresh crimson blood. The warmth of the blood indicated that his wounds were recent, though he remained unaware that he had been rendered unconscious by Wang Bin's sonic attack. Could it be that I am already dead? Yuzimo murmured, the peculiarity of his surroundings leading him to entertain such thoughts. Given Wang Bin's frenzied pursuit, he was certain he had not escaped unscathed. The amount of blood on him suggested he had endured inhumane treatment before his demise. Chapter 25. Awakening, contemplating the myriad possibilities. Yuzimo felt an involuntary shiver coursing through his body. However, he soon found himself enveloped in a sense of ease, liberated from the burdens of worry regarding any alien civilization encroaching upon Earth. Yet, a lingering regret gnawed at him. After more than 5 years, he had not laid eyes on Yuziming even once. According to Wang Bin, Yuziming had transformed into a monstrous being, but what did that matter? A brother is a brother, especially one of blood. As long as Yuziming acknowledged him as his sibling, it mattered little what form he had taken. If he could introduce Yuziming and his companions to the Ability Alliance, surely the formidable presence of a level 7 superpower would not be turned away. Yuzimo widened his eyes, surveying his surroundings with confusion. It felt as though he were adrift in the vastness of space, yet he could still breathe. Was this place heaven or hell? Without the assistance of R4's enhanced vision, his view remained blurred. Nevertheless, as he advanced further, he discerned 2 shimmering orbs ahead. The luminous entities seemed to orbit one another, engaged in an endless chase, yet never managing to catch up. Yuzimo watched in breathless silence, adjusting the focus of his gaze in hopes of deciphering the nature of the radiant objects. In the next moment, he was startled to see a small bulge swell within the dark clouds ahead, growing larger as it approached him, resembling a living creature. Terror gripped Yuzimo, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. He hurriedly attempted to escape, but his movements were not under his control, drawing him ever closer to the ominous entity. This was it. He was doomed. His face turned pale as he muttered incoherently, unable to evade the encroaching horror. He could only halt, fixating his gaze on the strange apparition before him. Suddenly, a massive object, akin to a ship, burst forth from the black clouds. In closer proximity, Zemo discerned it to be a writhing, dark mass. To his astonishment, the entity surged toward him at an alarming speed. Instinctively, he turned his head, tightly closing his eyes and raising his right hand as a shield. After taking several breaths without being harmed, he cautiously opened his eyes to find a pointed mass of black mist hovering before him, pulsating like a raging flame. Zemo's eyes widened with intrigue. He felt an uncanny sense of curiosity emanating from the entity, as if it too was fascinated by him. Hello. Please don't eat me. No, let us be friends instead. In his panic, Zemo stumbled over his words. The sight before him left him utterly astounded. What he had perceived was indeed a colossal mass of black mist, as it gradually diminished in size. He finally recognized it as a sword formed from the very essence of the mist. When the black mist sword reduced to approximately a meter in length, it halted, standing immobile before him. It was evident that this black mist sword was an extraordinary artifact, and it was unmistakably inviting him to grasp it. Could it be that the mystical object sought a master? Having played numerous online games and watched countless films, Zemo speculated. He extended his hand, but hesitated just before grasping the hilt. He regarded the black mist sword with trepidation. He was but an ordinary person, not a cosmic awakener. Only heroes were worthy of such treasures, and he did not consider himself a hero. What if wielding the sword required the sacrifice of his soul? He shuddered at the thought of courting death. Yet, in an unexpected turn, he grinned defiantly. If I'm to die, what have I to fear? With that, he seized the hilt with unwavering determination. As his fingers clasped the hilt, Zemo immediately sensed that the black mist sword was neither mere vapor nor a solid object. It felt more like an energetic entity. It was slightly heavy in his grip and emitted a faint vibration akin to electricity, an undeniably peculiar sensation. Before he could ponder further, as he examined the black mist sword closely, he noticed a layer of shimmering black mist resembling the sword enveloping his body. The sight of this ethereal protection instilled within him a sense of belonging. When a chill coursed through the back of his right hand, he swiftly turned to look. And to his astonishment, he saw a curved pattern of luminous black light manifesting upon his skin. Curiosity piqued, he observed his surroundings anew, and was struck by a revelation. Were those divine crystals? I'm not dead, he uttered incredulously, gazing at the two radiant crystals approximately 3 meters away. Zemo had acquired a considerable understanding of crystals. From level 5 to level 7, they crystallized from gaseous mist, while level 8 combined into sanctity, and level 9 concealed divine essence. The two crystals surrounding him radiated a divine brilliance. One was green, translucent, and beautiful, while the other was as large as a walnut. Dark and profoundly mysterious. Unfamiliar with the sizes of extraordinary crystals, Zemo was nonetheless certain that these two crystals were indeed divine. Amidst his astonishment, he surveyed his surroundings. Noticing the black clouds rotating in tandem with the crystalline entities, the expanse seemingly without end, devoid of any visible edges, even the expected white was absent. Soon, he lowered his gaze to the black mist sword in his hand. If his assumptions were correct, it was the black mist sword that had transported him to this place. This immense spatial transition led him to speculate that the sword might possess spatial capabilities. Wait, no, it must be a temporal artifact. It dawned on Zemo. Recalling our 4S description of energy, spatial energy was silver, while temporal energy was black. Moreover, temporal artifacts were known to embody the universe's most potent energies. At that moment, the green crystal began to shimmer, illuminating a vast expanse of black clouds. Centered around it, a large circle, just touching the time crystal, emerged slowly. In the next instant, the time crystal also emitted a swirling black light, revealing a circle of the same size. Both circles bore intricate patterns, distinct yet harmonious, as they rotated in unison. Zemo found himself standing perplexed within the two circles. Suddenly, as the time sword vanished, a more complex golden circle materialized beneath him, its edges enveloping both crystals. Then, a melodious female voice resonated through the air. Though the flower may wither, it bears witness to our eternity. In an instant, a gentle male voice responded. Fallen petals bear no intention, the bloom signifies rebirth. Zemo was bewildered by the significance of their words. As the male voice faded, he watched in astonishment as both crystals shattered simultaneously, transforming into myriad specks of light that illuminated their respective circles. The green and black circles converged, overlapping with the golden circle before fading into obscurity. In the next moment, the intricate patterns within the golden circle erupted in a dazzling display of intermingling green and black light. A deafening hum resonated from the golden circle, which then shuddered violently, causing Izimo's clothing to vanish instantaneously. Before he could comprehend the situation, a flash of black light enveloped him within the golden circle, causing him to disintegrate. Yet, as green light flickered, he was reassembled, maintaining the pose he had held at the moment of dissolution. Izimo could scarcely believe his eyes as he observed his own form. In the next instant, he vanished once more, only to reappear again, still in the same posture, and then disappear anew. From a state of disintegration to reappearance, then vanishing once more, this relentless cycle continued without respite. Izimo remained wholly oblivious until the pace of the cycle accelerated, and an inexhaustible surge of alien energy began to invade his body. With a muffled groan of anguish, Izimo felt as though his entire being was being torn apart, only to be engulfed in a sudden, scorching chill in the next moment, followed again by an overwhelming, excruciating pain. Within the golden circle, torrents of life energy and temporal energy surged toward Izimo. His existence transitioned from disappearing and reappearing to a state of half-vanishing, half-emerging, ultimately evolving into a simultaneous coexistence of both states. The unending pain and searing heat drove Izimo to a piercing scream, a sensation far more terrifying than death itself, igniting an uncontrollable frenzy within him. Above in the ethereal white, Serna gazed in astonishment, her eyes shimmering with an otherworldly light. Yet she could not see through the veil. Soon, her gaze shifted, and she tossed a small orb beside her, which quickly transformed into a diminutive golden, four-winged beast, the embodiment of primal ferocity. In a flash, the beast perched upon Serna's right shoulder, its eyes darting, conjuring an image of Izimo and swearing being expelled from a spatial rift. As the unbearable agony persisted, Izimo gradually sensed an unprecedented surge of power within him. Even the slightest movement of his fists or feet unleashed peculiar forces that were steadily amplifying. He feared that he might become a hybrid abomination, a monster of mixed genes, and he resisted vehemently, struggling relentlessly. Yet, despite his burgeoning strength, he remained incapable of extricating himself from this predicament. In the midst of the frenzied infusion of life energy and temporal energy, Izimo's cells voraciously consumed both energies. His cells underwent infinite enhancement, dividing, growing, and repeating this rapid cycle. This cellular fortification rendered Izimo increasingly formidable, simultaneously accelerating the evolution of his genetic makeup. His genetic chain began to flourish, but soon thereafter, it began to dissipate, ultimately vanishing into nothingness. At that moment, Izimo suddenly became semi-transparent, coinciding with the golden circle vibrating and dissolving into motes of light. A monster? Izimo gazed in disbelief at his bizarre form, his eyes widening as he hurriedly reached out to touch himself. Though corporeal, he undeniably resembled a creature of monstrosity. The transformation of his body was a bitter pill to swallow, and he longed to confront the orchestrator behind this metamorphosis to demand answers as to why he was subjected to such fate. Suddenly, silver armor adorned his form, and through the consciousness linked to the armor, he gleaned the secrets behind it. "Greetings, our successor." The voice belonged to the gentle man from earlier. He continued, "We hail from the sacred realm, having stumbled here while fleeing from a galaxy-level powerhouse. To spare you from the ensuing troubles, we shall refrain from introducing ourselves." The man's words trailed off, giving way to the melodic voice of a woman. "Successor, since the sword of the departed chasm has chosen you, you must be worthy of our trust. Though it is a treasure of great significance, remember, do not wield it unless absolutely necessary, lest it bring forth your demise." The messages from the two were brief, yet Izimo could fathom the dangers they faced. After all, a galaxy-level powerhouse was a force to be reckoned with. Suddenly, Izimo lifted his gaze and instantly beheld Serna above him, but the overwhelming sensation of dizziness and weakness struck him simultaneously, and as his eyes closed, he plummeted into oblivion. Chapter 26. Her Majesty the Queen in the heart of the Liashan Mountains, the Doomsday warship has plummeted, engulfed in billowing smoke and flames. The Special Abilities Alliance's Type 1 and Type 2 airborne combat vehicles hover vigilantly in the sky, ensuring that no suspicious entities escape. Thousands of military drones and hundreds of fighter jets collaborate with the Alliance's patrols, filling the sky with their presence. The subsequent long-range missile bombardment has ceased, having expended nearly 1 million specialized missiles and 2 million conventional ones, an exorbitant cost, yet undeniably justified. The interior of the Doomsday warship is not as resilient as anticipated. After being rent asunder by the obliteration laser, a substantial area has been annihilated by the specialized missiles. Despite its colossal size, The warship is rendered incapable of taking flight once more after such severe damage. At the headquarters of the Special Abilities Alliance, Meng Fei waved his hand decisively, issuing orders for a full-scale assault. Numerous special abilities teams and national special operations units surged forth, encircling the Doomsday warship completely. Having successfully downed the warship, Meng Fei remained on high alert. The unique data analyzer brought forth by Chu Jian contained crucial information, compounded by the dialogues uploaded by Shuang with the enigmatic entity, indicating that Earth's civilization remains in dire peril. As multiple doors of the Doomsday warship swung open, rare extraterrestrial beings emerged in a queue to surrender. Their demeanor suggested a welcoming of the Earthlings' conquest of their vessel, an occurrence that completely took Meng Fei by surprise. Her greatest concern had been the emergence of numerous super beings causing havoc. Such an event would inevitably lead to significant casualties. Yet, the situation appeared to imply that the adversaries had abandoned the warship, leaving her feeling somewhat disoriented. Report to headquarters. No anomalies detected. Sector West 1 has been secured. Report to headquarters. No super beings found. We have secured Sector East 5. Headquarters. We have discovered numerous imprisoned extraterrestrial beings in Sector 9. Please advise. Report to headquarters. The command center of the Doomsday warship has been occupied. The surrendering aliens are cooperating. We encountered no resistance or obstruction. In any case, the Doomsday warship has been conquered. Meng Fei ultimately commanded a formal handover with the surrendering extraterrestrials, striving to acquire their formidable technology and resources to bolster the nation's strength. Meanwhile, as the Special Abilities Alliance and the military scoured the Doomsday warship, a massive translucent spaceship slowly came to a halt in the distant skies above the Celestial Heart satellite array. In the control room of the spacecraft, Valori, visibly shaken, observed the Celestial Heart satellites and then turned to the ship's projection, where Earthlings swarmed like ants, hastily emptying the Doomsday warship. Infuriated, he clenched his enormous seven-fingered fist, producing a series of cracking sounds. Suddenly, he fixed an intense glare at Yi Ziming, concealed beneath a black cloak, and bellowed. Is this what you refer to as weak Earthlings? Is this your strategy? As a saint-level powerhouse, Valori exuded an imposing presence, causing Qin Yufei's small silver wolf to cower in submission, while two formidable level 7 lieutenants refrained from interjecting. Nevertheless, Yi Ziming remained undaunted, asserting, General, have you considered the possibility of Cerna appearing to assist humanity? Would we still be able to escape? The mention of Cerna was undeniably impactful. Upon hearing it, Valori's hesitation was palpable. However, without the Doomsday warship, even if Cerna had just entered the divine level, the bizarre temporal laws of Earth would likely suppress her back to the saint level. He remained uncertain of his ability to overpower Cerna. Valori fixed his gaze on Yi Ziming. If Yi Ziming could not convince him, he would swiftly become a lost soul under Valori's command. Yi Ziming calmly stated, do not forget, General, the Earthlings cannot activate the Doomsday warship. Even if they dismantle it, how long would it take for billions of laborers to reconstruct another? After a pause, he continued, rest assured, General, I have placed gene mutation serum bombs in critical locations. With this trump card, we will always have an escape route. Moreover, I possess a plan that serves two purposes. Not only can we capture Cerna as a hostage for substantial rewards, but it will also elevate you to the status of a god on Earth, allowing you to command everything. Upon hearing this, Valori's fury transformed into intrigue. Meanwhile, Qin Yufei frowned, uncertain of Yi Ziming's intentions. If the gene mutation serum spread in densely populated areas of Earth, it would spell disaster for human civilization. Has Yi Ziming truly changed? Speak quickly. Tell me your specific plan. Once successful, I will ensure a great reward for you. Valori's eyes sparkled with anticipation, and he became increasingly impatient. That night, in the southern part of Suzhou, at the Jingya community, the slumbering Yi Ziming suddenly trembled. He had endured this nightmare countless times, unable to escape its torment. In his dream, he wandered beneath a precipice, calling out the names of Yi Ziming and 5 others, yet received no response. Suddenly, he looked up to see Yi Ziming and the others standing atop the cliff, waving their hands and shouting something to him, though he could not hear them. Brother, Shuejia, what are you doing up there? Toss me a rope. Yi Ziming shouted upward. Just as his voice faded, a fierce snowstorm swept in, and he felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. At that moment, a thin rope, as fine as a thread, descended from above. Upon noticing it, he immediately began to climb, eager to reunite with Yi Ziming and the others. Yi Ziming was adept at climbing, swiftly leveraging the rock face to ascend with remarkable agility. However, as he reached the midpoint, the abyss below transformed into a vast ocean, where a gigantic, bizarre fish swam back and forth. The waves surged ominously, and, more unfortunate still, he realized he was being targeted by the monstrous fish. In a perilous situation, Yi Ziming dared not slacken his efforts. He climbed with fervor, and finally, he was on the verge of exhausting his strength as he approached the cliff summit. Yet, when he looked up, 6 humanoid monsters emerged from the storm above. In utter shock, Yi Ziming then witnessed the monstrous fish leap high, its enormous jaws revealing a multitude of sharp teeth. As the fish approached, it suddenly extended long, thick tendrils that ensnared his legs. In the next moment, the tendrils yanked him downward, and the creature swallowed him whole. Yi Ziming instantly awoke, drenched in sweat from the terrifying vision. As he absorbed the familiar light, furniture, scents, and the dialogue from the television, he realized it had all been a nightmare. Suddenly, a low, resonant sound echoed from the living room, growing closer. The bedroom door was ajar, and Yi Ziming looked over in a daze, curious. A swaying golden tail appeared, edging nearer. Before long, an adorable little golden dog leapt onto the bed, eagerly bounding to Yi Ziming's face, wagging its little tail joyfully and licking him with its tongue. Hey, stop it, stop it. The small dog's tongue was slippery and wet, prompting Yi Ziming to bury his head under the covers. Yet, the little golden dog continued to bounce around playfully, barking cheerfully. As he resisted the dog's antics, Yi Ziming suddenly paused. He had no pet. So where had this little golden dog come from? Moreover, how was it in his home? Could it be that his journey to the ancient mountains was merely a dream? Puzzled, Yi Ziming quickly extended his hands and head from beneath the covers to subdue the little golden dog, pinning it to the side. Ignoring the dog's wagging tail and gentle nibbles, he firmly held it down, glancing at the back of his right hand. In the next moment, he found himself frozen in place. On the back of his right hand, a prominent, dark, serpentine mark was clearly visible. As he slightly clenched his right hand, the sword of oblivion materialized in an instant. The sword quivered gently, its blade enveloped in swirling black mist. Upon noticing this, the little golden dog's magnificent golden eyes widened in astonishment, rendering it unusually subdued. Once seated, Yi Ziming realized he was not wearing any clothes and hastily threw back the covers, discovering he was clad only in a pair of underpants. After a moment of hesitation, he tucked the little golden dog into the blankets, wrapping it in several layers. Only then did he hurriedly rise from the bed and rummage through the wardrobe for a complete outfit. The little golden dog squirmed beneath the blankets, barking energetically. Remarkably, it soon freed itself from its confines, only to be scooped up once more by Yi Ziming, who secured it around his waist. Lingo? Lingo, Yi Ziming called out, slipping into his brown fur slippers and hastily exiting the bedroom. However, after searching high and low, he could not find Bai Lingling. Puzzled, he scratched his head. Had Bai Lingling gone out? The sudden appearance of Serena captured Yi Ziming's attention. He stood frozen in place, his body rigid, unable to move as he inadvertently blurted out, "Where did Queen Serena come from?" The moment those words escaped his lips, terror gripped him. Indeed, Yi Ziming had witnessed Serena's formidable strength. She could easily dominate on Earth. Yet, in the next instant, he recalled the colossal golden mechanical creature he had fought alongside Serena. Could it be? He shifted his gaze to the little golden dog nestled at his waist, as an inkling of understanding dawned upon him. Serena, fixated on the television, stated without turning her head, "Sister has gone to the capital of your country. There are villains impersonating her." Sister? Yi Ziming was taken aback. But Serena did not glance his way. Instead, she remained intently focused on the screen. The television, a network device, was currently showcasing a sci-fi blockbuster, albeit a different film than the one she had left with. After surveying the surroundings, Serena suddenly turned her attention to the little golden dog and commanded, "Beast, give me the remote." The golden dog's eyes flickered, and the remote control promptly levitated into Serena's grasp. Upon seizing it, she abruptly fixed her gaze on Yi Ziming. "Little one, how do you know who I am? Since you are aware that I am Her Majesty the Queen, why do you not pay your respects?" Serena's brow furrowed, her tone and demeanor exuding an air of lofty nobility. Yi Ziming felt his legs weaken at her imposing presence, yet he remained motionless, unsure of the proper etiquette Serena expected. With a piercing gaze, Serena emanated an overwhelming aura of power, but then she shook her head in resignation, saying, "Forget it. I want to hold it against you." Chapter 27. A friend's visit. Yi Ziming listened in a daze, astonished by Serena's forthrightness. To his surprise, he felt no pangs of sorrow. Instead, an overwhelming anticipation surged within him. The intervention of Her Majesty would undoubtedly be invaluable, yet he pondered. What purpose did Serna have in driving over? Just as Yuzimo contemplated this, Serna continued, moreover, the money on your card has been entirely spent by me. Consider this as a settlement. With a casual flick of her wrist, a dark, glimmering crystal materialized before Yuzimo, swirling with ethereal mist. A 6th-level time crystal? Yuzimo stared in disbelief, questioning the reliability of his own vision. Noticing his hesitation, Serna curiously inquired, "What's the matter? With your affinity for time, do you deem a 6th-level time crystal worth less than 600,000? What did you just say?" Yuzimo exclaimed, his shock evident as he raised his voice. Nearly shouting, he fixed his gaze on Serna. Given her earnest expression and esteemed identity, it was inconceivable for her to deceive him. However, time manipulators were the supreme wielders of cosmic powers. In an instant, Yuzimo recalled his experiences after awakening from the white, ethereal substance. He had endured immense suffering, yet had successfully awakened and transformed into a time manipulator, prompting an exhilarating joy within him. He was overwhelmed with questions he longed to pose to Serna. At over 20 years of age, awakening at such a late stage, and only achieving the 2nd level, what was there to celebrate? Serna paid no heed to Yuzimo's slightly disrespectful tone. She regarded his beaming face with puzzlement before turning her attention back to her movie. Yuzimo, feeling awkward, hurriedly pocketed the crystal and set aside the wild beast, washing his hands in the kitchen to prepare some snacks to appease Serna. However, upon opening the refrigerator, he found it brimming with food and beverages. Just as he was about to place the items down with a smile, a series of insistent knocks echoed through the door, accompanied by the irate voice of a young man outside. "Yuzimo, stop pretending you're not home. I can see your lights are on. Open the door now, or I'll kick it down." Yuzimo's smile faltered. He understood all too well why Yao Bing had come, and the timing was utterly inconvenient. "What are you waiting for? Open the door." Observing Yuzimo's hesitation, Serna's eyes glinted as she smiled reassuringly. "Do not fear. I am temporarily residing in your home. I shall assist you with any troubles you cannot manage." At her words, Yuzimo was momentarily taken aback, then turned to see Serna's white battle armor transform into a stunning white nightgown, presenting her in a languid and beautiful light. However, with her majesty issuing commands, he could not afford to delay and promptly stepped outside. Knock, knock, knock. Yuzimo was momentarily left speechless. Just as he began to explain, Yao Bing forcefully pushed the door open, ignoring Yuzimo entirely as he stormed into the living room. Upon seeing Serna leisurely enjoying food and the wild beast beside her fixated on the television, Yao Bing paused, yet continued his stride, circling around to sit beside Serna. He cast a glance at Yuzimo, who trailed behind, and sighed helplessly, placing 300 yuan bills on the coffee table before Serna. "Miss, is 3,000 enough?" At that moment, Serna finally turned her gaze toward Yuzimo, who instantly grasped her unspoken question. He hurried over, pulling Yao Bing toward the guest room, turning on the light, and carefully closing the door behind them. Yao Bing plopped down onto the bed with irritation, looking at Yuzimo with confusion. "What on earth were you thinking? Just after breaking up with Lingling, you're acting so recklessly?" "Yao Bing, it's not what you think. Yuzimo rushed to explain, but Yao Bing interrupted him. "What do you mean? Did Bai Feng give you 30,000 as a bribe for you to betray Lingling?" Yuzimo furrowed his brow at this accusation, responding incredulously, "What 30,000? Do you truly believe I would accept Bai Feng's money?" Yao Bing scoffed angrily. "Still playing dumb, are we? You accepted Bai Feng's 30,000, which is why you broke up with Lingling. This is common knowledge throughout the company. Bai Feng even claimed you would harm Lingling for a mere 30,000, she isn't worthy of his trust." Recalling the hurtful rumors and Lingling's distress, Yao Bing felt a surge of anger. Noticing Yuzimo's silence, he pressed, "Did you or did you not accept Bai Feng's money?" After a pause, Yuzimo sighed. "Yao Bing, the truth is, Bai Feng said I don't deserve Lingling, and you know how rigid he and his daughter are. I didn't want to put Lingling in a difficult position, so I chose to leave." "What? Bai Feng threatened you? This is all his scheme?" Yao Bing's anger flared as he grasped the underlying implications of Yuzimo's words. Yuzimo quickly placed a hand on Yao Bing's shoulder, turning to him with a bitter smile. "Please, do not tell Lingling about this. Escalating the situation would do her no good. I hope for her happiness." Yao Bing was momentarily stunned, and Yuzimo, exhaling helplessly, continued, "As for me, I am just an ordinary person, indeed. I do not stand a chance in Bai Feng's eyes. Even if I persevered and ended up with Lingling, it would only lead to discord in their family, causing her to suffer in between." Upon hearing this, Yao Bing finally comprehended Yuzimo's anguish. his brows knitted together. He understood Bai Feng's autocratic nature and recognized that while Bai Lingling appeared delicate, she possessed tremendous inner strength. If she were to learn of Bai Feng's actions, a storm would undoubtedly ensue. Once, the three of them had shared an unbreakable bond, and Yao Bing understood Lingling's deep affection for Yi Zimo. Yet, the complexity of their situation was increasingly burdensome. Yi Zimo was taken aback, but soon forced a bitter smile. In response to Yao Bing's hopeful gaze, he shook his head. Taking a deep breath, he finally spoke. Perhaps it's best to let it go. Despite our time together, I have never crossed that line with her, and I feared this day might come. Now, I feel I have given this relationship a proper conclusion. With no need for further explanations, Yi Zimo was at a loss for words, sitting in silence. Yao Bing approached the door, pausing before opening it to say, "Reliable sources inform me that Lingling is set to be engaged to Long Wei, the second son of London Group, at Tianyi Pavilion in 3 days. Lingling told me she has been waiting for you all this time." With that, Yao Bing stepped outside, and soon after, Yi Zimo heard the door close behind him. "I have apprehended the individual you mentioned. The decision to spare or condemn him rests in your hands." Cerna turned to Yi Zimo. Sensing his concealed turmoil beneath his composed exterior, it was clear that Yao Bing's arrival had inflicted a wound upon his heart, leaving him despondent. Nevertheless, when it came to the safety of his friends, Yi Zimo would never remain silent. He sprang to his feet and bellowed, "Do not kill him. He is my friend." During a trip to another city, Yi Zimo fortuitously met Yao Bing, the tour guide, and together they aided an elderly man who had collapsed. Following that incident, their camaraderie blossomed. Yi Zimo soon discovered that they both resided in Suzhou. Subsequently, they encountered each other again while shopping at a supermarket, their connection undeniable. When Yao Bing learned that Yi Zimo was still job hunting, he unhesitatingly recommended him for a position at Baiwa Travel Company, leading to Yi Zimo's fateful encounter and romance with Bai Lingling. Yi Zimo and Yao Bing share a bond akin to that of brothers. It was Yao Bing who reignited his passion for rock climbing and introduced him to the art of combat, accompanying him throughout various facets of life. Furthermore, it was Yao Bing's encouragement that facilitated his smooth romance with Bai Lingling. However, at this moment, Serena inexplicably captured Yao Bing and harbored intentions of ending his life. No matter the circumstances, Yi Zimo would not allow Serena to succeed. Yet, upon regaining consciousness, he realized that his tone had been inappropriate. "Is this how you choose to speak to me?" Serena's gaze fixed intently on Yi Zimo, her eyes brimming with unmasked malice. The sensation was akin to fire and ice. Yi Zimo's complexion drained of color, his heart pounding as if it were on the verge of explosion. The sword of oblivion materialized before him, conjuring a black shield that enveloped him. As he sensed the sword of oblivion's restless desire to strike at Serena, Yi Zimo struggled to suppress its overwhelming will. Yet he found it increasingly difficult to contain. The sword quivered violently, causing the surrounding space to shatter and dissolve. Witnessing this unexpected turn of events, Serena was taken aback. Her eyes were fixated on the sword of oblivion, filled with fervor. Given her stature, she was well aware of the sword's existence and value. Yet she had not anticipated that it was concealed within this alternate realm, nor that it had acknowledged Yi Zimo as its master. At the same time, her curiosity about Yi Zimo's experiences within the realm of time intensified. Unbeknownst to Yi Zimo, who was oblivious to Serena's contemplations, he hastily lowered his voice. Not even wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, "Sister, my dear sister, I should not have spoken so loudly. It was my fault entirely. But you truly cannot kill Yao Bing. He harbors no ill intentions. Please, spare him." In his moment of fervor, Yi Zimo inadvertently misspoke, realizing his error. He quickly rectified himself. "I apologize, Your Majesty. In my excitement, I misspoke. Please, in your magnanimity, grant us mercy. Should you have any demands, I shall fulfill them without fail." With that, Yi Zimo nervously wiped the sweat from his brow, anticipation etched across his face. To his surprise, Serena responded with keen interest, "Very well, then tell me, what did you encounter upon entering the realm of time?" Chapter 28, Sincerity Time Domain? Yi Zimo was taken aback, feeling a sense of confusion, completely unaware of what Sarah was referring to. Although this little fellow appeared to possess some understanding of the universe, his ignorance of advanced data left Sarah at a loss for words. After gesturing for Yi Zimo to take a seat, Sarah turned her gaze to the wild beast, which was fixated on the terrifying soul from the horror film, its eyes brimming with curiosity and fear. Sarah frowned and brought her palm down on the wild beast's head, causing its golden fur to stand on end in shock. "Are you so enraptured?" Sarah asked with a hint of irritation. sitting beside them. Izimo clearly perceived the mixture of exasperation and amusement in Sarah's eyes. Perhaps it was due to his presence that she quickly concealed her expression. Nevertheless, Izimo understood that the seemingly aloof Sarah was not as haughty and cold-blooded as she appeared, based on the clues at hand. She seemed to be merely an alien girl filled with curiosity about Earth civilization, capricious yet gluttonous. "Yes, master, I apologize, I got lost in thought," the wild beast replied in human speech, realizing that it was Sarah who had acted. It subdued its golden mane and hurriedly released images related to the time domain as instructed. The fact that the wild beast could speak was not surprising to Izimo, who had too much on his mind. However, his keen eyes quickly caught sight of 2 or 3 black-tipped white tendrils swaying in the water, alongside a dark liquid dispersing within. A look of struggle flashed in his eyes, and soon after, he resolutely turned to Sarah and asked, "Your Majesty, did you kill that strange fish?" "Indeed, it was merely a low-grade gene-synthesized creature, easily dealt with," Sarah nodded, showing no concern over having killed Wang Bin. Upon hearing this, Izimo fell silent, a clear expression of conflict etched across his face. Observing this, Sarah curiously inquired, "What's the matter? Are you acquainted with him?" "Indeed." Wang Bin had sought to kill Izimo, and it was only through the wild beast absorbing Wang Bin's extraordinary energy that Izimo managed to escape. In a sense, the wild beast had saved his life, yet had Izimo not brought the initial form of the wild beast down, it would have remained dormant indefinitely. Thus, Sarah felt she owed Izimo a significant favor. Reflecting on his underwater encounter with Wang Bin and the ensuing chase, Izimo couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy. It was fortunate that Sarah had slain Wang Bin. After all, he had no desire for Wang Bin to survive, lest he wreak havoc on others. Upon hearing Izimo's words, Sarah sensed his sincerity, and her apprehension began to ease. She was reluctant to waste time, however, and gestured for Izimo to focus on the white floating layers in the images, explaining, "This is the life domain, the nemesis of mechanical life forms. Entering without permission is perilous. Unless one possesses equal or greater strength than its master, the life energy within will turn toxic, leading to death by absorption." Upon hearing this, Izimo was filled with astonishment. He had awakened within the life domain and had clearly sustained severe injuries. How had he managed to evade being consumed by life energy and instead been saved? Soon, the imagery froze on the sudden appearance of a quaking black radiance within the life domain, and Sarah pointed to the black light, continuing, "Those dark entities represent the time domain." Izimo gazed intently at the image. From the outside, the black clouds were imperceptible, and Sarah surely could not see through them either. He couldn't help but wonder if the two mysterious beings who left their legacy behind were even more formidable than Sarah herself. Sarah glanced at Izimo, her expression grave as she elaborated, "In comparison, the time domain is far more dangerous. Time is the most enigmatic and peculiar energy in the universe. It flows forward in abundance, yet retreats and dissipates when resisted. Both time energy and life energy share a commonality. They consume life over time. But the power of time is far more terrifying than that of life. And you, as an ordinary being yet to awaken, have not only entered these two domains but have also obtained the sort of temporal marks. You must understand why, correct?" Despite her words, Sarah harbored doubts about the two powerful entities that had left behind these domains, speculating they had taken special care of an ordinary life form. Otherwise, Wang Bin would not have been unable to enter the life domain, while Izimo had easily traversed both realms. Moreover, she believed that the beings who had established these two domains were anything but ordinary. Upon hearing this, Izimo's expression shifted, and he quickly shook his head decisively, stating, "Actually, I do not know why. I awoke in the life domain and soon entered the time domain, not long after which I encountered the temporal marks. It circled around me, and then my right hand." Before the formidable Sarah, Izimo did not dare to be negligent. He recounted his experiences in detail, revealing the twisting patterns on the back of his hand, specifically describing the green, black, and golden halos. However, he refrained from disclosing the legacy information bestowed upon him by the two mysterious entities. The golden domain's secret formation? The convergence of time and life into the void is already formidable. How could there be a golden secret formation? Sarah's suspicion deepened with each word. While Izimo's description of the transient void transformation was indeed accurate, the three formations had vanished upon his last appearance, and the specifics of the transformation process within his soul seemed to be obscured. If he did not speak, there would be no way to ascertain it. Yet he was unable to articulate the three formations. Once Izimo finished speaking, Sarah had no choice but to set aside her doubts for the moment. Contemplatively, she remarked, "Any extraordinary treasure will recognize its master, leaving a unique mark upon them to absorb their energy and grow. However, such treasures typically only attach to masters with similar energy. Could it be that you possess an innate talent for time?" This question left Sarah both puzzled and intrigued, not to mention that time talents were exceedingly rare. Even the wild beast had previously assessed Yzimo, finding no traces of temporal aptitude, unless Yzimo's current time talent had been reversed. Yet Yzimo appeared to be an utterly uninformed and primitive life form. Sarah realized she could not extract answers from him, causing her to feel a mounting frustration. After a moment's contemplation, Sarah fixed her gaze on Yzimo, continuing, "To my knowledge, the last appearance of the temporal marks was in a space-time rift in the realm of illusory flow, fiercely contested by many prominent figures, but that was many years ago. Now it has manifested on Earth, and you have come into possession of it, truly curious." Sarah was covertly scrutinizing Yzimo's every move, her suspicions growing that he was not being entirely truthful. Yzimo, however, was no fool. He understood that Sarah was not one to probe into consciousness like Shui-Ying. Sensing Sarah's skeptical demeanor, he gritted his teeth and resolutely summoned the Sword of Temporal Marks, presenting it before her. "Sister, if you desire the Sword of Temporal Marks, you may take it." Yzimo felt a sense of helplessness. The Sword of Temporal Marks seemed to be a rare treasure in the hands of the enigmatic female powerhouse. However, it had already presented itself before Sarah once. As a mere second-level energy awakener, if Sarah coveted it, he could hardly protect it. It was better to offer it willingly in exchange for a significant favor. "Give it to me?" Sarah was momentarily stunned, having not anticipated Yzimo's directness. He appeared genuinely sincere. Yet the Sword of Temporal Marks had recognized Yzimo as its master, leaving her to wonder whether he was feigning ignorance or truly naive enough to offer it to her. Sarah scrutinized Yzimo for a moment before turning her attention back to the Sword of Temporal Marks, her eyes sparkling with excitement. It was still ranked third among the treasures in the universe. Who could resist such a temptation? Although she had the innate power of strength, she had already stepped into the divine realm and could still unleash the sword's power. However, should word of this spread, she would undoubtedly be accused of coercively seizing it. Although Yzimo felt a sense of reluctance, he was ultimately resigned to the situation. Observing Serna gazing dreamily at the Xiang without uttering a word, he shifted his gaze and smiled, saying, "Sister, please accept it, as long as you ensure the temporary safety of Earth and quell the invasion of the Doomsday battleship. This mere Xiang is of little consequence. Moreover, dear sister, a fine sword is befitting a hero, and with your beauty, wielding the Xiang would undoubtedly enhance your formidable presence." Yzimo was astute. From the outset, he had inadvertently referred to her as sister, and as he continued to use this term, it became firmly etched in Serna's mind. This not only narrowed the distance between them, but also allowed Serna to assimilate somewhat into Earth's civilization. The Earth needed a powerhouse like Serna. Whether through data or formidable support, she could offer immense assistance, and even parting with the Xiang felt increasingly worthwhile to Yzimo. With a chuckle, he noticed Serna's amusement at his fearful demeanor, her laughter causing her eyes to narrow delightfully. She had finally discovered the intriguing soul residing within this earthling. It was inconceivable that Yzimo was unafraid of death, and Serna's teasing left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. He quickly replied, "Sister, I was wrong. If you wish to use the Xiang, just say the word, and I shall gladly relinquish it to you." Upon hearing Serna's words, Yzimo felt an even greater sense of awkwardness, yet he also began to appreciate the Xiang's extraordinary nature, his heart racing with excitement. Like many others during his childhood, Yzimo had harbored dreams of the future, yearning for clever and adorable little robots as companions, and fantasizing about wielding divine weapons to conquer all. Now that he possessed such a weapon, his vanity found satisfaction. Serna laughed joyfully, and Yzimo, hesitant to interrupt her mirth or utter any foolish remarks that might belittle Earth's civilization, could only sit beside her, managing a nervous chuckle. Eventually, Serna managed to stifle her laughter, her cheeks flushed with a gentle hue, and her violet eyes glistening with a mist of joy. Rendering her astonishingly beautiful, Yzimo found himself momentarily entranced. Taking a deep breath, Serna, still beaming, said, "Let me be frank, you have emerged victorious. The Doomsday battleship has become your spoils, though its captain, Vala, and his crew have made their escape." At the mention of Vala, Serna's mirth quickly faded, and she earnestly cautioned Yzimo, "You must be vigilant. Vala is a notorious space pirate, cunning and ruthless, capable of any treachery. Previously, a deceiver impersonated me in your capital. Had I not arrived swiftly, it would have led to devastating consequences for you. While Yizimo was uplifted by the news of victory, Cerna's subsequent remarks incited concern within him, for Yiziming and his companions might still be entangled with Vala, and he dreaded the prospect of their committing heinous acts. Chapter 29. Transformation. As Yizimo pondered, Senna's gaze sharpened. With a flick of her wrist, she produced a silver diamond approximately 3 fingers wide and a small white sphere the size of a thumb. She placed the 2 items on the tea table before Yizimo, and upon noticing his puzzled expression, she smiled slightly and said, "Open the Kongjia treasure sphere. I need to examine it." After speaking, Senna clapped her hands and resumed her leisurely eating of yogurt and cookies. Engrossed in a horror film alongside the busy and chaotic beast, hardly sparing Yizimo a second glance, Senna's casual address of sister rang out loudly, making Yizimo aware that his small ingenuity had yielded results. Nevertheless, his curiosity drew his gaze to the silver diamond and then to the small white sphere. Presumably the Kongjia treasure sphere, yet he refrained from reaching for it. Finally, in the midst of Senna's earnest and expectant waiting, Yizimo, with a face full of hesitation, posed a question that nearly caused her to spit out her yogurt. "Sister, how do I open it?" At that moment, Yizimo truly appeared innocent. He had never encountered such advanced treasures and was oblivious to their operational intricacies. Lacking an R4 for reference, he could only seek assistance from Senna. Senna turned to him, momentarily speechless, yet Yizimo's pitiful demeanor prevented her from uttering harsh words. She swallowed her yogurt and softly explained, "To open space-type storage treasures, one typically employs one of 5 methods: psychic energy, genes, consciousness, soul, or a special key, or a combination thereof. You should first attempt to activate it using time psychic energy." "Oh." Yizimo nodded eagerly, but as he grasped the Kongjia treasure sphere, he faltered. Having only recently transformed from an ordinary person to an awakened psychic, he struggled to adapt, let alone utilize any psychic energy. His face clouded with worry. He glanced at Senna, utterly at a loss for words. Seeing his plight, Senna narrowed her eyes and snapped, "What now?" Yizimo did not conceal his feelings. He looked at her cautiously and earnestly confessed, "Sister, I don't know how to use psychic energy." Upon hearing this, Senna nearly leaped up to slap him, but she managed to restrain herself. Meanwhile, a nearby individual who had been conversing with Senna burst into laughter, leaving her feeling exasperated. "Fine. You're just awakened and still a novice. Don't worry, I'll teach you," Senna said, taking a deep breath to quell her irritation. Nevertheless, the subtle undertone of her annoyance was not lost on Yizimo. The evolution of life's genes involves the continual absorption of cosmic energy to strengthen oneself. Thus, upon a successful awakening, a life form will possess pure energy derived from cosmic energy, which differs from the latter and is therefore referred to as psychic energy. Senna repeatedly guided Yizimo to sense the flow of time psychic energy within his body. However, as time psychic energy is particularly elusive, it took Yizimo nearly 20 minutes of strenuous effort to detect its faint, peculiar movement. For awakened individuals, psychic energy becomes an integral part of their body or soul, and ultimately, Yizimo located the primordial time psychic energy within him, which he then learned to control. As Senna had suspected, both the life psychic energy and time psychic energy absorbed by Yizimo originated from a super divine star crystal. What she had yet to ascertain was that in just a few minutes outside, the domain's secret formation driven by the star crystal had not only transformed Yizimo's body into a divine form, but had also nearly filled all his cells with divine life psychic energy and time psychic energy. Indeed, while Senna possessed extraordinary insight, the 2 mysterious powerful beings who left behind the legacy were even more formidable. Even though Yizimo was merely an ordinary human, he was destined to evolve into a dual-gifted being of time and life. Furthermore, the specific process of this legacy evolution was known only to Yizimo. Outsiders could not discern it at all. Yizimo was originally meant to be a translucent entity, but due to his subconscious control over the divine form, he reverted to his ordinary appearance, inadvertently misleading Senna into believing he was merely a level 2 time psychic. The excess life psychic energy and time psychic energy were wasted due to his unfortunate circumstances. Generally, one must step into the divine realm to achieve a divine form, allowing the absorption of cosmic energy to extend throughout the body. Yet, because of the unique nature of the divine form, Yizimo possessed divine life psychic energy that did not originate from the life star crystal. Like the time psychic energy, it was stored within the cells of his entire body. From unfamiliarity to familiarity, Yizimo gradually realized the terrifying abundance of time psychic energy within him. However, he chose not to boast about it before Senna. hastily following her instructions to draw forth a thread of time's psychic energy to touch the Kongjia treasure sphere. For Yizimo, the experience was shrouded in mystery and intrigue. He could not help but feel exhilarated and thrilled. Naturally, this did not escape Senna's notice. But in his concentration, Yizimo remained oblivious to the exasperated expression in her eyes. It was impossible for Senna, a mysterious, powerful figure, to be uncurious. She unconsciously slowed her chewing of crispy cookies. Realizing that the mysterious beings had left Yizimo not only the treasured sword of lost marks but likely many other valuable items. Soon, as the Kongjia treasure sphere quivered gently, Yizimo felt an unusual connection. Following this connection, he was instantaneously transported into the contents of the Kongjia treasure sphere, in an expanse of boundless yet instantly comprehensible white rectangular space. The most prominent feature was a vessel resembling a blend of a catfish and a turtle resting on the ground. Beside it lay the corpse of a greenish-blue two-headed monster, with a melted hole at the intersection of its body, indicating that its crystal had likely been removed. The sensation of exploration was peculiar. Yizimo could even see clearly into the vessel. He discerned a platform within the cockpit that held a wand-like green crystal rod, a palm-sized orange crystalline slab, and a dark cylindrical rod akin to a chopstick. Beyond those two conspicuous locations, there were also separated areas, each clearly categorized. Apart from a variety of colored jade plaques that presumably indicated the names of the regions, the items displayed in each area were mostly of the same type: minerals, liquids, chips, plants, metals, limbs, seeds, and more, totaling at least 1,000 varieties. However, the inscriptions on those jade plaques were composed of alien symbols that Yizimo could not comprehend. Do not resist. At that moment, Senna suddenly cautioned Yizimo, pressing her finger against the Kongjia treasure sphere. In the next instant, everything within the sphere vanished without a trace. Yizimo turned to stare blankly at Senna, momentarily at a loss for words. Even if it were left to you, would you know how to use it? Sensing Yizimo's reluctance to part with the items, Senna shot him a glare. Then, she stood up, clapped her hands, and said with a slight smile, "All right, I'm tired. I'm going to sleep for a while. Call me if there's an emergency." With that, Senna took the chaotic beast and retreated into a separate guest room, locking the door behind her. Senna's behavior was rather peculiar. Yizimo hesitated several times, ultimately failing to voice his thoughts. Although he had no idea what the items within the Kongjia treasure sphere could be used for, the Psychic Alliance would undoubtedly find them valuable. Yet Senna had greedily confiscated them. Senna's antics left Yizimo with no countermeasure. As time passed and she remained absent, he sighed helplessly, turned off the horror film, and sat there, staring vacantly at the Kongjia treasure sphere. Ever since Xuering and Xiaoye had arrived, his life trajectory had undergone a dramatic shift. Especially during the encounter with the ancient Meng Baishan, he had witnessed much and gained insight into the challenges of civilizational development. However, Earth or the solar system seemed somewhat peculiar, a realization he had begun to grasp. As for what to do in the future, Yizimo was engulfed in confusion. Should he join the Ability Alliance to protect Earth, or should he concoct an excuse to venture beyond the solar system? He could not settle on a decision, especially with Serna residing in his home, likely keeping him under surveillance. In the room, Serna reclined against the headboard, her brow furrowed. The empty job bow sphere of Yizimo contained life energy, a rare treasure for storage and pet nurturing. Yet the Tsangma spacecraft had evidently been stripped of its data. She could not glean any comparative information from the Lifelight staff, crystal scale armor, and flying lotus artifacts in the cockpit, let alone anything else. Thus, she could only surmise that the other party hailed from a distant galactic civilization. Shortly after, a holographic projection of Earth suddenly materialized in Serna's room. This was the imagery captured by the probe she had deployed and concealed at the Earth's polar extremes. She scrutinized the Doomsday battleship nestled within the Hengbeam mountain basin, but found no sign of Valoral, a band of filthy space pirates. Serna's gaze sharpened, lethal intent flickering in her eyes. After a while, boredom overtook her. Initially intending to watch a movie for relaxation, she had a sudden inspiration to connect with the network through the Savage Beast to search for Earth's myths and legends. When the results emerged, she was instantly overwhelmed with astonishment. The next morning, as Yizimo remained lost in slumber, he felt an itch on his face. Upon opening his eyes, he was astonished to find Serna, clad in pajamas, playfully teasing him with the tip of her hair, her demeanor radiating warmth. Yizimo could scarcely believe his eyes. A wave of panic washed over him. Overnight, Serna had become so affectionate. Had she been possessed by a spirit? "Little Mo, hurry and get up. I want to take you to see some places." You are the tour guide, so please give me a proper introduction, Cerna said sweetly, sending shivers down Yuzimo's spine. Oh, all right, Yuzimo replied instinctively, complying with her request. Cerna's satisfaction was palpable as she rose to leave, but Yuzimo quickly called out to her. His voice laced with urgency. Sister, could you tell me how you found my home? And how did you know I was a tour guide? Her name is Staobai, a spirit entity from the giant soul clan, akin to the ghosts in your earthly realm. She has been residing within my eyeshadow ring, and it is through her that I learned certain details about you. My ability to speak your language is also relayed through her. Cerna replied with a sweet smile. Xiaobai. Greet little Imo. Cerna continued her monologue, seemingly oblivious to Yuzimo's trepidation, her joy only increasing as she gazed at him. Xiaobai obediently bowed slightly towards Yuzimo and said, Xiaobai has met the esteemed little Imo. Upon hearing this, Yuzimo realized that Cerna's voice earlier had indeed belonged to Xiaobai. Yet, he remained so frightened that he could hardly move, not daring to breathe. Cerna was truly formidable, casually invoking possession, but as Yuzimo pondered, he understood the existence of spirit entities and their ability to possess others as a unique power. Summoning his courage, he extended his right hand in a hesitant wave, managing to utter a greeting. Could it be that they were all poisoned? Yuzimo mused, a foreboding feeling settling in his heart. Chapter 30. Senna's pursuit. Senna's bizarre behavior alongside the wild beast had thoroughly startled Yuzimo. Just as he was donning his down jacket, Senna hurried over, clad in her resplendent white battle armor, radiating vitality. In an instant, she halted Yuzimo's attempts to dress warmly, insisting he remove his trousers as well. Such heavy clothing was ill-suited for wearing armor, she remarked, her voice still carrying the tone of Xiaobai, yet she personally assisted Yuzimo in adjusting his attire. Yuzimo was once again taken aback. Senna, who usually held herself so high, now appeared almost like a maid. What sort of enchantment was this? Surely, a simple trip to sightsee would suffice to satiate her curiosity without the need for battle armor. Was she gearing up for war? He wished to remain inconspicuous regarding his awakened powers, but Senna seemed indifferent to his concerns. With a swift motion, she summoned the silver ling and the empty jaw treasure ball that rested beside him, exerting a gentle pressure on either side of the silver ling's center. As she placed it against Yuzimo's forehead, a suit of silver armor materialized around him, leaving him momentarily stunned. Yuzimo had long suspected that the silver ling represented the initial form of the silver armor he had inherited, yet despite his efforts last night, he had been unable to activate it. He had intended to inquire about it with Senna today, but she had arrived early to assist him. This armor is called the Shimong Battle Armor, a type of spatial treasure armor with exceptional defensive capabilities. It had previously sustained damage, and I needed to use one of my spatial divine crystals along with some rare treasures to restore it, Senna chattered on. As she spoke, the wild beast wagged its tail and circled around Yuzimo, barking joyfully as if he were its master, much to Senna's evident annoyance. Senna then meticulously adjusted the area between Yuzimo's brows and brushed off his shoulders. After scrutinizing him from head to toe, she finally nodded in satisfaction and clapped her hands, as if brushing away invisible dust. There we go, you look much more handsome now. With a casual wave of her hand, a shimmering, spatially separated mirror appeared before Yuzimo, reflecting his image clearly. Upon hearing that the silver armor had been damaged, a weight settled in Yuzimo's heart. It was likely the result of that galaxy-level powerhouse. The mention of a spatial divine crystal raised his suspicions. If he gifted it to Gao Yuan, his growth would undoubtedly accelerate significantly. As for the treasures Senna had spoken of, her slight frown hinted at their considerable value. However, the thought that so many treasures were required to repair the silver armor made him wonder just how valuable the armor itself truly was. Yuzimo smiled awkwardly as he gazed at his reflection. The Shimong battle armor gleamed brilliantly, interspersed with soft blue-green hues, exuding an exquisite beauty, suggesting it was worth a fortune. Resembling ancient battle armor from Earth, it was adorned with numerous protruding facets, providing comprehensive protection while leaving only his face exposed. Wearing it felt more comfortable than before. No wonder Senna had advised him against wearing so many layers. The silver armor elevated his presence to that of a deity. Yuzimo found himself immensely satisfied with his appearance, though he noted that his hair was a bit disheveled. Yet, this did not diminish his curiosity. He turned to the smiling Senna and inquired, Sister, what is the name of this treasure armor? Senna playfully kicked the oblivious wild beast at Yuzimo's feet. And in an instant, an image of the silverling, the prototype of the Shimong battle armor, appeared before him. As the silverling partially phased, two radiant orange glyphs emerged. Senna smiled patiently and explained, those two characters represent Shimong, with the orange light indicating it is a stellar-level treasure. Seeing Yi Zimo fixated on the orange glow without a response, Senna's smile dimmed slightly, yet she continued patiently, generally. The color of the light reflects the energy level of a treasure and denotes its manufacturing grade. Pale blue for low tier, blue for mid-tier. Deep blue for high tier, light purple for sacred level, deep purple for divine level, and orange for stellar level. A brilliant white light signifies a galaxy-level treasure. After a brief pause, a mysterious glint appeared in Senna's eyes as she spoke with longing. Dominion-level treasures are colorless, having returned to the source of the universe. Some treasures may evolve into Dominion level, and once a manufactured treasure reaches Dominion level, its energy detection response appears as a phantasm, making it easily distinguishable. Listening intently to Senna's words, Yi Zimo's understanding deepened, prompting him to ask urgently, "Sister, what tier is the Xiang?" As he posed this question, a wave of anxiety gripped him. The enigmatic female powerhouse had referred to the Xiang as a supreme treasure. If it were indeed a Dominion-level treasure, it would be a monumental stroke of fortune for him. Senna's expression turned serious as she replied without reservation, her tone lighthearted. The Xiang is a natural treasure nurtured by the universe's essence, infused with an incredibly dense temporal energy. Its exact grade requires specialized energy detection equipment to determine, which I unfortunately do not possess. However, it should be galaxy level. If it were Dominion level, those Dominions would have long since taken notice. Yi Zimo furrowed his brow, surprised to learn that a so-called supreme treasure was disregarded by the Dominions. He felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Senna, perceiving his inner turmoil, fixed him with a steady gaze and remarked in a peculiar tone, "Currently, aside from the unranked Dominion-level secret treasures, the Xiang ranks third in the overall cosmic leaderboard. If you truly do not wish to keep it, once you reach divine level, you can seal the Xiang temporarily, and at that time, you could gift it to me." Upon hearing this, Yi Zimo turned his head to look at her. Although Senna masked her feelings well, he detected a hint of disdain in her expression. It seemed that Senna remained fundamentally unchanged. She was still the same person he knew, though he wondered what accounted for her unpredictable demeanor. As Yi Zimo reflected on this, he quickly recognized his oversight. After all, Dominion-level powerhouses were nearly invincible, capable of wielding immense power with a mere thought, potentially eliminating a galaxy-level powerhouse with ease. Reaching such heights, it was unlikely that treasures on the cosmic leaderboard would even catch their eye. Thus, the Xiang sword must be an indispensable treasure in the eyes of galaxy-level powerhouses, which might explain the fierce competition among them for it. Recalling the words of the two mysterious powerhouses, Yi Zimo fell silent. The enigmatic male powerhouse had mentioned a connection to the Holy Domain, leaving him with a lead. It was evident that they hoped he would seek revenge, but the target was a galaxy-level powerhouse. The mere thought instilled fear within him. As Yi Zimo pondered this, Senna extended her hand, offering him the empty Jiat treasure ball. He snapped back to reality, ready to take it when her words invigorated him. Senna smiled slightly. "Open it. I am returning your belongings." The sudden shift in location startled Yi Zimo. Seeing two elderly individuals practicing Tai Chi on the rooftop across from him, he worried they might witness this unusual display, yet to his surprise, they appeared oblivious, as if he were merely a figment of the air. Before long, Yi Zimo sensed something amiss. He looked up to see a ghostly blue spaceship, over 200 meters long and nearly 100 meters wide, emerging from above, as if it had materialized from Mercury. Before he could take in more, Senna grasped his wrist, and with a swift motion, they appeared at the open hatch of the spaceship, where she led him inside. As the hatch closed silently behind them, Yi Zimo's astonishment grew. He had expected a simple car trip for sightseeing, but Senna had opted for a spaceship as their transport. "All right, our first stop will be Suzhou," Senna beamed, her tone tinged with excitement. The spaceship was equipped with superintelligence, and soon a flat projection of Earth appeared before Senna, showcasing the ship's blue insignia and a myriad of white light spots, accompanied by alien text. Clearly, she had been well prepared. Senna gently tapped on the nearest light point, and the spaceship automatically cloaked itself as it soared towards its destination. Yi Zimo was oblivious to any movement, casting a glance at the map where the location of the ancient Mengbai Mountains was marked. He harbored profound suspicions about Senna's ulterior motives. Meanwhile, Senna was not idle. With a flick of her wrist, a bag of snacks appeared, her face alight with excitement as she munched away while introducing Yi Zimo to her vessel, the Shadow Phantom. From the very beginning in Suzhou, Yi Zimo discerned that Senna was in pursuit of treasures from myth and legend. However, those locations had long since been reduced to mere ruins, and the Shadow Phantom had uncovered nothing of significance. Undeterred, Cerna marked the explored sites in a muted hue, and the Shadow Phantom continued its journey to the next location. Initially intrigued, Yzimo found that upon reaching each site, the area by the window and even beneath their feet became transparent, allowing them a clear view of the surroundings. A convenience, indeed. Yet, despite peeling back layers of the Earth's surface, they discovered not even a sliver of silver. China's history is both ancient and intricate, with a vast legacy as a cradle of civilization, rich in countless myths and legends. Over 80% of the light points were located within its borders. From renowned landmarks to obscure hillocks, Yzimo felt overwhelmed as Cerna consistently produced dubious proofs of long-gone figures associated with these lesser-known sites, leaving him at a loss for words. From the creation of the universe by Pangu to recent peculiar thunderstorms, Cerna spared no avenue in her exploration. Despite enduring countless disappointments, her enthusiasm remained unshaken, rendering Yzimo utterly speechless. In the opulent lounge of the Shadow Phantom, Yzimo sat restlessly on a peculiar, jade-like, fragrant sofa, watching Cerna recline leisurely, savoring her snacks, while he sipped on a drink to quench his parched throat from talking too much. He longed to inquire about her quest, but hesitated, fearing it might dampen her spirits. The ethereal nature of myths, compounded by geographical shifts, made the search for authentic legendary sites seem futile. Not here? Onward. Cerna merely frowned, and the Shadow Phantom continued its flight to the next marker. The vessel moved with remarkable speed, its cloaking technology so advanced that it passed over unaware heads without detection, eluding even the scrutiny of the Tianqin satellites. Yet, after nearly 100 marked locations, aside from a few ancient tombs, they remained empty-handed. Finally, unable to contain himself any longer, Yzimo cautiously asked, "Sister, are you searching for some treasure?" Cerna's eyes flickered, and she smiled sweetly. "Oh, it's nothing, just a casual outing to show you the beauty of Earth." It was evident that Cerna was not being forthright. After all, what beauty could be found in nameless hillocks? Yzimo had discerned that this journey was far from simple. Yet he felt powerless, resigning himself to the role of a free tourist. Consequently, he ceased his explanations and even requested some snacks from Cerna, embracing the role of a mere observer. As the Shadow Phantom traversed through China and ventured abroad, even out of Asia, it seemed Cerna had uncovered leads from some obscure source, as even the desolate regions of the seas, the Arctic and the Antarctic were scoured by the vessel. Exhausted, Yzimo succumbed to slumber, his eyelids fluttering shut. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, he was roused by Cerna's voice. "Little Imo, come quick. What do you think Earth resembles?" With great effort, Yzimo opened his bleary eyes, and upon rising, he saw Cerna standing by the window, gazing intently at what appeared to be the distant Earth. At that moment, sunlight gradually emerged from the lower left side of the planet, casting a soft blue hue with white, illuminating the Earth like a radiant gem, evoking a sense of mystery and grandeur. Upon witnessing this sight, Yzimo quickly glanced beneath him, his mouth agape in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Sister, what on earth are you doing on the moon?" At that revelation, Yzimo felt a chill of realization. Indeed, Cerna was in search of treasures hidden on Earth. This was a parallel interface of the solar system, encircled by a massive ring of asteroids with nothing but emptiness beyond. In that moment, Cerna earnestly declared, "Let me share a secret with you. I have uncovered the mystery of your solar system. It turns out that you exist within the void of the Dark River." Chapter 31. The Secrets of the Solar System, the Void Dark River? Yzimo's gaze sharpened as he recalled the vast river that lay between two massive star systems. The dimensions of the Void Dark River were beyond measurement. It was likely broader than the combined stars of all the galaxies, with every galaxy seemingly cradled in its embrace. Historical records indicated that the Void Dark River was perilous, its waters exceedingly dense, sinking anything that touched them, and teeming with terrifying life forms. Even the most powerful beings in the universe, those who ruled over cosmic realms, hesitated to venture near it. How could the solar system possibly be concealed within such a treacherous expanse? Yet, if this were true, it would elucidate why the solar system seldom encountered extraterrestrial civilizations and why it was absent from the cosmic hologram. Moreover, the theory that the solar system's space was compressed and heavy, thereby slowing its movement, would gain substantial credence. The Yzimo had not spent much time with Serena. He understood that she was not one to jest lightly. She must have discovered an exceptionally significant clue. At that moment, Serena was brimming with excitement. Just moments ago, she had perceived the refraction of solar light and instantly deduced this most plausible possibility, one she was on the verge of validating. In the next instant, the phantom vessel abruptly vanished from the moon, leaving only the small golden dog-shaped beast in its wake. The beast surged forward, dashing toward the pinnacle of the solar system, with the phantom vessel enveloped in a layer of spatial shielding. After estimating the distance, Serena swiftly settled onto the sofa, her face aglow with triumph as she extracted a red apple and began to relish it. Upon hearing this, she retorted with mild annoyance, "What? Do you look down on me?" No. Uzimo hastily waved his hands. "I was merely curious. If you can discern such profound secrets, I too wish to understand." With his persuasive eloquence, Uzimo eventually coaxed Serena into divulging her insights, but the revelations she shared left him incredulous. In the past, enigmatic beings occasionally emerged in the cosmos, resembling terrestrial life forms almost identically, yet their origins remained unknown. They were known for their solidarity and formidable strength. On one occasion, several of these mysterious entities committed acts that drew the ire of a cosmic sovereign, who pursued them relentlessly. Ultimately, the enigmatic cosmic ruler, Ming, appeared, vanquished the sovereign, and whisked the individuals away. Ming was an immensely powerful creature, resembling the legendary dragons of Earth. This incident sparked widespread intrigue, as it resulted in the death of a cosmic sovereign and led to the obliteration of numerous civilizations within the two star systems under his dominion. Consequently, the origins of Ming became a topic of fervent discussion. For certain beings, acquiring intelligence was paramount. Eventually, compelling evidence surfaced, demonstrating that not only did Ming and his companions hail from the same origin, but they were also closely associated with three other cosmic sovereigns, one of whom bore a striking resemblance to the fabled lord of the demon court, Dong Huang. The combined might of these four cosmic sovereigns was unprecedented, instilling considerable unease among other star system civilizations. However, they occupied merely 5 interconnected star systems and, over the years of cosmic rise and fall, exhibited no intentions of expansion. In fact, they had assisted numerous civilizations, earning the moniker Sanctuary from many. Upon hearing the name Sanctuary, Uzimo's expression shifted, yet Serena remained oblivious, continuing to fervently share her perspectives. The current cosmic database had cataloged many mysterious life forms, several strikingly similar to those found in Earth's myths, some even identical. These findings stemmed from Serena's exploration of Earth's mythical narratives, prompting her to scour the planet with great urgency. If 4 cosmic sovereigns were indeed closely linked to Earth, then the existence of the solar system within the Void Dark River would not seem so implausible. Perhaps it was precisely because the solar system resided in the Void Dark River that Earth appeared so peculiar. Notably, the southern hemisphere of Earth is slightly smaller than the northern hemisphere, with a unique weight distribution, lighter in the south and heavier in the north, resembling a colossal top revolving around the sun, while simultaneously undergoing its spin. Investigations conducted by probes at the polar extremes revealed that Earth's core was not entirely solid. Rather, it contained numerous voids that interconnected various regions. This phenomenon explains why Earth rotates rapidly without generating colossal tidal waves that would inundate the land. Of course, atmospheric pressure can sometimes impede subterranean currents, resulting in earthquakes, storms, and tsunamis. Currently, Earth is home to countless life forms, ranging from single-celled organisms to more complex multicellular beings, thriving in an array of climatic conditions. It boasts frigid landscapes, fiery terrains, arid regions, jungles, grasslands, plateaus, basins, oceans, lakes, rivers, storms, tsunamis, earthquakes, gravity, magnetic fields, light, darkness, microwaves, and clouds, an intricate tapestry. Among the known star systems in the universe, no celestial body possesses the unique characteristics of Earth. Aside from this evidence, another aspect of Serena's theory further substantiated her hypothesis. The solar system undeniably exists in a spatio-temporal anomaly, yet it differs significantly from typical anomalies. For instance, in the case of the Mirage anomaly, a fissure exists in the fabric of space, allowing glimpses of external stars through the crevice. However, the solar system is surrounded by a multitude of stars, indicating its placement within the central expanse of various galaxies. Yet, through her analysis of star overlaps and galaxy shadows, Serena discovered discrepancies in positions, with the sizes of stars failing to align. When observing the dense star field within the solar system, nearly all stars appeared similar in size to the naked eye, which was utterly implausible. External stars vary in size, and certain colossal stars can be distinguished by their arrangement. Moreover, numerous voids obstruct cosmic light, rendering vast distances shrouded in darkness. How could the sky be filled with stars? the sole explanation lies in the refraction of light, altering not only the apparent sizes of stars but also their perceived arrangements. After Zemo received the inheritance and fell into a stupor, Serena took him to search for valor. When this endeavor yielded no results, she prepared to depart in her spacecraft, only to encounter a peculiar spatio-temporal barrier beyond the asteroid belt. Despite multiple attempts to find an escape route, she realized she was utterly trapped, even the beacon data failing to penetrate the barrier. Suspecting Valor might also be ensnared within the solar system, she opted to remain behind. Earlier, on the moon, upon witnessing the refraction of solar light, Serena contemplated how the spatio-temporal barrier might refract external luminescence. This realization confirmed her suspicion that Earth likely resided within the void dark river, with the disturbance of the spatio-temporal barrier resulting in the bizarre arrangement of stars, which had remained unchanged for countless epochs. Furrowing her brow, Serena remarked, "Unfortunately, the spatio-temporal barrier has altered the distribution of stars, creating an interplay of reality and illusion. The Phantom vessel cannot currently analyze the results. Determining the position of the solar system through external star maps must account for the uncertainties posed by the spatio-temporal barrier, rendering the success rate of precise localization dismally low. Concerned about the potential for error and the accompanying loss of face, Serena sent the beast to the apex to further investigate the spatio-temporal barrier. If she could obtain accurate data on the distribution of external stars, she would easily pinpoint the solar system's location in the cosmos. Zemo attentively listened, increasingly convinced that Serena's arguments held merit. However, he pondered the implications of her locating the solar system for Earth's civilization. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved his thoughts. Serena raised an eyebrow, her confusion palpable. "Why? We will arrive in just a few minutes." Listening closely, Zemo noticed Serena's smile had vanished, abruptly interrupting him with a cold retort. "Are you afraid I might sell Earth?" Zemo did not deny it. He nodded reluctantly. To his surprise, Serena burst into laughter. Zemo was utterly perplexed by the meaning of Serna's words. At that moment, the armor on Serna's chest swiftly faded, revealing her pristine skin. Above her ample bosom lay a violet necklace, adorned with a golden, circular dragon. Within its embrace, vibrant crimson light flickered, exuding an air of exquisite rarity. "Sister, what are you doing?" Zemo glanced at the necklace, then at Serna's bosom, and in a state of panic, turned his head away, his heart racing uncontrollably. Serna's expression hardened, and she couldn't help but regret her momentary lapse in caution, hastily concealing her chest. However, with a hint of irritation, she declared, "Let me share another secret. I may share the same blood as you." Serna gently shook her head, focusing her thoughts. "In truth, my mother hails from the sacred domain. This blood of the abyss necklace was a relic she left for me after my birth. When I was born, she had visited our royal family. Without it, I might not have survived." This tale sounded rather fantastical, and Zemo found it hard to believe. Yet, Serna paid no heed to his skepticism. She continued, "Among my generation in the royal family, I rank third. However, due to my ties to the sacred domain, I have been designated as the heir to the throne by our ancestral lineage. Once I step into the divine realm, I shall ascend to the throne. Hence why I am referred to as queen." Listening to Serna's words, Zemo's brow gradually furrowed. He could discern the struggle within her voice and understood that she did not desire to be queen, leading him to conclude that she spoke the truth. After finishing her tale, a shimmering silhouette appeared beside Serna. Her gaze became entranced as she introduced, "Xiaomo, look, this is my mother." When Zemo focused his eyes, he was struck with disbelief. The silhouette depicted a young and beautiful silver-haired woman, whose features bore a striking resemblance to Serna's. Save for the noticeable silver flecks at her temples, she appeared indistinguishable from an earthling. Taken aback, Zemo hadn't anticipated Serna's prior actions. Observing her somber demeanor, he felt a sense of helplessness. Yet soon, an idea sparked within him, and he hurriedly said, "Sister, the database of the Abilities Alliance is highly secure. The higher the access level, the more information one can uncover. If you apprehend the wrong person, it's quite possible that relevant information may remain elusive." "Really?" Serna instantly turned her head towards Zemo, her expression brimming with doubt. "You mustn't deceive me." Zemo solemnly nodded, and just then, Serna suddenly transported them outside the shadow vessel. Standing in the vastness of space, Zemo dared not move. Yet he quickly realized that he could breathe normally and felt no sensation of weightlessness. After a moment of astonishment, he focused his gaze upon a vast expanse of deep blackness 100 meters ahead, where he noticed subtle flickers of light, drawing him inexplicably closer. Serna, too, was intently observing the scene ahead, her brow furrowed. The chaotic beasts had arrived significantly earlier than anticipated, suggesting that the solar system might be elliptical. Upon scrutinizing the area, she recognized it to be as enigmatic as the places she had previously explored. Upon discovering the anomaly, Serna's expression shifted dramatically. She hurriedly bowed her head towards the front, reverently proclaiming, "I pay my respects to the Master." Chapter 32, Misunderstanding? Yima tilted his head to the right, glancing at Senna. Whether it was due to the wild beast sealing off the space, Senna was surprisingly able to speak in the void of space, and this time, it seemed to be her own voice. Her tone was profoundly respectful, yet her voice resonated like celestial music, captivating Yima's senses. Despite his extensive experience, he had never encountered a sound so enchanting. However, the language Senna spoke was not Earth-S. The Shimong battle armor lacked the intelligent translation capabilities of the Alliance's R4 suits, rendering him unable to comprehend her words. Before long, Yima noticed that the wild beast also bowed its head, mirroring Senna's gesture of submission, not daring to move recklessly. Instinctively, he shifted his gaze forward. Amidst the darkness, faint points of light flickered, but none drew his attention as that massive, slightly radiant orb began to shift. Curiosity sparked within him, and he couldn't help but widen his eyes to see more clearly. Senna glanced at Yima, her heart tightening as she realized he was making direct eye contact with the cosmic sovereign ahead, a dangerously disrespectful act. When Yima first addressed her as sister, she felt a twinge of discomfort, but as she grew accustomed to the warmth of their bond, he became immensely significant to her. Thus, she wished to shield him from any peril. She hurriedly attempted to warn him, but before she could act, a large mass of golden shadow suddenly appeared 50 meters ahead. The shadow, measuring 10 meters in diameter, gently swayed and transformed into a colossal creature resembling a dragon with a turtle's body, its golden tail unfurling behind it. A dragon turtle? Yimo recognized the magnificent being at once, astonished that such a creature could exist in space. In the next moment, Yima was jolted awake. Senna and the wild beast exhibited profound respect towards the dragon turtle, indicating that its power surpassed theirs. When the creature's immense golden eyes turned towards him, he instinctively lowered his head in fear, yet he couldn't resist the urge to glance up, eager to observe this legendary entity. Senna dared not lift her gaze. She knew her instincts were correct. Although its aura was peculiar, it was undoubtedly that of a cosmic sovereign. At this moment, she was utterly astonished. There existed a cosmic sovereign beyond the time-space barrier of the solar system, indicating that all activities within the system were under its control. Affirming that her direction was indeed accurate, the solar system must lie within the Void's dark river. Faced with a cosmic sovereign, Senna felt immense apprehension. She swiftly grasped Yima's arm, attempting to pull him down, but at that instant, an irresistible force enveloped her, lifting her against her will. When she beheld the dragon turtle as the cosmic sovereign, hesitation flooded her. However, she also noticed the massive silhouette behind the time-space barrier still loomed, clearly indicating that the smaller dragon turtle was merely an avatar. Not long ago, Senna had learned of the dragon turtle's existence and had even ventured to the central plains in search of it. Little did she expect to encounter it here after finding nothing on Earth, nor could she have anticipated that it would be a cosmic sovereign. After being involuntarily lifted, Yima was left in a state of shock, unable to meet the dragon turtle's gaze, yet he found himself unable to lower his head. The dragon turtle's enormous golden eyes scrutinized the diminutive figures of Yima and Senna, and a golden glimmer passed through its gaze as they simultaneously heard a voice, ancient and ethereal. At the sound, Yima's curiosity piqued. It appeared that the dragon turtle possessed the ability to transmit thoughts through soul power, similar to Shuang, yet at a far superior level. He recalled hearing tales of astronauts encountering mysterious voices in space, likely the dragon turtle's guidance. Senna, more experienced than Yima, understood that the dragon turtle's ability to condense its avatar through the time-space barrier indicated immense strength and at least a mastery of spatial and soul power. Moreover, it was likely responsible for the solar system's time-space barrier. However, she pondered why such a formidable cosmic sovereign, capable of dominating the universe, would appear here, seeming to take on a protective role. The dragon turtle had spoken. In the past, Senna would have fled immediately, but now she hesitated, gritting her teeth. She respectfully addressed the dragon turtle, summoning her courage. "Great sovereign, I am Senna from the Guangmu 4-star system, a member of the Zimming Star's Kino royal family. I implore you." At that moment, Senna's most pressing desire was to ascertain whether her mother, Xena, hailed from Earth. Suddenly, they found themselves transported between Earth and the moon. Senna's expression shifted. It was evident that while the cosmic sovereign's voice was warm, it did not come without its temper. The next moment, she heard the dragon turtle declare, "Since you have come, you shall remain at ease. Henceforth, you are forbidden from approaching the forbidden zone." The words of the cosmic sovereign were absolute commands. Senna felt her eyelids twitch, her heart sinking in disappointment, yet she dared not show any sign of discontent. Even though the dragon turtle had only spoken a single word to Yima, he was unable to contain his excitement, speculating that many deities and mythical creatures from legends truly existed, all likely powerful awakeners. Gradually, Yima felt an increasing pressure on his right hand. Startled, he glanced down to see his fingers entwined with Senna's. Alarmed, he exclaimed, "Sister, be gentle. Let go." This time, Yima truly frightened himself. Not only did his voice carry, but as he swiftly reached out with his left hand to grasp Senna's, he perceived ripples of distortion in the space beyond his hand. However, Senna reasoned that Yima lacked the audacity for such an act. It must have been the dragon turtle's interference during their transport. Although she remained puzzled, she chose not to voice her thoughts. Furrowing her brows, Senna had no desire for conversation. She instructed the wild beast to release the shadowy vessel and directly led Yima and the wild beast towards Sujo. "Sister, what level of master is that dragon turtle?" Yima inquired enthusiastically from the sofa. Unbeknownst to him, Senna was burdened with heavy thoughts and reluctant to speak. However, considering Yima's naive curiosity, she sighed helplessly and stated, "A cosmic sovereign." "Oh, so it is a cosmic sovereign." Yima nodded earnestly, his expression reflecting his realization. However, as he lowered his head to count the levels, he was instantly struck with astonishment, staring wide-eyed at Senna as he exclaimed, "What? A cosmic sovereign?" In response to Yima's incredulous gaze, Senna wearily nodded. His expression shifted once more, mouth agape as he stared at her, rendered speechless for a long while. Observing Yima's exaggerated demeanor, Senna would have laughed heartily in the past, but now she found no joy in it. She chose to remain silent, sitting quietly. Due to the dragon turtle's sudden appearance, their quest to explore the time-space barrier was thwarted. It seemed to know their intentions and appeared to obstruct them. Nevertheless, Senna remained convinced that her instincts had not led her astray. Understanding that the dragon turtle was the guardian of the solar system should have invigorated Senna, yet its confinement of her to Earth left her perplexed. Logically, after she revealed her identity, the dragon turtle should have been more accommodating. Instead, it restricted her freedom, leaving her utterly baffled. The dragon turtle's actions seemed devoid of reason. Yet its immense power as a cosmic sovereign rendered Senna hesitant to defy it. As she contemplated the situation, her gaze involuntarily shifted. During her travels through the outside world, she inadvertently learned of the malevolent deeds of the Doomsday battleship in Valoril. Thus, she pursued them relentlessly and ultimately managed to intercept the Doomsday battleship. However, it was her actions that caused the vessel to be forcefully drawn into a temporal rift, posing a significant threat to Earth. The dragon turtle, tasked with safeguarding the solar system, was essentially protecting the only planet teeming with life, Earth. By placing the planet in peril, she surely earned the ire of the dragon turtle. Yet, Izimo remained undeterred. Once he regained his composure, a surge of exhilaration coursed through him. He had deduced the dragon turtle's identity as a guardian, a sovereign entity of the cosmos. It was plausible that humanity's conquest of the Doomsday battleship was secretly aided by it. With its presence, Valoril was unlikely to pose a formidable threat. "Sister, shall we first head to the Psychic Alliance?" he eagerly suggested, his spirits lifted by the joyful occasion. He was keen to assist Senna in uncovering whether her mother was of earthly origin, thereby securing her support for Earth civilization. At that moment, Senna had come to many realizations. Witnessing Izimo's earnestness, a comforting smile graced her lips. Just as she was about to nod in agreement, the Shadow Phantom vessel suddenly blared its alarm. Senna's expression shifted dramatically as a projection materialized before her, detected by the Shadow Phantom. Izimo was taken aback, his gaze darting towards Senna, only to see the projection displaying a large, grayish-white missile hurtling towards the Shadow Phantom from below. Izimo was momentarily stunned. The Shadow Phantom was currently within his nation's airspace. Based on his understanding of the Psychic Alliance, the vessel could not be arbitrarily attacked by them. Moreover, under the cover of night, with the Shadow Phantom's remarkable stealth capabilities, how could they have been discovered? Could it be Valoril? A wave of suspicion washed over him, leading him to contemplate a possibility. The missile bore no markings, leaving him to suspect that it was indeed an assault initiated by Valoril. However, Upon spotting a Type 2 combat transport aircraft from the Psychic Alliance trailing the missile, his expression shifted drastically. "Sister, Zemo hastily warned Senna. But he was a moment too late. The Shadow Phantom unleashed a brilliant blue light, obliterating the missile in an instant. Senna's countenance darkened as she began tapping on the control panel before her, causing the Shadow Phantom to tremble ominously. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zemo rushed to intervene. "Sister, do not attack. Under no circumstances should you engage. They are from the Psychic Alliance." His urgency escalated as he approached Senna, observing the control panel revealing numerous weapon ports opening along the Shadow Phantom's exterior, instilling a sense of dread within him. "The Psychic Alliance?" Senna paused. Turning her head to regard Zemo, her brow furrowed in concern. "Why would they attack us?" Senna was known for her peculiar temperament and formidable strength. Alongside her beastly companion, she had dared to assault the Doomsday battleship, rendering it utterly defenseless. The fragile earthly civilization stood no chance against her. Heeding Zemo's counsel, Senna refrained from retaliating, as she still sought vital clues from the Psychic Alliance. Yet, without warning, a colossal magnetic energy shield manifested above the Shadow Phantom, forcibly shutting it down and suspending it in midair. In the next moment, the fleet of aircraft below unleashed a barrage of missiles and energy projectiles. Ground-based missiles also soared toward them. In a manner reminiscent of their assault on the Doomsday battleship, two groups of celestial heart satellites in space simultaneously fired annihilation lasers, aimed directly at the Shadow Phantom. Just as the annihilation beams were poised to strike, the Shadow Phantom vanished, only to be replaced by an immense golden four-winged beast that materialized nearby. With a mighty roar, the beast caused layers of space to ripple and separate, causing the annihilation beams to dissipate, while the missiles and energy projectiles vanished as well. The aircraft below came to an abrupt standstill. Chapter 33. Catastrophe. Although the ground missile units continued to launch their missiles, the beacon scans failed to locate any targets. Missiles that entered that space also vanished one after another. Soon, the Shadow appeared amidst the still cluster of aircraft. With the activation of its powerful scanning capabilities, the faces of over 1,000 individuals were projected onto the white light board before Zemo. At this tense moment, Zemo felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his brow. Serna was visibly displeased, granting him only 5 minutes to explain. Once the time was up, those who had attacked her would meet their demise. Did they truly believe that conquering the Doomsday battleship rendered them invincible? Zemo was seething with rage. The Psychic Alliance had audaciously attacked Serna, who was even more arrogant than Valoral, practically courting death. As time ticked away, Zemo longed to summon someone for questioning. Yet prudently, he scanned the faces before him, hoping to spot a familiar one. Fortunately, just past the halfway mark, he finally recognized the girl who had once inspired immense admiration in him, Xiaoya, the powerhouse of the Kamikaze Squadron. When Xiaoya appeared in the Shadow's rest area and regained her composure, she instinctively retreated, her face a mask of wariness, ready to strike at a moment's notice. However, upon realizing that beside Serna stood Zemo, her expression transformed into one of disbelief. In a fleeting moment of distraction, she found herself standing before Zemo, who immediately unleashed a torrent of scolding upon her. "Xiaoya, are you all so idle that you have nothing better to do? Have you grown stronger? So, having taken down the Doomsday battleship, you think you can treat the Shadow as a mere toy? My sister Serna is beautiful, kind-hearted, gentle, and generous. Do you think she is easy to bully?" As Zemo's anger surged, he understood that if he and Serna were not present, the Psychic Alliance would undoubtedly face annihilation. When Xiaoya suddenly appeared before him, her initial instinct was to retreat. Yet, she found her feet glued to the ground, witnessing helplessly as Zemo rained accusations upon her. Stunned, she absorbed his words. She had never imagined that Zemo could be so terrifyingly furious. Her face flushed crimson. But upon observing Serna on the verge of fury, her expression turned pale. Xiaoya was astute. Despite her confusion over why Zemo was with Serna and his praise for her, she discerned that he was subtly defending the Psychic Alliance, and her survival was likely due to his influence. Nevertheless, she did not feel indebted to him. "What reason do you have?" Xiaoya glared at Zemo, her eyes gradually filling with malice, as if he were her sworn enemy. Clenching her fists, she trembled with rage. Zemo felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing her words and quickly glanced at Serna. As the designated heir of the Zimming Star's Kino royal family, Serna would command the Guangmu 4 star system upon her ascension. Even if she had no desire for power, the authority of the Kino royal family was undeniable. Xiao Yu's accusatory finger and furious glare were tantamount to an insult to the royal family, and Serna struggled to contain her wrath. Fortunately, for Yizimo's sake, she managed to suppress it, yet the weight of Xiao Yu's words weighed heavily on her. With her experience, Serna did not doubt the truth of Xiao Yu's claims. The slaughter incident resulted in over 10,000 casualties, a devastating loss for the Psychic Alliance. Should she lose control and slay Xiao Yu along with the 1,000 others outside, not only would Yizimo not forgive her, but it would also allow the true culprit's conspiracy to succeed. Serna's expression darkened. For her, the solar system was not vast. She had deployed detectors at the polar extremes, and even from the farthest reaches of the solar system, Earth remained under her watch. Yet, imposters still struck. And with the advanced disruption technology employed, only Valoral and his associates could achieve such a feat. Witnessing Yizimo's skepticism toward her, Serna felt her suppressed anger bubbling to the surface. Why do you look at me like that? Do you think I have the leisure to commit murder? Serna glared at Yizimo, her voice laced with indignation. I have long ascended to the divine realm. A single strike could level your capital. Do I need to cower in fear? Divine realm? Xiao Yu trembled at the words, feeling a profound sense of despair. A level 9 divine being could not be matched even by the combined forces of the global psychic alliance and external reinforcements. She felt utterly powerless. Yizimo's eyes widened in shock. He had only just learned that Serna had already reached the divine realm. Thankfully, he had secured her allegiance beforehand. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Yizimo composed himself, meeting Xiao Yu's anguished gaze and calmly stating, 2 hours ago, my sister and I were still in South America. At this moment, Yizimo was filled with unease. He had heard Serna mention that someone was impersonating her in the capital, and it seemed this was another scheme by the impostor, likely orchestrated by Valoral and his cohort. Yiziming, Linshui, Qinyufei, Mutua, and Shi Tiao could very well still be by Valoral's side. If this massacre were linked to them, how would he confront them? Impossible. She was clearly right there. Xiao Yu shouted furiously at Yizimo, and after venting her frustration, tears streamed down her cheeks as she began to sob uncontrollably. Seeing that Yizimo still did not believe her, Xiao Yu accessed the R4 consciousness link to retrieve relevant images, which R4 projected, revealing the massacre orchestrated by Serna. The image depicted Serna, expressionless, wielding a bloodied white longsword. With a single swing, 2 heads flew, blood splattering everywhere. Another slash sent sword shadows scattering, reducing dozens to mere fragments in an instant. She moved with precision through the crowd, leaving no survivors, harvesting lives in the base as if cutting vegetables. Guns, blades, and psychic powers could not harm her. Instead, they ignited her fury, severing the veins of those who attacked her, shattering their limbs, causing them to writhe in agony until they bled out. Explosions erupted, light flared, and many screamed for help while others trembled in hiding, as she, a formidable force, shattered the earth beneath her feet and mercilessly slaughtered the unarmed. Blood flowed, staining everything crimson, leaving behind only dismembered remains. The only figure still standing amidst the carnage was Serna, her once pristine form now drenched in blood, transformed from crystal white to a deep crimson. As Yizimo gazed at the images, his eyes widened, and they began to glow with a furious hue. He opened his mouth, unable to articulate a response, yet within, he silently screamed the accursed name, Valoral. Yizimo clenched his fists, a layer of swirling black mist enveloping his silver armor. His rage stirred the energy within him to a boil, his face flickering between solidity and translucence. He trembled, causing the very fabric of space to quiver ominously. Noticing Yizimo's agitation, Xiao Yu turned her glare towards Serna, coldly stating, after she destroyed the base, she left behind an external detonation device. Once it exploded, villages within 10 miles of the base were all affected. Yizimo gritted his teeth, fury roaring within him. The figure in the footage was undoubtedly Serna, yet he knew that it was not the true Serna. He just could not fathom who the impostor was. The thought of one of Yiziming's group impersonating Serna was unfathomable. Serna had also finished watching the footage, though she remained silent. It did not signify a lack of rage. A murderous intent radiated from her as she began to search for the whereabouts of Valoral and his accomplices on Earth. Yet they left no trace behind. With a firm bite of her teeth, Serna turned her gaze towards Yizimo. She discerned that he was evidently consumed by rage, his eyes exuding an unending chill, devoid of his usual timorous demeanor. Yet, he appeared to maintain his composure. A sense of helplessness washed over Serna as she sighed inwardly. For the boy who affectionately called her sister, bestowing upon her a warmth of familial affection. She had relinquished her pride and numerous principles. Yet now she found herself powerless. Unable to alleviate any of Yzimo's burdens, anxiety began to take root within her, for Valorel and his cohorts were shrouded in secrecy, capable of emerging at any moment to impersonate her and wreak havoc upon Earth, an occurrence that must be thwarted. Moreover, she could not shake the suspicion that Valorel and his allies were aware of the dragon tortoise's existence. Their chaos was likely a ploy to drag her down with them. Xiaoya wept sorrowfully, her tears like rain-soaked blossoms, evoking deep sympathy. Yzimo inhaled deeply, suppressing his fury as he gently wiped the tears from Xiaoya's face. He made a resolute declaration. This matter is unquestionably the doing of Valorel, and it bears no relation to my sister. Whatever transpires, I shall bear the burden. At his words, Serna was momentarily taken aback, and Xiaoya appeared equally astonished. Awakened by Yzimo's assertion, Xiaoya found herself in a quandary. However, she hesitated to reach a conclusion, for the Alliance headquarters had issued a fatal order to eliminate Serna at all costs. She could not defy this command, nor could she rely solely on Yzimo's words to absolve Serna of guilt. Serna fixed her gaze upon Xiaoya before turning her attention back to Yzimo, her brows slightly easing as she curiously inquired, as a second tear awakened, "How do you intend to confront Valorel, who is at the saint level?" Yzimo met Serna's eyes with unwavering resolve, asserting, "I have my sister backing me." Serna was taken aback, shaking her head in disbelief at Yzimo's audacity to shift the responsibility onto her. Nevertheless, his words struck a chord within her, filling her with warmth while simultaneously reinforcing her resolve against Valorel's lethal intentions. Xiaoya's gaze drifted away, enveloped in silence, yet Yzimo did not squander the moment. He looked at Xiaoya, his tone softened yet insistent. "Who at your headquarters is in charge? Allow me to speak with them." Xiaoya found herself unable to refuse this proposition. If Yzimo could clarify that this was merely a misunderstanding, there might be new developments regarding the massacre, and humanity could potentially be freed from the threat posed by the formidable Serna, perhaps even gaining her assistance. Chapter 34. The edge of Xiaoya's straightforward words carried an air of command, causing Serna to furrow her brow involuntarily, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in her eyes. With her esteemed status, she found Xiaoya's repeated challenges to her limits, including slander, accusations, and belittlement, sufficient grounds to justify ending Xiaoya's life 100 times over. Noticing Serna's unsettling expression, Yzimo quickly lowered his voice, pleading, "Sister, please help me. I wish to swiftly verify your innocence." Emphasizing the word innocence dissipated much of Serna's anger, and she nodded. Summoning the control panel of the shadow vessel to disable the external energy shield, thereby allowing the wild beast to open a rift in the confined space. Soon, Xiaoya established a connection with the headquarters of the Abilities Alliance. Listening to the inquiries from the other side, she impatiently declared, "We are now prisoners. The representative, Yzimo, wishes to speak with the commander. Please connect us promptly." The staff, understanding the urgency, swiftly complied. When the communication was established, Xiaoya activated the projection screen, directing the R4 camera to focus solely on Yzimo. Yzimo waited in silence until Chenhao appeared on the screen, flanked by a dozen others, all gazing intently in their direction. Observing Chenhao's handsome visage behind his glasses, Yzimo furrowed his brow, introducing himself, "I am Yzimo, a participant in the Xinfeng squad's exploration of the ancient Mengbai Mountain. If Captain Gao Yuan's R4 battlesuit has uploaded data, you should be familiar with me." Chenhao nodded, having personally processed Yzimo's data and becoming well acquainted with him. However, he was taken aback as he scrutinized Yzimo. Chenhao, unwilling to be neglectful, was about to speak when Yzimo preemptively said, "Acting Commander Chenhao, is the official commander present? I wish to converse with him." Upon hearing this, Chenhao's expression darkened, his gaze fixed on Yzimo as he patiently replied, "The commander has gone to the International Abilities Alliance headquarters. I am in temporary command here." After a pause, he continued, "Yzimo, for the sake of all Earthlings, please refrain from indiscriminate slaughter." Chenhao's words rang with righteousness, garnering the goodwill of many. Yet, in Yzimo's eyes, he was merely a self-righteous hypocrite. Yzimo's gaze hardened as he retorted, "As a commander, even a temporary one, your lack of rigor in your duties is forgivable, but to shift responsibility onto others, do you truly believe you are fit for this position?" At this, Chenhao's expression stiffened. Yet he forced himself to remain calm, countering, "What do you mean?" In the command room of the Abilities Alliance headquarters, Chun Hao and several others were observing Yi Zimo's holographic projection, his voice amplified for all to hear. Steeling himself, Chun Hao addressed Yi Zimo. Name your price. What will it take to release our people? Yi Zimo could not suppress a mocking laugh, shaking his head in exasperation. Unable to contain his fury any longer, he declared, I truly cannot fathom how the higher-ups of the Abilities Alliance entrusted you with such a significant position. Without discernment, you cavalierly condemn innocent lives to death. Knowing my sister Serna's formidable strength, you choose to attack us, recklessly endangering Earth. Are you truly that foolish? Yi Zimo's incisive words left Chun Hao's complexion fluctuating between shades of pale and flushed. Clenching his fists at his waist until they turned white, Chun Hao seethed internally. What are you even worth, Yi Zimo? If mere glances could kill, Yi Zimo would have perished countless times. Yet, he dared not express his animosity openly. With a slight lift of his eyelids, Chun Hao suppressed his wrath, stating, Yi Zimo, we have gathered ample evidence indicating that the perpetrator is indeed Serna. As an awakened ability user, you disregard the safety of Earth and yet obstruct us, further tarnishing our reputation. Though Chun Hao spoke with conviction, even those behind him remained silent. Lu Zhongqi, the head of the information department, was among them. As a seasoned analyst, he discerned the nuances in their dialogue. Chun Hao. Lu Zhongqi urgently called him over, whispering his analysis. Yi Zimo makes a valid point. We lack concrete evidence to fully implicate Serna as the murderer. This could very well be Valoral's scheme, as both our losses and Serna's injuries align with what Valoral would desire. Despite being the elder, Lu Zhongqi's direct address irked Chun Hao, causing his brow to furrow. Yet, as he listened, Lu Zhongqi's reasoning resonated with him. He had not considered such possibilities. But he had already issued orders to attack Serna, conducting everything according to his initial plan until he was unexpectedly countered, leaving him flustered. Uncle Lu, why didn't you mention this earlier? Chun Hao's expression darkened as he expressed his irritation. You concealed such crucial information. Fortunately, there is still room for discussion. Otherwise, how would I account to Aunt Ming? Upon hearing this, Lu Zhongqi's expression shifted, realizing Chun Hao was attempting to shift the blame for his poor command onto him. However, being a shrewd individual, he was not about to let Chun Hao's scheme succeed. I have already reported this matter to the commander. Did she not instruct you on how to proceed? Lu Zhongqi inquired with curiosity. After a pause, he continued, the outcome is clear. We do not possess sufficiently powerful weaponry to confront any crisis. Time is short. We have merely scratched the surface of the Doomsday battleship and require more time to arm ourselves adequately. We must bow our heads when necessary. At that moment, Lu Zhongqi held Chun Hao in profound disdain, viewing him as a reckless youth, heedlessly jeopardizing the broader situation on Earth. And he wondered how Ming Fi could have entrusted such a pivotal role to him, grooming him as a successor. This time, Chun Hao did not maintain his previous stubbornness. With an awkward smile, he admitted, there are indeed peculiarities in this situation. It is our oversight. Is Queen Serna present? Please allow me to extend my apologies to her. Xiaoya's expression shifted dramatically at this, recalling how Chun Hao had previously proclaimed his unwavering intent to eliminate Serna. Now, he was performing a complete reversal. As if he were jesting with the lives of over 1,000 people and invaluable equipment. Hearing Chun Hao's submissive words, Yi Zimo finally exhaled in relief. He quickly glanced at Serna, who, in a fit of anger, plopped down on the sofa, clearly still irked and unwilling to address Chun Hao. After concluding the call, Yi Zimo instructed Xiaoya to terminate the communication. Once the projection screen vanished, he solemnly regarded Xiaoya before rushing to Serna's side and seating himself on the sofa. Serna was indeed infuriated, yet upon witnessing Yi Zimo's earnest demeanor, she ultimately nodded in acknowledgement. Soon, the space returned to normalcy. The squadrons of aircraft and ground forces ceased their assaults and began to withdraw. All the attacking missiles and energy projectiles were discarded into the void above, illuminating the area with a dazzling display. Xiaoya watched in disbelief as the once menacing mechanical beast, which had previously taunted the Doomsday battleship, transformed into a loyal golden pup. Seemingly regarding Yi Zimo as its master, she found it unfathomable how he could possess such charm. Yi Zimo did not allow Xiaoya to depart. Nor did the shadow vessel linger, once again cloaking itself as it soared towards Suzhou. At that moment, on the far side of the moon, two massive spaceships lay hidden in a depression on the lunar surface. Inside one of the ships, Valoral stood alone in the control room, furrowing his brow as he watched the Abilities Alliance retreat. Soon, someone behind him spoke up. It appears that Yi Zimo has a significant influence over Serna. If Yi Zimo were to be removed, your plans would undoubtedly meet with resounding success. There are means to achieve this, though it may require a considerable amount of time. Xiaomo bowed slightly to Valor and smiled gently, saying, Minggu is indeed correct. Yi Zimo and Senna are inseparable, making it difficult to act against them. However, Yi Zimo is surrounded by numerous friends, and given his deep sense of loyalty, opportunities abound. Upon hearing this, Valor could not help but brighten with intrigue. Chapter 35 Speculation. Serena was seated on the sofa, simmering with frustration, while Yi Zimo hurriedly led Xiaoya to his bedroom, causing Xiaoya considerable alarm. With Serena present, Xiaoya dared not resist. She feared Yi Zimo had ulterior motives. Yi Zimo, his expression rife with embarrassment, inquired softly, Xiaoya, how much money do you have? What are you thinking? Xiaoya retorted. Yi Zimo chuckled knowingly, then, with utmost seriousness, whispered, regardless of your current thoughts, you must apologize to my sister later. You have offended her more times than you realize, and we cannot afford to anger her. So, Yi Zimo earnestly implored Xiaoya, but she, stubborn as she was, only reluctantly agreed after much persuasion. Before long, Yi Zimo opened the door, leaning against the frame as he gently nudged Xiaoya forward. Go on. Observing Xiaoya's hesitation, he signaled her with his eyes. Reluctantly, Xiaoya lowered her head and took tentative steps toward Serena. At that moment, Serena was engrossed in a horror movie. The monstrous beast seated beside her fixated on the screen, not even blinking. However, the subtle movements of Yi Zimo and Xiaoya did not escape her notice. When Xiaoya awkwardly approached her, Serena glanced over. Xiaoya was indeed adorable. Remnants of tears were still visible on her delicate face, which bore traces of light makeup now marred by her tears. The sight of her pale complexion and her timid demeanor caused Serena's brow to furrow slightly. Xiaoya resembled a neighbor's little sister who had erred, and though Serena felt a surge of reprimand rising within her, a significant portion of her ire dissipated inexplicably. Though the beast beside her remained focused on the film, Xiaoya dared not draw too close. She stopped a couple of meters from Serena, casting a furtive glance her way, but quickly averted her gaze once more. Finally, summoning her courage, Xiaoya wrinkled her cute little nose and said pitifully, Sister Serena, I'm sorry for how I treated you. Please don't be angry with me. I was wrong. Please forgive me. As she spoke, Xiaoya extended her hand, revealing a thumb-sized orange crystal that glimmered with a hint of yellow mist within. Sister Serena, welcome to Earth. This is my most treasured possession. I hope you will like it. She gazed up at the level 6 power crystal, her eyes filled with reluctance. It had taken her considerable effort to acquire it from the higher-ups of the Alliance, and now, without having utilized it much, she was about to relinquish it, a great injustice in her heart. In truth, Yi Zimo had not anticipated Xiaoya's willingness to part with such a precious item. He understood the significance of the level 6 power crystal to her, and quickly approached, placing a comforting hand on Xiaoya's shoulder to bolster her courage. He then winked at Serena, smiling gently, Sister, accept it. She realizes her mistake. Serena glanced at Yi Zimo, feeling an inexplicable surge of irritation. Despite his constant calling of her sister, he seemed to be steering her away from the matter at hand, leaving her utterly bewildered about his intentions. Though Serena's annoyance lingered, she could not bear to reprimand Xiaoya further, especially when she saw Xiaoya's eyes welling up with tears. With a weary sigh, she accepted the level 6 power crystal, saying, First, go wash your face. Your makeup is ruined. With Serena's words, Yi Zimo felt a weight lift from his chest. He exchanged a glance with Xiaoya, her tearful, pitiful expression prompting him to gesture toward the direction of the bathroom. Xiaoya, unable to defy Serena's request, hurried to wash her face. Upon seeing her reflection, her tears fell anew. The memories of Serena's ruthlessness during the massacre sent shivers down her spine, and being under the same roof as Serena left her feeling immensely uneasy. Yi Zimo pointed to the coffee table, and Xiaoya followed his gaze. There, on the glass surface, gleamed a yellowish, flattened walnut-shaped stone, radiant and pulsating with orange light, far more exquisite than the level 6 power crystal. Xiaoya stared in astonishment, her eyes widening in disbelief as the R4 scanner detected the energy fluctuations within. Eighth level, holy crystal? She exclaimed. This crystal was solidified and unified, approaching the essence of a divine crystal, albeit without the divine light. Regardless, its classification as a holy crystal was undeniable. The generosity displayed by Serena was astonishing. She truly embodied the essence of a goddess. Faced with such a treasure, Xiaoya had no reason to refuse. She hurriedly seized the holy crystal, settling onto the sofa to examine it closely. Yi Zimo couldn't help but smile at her enthusiasm. choosing not to comment further. He had previously promised Serena a delightful meal, and with her now changing clothes, he needed to find a suitable place quickly. The holy crystal radiated with crystalline brilliance, its pure orange light resplendent, and its hardness unparalleled. As Xiaoya began to test its strength, she realized the overwhelming power contained within. A slight tug summoned a torrent of violent energy, and she quickly withdrew her hand, her right arm tingling from the intensity. Had she drawn too much? It might have shattered under the strain. Xiaoya's expression shifted. The terrifying power of the holy crystal was beyond her capacity as a mere level 3 ability user. Observing Izimo's serious demeanor, she hastily stored the crystal away, feeling increasingly restless. Her gaze then caught sight of the shards of glass scattered across the coffee table. Remnants of the glass she had inadvertently shattered. Curiosity piqued, Xiaoya pressed down lightly, only to apply too much force. The shards crumbled, sending a cacophony of tinkling glass resonating through the air. Woof! Izimo jumped at the sound, quickly turning to Xiaoya, who stood there, wide-eyed in shock. Look what you've done. Remember to pay for that. Izimo sighed helplessly. He was currently without funds. Otherwise, he would have replaced the glass already. Fortunately, he hadn't, otherwise. Xiaoya might have shattered it again. Xiaoya nodded awkwardly, her expression a mix of embarrassment and incredulity as she regarded Izimo. She thought to herself, how could this thrifty miser be so reluctant to spend even a little money? Unbeknownst to her, all of Izimo's funds had been expended by Serena, leaving him genuinely broke. At last, Izimo confirmed the location, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Serena was determined to indulge in a sumptuous meal to counterbalance the grievances she had unjustly endured. However, finding a place to eat at 2 or 3 in the morning was no easy task, and he had racked his brain over it. Given Serena's stature, he could not treat her casually. Fortunately, he was somewhat familiar with the area and managed to find a suitable place. Izimo recognized Xiaoya's discomfort. She was far more restrained than her usual carefree self. After some contemplation, he soon understood the reason. You see, my sister Serena is truly not the culprit. It was indeed Valoral and his cohorts behind this. As for why they sought to incite you against her, I cannot say. Xiaoya listened intently, reluctant to voice her thoughts. However, she could not withstand the intensity of Izimo's gaze. She countered, if we are no match for your sister, what use is Valoral's instigation? In his eyes, we are powerless to resist. Does he derive pleasure from watching us perish? Izimo furrowed his brow, acknowledging, that is indeed a valid point. However, if my sister were to act, she would undoubtedly choose to obliterate your headquarters entirely, scattering you to the winds, rather than merely destroying a branch base and retreating to hide, allowing you the chance to seek her out. Upon hearing Izimo's words, Xiaoyu could not help but feel a surge of doubt. The alliance of abilities in the national military had joined forces to attack the Doomsday battleship. Yet Valoral retreated without a fight, leaving the battleship to them. What was Valoral afraid of? Ah, how did you discover the whereabouts of the shadow vessel? Izimo's eyes flickered with urgency as he inquired. Regarding this matter, Xiaoyu was forthcoming. The alliance of abilities had been engaged in the siege of the Doomsday battleship for quite some time, and with the assistance of surrendering extraterrestrials, they had acquired a considerable amount of supplies and equipment from the battleship, including a super-technological stealth detection device. Once it was transported to the headquarters of the Alliance in the Central Plains for installation and trial operation, it was successfully integrated into their systems. The Alliance promptly established a specialized department to conduct stealth detection operations, which ultimately led to the discovery of the shadow vessel, prompting Chun-Hao to issue the attack order. I sincerely hope that Earth can possess sufficiently formidable weaponry, even capable of constructing cosmic battleships akin to the Doomsday battleship, for our protection. Izimo sighed. Listening to Izimo's words, Xiaoya's eyes suddenly brightened. She hastily exclaimed, if the culprit truly is Valoral, I believe I may have found the reason. Izimo was taken aback, quickly urging her to elaborate. Xiaoya, with a flicker of insight, stated candidly, it must be our missile weaponry. After steadying herself, she continued, Valoral abandoned the Doomsday battleship and fled, likely out of fear of our missiles. During the assault on the battleship, we deployed hundreds of thousands of specialized missiles. If the Doomsday battleship could not withstand the onslaught, then Valoral certainly could not endure it either. If we had squandered all our weapons on your sister, Valoral would no longer fear us. Should we inadvertently harm your sister with nuclear weapons, we would truly be left with mutual destruction. What a cunning strategy. Achieving 2 objectives with 1 stroke. Izimo murmured in disbelief. Xiaoya, ever astute, made a remarkably logical deduction. Valoral's machinations were indeed treacherous. Had it not been for Cerna's timely intervention last time, the impersonator might have wrought calamity upon them. Brother Zemo, what should we do if Valoril returns to commit murder? Xiaoya, recalling the terrifying disasters, could not suppress her fear. She looked to Zemo for help, having placed all her hopes on Cerna. Indeed, Zemo did not disappoint her. He confidently patted his chest and vowed, "Rest assured, with my sister Queen Cerna present, Valoril will not escape unscathed should he dare to show his face." Despite his words, Zemo felt a wave of anxiety within. He was not afraid of Valoril's appearance. Rather, he feared they might lurk in the shadows, weaving insidious plots. Ultimately, it would be the innocent, ordinary humans who would suffer the consequences. Zemo was indeed unsettled. After a moment of contemplation, he curiously asked, "By the way, that stealth detection device came from the Doomsday battleship. Will it be unable to detect Valoril and his cohorts? Considering it is their technology? Well, I do not know," Xiaoya replied, shaking her head. She was aware that the stealth detection device was managed by Chen Hao, but she lacked specific information. At that time, she had intended to inquire with the headquarters. Yet the communication signals had been obstructed. Chapter 36, an awkward encounter. When Xiaoya informed Zemo about the lack of signal from her four, he felt a sense of helplessness. He was reluctant to command the beast and chose instead to wait for Serena to make a decision. Serena had been inside changing her clothes for quite some time, leaving Zemo to ponder just how many outfits she had to choose from. As he was lost in thought, Xiaoya suddenly disappeared, startling him. At that moment, the beast, hiding behind him, spoke up. The beast almost leaned against Zemo's back, cautiously whispering in his ear, "My master asked me to tell you that she has asked Xiaoya to help her choose a dress. She is quite troublesome. You know, she suffers from choice paralysis. Once, it took her ages to decide on a hairpin." Zemo was rendered speechless. After all, Serena was the beast's master. Why would the beast speak ill of her? Upon realizing the reason for her summons, Xiaoya was left at a loss for words. The sight of the luxurious array of garments piled on the bed was truly overwhelming. At that moment, Serena emerged wearing a form-fitting jade-white mini-dress that accentuated her flawless figure, exuding a warm, intoxicating fragrance that left Xiaoya entranced. Serena's physique appeared no different from that of a human, her skin radiant and smooth, likely a result of her divine nature, glimmering under the light. Her waist-length, slightly curled violet hair framed her face, adorned with a green-white band on her left wrist and a golden starry band on her right. She wore a necklace featuring a purple dragon medallion, her eyes shimmering with a violet brilliance that rendered her breathtakingly beautiful. With a flick of her wrist, a stunning purple gown appeared on her. Gazing into the mirror, her expression gradually turned contemplative as she turned to Xiaoya for her opinion. "What do you think? Is this suitable?" she inquired curiously. Xiaoya, momentarily stunned, could only shake her head. In an instant, the purple gown was replaced by a magnificent orange gown. As soon as Serena cast her gaze upon Xiaoya, she instinctively shook her head again, unable to fathom just how many exquisite dresses Serena possessed. Did she not realize it was winter? Xiaoya longed to remind Serena, yet she hesitated to speak out, rendered speechless in the face of such opulence. In the living room, Zemo, feeling rather bored, was watching a horror film. Even when the terrifying scenes caused the beast to tremble and hide, he remained indifferent, which only served to increase the beast's admiration for him. "Brother Zemo, why aren't you afraid?" the beast asked, its voice laced with uncertainty. This conversation piqued Zemo's curiosity. How could such a powerful creature be so timid? Before long, a character from the movie emerged from the screen, startling the beast into teleporting Zemo to the rooftop for safety. Zemo lost his balance, landing unceremoniously, but the beast's quick reflexes saved him from falling completely. Realizing they had changed locations, Zemo deduced that it was the beast's doing, as it held tightly onto his left shoulder, trembling slightly. "Brother Zemo, why did you deceive me?" the beast stammered, clearly shaken, its voice quivering. Zemo couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity. There were far scarier films on Earth, and he wondered if the beast would ever dare to venture outside again after watching one. The beast was still new to movies and unaware that most were mere illusions, so Zemo refrained from teasing it. Instead, he exited the horror film and selected a sci-fi flick to help the beast relax. Having seen the film before, Zemo absent-mindedly reached out to stroke the beast's golden fur. Observing the beast's enjoyment sparked his curiosity again. The beast was quite affectionate towards him, often sidelining even Serena. Zemo found this intriguing, recognizing the benefits of fostering a good relationship with such a powerful ally. which would undoubtedly aid in his interactions with Serena as well. Thus, as Zemo continued to massage the beast while watching the film, the door to Serena's room finally swung open. Eagerly, he turned to see Xiaoya arm in arm with Serena, and he was taken aback by their attire. "Ladies, it's merely a late-night barbecue. Why are you dressed so elaborately?" he exclaimed. Xiaoya was clearly not wearing her ensemble of purple, blue, and white, coupled with black feathered boots, made her resemble a blossoming flower. Her hair was styled up with 3 jade-white butterfly pins. Serena, even more extravagant, donned a golden-brown gown with a light purple cloak, starry high heels, and similarly styled hair adorned with 3 amethyst pins, revealing just enough of her neckline to showcase the dragon pendant necklace. Xiaoya felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, standing there at a loss. Serena, initially bashful, became indignant at Zemo's remarks. After all her efforts to look impeccable, he suggested they go for barbecue, rendering her efforts futile. In a hurry, Zemo dashed over, grasping Serena's arm as he awkwardly smiled. "Sister, it's already past 3 in the morning. What else should we eat?" "That place. The food is quite delectable." Hearing this, Serena paused, her expression softening considerably, though her gaze towards Zemo shifted. "What do you mean? It's been so long. And you still haven't changed?" Zemo's face fell. He wished he could shed his battle armor sooner, but no matter how he fumbled, he couldn't find a way to remove it. He pleaded, "Sister, please spare me. I don't know how to take off this armor." "Why didn't you ask the beast? It has such a powerful database, yet you treat it like a mere decoration," Serena retorted. But upon seeing Zemo's awkward expression, she redirected her irritation towards the beast. "You seem to be enjoying your television. Why don't you teach him something useful?" The beast, well aware of Serena's temperament, did not argue back. Instead, it nodded eagerly, saying, Yes, master. I will make sure to teach Brother Mo." Xiaoya, usually quite chatty, found herself intrigued by the beast's sudden outburst, comparing it to the intelligent systems of the Ability Alliance. Zemo acted quickly, emerging from his room just over a minute later. However, his black down jacket was a stark contrast to the elegance of Serena and Xiaoya. Serena merely glanced at him before embracing the beast, instructing it to take them downstairs. Zemo was taken aback. He had expected to travel by the shadow cruiser. To his surprise, a car that looked as though it were crafted from purple gold suddenly appeared by the roadside, exuding beauty. At that moment, Serena addressed Zemo. "Here. This is the car I'm returning to you. It's equipped with a fully intelligent system, matching the strength of the shadow cruiser, powered by a cosmic energy matrix. It comes with an energy shield, 3 sets of energy weapons, is suitable for land, sea, and air travel, and includes a database. It's leagues better than your old car." Not only Zemo, but even Xiaoya was nearly drooling at the thought. It resembled a miniature spaceship. Xiaoya now understood just how generous Serena was towards Zemo. Zemo's joy was palpable, grinning ear to ear. With the Qiankuan orb, this vehicle could be carried anywhere, offering unlimited energy at his disposal. Moments later, with a low rumble, the car roared to life, automatically scanning his data before the doors swung open. Serena and Xiaoya climbed into the back seat, with Zemo eagerly taking the driver's position. The vehicle was designed by Serena based on Earth's automotive concepts, yet it operated autonomously without any need for Zemo's control. The doors closed automatically. The shield-like seatbelts secured themselves for protection, and a luminous map displayed on the dashboard marked the location previously set by Zemo, swiftly guiding the vehicle to its destination. The roar of the engine was not overly loud, contained within the confines of the vehicle, ensuring that it did not disturb others. As Zemo had no knowledge of advanced machinery, he could only seek Serena's guidance. Serena exhibited remarkable patience with Zemo, answering all his inquiries. Yet she refrained from allowing him to manually control the vehicle to prevent any potential mishaps that could lead to unnecessary complications. At Tianyi Night, a renowned late-night eatery in the northern part of the city, famous for its delectable cuisine, attractive owner, and tranquil atmosphere, it had become a favorite haunt for local young adults. Even at 3 in the morning, the establishment remained bustling with activity. As Serena and Xiaoya arrived, they quickly attracted considerable attention, yet their association with Zemo incited envy among many onlookers. Zemo, however, paid them no mind. He was well acquainted with Tianyi Pavilion from his previous visits with Yu Bing and bilingling. Requesting a private room from the staff, he led Serena and Xiaoya inside. Zemo stared blankly at Shuang, momentarily at a loss for words. Shuang, not treating herself as an outsider, promptly seated herself beside him and inched her chair closer. Serena frowned slightly. While she acknowledged Shui Ying's beauty, she found her rather overbearing, especially since she was unfamiliar with her. Thus, she cast a peculiar glance at Yizimo. "Sistering, what brings you here?" Yizimo, oblivious to Serna's expression, turned to Shuang, his surprise evident. With a mild smile, Shuang replied, "Given all that has transpired, you didn't inform me. So I had no choice but to seek you out." As she spoke, her gaze sharpened, and she suddenly realized that she could not probe Yizimo's consciousness. In the midst of Shuang's bewilderment, the door swung open once more, revealing Yao Bing accompanied by a white-clad girl who appeared to have been crying. A frequent patron of Tianyi Night, Yao Bing had been informed of Yizimo's presence by a server and hurriedly brought Bai Lingling along. In a fit of exasperation, Yao Bing flung the door open with considerable force, causing it to crash against the wall and draw the attention of everyone present. Upon seeing Yizimo with 3 beautiful women in the dead of night, Bai Lingling was momentarily speechless, while Yao Bing, undeterred, coldly pulled Bai Lingling over to sit next to Yizimo. As he noticed the silence and the focused gazes directed at him, he squeezed between Bai Lingling and Serna. Taking a seat and addressing Xiaya, "Why are you staring at me? Order something." Xiaya, feeling awkward, glanced around before lowering her head. Having only made 2 marks on the menu when Shuang stood up and said, "Xiaya, let us go fetch the commander." Eager to escape the strange atmosphere, Xiaya looked to Serna for approval, and upon receiving a nod, she rose to leave with Shuang, leaving the menu behind for Serna, who could not decipher the text. It was passed to Yizimo, who, in turn, handed it to Bai Lingling, only for it to be pushed onto Yao Bing. Holding the menu, Yao Bing, bemused, looked down at Serna and inquired with an odd expression, "What would you like to eat? Beautiful?" However, Serna merely shot him a glance before returning her attention to Yizimo and Bai Lingling, her demeanor gradually shifting to one of curiosity. Chapter 37. The reversal. After Bai Lingling pushed the menu towards Yao Bing, she fixed her gaze intently on Yizimo, who remained silent, uttering not a single word. Soon, Bai Lingling felt a pang in her heart as tears began to well in her eyes. "Why did you leave me?" Finally, she spoke, her face a portrait of confusion. Yizimo, feeling drained by the question, could only shake his head and casually respond, "I hope you find happiness." At his words, Bai Lingling was momentarily stunned, unable to fathom that Yizimo had genuinely chosen to abandon her. Overcome with sorrow, tears streamed down her cheeks. Wiping her tears away, she looked at Yizimo in disbelief, yet he displayed not a shred of concern for her. Why was he so heartless? At that moment, the door swung open once more, revealing Gao Yuan at the forefront, followed by an elegant middle-aged woman, and then Shuang and Xiaoyu. Yao Bing stared blankly at Gao Yuan and Ming Feek, initially thinking that Shuang and Xiaoyu had merely felt embarrassed and slipped away. But now they had brought along 2 figures who resembled parents. What commander? Could it be that Yizimo was in trouble? Observing the exquisite attire of the newcomers, an ominous feeling crept into Yao Bing's heart. Yizimo did not recognize Ming Feek, but he was somewhat acquainted with Gao Yuan. He quickly rose to invite the 2 to take the vacant seats. Truthfully, Yizimo felt somewhat bewildered. What was supposed to be a simple late-night snack had suddenly transformed from 3 people to 5, making it just enough for an 8-person table. If anyone else were to join, there would be no room left. Ming Feek beamed with a smile, and as soon as she sat down, she turned to Serna, apologetically saying, "Your Majesty, I am Ming Feek, commander of the Ability Alliance. I sincerely apologize for any disturbance we may have caused due to our miscalculations. Let us not discuss official matters during mealtime. Please, you 2, order first. If we delay any longer, it will soon be dawn." Due to previous encounters, Serna held little fondness for the Ability Alliance and did not offer Ming Feek a warm reception. "Your Majesty? Ability Alliance?" The clarity of Ming Feek and Serna's words prompted Yao Bing and Bai Lingling to exchange astonished glances. They had never heard of the Ability Alliance, nor did they know which country had a queen who spoke Mandarin so fluently. "All right, as you wish." Ming Feek nodded, her smile growing broader. Realizing that she had not been dismissed outright by Serna, Ming Feek felt a glimmer of hope and breathed a sigh of relief. The menu still rested in Yao Bing's hands, and as he felt the weight of everyone's attention upon him, he understood he was holding a hot potato. A rather uncomfortable sensation. Gritting his teeth, Yao Bing turned to Serna, who he recognized as the focal point of the gathering. He cautiously inquired, "Your Majesty, what would you like to eat?" Seeing Yao Bing's demeanor, Serna teased, "Oh, you were so audacious before, why the sudden change? I find it rather hard to adjust." At that moment, Yao Bing was rendered speechless and uneasy, but fortunately, Yizimo stepped in to save him. "Sister, please don't make things difficult for him." How about we order 2 of everything? If we enjoy it, we can always order more, all right? The endearment of sister drew everyone's attention to Yi Zimo. And Yao Bing suddenly realized how greatly he had misjudged Yi Zimo. To think he had a sister who was a queen yet had concealed it from him, causing him to feel embarrassed. What a brother! Bai Lingling was equally astonished. It hadn't been long since Yi Zimo had acquired a sister of royal stature. Upon reflection, she began to suspect she had misunderstood him. As for Ming Feek, Gao Yuan, and Xue Ying, they were equally taken aback. Although the Ability Alliance had evidence of a close rapport between Yi Zimo and Serna, they had not anticipated such familiarity. Serna looked at Yi Zimo with a smile, nodding seriously as she said, "Very well, since you are treating, it is your call." At this moment, Yao Bing could hardly express his gratitude towards Yi Zimo. Seeing Yi Zimo gesture, he quickly left his seat to find the boss for instructions. However, upon opening the door, he was met with a throng of black-clad guards. Realizing that all the diners in the hall had vanished. With this realization, Yao Bing abandoned any fantasies of who might be paying for actors, and soon found himself standing there, unable to tear his gaze away, his heart racing with excitement. "Oh my, I think I'm in love. Have you finished ordering? Leave it to me." As the door swung open, Lin Xin'er rushed forward, her sweet smile radiating as she extended her hands towards Yao Bing. Yao Bing gazed at Lin Xin'er's smiling face, instinctively saying, "3 of each, and we'll order more if needed." "All right, please hold on." Lin Xin'er nodded, then turned her head, pressing on her earpiece as she hurriedly said, "3 of each, crafted with care. Good. Have headquarters hurry them up. Good." Since Yi Zimo was treating, he decided to welcome his guests warmly. Steeling himself, he smiled slightly, stood up, and turned towards Serna. As Yi Zimo made his move, he naturally drew everyone's attention, which suited him perfectly. "Sister, allow me to introduce you," Yi Zimo said, gesturing towards Xiaoya. "You have already met Xiaoya, a member of our Ability Alliance's Divine Wind team, whose talent lies in strength." He then turned to Gao Yuan and introduced, "This is Gao Yuan, the captain of the Divine Wind team, whose talent is spatial manipulation." Pausing for effect, Yi Zimo looked at Ming Feek and smiled. The commander has already introduced herself, so I need not elaborate. When he turned to Xue Ying, his gaze sharpened slightly, and he smiled. "This is Xue Ying, a member of the Divine Wind team, whose talent is soul power." Finally, he looked at Bai Lingling and Yao Bing, still smiling as he introduced them. "These are my good friends, Bai Lingling and Yao Bing." "Yao Bing, you have met before. He tends to be rather brash, so I hope you won't take offense, sister." After a brief pause, Yi Zimo turned to Serna, introducing her with the utmost seriousness. "Everyone, this is Serna. She may not be my biological sister, but she is as dear to me as one. Please give a warm welcome to Her Majesty, Queen Serna." With that, Yi Zimo initiated an enthusiastic round of applause. Upon hearing this, Ming Feek recognized Yi Zimo's cleverness. Serna was a godlike being from another world. Regardless of her views on Earth's civilization, Yi Zimo represented it. Thus, he had subtly drawn Serna closer to Earth's civilization, ensuring that upon her departure, there might be opportunities for Earth's concerns to be addressed through her. "Welcome." Ming Feek beamed, leading the applause with enthusiasm. "Welcome, welcome." The members of the Divine Wind team, including Gao Yuan, quickly stood to join in the applause, and soon Bai Lingling and Yao Bing, though somewhat dazed, also rose to warmly welcome Serna. The atmosphere became electric with applause, with Yi Zimo's enthusiasm particularly notable. Initially, Serna had been somewhat displeased with Yi Zimo's overzealousness. But as the atmosphere became increasingly vibrant, she too began to feel joy. Receiving such a warm welcome, Serna stood, smiling as she raised her right hand to her chest, performing a slight bow in gratitude, adhering to the ceremonial etiquette of the Seven Oaths royal family. She then motioned for the applause to cease. Once the clapping subsided, Serna smiled gently and said, "It is an honor to meet all of you. In this unexpected visit to Earth, I represent only myself, and my royal title is of no consequence." Upon hearing those words, both Yao Bing and Bai Lingling were struck with disbelief, especially Yao Bing, who had been unable to fathom how Yi Zimo could have encountered a queen. It turned out she had descended from the heavens. After Serna finished speaking, she once again performed a ceremonial gesture befitting the Qinhua royal family. Once the formality concluded, she surveyed the room, composed herself, and earnestly proclaimed, "I, Qinhua Qinyu Sena, wish for the light of the god of war to envelop you, granting you unparalleled courage and strength to vanquish all evildoers who dare to invade our planet, and to rescue all the weak from peril. May you also swiftly achieve your true selves and descend to the realm of dominion." While Yu Bing and Bilingling could not fully grasp the meaning behind Senna's words, Yizimo and Ming Feek felt a surge of fervor. Yuzimo hurriedly applauded. And soon a wave of applause filled the air. The awkward atmosphere, which had been lingering, began to dissipate, transforming into a lively gathering. Ming Feek was thoroughly pleased. Her face aglow with smiles, yet a growing sense of unease began to brew within her. As everyone settled into their seats, the door was gently tapped twice before it swung open. Lin Xian'er led in a 5-tiered beverage cart, accompanied by 2 individuals, one pushing an array of drinks and the other a selection of glasses. Following them, 3 more people arrived, bearing 3 grand platters of exquisite fruit. Senna observed with intrigue. Many of the fruits were unfamiliar to her, and the delightful aromas wafting from the platters made her mouth water. However, since she did not recognize many items, she initially intended to ask Yizimo for assistance, only to find him summoned by Lin Xian'er instead. Thus, she resorted to consulting the internet via her powerful device. Xiaoya had long dispelled any misconceptions regarding Senna and found her to be quite amiable, having gifted her an exquisite gown. With her keen intellect, Xiaoya eagerly introduced Senna to Earth's specialties, encouraging her to indulge freely. Despite her petite stature, Xiaoya was indeed a foodie, and the 2 girls, having hit it off, began to feast without regard for anyone else. Lin Xian'er sought Yizimo's assistance for a simple reason. However, Yizimo was equally uncertain about what beverages Senna preferred. Yogurt, for instance, seemed rather inappropriate for such a gathering, and the Ability Alliance had not prepared any. Lin Xian'er nodded in acknowledgement, hastily beckoning her companions to prepare, while Yizimo seized the opportunity to saunter over to Senna's side, leaning close to her ear to whisper, "Sister, if you find a fruit you fancy, just let me know, and I'll have them bring more." With her mouth full, Senna could only smile and nod in response. As Yizimo departed, Yao Bing quickly followed. "Zimo, is she really an alien?" Yao Bing inquired, his voice laced with uncertainty. Indeed, Yizimo was not prepared to divulge too much to Yao Bing just yet. Time was of the essence, and revealing too much could prove detrimental. Upon receiving Yizimo's affirmative response, Yao Bing felt a thrill of excitement rather than fear, and he rose to follow Yizimo not out of trepidation regarding Senna. "Come, beautiful, let me assist you." Yao Bing sidled up to Lin Xian'er without waiting for her to speak, reaching out to help her with the drinks. With a guest offering assistance, Lin Xian'er felt a wave of relief wash over her, though she remained oblivious to the peculiar glint in Yao Bing's eyes. He scrutinized her from every angle, finding her irresistibly charming, and remained cheerful as he trailed behind her. Bilingling, her face alight with anticipation, turned to Yizimo and declared, "Zimo, let us marry." Chapter 38. Conditions. Upon hearing those words, Yizimo trembled all over, a flicker of struggle evident in his eyes, while Shuang furrowed her brow slightly. In her quest for more information, Shuang had previously delved cautiously into the consciousness of Yao Bing and Bilingling. She understood that Yu Bing was straightforward, a man of loyalty willing to risk everything for his brothers. In contrast, Bilingling was different. Regardless of whether Yizimo had an extraterrestrial queen sister or whether calamity loomed in the future, she yearned to be with Yizimo. That conviction of eternal love made Shuang feel inadequate. The atmosphere was lively, yet 2 individuals were engaged in hushed conversation. Guangzhou and Gao Yuan were employing spatial abilities to sense their surroundings, and soon their paths intersected. No, you shouldn't create your own space first. Space already exists. What you need to do is directly control the existing space and then merge it with your abilities before finally creating anew. This is the law of the spatial domain. Because Gao Yuan was a friend of Yizimo, Guangzhou made an exception to act as a temporary mentor. "Thank you, senior. I have learned a lot." Interacting with Guangzhou, Gao Yuan gained invaluable insights. What he had previously misunderstood became clear after Guangzhou's guidance. Meanwhile, upon hearing Bilingling's words, Yizimo felt an inexplicable sense of helplessness. He could only feign ignorance, and at that moment, Bilingling's phone rang. Bilingling frowned but took out her phone to check. Reluctantly, she released Yizimo's hand, stood up, and moved aside to answer the call. "Mom, you're still awake this late?" Bilingling whispered. Unexpectedly, Bai Feng's voice came through, filled with anger. "So you've grown wings. Dare to put your father on your blacklist? Dad, if there's nothing urgent, please go to bed early. I'm hanging up." Bilingling felt little affection for Bai Feng and was about to end the call when she froze in place. "Your mother is in the hospital. Hurry over to the People's Hospital, Inpatient Building A, 6th floor, Room 1. Bai Feng's tone softened significantly, now laced with concern. Upon hearing this, Bilingling immediately panicked. Her mother, Su Li, was not as cold-hearted as Bai Feng, and being frail, she was overwhelmed with worry. Without waiting for Yi Zimo's response, Bai Lingling turned and hurried away, not realizing that Shui Ying, out of goodwill, intended to accompany her as a form of escort. She wanted to refuse but found no reason to do so. Yi Zimo understood Shui Ying's intentions but felt powerless to stop her. Torn between his feelings and the pressing matter of Earth's safety, he realized that personal emotions must be set aside. Perhaps, he thought, there was no longer any personal matter to speak of with Bai Lingling. Bai Feng had made him see the reality he was unworthy of their illustrious family. Wishing you happiness. Yi Zimo sighed helplessly, yet was unable to quell the sorrow and despondency within him, a pain that was excruciating. With Bai Lingling and Shuang gone, Yao Bing was now fawning over Lin Xianer, prompting Yi Zimo to rise and take a seat beside Senna. The fruits sent by the Ability Alliance were carefully selected and delicious, and both Senna and Xiaoye were full of praise. Noticing that Yi Zimo had no desire to taste any, Senna personally picked a piece of golden mango and fed it to him. How is it? Is it delicious? Senna asked with a beaming smile. Clearly satisfied with this arrangement, Yi Zimo smiled back and nodded repeatedly. Although the fruit was sweet, a bitterness lingered in his heart. As the main course arrived, he maintained his smile while explaining Earth's cuisine to Senna. In truth, Yi Zimo had little appetite since his awakening. He had hardly eaten anything and had not felt hunger. Unbeknownst to him, he was a divine body, capable of sustaining himself like a deity. As Yi Zimo accompanied Senna in the lively feast, he noticed the dishes were far more exquisite than usual, and the flavors were delightful as well. It seemed the Ability Alliance truly cared for Senna. Yi Zimo remained silent, simply nodding. Yao Bing, eager as ever, quickly inquired, "So, what did she say to you earlier?" Yi Zimo glanced at Yao Bing with a resigned expression. The private room was not large, yet Yao Bing seemed oblivious to any subtlety, clearly enchanted by Lin Xianer. Nothing much, Yi Zimo shook his head, but he was genuinely concerned about Yao Bing's future. You seem quite attentive to Lin Xianer. Have you truly developed feelings for her? Upon hearing Lin Xianer's name, Yao Bing's face flushed instantly, though he did not deny it. Lin Xianer. What a beautiful name. Yao Bing sat there grinning foolishly. Before long, Yao Bing became exceedingly excited, whispering, "You seem quite familiar with her. Hurry and share her details with me. You can't forget to bring me wedding treats in red envelopes." Seeing Yao Bing's eager demeanor, Yi Zimo felt reluctant to dampen his enthusiasm, but, as a brother, he couldn't deceive him. He stated plainly, Lin Xianer is also an awakened ability user. She is a member of the Divine Wind team. I'm not very clear on her specific talents, but I know she has remarkable control over machinery. No worries. She will definitely want to marry and have children. Yao Bing appeared not to grasp Yi Zimo's subtle hint regarding his ordinary status. He patted his chest and whispered, "Just watch me." Before bouncing off to fetch the decanter for the red wine, eagerly approaching Gao Yuan. "Captain, thank you for your hard work in protecting the Earth. I'm Yao Bing, a friend of Yi Zimo, and I raise this glass to express my gratitude to you and everyone in the Ability Alliance." Without hesitation, Yao Bing downed half a glass of red wine. Yi Zimo could only shake his head in silence. He noticed Gao Yuan and Ming Feek were enjoying a lively conversation, while Yao Bing had interrupted, clearly caught up in the throes of love. Thanks to Senna's connection with Yi Zimo, Yao Bing received numerous praises from Gao Yuan for his youthful accomplishments and handsome demeanor, leaving him quite pleased with himself. Observing Yao Bing and Gao Yuan hitting it off, Ming Feek shifted to sit next to Yi Zimo, and he was acutely aware of the significance of this change. Indeed, Ming Feek got straight to the point. After receiving Yi Zimo's response, she let out a sigh of relief. Steadying herself, she hurriedly continued, "On behalf of the Ability Alliance and the nation, I thank you for your assistance. We have arranged a meeting outside. May we invite Queen Senna to attend so we can formally express our welcome for her arrival on Earth?" Yi Zimo understood that, although Senna seemed considerate of his feelings, she had her own temperament and would not yield to every request. If he were to force her into anything, it could jeopardize the amicable relationship they shared. Thus, he aimed to be friendly without being overly accommodating, yet the Ability Alliance could not afford to miss this opportunity, placing him in a difficult position. "I will do my best." Yi Zimo ultimately agreed to Ming Feek's request, but he added a condition. "Commander, could you provide me with a set of our 4 combat armor? The highest authority version? As you know, I have just awakened and still have much to learn." Of course, Ming Feek readily agreed. Extending her hand to reveal a semi-liquid prototype sphere of her 4 combat armor, which she directly handed to Yi Zimo. In comparison to the opportunity for initial diplomatic relations with Senna, a solitary set of high authority or 4 armor was negligible, In fact, it could be said that Yi Zimo could have whatever he desired, as long as it wasn't excessively unreasonable. Meng Fei Ku smiled gently and said, "This is the R4 we prepared long ago with the highest level of access. It contains my personal communication contacts, and I will be online 24 hours a day. If you have any questions or require assistance, feel free to reach out to me directly." Yi Zimo was not surprised by the Alliance's preparedness. He nodded and took the R4, successfully placing it into the empty Jiabaoqiu. However, Meng Fei Ku then handed him a black bank card with gold red borders. "Take this. It contains 1 billion, and the password consists of 6 nines. Be sure your sister doesn't desire something she cannot afford, but do exercise caution, as this is our nation's money." Meng Fei Ku continued to smile softly. "Of course, if you're engaged in noble deeds, we support you. If you find yourself in need of more funds, just let me know." Mentioning money made Yi Zimo feel a twinge of embarrassment, as he was currently devoid of any wealth. Ordinarily, he would refuse to accept charity, but for the sake of Serna, he unhesitatingly accepted the card and placed it into the Jiabaoqiu as well. "I will manage this money for my sister. Do not worry. I am aware of its significance," Yi Zimo chuckled. "However, I have one more request. I possess a multitude of extraterrestrial materials that I currently have no use for. At that time, please send someone to coordinate with me. You may set the price for acquisition. I will not negotiate." Upon hearing Yi Zimo's request, Meng Fei Ku initially paid little mind, as both the Alliance and the nation would unconditionally fulfill the demands of him and Serna. However, upon hearing about the abundance of extraterrestrial materials, her demeanor transformed into one of excitement. "Of course, that's not an issue." She quickly nodded in agreement, her gratitude towards Yi Zimo swelling within her. The development of the Alliance necessitated a wealth of resources, and with the solar system's materials being limited, items from beyond Earth were particularly precious. With Yi Zimo's claim of possessing many such items, Meng Fei Ku found no reason to refuse. Given the sensitivity of the current situation, Meng Fei Ku wisely refrained from immediately inviting Yi Zimo to join the Alliance. Nevertheless, her promise had subtly included him as part of the Alliance, at the highest level, no less. The Alliance had prepared a vast array of culinary delights, and as Xiaoyu could no longer indulge, Serna gradually ceased to reach for more. Yet, gazing at the remaining heaps of food, she wore an expression of longing. Xiaoyu wiped her hands, caressed her round belly, and exchanged smiles with Serna. Meanwhile, Yi Zimo prepared his words of invitation. Turning to Serna, he quietly said, "Sister, this meal is courtesy of the Alliance, and the commander has given me a card loaded with funds for your needs. As the saying goes, one is more inclined to kindness when they have received generosity. Perhaps you could sit down with them and have a proper conversation, even if just for appearances." Serna raised an eyebrow, not immediately conceding to his request. Instead, she countered earnestly, "You invited them, and they merely provided the means. It seems to have little to do with me, does it?" "Sister, Yi Zimo felt overwhelmed by her response, hastily attempting to persuade her further. Yet, Serna, clutching the wild beast, stood up abruptly. Aware of her rising temper, he dared not press her further. Seeing this, Meng Fei Ku and Gao Yuan exchanged solemn expressions, while Xiaoyu contemplated intervening but remained silent. Serna glanced down at Yi Zimo's anxious countenance and couldn't help but smile in amusement. Then, turning her gaze to Meng Fei Ku, she half squinted and said, "Commander, as Xiaoyu mentioned, you wish to converse, don't you? Let us proceed." Chapter 39. Extraordinary Conversations. Upon hearing the news, Meng Fei and Gao Yuan were instantly filled with joy and rose to their feet. Collecting themselves, Meng Fei gratefully bowed to Serna, saying, "Thank you ever so much for your agreement. Please." With that, she hastily gestured an invitation. Serna's unexpected consent left Yi Zimo and Xiaoyu completely astounded. Xiaoyu, unaffected, merely thought that great figures were truly exceptional, while Yi Zimo, seated, stared intently at Serna, feeling a mix of annoyance, speechlessness, and surprise. Although he had been teased by Serna, he felt no anger afterward. Her support felt like an unmatchable treasure in the cosmos. Seeing Yi Zimo sitting there, grinning foolishly at her, Serna smiled and urged, "Come on, why are you dawdling?" "All right, sister," Yi Zimo cheerfully replied, quickly getting to his feet. Noticing Serna slightly raise her right elbow, he swiftly reached out to support her, following behind Gao Yuan as they walked forward. Understanding the nuances of human expression, Yao Bing keenly observed Xiaoya's serious head shake, indicating he should not join. He recalled that what was about to unfold was a dialogue between humanity and an extraterrestrial civilization. Despite his eagerness to partake, he bit the bullet and remained behind, not wanting to burden Izimo. Senna, composed, glanced at Izimo's cautious demeanor and remarked with a slight smile, "You have a keen eye. I only hope they do not squander too much time, as I am feeling somewhat weary." "Rest assured, sister, it won't take long," Izimo replied, his face beaming with a smile. As Izimo stepped outside, he was taken aback by the magnificent adornment of the grand hall, which had been transformed into a resplendent spectacle. The polished white jade floor was seamlessly laid, adorned with a lifelike golden dragon motif. In the center of the hall stood two sets of symmetrical sofas, one in azure blue and the other in deep crimson, slightly angled towards each other, symbolizing the connection of nebulae and the imagery of a starlit sky. Vibrant flowers and greenery surrounded the outer edges, interspersed with climbing vines and elegant bamboo, creating a colorful and fragrant atmosphere. Above them, it was unclear who had designed it, but a celestial cloudscape gently rotated, though it was merely a light display rather than an actual starry sky. The illuminated hall accentuated Senna's regal presence, enhancing her beauty as she walked steadily, deftly avoiding the dragon motif on the floor. Ming Fi trailed closely beside Senna, taking half a step back, attentively observing her. Noticing Senna's slight unease, she quickly spoke up. "Senior, it is a bit hasty. I hope you will not take offense." Senna smiled gently, replying, "It is merely a meal at midnight, and you have mobilized over 1,000 people to cook, secure, and arrange the venue. Your efforts are truly commendable." Izimo was momentarily stunned. The commander of the Ability Alliance's presence surely warranted a grand display. Yet, he could hardly fathom that the Ability Alliance had dispatched such a vast number of personnel. Just as he was about to convey that it was all for her, Ming Fi preempted him with words more eloquent than he had planned. "Respectfully," Ming Fi said, "your esteemed identity renders our contributions trivial. Should there be any shortcomings in our hospitality, we hope for your understanding." Hearing this, both Ming Fi and Gao Yuan grew increasingly respectful. At that moment, Senna exhibited no airs of a supreme figure. Instead, she appeared approachable, a rarity indeed. It was precisely this quality that made Ming Fi sense that both her country and the world might be profoundly influenced by Senna, potentially ushering Earth's civilization into an era of accelerated growth. Unable to contain her excitement, upon reaching the designated area, Ming Fi hurriedly gestured for Senna and Izimo to take their seats on the crimson sofa. However, Senna still sidestepped the dragon motifs between the sofas, elegantly moving past them. Senna seemed accustomed to grand events, remaining unfazed, which left Izimo in admiration. To his surprise, when they reached the sofas, Senna pressed him down to sit before she settled beside him. Ming Fi and Gao Yuan stood quietly by, awaiting something. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a suit entered from outside, causing Izimo to freeze in astonishment. The newcomer was none other than the leader of their nation, Feng Tianzheng. Seeing yet another stranger, Senna frowned slightly, but Izimo continued to focus on her, noticing her displeasure and subtle movements as if she intended to get up and leave. He quickly grasped her right hand. Senna was taken aback, turning to look at Izimo as Feng Tianzheng approached. Feng Tianzheng walked briskly but halted abruptly before the dragon motif, bowing respectfully to Senna. "I am Feng Tianzheng, representing Earth's civilization to welcome your arrival." At this moment, Izimo urgently whispered to Senna, "Sister, Chairman Feng is our nation's highest leader, akin to a king. You may treat him as a friend." Although Izimo's voice was low, Senna heard him clearly. Feng Tianzheng maintained his respectful posture as she appraised him, yet she did not respond immediately. "Sister?" Izimo could not help but urge Senna in a low voice, tugging at her elbow. Finally, unable to withstand his prodding, Senna raised her eyelids, looking at Feng Tianzheng. "Chairman Feng, there is no need for such formalities. Please, have a seat. Let us engage in casual conversation without such constraints." "Thank you, Senior." Feng Tianzheng quickly stood, beckoning Ming Fi and Gao Yuan as he moved to sit on the azure sofa. However, to Feng Tianzheng's surprise, before he could express his prepared remarks, Senna spoke first. Pausing for a moment, Senna continued, "Only by empowering yourselves can you protect your homeland and ensure the continuation of Earth's civilization." Feng Tianzheng, Ming Fi, and Gao Yuan listened intently, refraining from interrupting Senna's thoughts. Yet, Izimo discerned Senna's subtle reminders directed at him. On the path to survival, even in times of peace, one must remain vigilant. As Senna articulated, reliance on oneself is the only true path to strength, freeing one from the fear of external invasions. This necessitated that the secret of the solar system's protection by the cosmic sovereign, the dragon tortoise, remain undisclosed, lest it breed complacency among those who ought to grow stronger. Senna asserted, the resources required for technological advancement are immeasurable, leading many civilizations to war over them. The strong survive while the weak perish. Earth currently exists as a primitive civilization, a fragile entity at the bottom. Who could it possibly compete against? It would only be a death sentence. Upon hearing this, Fang Tianzhong's expression grew grave, for Senna spoke undeniable truths. As far as their nation had developed, they had indeed acquired considerable knowledge of extraterrestrial civilizations. Given Earth's current state, it was evident that humanity dared not venture beyond their doors. This was precisely why the International Ability Alliance had, over 30 years ago, chosen to expend vast resources to conceal Earth, thereby reducing the chances of discovery. However, Earth as civilization must inevitably progress. And it was through technology that their nation and many others had dramatically transformed within mere decades, breaking away from lower societal structures. Thus, technological advancement remained crucial for Earth's civilization. Fang Tianzhong nodded, summoning his courage to speak. Senior, we understand your points. However, at present, we can only rely on technology for self-preservation and growth. Fang Tianzhong was correct. It was through technology that their nation had risen to prominence on the world stage and amassed a formidable arsenal, successfully capturing the Doomsday battleship. Yet, to Senna, these achievements seemed merely a low-level developmental trajectory. Serena gently shook her head and remarked, the evolution of technology can be categorized into three distinct realms: cosmic energy, big data, and super technology. Beyond these, all else is merely chaotic technology, and the entirety of your current advancements falls within that chaotic domain. After a brief pause, she continued, the proliferation of chaotic technology has severely exploited the cosmic environment. If one day Earth becomes too polluted to sustain life, where will you migrate? Will you simply relocate and continue this cycle of pollution? Upon hearing Serena's words, Fang Tianzhong nodded in agreement. Indeed, over the past few decades, the pollution crisis on Earth has escalated to a level that demands urgent attention from our civilization. Although our nation is vast, it grapples with significant pollution challenges. Even Yizimo, who was listening intently, appeared anxious. As a tour guide, he had traversed numerous locales, many of which, while superficially resplendent, were akin to the shimmering facade of a landfill. If this trend persists, humanity may irreparably damage our planet. Serena's gaze sharpened as she solemnly stated, life is a gift from the cosmos, inherently consuming its resources. Your chaotic technology has already disrupted the delicate balance of Earth. If this continues, it will inevitably lead to cosmic energy turmoil, subjecting you to even greater calamities. Many civilizations, much like yours, yearned for rapid advancement, only to end up with environmental imbalance and self-inflicted extinction, returning energy to the cosmos and transforming light into darkness. At this juncture, Fang Tianzhong clearly hesitated, while Meng Fike and Gao Yuan wore expressions of grave concern. Unfazed by the trio's distraction, Serena pressed on. Countless advanced civilizations have long abandoned the pursuit of chaotic technology, opting instead for a limited focus on essential super technology development. For the sake of little Mo, I urge you, cease this reckless endeavor before Earth becomes a wasteland. Fang Tianzhong nodded, his brow unfurrowed, and readily agreed. We shall heed the elders' counsel. Although our civilization has yet to mature, we will certainly operate in accordance with the governance standards of advanced civilizations. That is commendable, Serena said, offering a slight smile as she regarded Fang Tianzhong. Initially, she had not held him in high regard, but as she observed his demeanor and discourse, she found him increasingly agreeable. Governing a nation is no simple task, let alone managing the complexities of Earth. For Fang Tianzhong, achieving national balance, reasonableness, and benefit is no easy feat. Yet he and his peers have managed to cultivate a flourishing and peaceful society. The path of governance is exceedingly difficult to grasp. Often, the higher one ascends, the more susceptible one becomes to losing their way. The righteous path of governance lies in enlightenment, harmonizing benefits with unity, harnessing past wisdom to guide the present and create a prosperous future. Deviance and malevolence, however, lead to a precipice devoid of retreat, only inviting ruin. While Fang Tianzhong's prior qualifications may be inconsequential, in the context of advanced civilizations, his humility presents him with the potential to become a wise ruler. Of course, Serena would not impose her will upon him. Instead, she finally broached a topic that even Yizimo regarded with considerable interest. Serena stated, currently, Earth's focus is on the integration of technology and extraordinary energy. Given your current circumstances, this indeed represents the most prudent choice. However, in relation to the vast universe. As you might phrase it, biting off more than you can chew. Serena cast a glance at Zemo and continued. Awakened individuals should prioritize enhancing their own strength and elevating their realms, with technology serving merely as an auxiliary tool, if not absolutely necessary. It may hinder one's performance and growth. You currently possess a lower level of awakening, but once you reach a certain height, enlightenment will come. Serena's views on awakened beings carry significant weight, yet her continual disparagement of Earth bred some discontent among Fang Tianzhong and his companions. However, with Serena's next statement, their spirits soared. To be candid, your civilization appears utterly lacking, yet I did not anticipate that Earth would give rise to an awakened individual endowed with extraordinary temporal abilities. She declared, glancing at Zemo. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I too would find it hard to believe. Chapter 40, Concerns Time. The testament to the existence of life, once possessed, is nearly eternal. Those endowed with the awakening of time abilities wield the universe's most formidable temporal powers, a rarity in the cosmos. Each emergence draws the profound attention of even the sovereigns of the universe. Zemo is acutely aware that the super-time gifted awakener Serna refers to is indeed him, although he remains unaware of the true significance of the term super. Serna comprehends it well, as does Fang Tianzhong, who governs their nation, and Ming Feek and Gao Yuan, who possess extensive knowledge of the Ability Alliance's data. Gao Yuan possesses a talent ranked second in the universe, that of space. Yet in the face of time, space can be halted, reversed, or even disintegrated. The disparity between the two is akin to that between heaven and earth. Serna's remarks carry no special implications, yet Ming Feek and Gao Yuan immediately suspect Zemo. For Serna has reached the divine level, and it is illogical for her to be so intimately familiar with an ordinary awakener, exhibiting a somewhat submissive demeanor. Upon hearing Serna's words, Fang Tianzhong is eager to ascertain whether the individual in question is truly Zemo. However, Serna resumes speaking, igniting his impatience. Serna states thoughtfully, some lives are uniquely powerful from birth. Yet, regardless of whether they are special or ordinary, the elevation of genetic levels is an arduous journey. Some may spend their entire lives without making progress. Pausing, she continues, the civilization of Earth ultimately must rely on your awakeners for protection. Once they mature, the so-called doomsday battleships will pose no threat whatsoever. Serna speaks the truth, no matter how advanced the doomsday battleships may be. Had the rifts in space-time not emerged so abruptly, she and the wild beast would undoubtedly have obliterated them, a reality well understood by Fang Tianzhong and the others. Finally, seizing a moment of Serna's pause, Gao Yuan cautiously inquires, Senior, you must be aware that we are rather uninformed about matters beyond Earth. Might you enlighten us? Gao Yuan refrains from pressing for the identity of the super-time gifted awakener, understanding that even if it is Zemo, confidentiality is likely for protective reasons and that the truth will eventually surface. Gao Yuan's question is pivotal. He originally speculated that there would be discrepancies between the Ability Alliance's database and Serna's knowledge. However, after guidance from the wild beast, he realized the gaps are far more significant than anticipated. The descriptions concerning the application of spatial abilities within the Ability Alliance's database are fraught with substantial inaccuracies. Serna, referred to as the Queen by Valori, is undoubtedly a representative of a civilization. Furthermore, having reached the divine level, her insights would surpass those of the current database of the Ability Alliance, which is why Ming Feek and Gao Yuan had formulated this inquiry. However, Serna merely shook her head, indicating her lack of intent to advise the Ability Alliance. Upon hearing this, Fang Tianzhong and the others felt a wave of disappointment. Guidance from a divine being is immensely valuable, yet they dared not press further. Zemo, as a member of Earth civilization, naturally wishes for Serna to assist the Ability Alliance, ensuring that her unused resources are not squandered. However, the thought of Serna needing to guard against Valori causes him to abandon his persuasion. Indeed, Serna's refusal aligns with Zemo's thoughts as she candidly states. The arrival of the doomsday battleships on Earth is partly due to my involvement. Valori is cunning and ruthless. If I do not eliminate him, you will undoubtedly be in peril. I hope you exercise caution to avoid. As these words sink in, Fang Tianzhong and the others cannot help but feel elated. The primary purpose of their meeting was to request Serna's temporary protection of Earth against Valori, and they had not anticipated that she had already intended to do so. In this moment, Fang Tianzhong dares not hold Serna accountable. Firstly, he is unaware of the reason she referenced, and secondly, even if she were to bear full responsibility, They would not dare to demand anything of her. The most pressing matter now is to eliminate the threat and ensure Earth's peace. Soon enough, the meeting concludes with Serna's declaration. She does not linger, and after Yi Zimo takes Yao Bing, they depart with the send-off of Fang Tianzhong and the others. After their departure, Fang Tianzhong, Ming Feek, and Gao Yuan engage in a private discussion within Gao Yuan's secluded space. Fang Tianzhong gazes toward the eastern dawn. His brow furrowed as he solemnly inquires, "What are your thoughts on the shadow now?" Upon hearing this, both Ming Feek and Gao Yuan involuntarily frown. The shadow's views starkly contrast with Serna's, as they have continuously advocated for the vigorous development of the chaotic technologies Serna mentioned. Over the past 30 years, the results have been significant, yet the consequences are severe. If this path continues, Earth may indeed face annihilation as Serna warned. What benefit would this hold for the shadow? Is he merely reckless, or is there a deeper conspiracy at play? The Shadow and Qin Tianshu have been invited to a significant meeting of the North American Ability Alliance, temporarily preventing them from meeting with Serna to clarify suspicions. However, Fang Tianjing's demeanor suggests he has sensed something amiss. Ming Feek steadies herself and asserts, "Chairman, our database is exceedingly limited. Serna's identity remains uncertain. The Ability Alliance was established with the assistance of the Shadow, who, despite being shrouded in mystery, might have already executed his plans if he harbors any ulterior motives." Gao Yuan, upon hearing this, shifts his gaze and shakes his head, refuting Ming Feek's argument regarding the shadow. What if this is indeed his conspiracy? This statement momentarily stuns Ming Feek and intensifies Fang Tianjing's concern. After assessing the two, Gao Yuan continues, "Even the divine Serna does not conceal her identity, yet we remain oblivious to the true nature of the shadow. Is he attempting to hide something? There are many peculiar life forms in the universe. Invisibility does not equate to malevolence." Ming Feek counters. "You raise a valid point," Gao Yuan concedes. Yet his expression grows increasingly grave. "My prior encounters with Serna's wild beast revealed that, under its guidance, I discovered the reasons for my difficulties in utilizing spatial abilities stemmed from inaccuracies in our database." After a brief pause, Gao Yuan, with a worried expression, adds, "The database has always been managed by the Shadow. If he can create the celestial heart satellite matrix, how can there be discrepancies in such vital information? I cannot help but suspect he has manipulated the data, playing us like pawns." After Fang Tianjing's departure, Ming Feek and Gao Yuan board the operational craft of the Ability Alliance's headquarters. Ming Feek promptly convenes a remote meeting in the conference room. Once the projections of the key leaders from relevant departments are assembled, she cannot contain her fury, exclaiming, "Chen Hao possesses the most insight into the operation of the headquarters, which is why I appointed him as the acting commander. He is young and impetuous. Do you seasoned veterans lack any composure? Did you truly believe you could unleash a nuclear strike on Serna's shadow vessel and remain invincible? When you decided to send over 1,000 people to their doom, did you consider the fate of the billions behind us?" Among those startled by the recent gathering, Yao Bing undoubtedly stands out. Skeptical of the supernatural, he nonetheless believes in the existence of extraterrestrial beings beyond Earth. Now, he has not only witnessed them, but has also unwittingly engaged with them in close proximity. As they departed from Tianyi Night, Yao Bing was so astounded that he could scarcely believe his eyes. His vehicle vanished without a trace, and Yi Zimo waved his hand to summon a sleek sports car, which, upon the automatic opening of the doors, saw Serna ushering him into the back seat. The small, adorable golden dog transformed from the wild beast was charming, yet when Serna placed it on Yao Bing's lap, he trembled with fear. Terrified, even without witnessing the wild beast consume anything, he was apprehensive that it might suddenly morph into a flesh-eating monster or that he could inadvertently contract parasites from it, leading to a fate worse than death. Yi Zimo was oblivious to the reason behind Senna's decision to bring Yao Bing along. He couldn't help but worry that Senna would give Yao Bing a thorough reprimanding. Thus, even while seated in the driver's seat, he remained vigilant, closely monitoring Senna's every movement. Once Senna entered the car, she uttered not a single word, her gaze fixed on the window, lost in either rest or contemplation. When her fingers twitched slightly, the window descended a tad, merely seeking to embrace the morning breeze, yet it inadvertently startled Yao Bing. He instinctively raised his hands to shield himself from her, exclaiming in panic, "Your Majesty, please don't kill me." To be honest, Yi Zimo was also taken aback by Yao Bing's sudden outburst, but soon realized it was merely Yao Bing's own exaggeration. Finally drawing Senna's attention, Yao Bing found himself under her scrutinizing gaze as she remarked with a hint of amusement, "How bold you were to toss 3,000 yuan in front of me back then. What has turned you into such a coward now? At her words, Yao Bing's legs trembled violently, and he hurriedly replied, Your Majesty, please, show mercy. Yi Zimo, witnessing this, felt quite helpless. Yu Bing, typically audacious and fearless, now appeared utterly flustered by Senna's presence. He found himself caught between laughter and restraint. Before Yi Zimo could offer any words of comfort, Senna turned her curious gaze towards him, inquiring, Little Zimo, didn't Meng Fik give you 100 billion? How many 3,000 yuan notes can you exchange for that? At this, Yao Bing nearly popped his eyes out in disbelief. 100 billion? That sum far exceeded the total worth of the Baiwa Group. How had Yi Zimo suddenly transformed into a billionaire? Unbeknownst to Yao Bing, that fortune was intended for Senna, a detail he had yet to grasp. In a moment of urgency, Yi Zimo interjected, keen on alleviating Yao Bing's distress. Dear sister, please don't frighten Yao Bing. He's actually quite a decent fellow. Yao Bing, upon hearing this, nodded vigorously, instinctively adding, What Zimo said is true. I'm harmless. Senna regarded him with a contemplative gaze, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. Ah. In that case, I feel reassured. However, since you previously forced 3,000 yuan upon me, it would be remiss not to offer you something in return, wouldn't you agree? This question left Yao Bing in a state of bemusement, desperately attempting to apologize once more, yet his gaze remained transfixed on the space before Senna. As she finished speaking, a large square whiteboard light screen materialized before her, filled with various items meticulously segregated into grids, 6 grids per row, each spanning a meter in length. The contents within were strikingly clear, yet Yao Bing had no inkling of what they were or their significance. Behind the whiteboard light screen lay a layer of solid, pale luminescence. Yi Zimo, unable to see the grids, could only speculate about the valuable gifts Senna might be preparing for Yao Bing. Senna's right index finger flicked slightly, causing the grids to glide upwards until they eventually halted. She reached out and extracted a yellow-white crystal resembling a peanut from one of the grids. Yao Bing stared in astonishment, finding it utterly unbelievable and completely incomprehensible how Senna had accomplished such a feat once the light screen vanished. Senna smiled at Yu Bing, saying, This is a treasure. Your 100 billion might not suffice to acquire it. Selling it to you for 3,000 is already a friendly price. Yao Bing's eyelids twitched, casting a doubtful glance at the diminutive yellow-white crystal in Senna's hand. He could hardly believe it could be worth 100 billion. Otherwise, why would Senna part with it for merely 3,000 yuan? Just as Senna's words echoed, both Yao Bing and the yellow-white crystal in her grasp suddenly vanished. Upon realizing this, Yi Zimo grew anxious. Sister, please don't harm him. Yi Zimo urgently pleaded on Yao Bing's behalf, but before he could finish, Senna smiled gently. Do not worry, I'm merely lending him a hand. As for you, it's time you began your own trials for growth. Stunned, Yi Zimo found the world around him shifting in an instant. Chapter 41. The Trial of the Soul. The light was dim, the sky shrouded in dark clouds, and a torrential downpour fell like countless beans. Yi Zimo stood in a narrow path, curiously surveying his surroundings. The path extended a depth of 10 meters, flanked on either side and at the back by smooth blue stone walls, devoid of any footholds, rendering escape impossible. Beneath his feet lay a slightly curved stone pathway leading forward, barely 3 meters wide. However, the relentless rain significantly reduced visibility to less than 20 meters, with a thick mist enveloping the path, obscuring any potential dangers lurking ahead. After his awakening, Yi Zimo's myopia was cured, and his vision became even sharper than before. Yet, in this environment, he could not summon the sword of the departed to defend himself, leaving him momentarily at a loss. The heavy rain showed no signs of abating, soaking through his down jacket and clinging uncomfortably to him. Is this the trial? Yi Zimo raised his hand to observe the raindrops cascading onto it before sliding to the ground, the sensation surreal, leading him to question if he had been cast here by Serena. Listening to the drumming of the rain against various surfaces and feeling the droplets on his face, Yi Zimo's expression hardened. He recalled Serena's words about the growth through trials, though he remained unaware of his current location. Soon, his legs began to move forward involuntarily, an extraordinarily strange sensation rendering him unable to regain control. Before long, a reddish-brown figure suddenly materialized amidst the rain mist. Yi Zimo was startled, and just as his uncontrollable legs came to a halt, it was too late. The creature had already spotted him. A deep, rumbling growl reverberated through the mist, followed by a head adorned with short reddish-brown fur emerging. Judging by its head, it appeared to be a canine, standing approximately 1 meter tall. As more of its body became visible, Yi Zimo confirmed it was a jackal, a gaunt, reddish-brown jackal that resembled a starving dog. What does this mean? Uzimo furrowed his brow, puzzled as to what trial could be derived from such a seemingly ordinary jackal. However, as it bared its teeth and snarled menacingly, an inexplicable unease washed over him. Before Uzimo's gaze, the jackal's body suddenly began to swell, as if something was burgeoning within. Its limbs grew thicker, its body rapidly expanding to nearly human height, and from its mouth, four robust, curved yellow fangs sprouted, while its slightly curled tail split into two. With its transformation, the jackal's growl deepened, resembling the sound of a creature long starved. As it fixed its bloodshot eyes on Uzimo, drool dripped from its mouth. An aberrant creature. Uzimo stood aghast, instinctively turning to flee, only to discover that the path behind him had transformed into a wall of flowing rainwater. Despair engulfed him as he instinctively recoiled, yet the transformed jackal was swift and ferocious, leaping towards him in 3 fluid bounds before clamping its jaws around his head. Uzimo instinctively shut his eyes, feeling a surge of excruciating pain. When he opened them again, he found himself back at the spot where he had initially appeared. Unsurprisingly, the jackal reappeared, completing its transformation once more. Yet, as it lunged at him again, Uzimo stood frozen, as if resigned to his fate, lacking even the will to resist. The familiar jackal underwent yet another transformation, but this time, as it leaped towards him, Uzimo instinctively sidestepped to the left. However, the narrow path offered little room to maneuver, and the transformed jackal was swift. Its massive head struck him down once more, ending his life. In the narrow path, Uzimo stood at the starting point, his expression grim. The jackal had killed him 6 times already. The saying goes that things do not happen more than 3 times. Yet here he was, facing a double dose of misfortune, and he could not help but feel a rising fury. The mutated jackal was exceedingly difficult to deal with. He had previously attempted to resist with brute force but had been easily subdued, resulting in a fatal bite to his face. Uzimo's gaze darkened as his legs moved of their own accord. Suddenly, he surged forward. The rain pelted his soaked-down jacket with a rhythmic sound. Water streaming down his face, but nothing could hinder his pace. Uzimo charged with remarkable speed toward the jackal enveloped in mist, seizing the opportunity before it could transform. He lunged at the jackal, locking his grip around its neck and pinning it to the ground, delivering powerful blows with all his might. The jackal howled in pain, struggling violently, yet it could not shake Uzimo off. He vented his frustration and anger, but with the jackal's transformation, its wounds rapidly healed, its hide growing tougher, and its strength increasing. Before long, the jackal flipped Uzimo over, brutally tearing into his chest. The rain continued to drench him. The pain he suffered was all too real. 7 humiliations were more than enough, and he refused to endure an 8th. Recalling the struggle against the mutated jackal, Uzimo began to seek out its weaknesses once again. He gradually realized that he could not fight like a brute. Suddenly, a shift occurred in his mindset. He remembered that he was a powerful awakened being, a super-time talent awakener as Serena had described. How could he rely solely on raw strength against a mutated jackal? Uzimo awoke to this realization and, as he was compelled to walk forward once more, he hastily summoned the time energy within him. Preparing to combat like a true awakened being, the time energy resided in every cell of his body, and he was already familiar with sensing and mobilizing it. Soon, a dark, misty aura enveloped him. After a moment, Uzimo halted, glaring fiercely at the mutated jackal before him. He concentrated a significant amount of time energy into his clenched fist, ready to unleash a powerful strike. The jackal, unable to contain its drooling hunger, leaped forward, once, twice, 3 times, until it stood before Uzimo, mouth agape, ready to bite. Seeing its yellowed, robust fangs glistening with saliva and recalling how they had shattered his body 7 times, a wave of nausea washed over him. Yet, he remained calm and composed. The mutated jackal was immensely powerful, and Uzimo refrained from directly confronting it. He took a step back, momentarily evading its grotesque maw. With this movement, he suddenly noticed that, under the influence of the time energy, the world around him seemed to slow dramatically. The jackal's movements, once swift, now appeared to decelerate by nearly 2/3. Uzimo himself felt no change. He effortlessly evaded the jackal's jaws, watching as its fangs slowly closed together. Is this the power of time? Witnessing this, Uzimo was filled with astonishment. He finally grasped the meaning of being a super-time talent awakener, realizing he could easily slow the jackal's movements to nearly 1/3 of their normal speed. Thus, was the mutated jackal not rendered a helpless lamb awaiting slaughter? Upon his first encounter with the extraordinary phenomenon of temporal energy, Uzimo was instantly engulfed in fervor. With unwavering determination, he launched a powerful strike towards the mutated wolf's jaw just as its maw was closing. As time slowed around him, Zemo remained unfazed. His fist cutting through the air with a peculiar sound before striking its target with precision. A resounding thud echoed as the wolf recoiled, its eyes reflecting a stark pain from the impact of Zemo's considerable strength, which lifted its head as though it were a mere sloth in motion. Like a child at play with a toy, Zemo unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, venting his frustrations upon the mutated wolf. As the creature absorbed the temporal energy, Zemo made an intriguing discovery. The residual energy left upon the wolf resonated with the temporal energy within him, seemingly under his control despite being separated. This revelation sparked a profound curiosity within him. Yet, how to harness this newfound power? A frown creased his brow as he longed to wield the temporal energy for long-range attacks, akin to Chu Jianzai's abilities, but he was at a loss. In that moment of distraction, the mutated wolf seized an opportunity, raising its right paw to strike. Startled, Zemo swiftly dodged. But the wolf's sharp claws effortlessly tore through his down jacket, leaving 3 deep gashes across his chest. Gritting his teeth in pain, Zemo lamented his momentary lapse in focus during battle, a cardinal sin of combat. How could it be so resilient? Gritting his teeth against the pain, he hastily employed his temporal energy to decelerate the wolf's movements, watching as it stubbornly lunged to bite him, wishing he could dispatch it in a single blow like Gao Yuan. Despite gaining the upper hand, he was wounded due to his negligence, igniting a fierce anger within him. Clenching his jaw, he delivered a powerful punch to the wolf's throat, forcing it to loosen its grip. In that instant, he seized its fangs with all his might, striving to twist them apart. The wolf, sensing imminent danger, howled in distress and thrashed its head, yet to Zemo, its movements appeared agonizingly slow. With a decisive crack, the wolf's mouth emitted a strange sound, its eyes betraying a dawning fear. Zemo showed no mercy. With a forceful tug, he ripped the wolf's maw wide open, its eyes now filled with despair and agony. Noticing the creature's ferocity waning, Zemo released his grip, momentarily disregarding the viscous fluid staining his hands as he stood, hands on hips, panting heavily. Engaging a mutated wolf barehanded was no small feat. Zemo felt utterly exhausted. He longed for a metallic blade, envisioning how effortlessly he could vanquish the creature with such a tool. Alas, he was without. Chapter 42. Intention. The mutated jackal possessed an astonishing vitality. Even with its lower jaw torn apart, it remained alive, albeit rendered non-aggressive. It staggered backward, dragging its loose jawbone, emitting a continuous whistling sound, while dark red blood flowed unceasingly from the corners of its mouth. At that moment, Zemo suddenly discovered another version of himself ahead, walking steadily towards the position of the mutated jackal. His face was a canvas of astonishment, his focus unwavering. Before long, the jackal came into view. Having just completed its mutation, a dark mass suddenly appeared on its chest. Before it could leap, it collapsed to the ground, convulsing. Zemo clearly observed the rapid disintegration of the mutated jackal's chest, its rigid bones and the heart beneath vanishing as if devoured by that dark mass. An occurrence both bizarre and unsettling. Witnessing this spectacle, Zemo felt his eyes widen in disbelief. Under the miraculous attack of the temporal energy, the mutated jackal, regardless of its formidable sinews and bones, offered no resistance and was effortlessly disintegrated. Truly, it was worthy of being the foremost temporal energy in the entire universe. With fervent eyes, Zemo watched as the other him merely cast a glance at the jackal, which lay awaiting its demise, before continuing to stride forward. Soon, the mist dissipated, revealing a larger depression ahead, where 4 mutated jackals lay in ambush. The 4 jackals were all gaunt and emaciated, growling incessantly, their mouths dripping with saliva as they swiftly surrounded the other him, poised to strike. This time, the other him did not employ temporal energy to instantaneously fell the 4 mutated jackals. Instead, a peculiar black radiance suddenly emanated from him, causing the movements of the jackals to slow dramatically, their actions reduced to a mere third of normal speed. Under the intense gaze of the other him, the physical structures of the 4 mutated jackals began to be laid bare, their flesh, bones, and organs, even the flow of hidden energy, becoming distinctly visible. In the next moment, the other him surged forward. Approaching one mutated jackal, he swiftly struck its cervical spine with his palm, severing its connection in a single move. He then pivoted, leaping onto the back of another jackal poised to leap, applying force to disrupt its fragile spinal connection. At this point, time abruptly resumed. The other him stood still as the first 3 mutated jackals returned to normal, collapsing to the ground, howling mournfully, unable to rise. The fourth jackal, its heart shattered, maintained its leaping posture for a brief moment before plummeting to the ground, convulsing a few times before becoming still. Yizimo was momentarily taken aback. His vision blurred, and he found himself lying in his own bed, his clothing removed. Serna sat beside him, tilting her head with a frown, her expression one of displeasure. Serna, dissatisfied with Yizimo's dismal performance in the trial, had a stern demeanor. You possess such talent, yet your skills are utterly lacking. How can you struggle so against a mere level 2 jackal? Faced with Serna's severe tone, Yizimo's look of astonishment froze on his face before quickly fading. He anxiously explained, Sister, I have only just awakened. It's unrealistic to expect me to become a master overnight. Upon hearing this, Serna's frown deepened. After a moment of contemplation, she reluctantly acknowledged Yizimo's grievances. Indeed, given the survival conditions of Earth, it was only through trials that Yizimo could accumulate combat experience. Perhaps her expectations had been too high. Nonetheless, Serna remained unsatisfied, expressing her disappointment. Very well, rest for now. We shall discuss this further upon your awakening. Typically, Yizimo would obey Serna's commands without question. However, feeling vibrant and wide awake, he was far from sleepy, especially with concerns about Yao Bing weighing heavily on his mind. Sister, where is Yao Bing? Is he all right? He inquired urgently. He is in the midst of evolution. Do not worry, he will be fine. Serna rose, extending her left hand toward Yizimo. Hearing that Yao Bing was evolving filled Yizimo with both surprise and joy. He had previously considered the possibility of Yao Bing becoming an awakener to help protect Earth, and now, Serna had fulfilled that wish. As the entity attached to him, Xiao Bai, detached, and entered Serna's ice-encased realm, Yizimo suddenly felt as if his very soul were being drained, an overwhelming fatigue enveloping him. So, the trial was orchestrated by Xiao Bai. No wonder it felt so peculiar. As he caught sight of Xiao Bai, Yizimo was filled with suspicion. Unable to restrain his thoughts, but soon, drowsiness claimed him. After wearily closing his eyes, he seemed to hear Serna angrily reprimanding the beasts. Yet before he could grasp the context, he succumbed to deep slumber and drifted into dreams. In his dream, he appeared as a super-adept, akin to a master of the Six Veins divine sword, dispatching small aberrations with a single finger, relishing the thrill of battle. While Yizimo slept soundly, Serna appeared on the rooftop. Once the shadow phantom vessel materialized, she entered and soared into space. In Earth's orbital zone, aside from a few satellites, there were 39 hidden devices, yet these contraptions were markedly outdated. Serna could easily see through them, and even the basic sensors of the shadow phantom could not be obscured. Serna's mission was to enhance a set of super-sensing devices based on the hidden apparatuses, ensuring that Varler would have no refuge on Earth. Meanwhile, Meng Feek received alarming news. The shadow had mysteriously vanished while en route to the North American Alliance for an important meeting. Following confirmation of the news, she began to harbor suspicions regarding the shadow. The shadow held a pivotal position within the Alliance, and even within the higher echelons of their state. Meng Feek ordered that while personnel executed their tasks, they must also seek any signs of the shadow's whereabouts. Any findings were to be reported immediately to headquarters. Simultaneously, Fong Tianzhong, attending a high-level state meeting, learned of the shadow's disappearance, though it did not significantly affect him. He had anticipated issues with the shadow. Thus, he deemed the current state meeting of utmost importance. It was imperative to swiftly rectify the chaotic technological proliferation in their nation, prioritizing environmental protection and vowing to initiate a new societal framework. Of course, Fong Tianjing's decisions faced considerable obstacles. The new reforms would inevitably lead to numerous challenges, impacting societal stability. Those accustomed to the current lifestyle would find it difficult to transition to an entirely new way of living in a short period. Nevertheless, he was well aware of these complexities. The influence of Xiao Bai's possession was minimal. The primary concern was that dying during the soul trial consumed the essence of one's soul energy. Yizimo had perished multiple times, exhausting his reserves to the maximum. Thus he slept soundly until 10 o'clock that evening. Upon awakening, he found the beast rushing in from the living room to report. Emogu. The mistress instructed me to tell you to study diligently. She will assess you in 3 days. The beast wagged its tail in its habitual manner, though it lacked the usual exuberance and refrained from licking Yizimo's face. After delivering the message, a sparkling blue crystal ring suddenly appeared above Yizimo's chest. Intrigued, he reached out to grasp the ring and examined it closely, unable to suppress his curiosity as he asked, "Where's my sister? Is she not home?" As the beast spoke, Yizimo's interest was piqued. He followed the beast's instructions to place the ring of wisdom on his left index finger. The ring, initially oversized, quickly resized to fit snugly against his skin. The wisdom ring, adorned in a brilliant azure hue, presents an exquisite appearance while embodying the essence of advanced technological prowess. Within its confines lie a wealth of data, meticulously curated by Serna, who has also crafted a comprehensive tutorial, which is precisely the content she intends to assess. Although the wisdom ring lacks consciousness connectivity, it remains an archetypal marvel, housing information that has been systematically categorized, all of which pertains to the cosmic knowledge that Yi Zimo yearns to uncover. Furthermore, the wisdom ring is portable, allowing for immediate access to information via a projection screen. Akin to a supercomputer, it is capable of generating a formidable spatial shield, capable of withstanding attacks, provided that the assailant's strength does not surpass that of a berserk beast. Serna's efforts are not haphazard. The first segment of the tutorial delves into the applications of temporal anomalies, featuring not only simplified text, but also visual demonstrations, albeit regrettably devoid of sound. Upon mastering the use of the wisdom ring, Yi Zimo could not help but perceive it as Serna's preparation for the Psychic Alliance. A veritable repository of cosmic data, the berserk beasts possess an irresistible fascination for films about Earth, prompting Yi Zimo to divert their attention. His inaugural search was for Kino Chiyu Serna, yielding results that confirmed Kino Chiyu Serna and Kino Zimming Serna to be the same entity. Supported by two projected images of Serna, the search results further revealed that Serna is indeed the rightful heir to the throne of the Guangmu 4-star system, distinctly noting her as the possessor of the second sword of the seven swords of the Kino royal lineage, the Sword of Radiance. The Guangmu 4-star system is comprised of 4 sectors: Qi, Yu, and Su, with Guangmu Qi at its center, safeguarded by the other 3. Collectively, these 4 sectors encompass over 9 million habitable planets, with sentient life forms reaching an astonishing figure of 50 trillion. Yi Zimo found it almost inconceivable that Serna was destined to be the sovereign of 50 trillion sentient beings, not to mention the vastly greater number of non-sentient life forms. Moreover, the Kino royal family is home to 2 cosmic dominators, Kino Zimming Nukolona and Kino Chizuan, who protect the 4-star sectors. Upon grasping this truth, Yi Zimo's admiration for Serna soared to unparalleled heights. After a protracted moment of reflection, he resumed his inquiry into information regarding Serna's mother, Zaina. Since learning of Zaina's appearance, he had been enveloped in doubt. For Zaina bore a striking resemblance to the goddess statue found in the ancient temple beneath the Gumo Baishan, a secret entrusted to him by 2 enigmatic powerful beings. Information about Zaina was readily accessible, yet the data within the wisdom ring is predominantly centered around the Guangmu 4-star system, offering limited insights into her background. The search results indicated that Zaina identified herself as a member of the Kanyaran tribe, having met Serna's father, Kino Chiyu Janando, through a chance encounter, which blossomed into love, resulting in Serna's birth. However, Zaina was not a native of the sacred domain. Her origins remain shrouded in mystery, marked by the label of mysterious individual. Regardless, Yi Zimo discerned that Zaina belonged to the Kanyaran tribe, and through further exploration of similar-looking tribes, he concluded that the enigmatic goddess must be a member of the Shisua tribe. Realizing that the 2 were not of the same lineage, Yi Zimo hastily retrieved the R4 given to him by Ming Feek and donned it, eager to seek clues regarding the possibility of Zaina being of terrestrial origin. Chapter 43. Yi Zimo's Dilemma. The latest R4 was virtually indistinguishable from the previous model worn by Yi Zimo, save for its enhanced privileges. Upon successfully initiating the R4, Yi Zimo immediately noticed the public information channel, which seemed to broadcast previously synchronized data. Officially, the attack on the Shadow was described as a special exercise conducted by the Supernatural Alliance, with a strict prohibition against divulging the existence of the Shadow. The report of the assault on the Northeast Division's base of the Supernatural Alliance was notably absent, suggesting that the higher-ups sought to maintain a low profile. This led Yi Zimo to conclude that not all leaders of the Supernatural Alliance were as foolish as Chen Hao. Furthermore, the Supernatural Alliance headquarters had orchestrated a cover-up regarding the incident involving the Gu Ming by Mountain Doomsday warship, framing it as a military operation in collaboration with the Alliance to eradicate alien parasitic nests within Gu Ming by Mountain, thereby presenting it as a special Earth defense drill. The previously available public information was extensive, largely consisting of announcements congratulating individuals for their ascension to new levels within the Supernatural Alliance. For Yi Zimo, this information held little value. However, There were 10 highly valuable supernuclear energy modules in the warehouse, presumably intended as a gift for Serena. This revelation caused Zemo to grow increasingly anxious. He surmised that Serena's sudden kindness stemmed from her belief in Earth's myths and her suspicion that her mother was also a being of Earth. The thought that she might cease to assist Earth if she discovered he had found no leads troubled him deeply. Lying helplessly on his bed, he remained silent, even neglecting to glance at the projection screen of the Ring of Wisdom, his vacant gaze fixed on the ceiling as he contemplated the dire consequences of Serena abandoning Earth. After a lengthy period of reflection, Zemo abruptly sat up, deactivated the Ring of Wisdom, and hurried to the living room to inquire with the beast about Serena, hoping to uncover new connections. "Master, let me tell you the truth, Zemo," the beast began. In fact, the master is quite pitiable. In response to Zemo's questions, the beast was forthcoming, providing detailed insights into Serena's background. The Kino family was the most powerful lineage in the Gwangmu 4-star system, boasting a population exceeding 10 million and adhering to a traditional matriarchal structure. The Kino royal family constituted merely a small fraction of the Kino clan, encompassing fewer than 30,000 members. Serena's father, Kino Chinyu Jinando, was a distant relative of the Kino royal family, serving as a city lord in the Chinyu star of the Yushing system, overseeing an area larger than all of Asia. Serena was born in Chinyu star, and according to the traditions of the Gwangmu 4-star system, she should bear her father's surname, Chinyu, hence her full name, Kino Chinyu Serena. Before Serena's birth, her mother, Ziana, suffered an incurable poison injury during a sudden beast uprising. To save her, Ziana ultimately chose to sacrifice her own body to bring Serena into the world, naming her in the final moments of her life. Sensing Ziana's peril, Ming rushed to her aid, but arrived too late. Despite Ziana being a saint-level expert, she could not withstand the effects of the poison, and Ming was powerless to intervene by the time he arrived. Ming's arrival startled 2 cosmic sovereigns of the Kino royal family. To quell Ming's wrath, they brought Serena, despite her impure lineage, to the main star of the Qixing system, the sacred land of Kino, the Ziming star, and exceptionally granted her the surname Ziming, designating her as the sole heir to the throne of the Kino royal family in the Gwangmu 4-star system. Growing up on Ziming star, Serena was subject to rigorous training by the Kino royal family, inundated with knowledge in various fields such as etiquette, astronomy, geography, technology, literature, martial arts, and governance, all aimed at molding her into a nearly omnipotent ruler. However, she still faced rivals for the throne, including Princess Ross, Princess Juyo, and the county lords Qianshi and Limouqin, who constantly vied for power both openly and covertly. In truth, many within the Kino royal family looked down upon Serena, deeming her a tainted soul, primarily because she was the foremost opponent of the other claimants to the throne. Thus, even with the prestige granted by the 2 cosmic sovereigns, her journey within the royal family was fraught with challenges. Fortunately, Serena exhibited exceptional talent and was protected by 3 mentors, which spared her from greater suffering. Upon reaching the divine realm, she expressed a desire for a life free from conflict, seeking not the throne but merely to find her mother's family. Yet, the beast lamented its own plight, unable to repair its damaged body and experiencing great pain. The beast, typically reticent, found its voice when discussing Serena, revealing a torrent of information. Originally, Zemo aimed to glean more about Serena to find leverage that would encourage her continued favor towards humanity. However, he was unprepared for the tragic nature of her origins, which left him further conflicted. It was evident that Serena regarded him as a friend, yet he lacked sufficient reasons to solicit her assistance for humanity, even as their need for her support grew increasingly urgent. This placed him in a state of profound dilemma. After much contemplation, Zemo sighed in resignation, sitting cross-legged on his bed. He activated the Ring of Wisdom and immersed himself in the tutorials left by Serena. He resolved that, regardless of the circumstances, he could not deceive Serena. His sole aim was to excel in her assessments and earn her satisfaction. Although Serena was not a time talent awakeners, the Kino royal family possessed relevant data, and she had crafted tutorials to showcase the extraordinary aspects of time talent awakeners to Zemo. The tutorial content aligned perfectly with the knowledge Zemo yearned to acquire, leading him to become wholly absorbed in it. Time energy is enigmatic, yet ultimately a form of supernatural energy. The tutorial outlined the unique methods for absorbing cosmic energy employed by time talent awakeners, as well as specific applications of time energy. As Zemo studied and practiced, his memory cells were rapidly filled, The cosmic energy absorbed by awakeners is transformed by their genes into specific supernatural energy. Consequently, a singular talent life form differs significantly from a multi-talent entity. If the total conversion equals 1, then a multi-talent life form may possess only half or even less. Thus, a singular talent life form progresses at a much faster rate. However, it does not imply that a singular talent life form is inherently superior to a multi-talent entity, as strength is influenced by various factors beyond talent, including aptitude, suitable treasures, combat techniques, and the circumstances of time, place, and people on Earth. While Serena recognized that Yi Zimo possessed a divine body and discerned the uniqueness of his soul through the soul trial, she could not ascertain the true nature of his aptitude, as they had not grown up in the same environment. She was a powerful awakener with innate abilities, subjected to training from a young age, whereas Yi Zimo had only recently begun awakening as an ordinary person. However, if Serena were to discover Yi Zimo's ability to effortlessly slow time and adeptly master the unique combat technique of time talent awakeners known as extreme focus, as well as his swift grasp of the advanced combat technique Eternal Guard, which manipulates time energy to alter an object's existence within the temporal realm, she would undoubtedly be astounded. It is worth noting that Yi Zimo's success stemmed from his divine body, which endowed him with a subtle sensitivity that enabled him to exercise delicate control over time energy. Additionally, despite his initial unfamiliarity with time energy, the meticulously prepared tutorials by Serena, along with a systematic practice approach, allowed him to seamlessly integrate this newfound knowledge. Most importantly, he possesses an insatiable thirst for knowledge regarding temporal abilities. Unlike many extraterrestrial beings who perceive the acquisition and application of such knowledge as a burdensome obligation akin to the arduous educational journey on Earth, thus, he is able to demonstrate such remarkable prowess. After the restoration of his soul's frailty, Yi Zimo seldom feels fatigue. In fact, he completed the tutorial in less than 2 hours, having initially grasped 3 temporal skills. There are additional tutorials available, yet that portion is encrypted and locked by Serena, and he dares not seek assistance from the mad beast. Taking a deep breath, Yi Zimo gazed at the small Superman ornament on the television wall ahead. He subtly moved his right index finger, releasing a wisp of black mist-like temporal energy. As the black mist bizarrely slowed time, it swiftly enveloped the small Superman ornament, which nearly vanished in an instant. Subsequently, the ornament was restored by the temporal energy, only to disappear and reappear in an endless cycle. At this juncture, Yi Zimo could effortlessly employ the shadow flow technique, yet the small Superman was merely a model, lacking the complexity of a living entity, rendering the specific potency of the secondary temporal energy's shadow flow indeterminate. After careful contemplation, he found it necessary to temporarily halt the Mad Beast's cinematic adventure. Before long, the Mad Beast transported him to an uninhabited forest outside the city. On this wintry night, beneath the luminous moonlight, Yi Zimo felt a disquieting unease in the desolate, eerie forest that sent a chill down his spine. It was evident that the Mad Beast was equally uncomfortable, likely haunted by the memories of the previous horror film. As its gaze flitted anxiously, perpetually suspecting the presence of something behind it, Yi Zimo nodded, unwilling to squander time. Focusing his mind, he summoned the temporal energy within him, swiftly forming a black halo with a diameter of 1 meter around himself, representing the advanced temporal combat technique, Eternal Guardian. In an instant, Yi Zimo's expression sharpened, and the halo vanished. Simultaneously, an almost imperceptible circle began to expand rapidly from Yi Zimo's center. At that moment, the area within the Eternal Guardian's reach entered a state of temporal stagnation. As the anomalous circle grew larger, the zone of temporal retardation widened: 10 meters, 20 meters, 40 meters, 60 meters, 75 meters, 85 meters, 90 meters, reaching a radius of 97 meters. The Mad Beast was of a significantly higher level, while Yi Zimo was merely a secondary awakener. Thus, his temporal energy could not impact the Mad Beast. However, Yi Zimo's Eternal Guardian had an astonishing maximum radius nearing 100 meters, which completely exceeded its expectations. During the compilation of the tutorial, the Mad Beast had been involved throughout, and given that the database was provided by it, it was well aware that even at the peak of a secondary temporal awakener, the maximum radius of the Eternal Guardian would only approximate 60 meters. Yi Zimo had surpassed that by more than half. What could this signify? Could this be the distinction between Earth's awakened beings and those from beyond? The Mad Beast found itself lost in thought, yet it recognized that they were, in essence, equal awakened beings. Chapter 44. The enigma of time within the realm of Eternal Guardian, Zemo perceived everything with remarkable clarity: the fissured frozen earth, the desiccated wild grasses, the frigid stones, the resilient trees, and even the faintest whisper of the cold wind. This sensation was peculiar, akin to gazing down from a great height at the space contained within a celestial orb. All that lay within the confines of Eternal Guardian was within his sight. Moreover, he sensed that light had no bearing on his perception, even with his eyes closed. He could distinctly comprehend everything encompassed by the Eternal Guardian. This was the manifestation of his temporal anomaly energy perception. As Zemo marveled at this realization, he suddenly noticed a transformation occurring among the wild grasses nearby. It seemed that the Eternal Guardian had shattered the veil of illusion, revealing that the roots of the wild grasses were slowly absorbing a pale green essence from the soil and transporting it gradually to the blades above. At that moment, the wild grasses had entirely transformed into radiant green luminescence, allowing everything within to be seen with utmost clarity. Awash in wonder, Zemo observed this X-ray-like vision, reminiscent of the extraordinary sight he had experienced during his trials when he glimpsed the mutated wolves through another self. Only these wolves were far more formidable and not as transparent as the grasses. Similarly, the transformations of the surrounding wild grasses were vividly perceived by Zemo as the domain of the Eternal Guardian expanded. The ground became increasingly adorned with luminous green grasses, presenting a sight both uncanny and exquisite. In due course, the trees situated further within the boundaries of the Eternal Guardian began to undergo a similar transformation. They too morphed into magnificent green luminary trees. The sprawling roots drew in the pale green light in abundance from the earth, which flowed up the trunks and radiated through the branches and leaves, creating a breathtaking spectacle. The trees, being significantly larger than the grasses, emitted a deeper green glow, and the main trunks, now unobstructed, revealed numerous light veins branching out like a network of blood vessels, transporting the pale green essence to every part above. The emergence of these green luminary trees transformed the realm of Eternal Guardian into a world awash with pale green light, leaving Zemo utterly astounded. While at home, he had been cautious not to harm anyone in his experimentation. Now he finally grasped the marvel of the Eternal Guardian and came to understand the strange and formidable nature of temporal anomaly energy. Could this green light be life anomaly energy? He could not help but inquire of the wild beast. Life source energy? Zemo furrowed his brow in response. The wild beast nodded solemnly and remarked, "Indeed, life energy is the most fundamental energy in the universe. It serves as the foundational energy of life. Life anomaly energy, on the other hand, is a special mutation that awakens within the genes of life forms, akin to the life anomaly energy within you, which can accelerate self-recovery and also be used to heal others. I possess life anomaly energy. I am an awakened life form. How did I not notice this?" Zemo was taken aback. Having previously learned of his extraordinary temporal talent, he had delighted in the prospect of rapid growth. However, the introduction of an additional anomaly energy would significantly impede his progress. He could not help but think of the emerald crystal. If it truly was a life crystal, it was highly probable that it had transformed him into a life form. He felt that possessing a singular extraordinary temporal talent was more than sufficient, and there was no need to inherit life anomaly energy and become a life form. In that moment, a wave of frustration washed over him. "Brother Emo, you are inherently a life form. Life anomaly energy is naturally a part of your essence. It is highly likely that you have overlooked the utilization of life anomaly energy," the wild beast said, observing Zemo with a hint of exasperation. "It seems you truly ought to familiarize yourself with the fundamental data of the universe sooner rather than later." When Zemo gazed at the wild beast with a bewildered expression, the wild beast continued, "Brother Emo, life anomaly energy is a remarkable gift. Do you not understand? Self-healing. When injured, you will recover on your own. I can only dream of such a gift." Despite the wild beast's words, Zemo's discontent remained unassuaged. He furrowed his brow and lamented, "How splendid it would be to possess a singular talent. Progress would be swift, and strength would increase rapidly. Being a life form will squander much of my time, hindering my growth." Alas, Zemo shook his head and sighed, appearing utterly despondent, which only served to irritate the wild beast further. Although the wild beast did not express outright anger, it spoke in an oddly pointed tone. "Your master is also a life form. She has surpassed all others in growth within the 7th Nua royal lineage. Even the single-space talent Los cannot compete with her. Brother Emo, what is there to be disappointed about?" Zemo's eyes lit up with incredulity upon hearing this. The wild beast had not previously divulged such information. Could it be that life forms possess such remarkable capabilities? He pondered deeply, and although uncertainty lingered in his heart, the undeniable fact remained that he was indeed an awakened life form. Since fate had dictated this course, he could only accept it, regardless of his dissatisfaction. Having learned of the existence of life anomaly energy, Izimo, despite his reluctance, endeavored to uncover it under the guidance of the wild beast. However, upon witnessing the sudden transformation of the previously colorless energy into vibrant green life anomaly energy, he felt nothing but disappointment. In this desolate wilderness, the wild beast was eager to move on and hastily urged Izimo to focus on more pressing matters. Izimo had no choice but to set aside his discontent and continue experimenting with his temporal anomaly energy. Izimo could freely wield his external temporal anomaly energy to manipulate time, albeit the time deceleration reached only slightly over 30% of normal time, while the temporal flow reversal allowed him to extend time to just over 3 times its usual passage. According to the information gleaned from Cerna's tutorial, each evolution of genes would yield significant enhancements, not only increasing the quantity of anomaly energy but also its quality. Thus, with each advancement, his combat techniques would grow stronger, and his control range would broaden, allowing time to elapse more swiftly and decelerate even more significantly within the confines of Eternal Guardian. As he contemplated this, Izimo found himself increasingly eager for his future self. When the time deceleration reached 20% of normal time or even slower, he would wield the remnant of time to harvest the lives of his enemies at will. Regaining his focus, Izimo suddenly spotted a small surge of temporal anomaly energy appearing in the distance behind him, while more energy manifested not far ahead and in various other locations. The shadow flow reversal, a formidable assassination technique, could be employed even without the Eternal Guardian. Yet, Izimo discovered that within the realm of the Eternal Guardian, his execution of shadow flow reversal felt remarkably fluid. He could strike with pinpoint accuracy as though guided by an unseen map. Before long, Izimo stumbled upon another astonishing revelation. Without the presence of Eternal Guardian, any amount of temporal anomaly energy he utilized would dissipate within 10 seconds, reverting to cosmic energy. However, within the confines of the Eternal Guardian, he could retain the external temporal anomaly energy for nearly 40 seconds through time deceleration, an aspect that had not been mentioned in the tutorial. Indeed, advanced civilizations are remarkable. Izimo could not help but feel a surge of astonishment. The tutorial was devised by Cerna, and its information surely stemmed from the Lumina 4-star system, possibly even containing the secrets of the 7th Nuor royal lineage. Such notions were not beyond his imagination. Yet, he remained unaware that techniques related to time were exceedingly rare. As there were few awakened beings of time in the universe, most techniques were derived from individual creativity. Just as the unique method of absorbing cosmic energy through time deceleration, as described in Cerna's tutorial, was highly intriguing, it was merely a technique to maximize energy absorption for those awakened to time, regarded as commonplace among them. Taking a deep breath, Izimo gazed at the wild beast and cautiously inquired, "So, does my Eternal Guardian meet the standards of a level 2 time awakener?" Clad in R4, Izimo easily grasped the range data of the Eternal Guardian, yet he was still unaware of the utmost capabilities of a level 2 time awakener beyond Earth. Thus, he could only seek the counsel of the wild beast. After posing his question, an undeniable sense of trepidation washed over him, for he feared he might fall short of Cerna's expectations, rendering him utterly embarrassed to face her. "Indeed, you have," the wild beast replied, momentarily taken aback. It blurted out the affirmation but, recalling Cerna's directive for strict assessment, refrained from divulging the complete truth. "Brother Mo, your Eternal Guardian is slightly more formidable than that of an ordinary time awakener. I believe the Master will be satisfied." Upon hearing this, Izimo secretly exhaled in relief, a smile gracing his face, as he felt a surge of confidence regarding the forthcoming shadow flow retrospection. The wild beast harbored a fondness for Izimo, yet it remained bound to Cerna's commands, and thus chose to withhold the full extent of the truth. However, soon a look of astonishment flickered in the wild beast's eyes once more. It had been observing the time aberrant energy emitted by Izimo, yet it sensed no cessation in its replenishment. Why had it not dissipated? Given that controlling time aberrant energy was notoriously challenging, even the most prodigious of time awakeners could maintain it for only 5 seconds without the aid of combat techniques like the Eternal Guardian. With the optimal time dilation of the Eternal Guardian, the maximum duration would barely reach 10 seconds. How, then, had Yi Zimo achieved a staggering fourfold increase. The wild beast acknowledged Yi Zimo's divine physique and the latent god-tier life energy within him, yet it was aware that others shared similar anomalous awakenings. Who among them could exhibit such extraordinary prowess as Yi Zimo? The trials presided over by Xiao Bai had been observed in their entirety by Cerna, leaving the wild beast oblivious to the specifics. Now, it finally comprehended the implications of Cerna's remarks regarding Yi Zimo's exceptional talent. Its database bore no record of life forms as peculiar as Yi Zimo, leading it to conclude that humanity might indeed be monstrous anomalies among the universe's strange life. At that moment, Yi Zimo selected a relatively large wild grass from the ground, utilizing the shadow flow to envelop it in time-aberrant energy. He steadied his mind and began to meticulously manipulate the passage of time around it. Under the fluctuating time-aberrant energy, the wild grass visibly withered at an alarming rate. The roots absorbed diminishing life energy, and their intake slowed. In less than 3 seconds, the grass was utterly lifeless, quickly disintegrating into dust, decomposing into ash, and vanishing without a trace. Only then did Yi Zimo reverse time, causing the remnants to reappear and rapidly restore, reverting to the appearance of the dried grass before returning to its original state. With this, he halted, standing there with a furrowed brow. The shadow flow is a quintessential time-based combat technique. Shadow denotes mystery, flow signifies regulation, and retrospection embodies control. Its retrospective capability enhances time-aberrant energy through a unique method. According to instructional material, shadow flow can amplify the flow of time threefold, combined with his inherent slight increase, yielding a total enhancement of over 9 times. Calculating this, it amounted to less than 30 seconds of standard time. Thus, he had merely accelerated the wild grass's demise by a mere 20 seconds. How could it have completely perished? He could not help but recall the trial when another version of himself had nearly instantaneously slain the mutated wolf using shadow flow. Connecting the dots, he realized that the efficacy of shadow flow was not contingent upon the strength of the attacked life form. It bore no relation to whether the wild grass was a mundane entity. Puzzled, Yi Zimo turned once more to the wild beast, voicing his confusion in hopes of enlightenment. Fortunately, the wild beast was well versed in this matter. The wild beast elucidated. The primary target of shadow flow's assault is not the life itself, but the energy contained within the life form. During the passage of time, the energy of the attacked entity is depleted. When the energy is insufficient to protect its physical form, the area under attack becomes exceedingly vulnerable, transforming what was once not a weakness into a critical one. In the context of the Eternal Guardian, shadow flow can be particularly enhanced. Chapter 45, Generosity. Does the strength of one's opponent matter? For instance, among first, second, and third-tier life forms? Yi Zimo inquired eagerly. The wild beast patiently explained, indeed, it does. First-tier ordinary life forms are far too weak for you. You could easily eliminate them. Generally, a second-tier awakener is significantly stronger than ordinary life. Yet they too can be swiftly defeated by you. However, certain exceptional beings may withstand your shadow flow reversal. As for third-tier life forms, they are vastly superior to second-tier ones. A capable individual like you may falter against them, while an incapable individual might not even stand a chance. I see, Yi Zimo said, his gaze sharpening. What if I were to employ time reversal directly? Upon hearing this, Yi Zimo couldn't help but furrow his brows again. He had initially contemplated using temporal abilities to rejuvenate his parents, but it appeared that such a feat was unattainable. At this moment, the wild beast continued, of course. If you were to utilize a substantial amount of life energy to support the time reversal, it could indeed prolong the duration of the reversal without inflicting harm on the reversed life. Now, do you understand the extent of your capabilities? Yi Zimo was momentarily taken aback. He possessed both time energy and life energy, aligning perfectly with what the wild beast had mentioned. However, upon further reflection, he realized that this plan might not yield significant benefits. After contemplating, Yi Zimo felt a surge of confidence in his unique abilities. He recalled the dragon tortoise, which was also an extraordinary being that had become a cosmic sovereign. Why couldn't he achieve the same? His spirits lifted immensely. Steadying himself, he curiously asked, "Are there not others outside with talents akin to mine?" "Certainly, there are, and they are quite renowned. However, dear Zimo, not all beings with similar talents can accomplish the same feats. Otherwise." The wild beast was taken aback by the multitude of questions posed by Yi Zimo and felt overwhelmed, yet it remained patient in elucidating the answers. Yi Zimo was uncertain whether the two mysterious powerful figures who left behind a legacy included any time awakeners, but he was acutely aware that even if they did, they would likely struggle against galaxy-level and divine entities, let alone stellar-level Time Awakeners. Time Awakeners were indeed enigmatic, a testament to the might of time itself. And as a Time Awakener, Zemo couldn't help but feel an immense sense of pride. Though filled with anticipation, Zemo was also self-aware. He would not indulge in daydreams without having met the requisite conditions, nor did he wish to squander time on distant aspirations. After closing the tutorial, Zemo immediately searched for life crystals, and upon receiving the results, he was deeply moved by the array of colorful crystal fragments. He had previously inquired about Yao Bing's awakening and learned that the essence used by Serena to aid in her awakening was, in fact, a power-type life crystal. Knowing its worth filled him with profound gratitude towards Serena. Life crystals are products of cosmic energy mutation, exhibiting various colors that correspond to different types of energy. For instance, black life crystals correspond to time energy. These crystals harbor potent life source energy and trace amounts of anomalous energy, which is where the term magic originates. Curiously, lower-tier life forms are more likely to fuse with life crystals. Ordinary fusion can significantly enhance awakening probabilities, and those meeting certain standards may trigger genetic evolution directly, potentially acquiring the anomalous energy talents contained within the life crystals. Of course, the genes of evolving life already possess a certain inclination towards anomalous energy, which may lead to conflicts with the anomalous energies within the life crystals. Therefore, the energies contained within the crystals are not guaranteed to be accessible to the awakeners. For instance, if a time-type life crystal could easily convert an awakener into a time talent awakener, the value of such a talent would diminish greatly. The cosmic energy-mutated life crystals are exceedingly rare, often originating from perilous locales. However, once obtained, they are highly sought after by prominent families, willing to pay exorbitant prices for them. Moreover, the higher the ranking of the anomalous energy within the life crystals, the steeper the price. Serena's power-type life crystal is typically valued at around 600 million cosmic coins, far exceeding the cost of a doomsday battleship, which is approximately 60 million cosmic coins, truly a testament to the benefits Yao Bing received. The wild beast remarked that Serena possessed only one life crystal. Otherwise, Zemo would have shamelessly sought more from her, as he wished for his parents, family, and friends to become awakeners as well. However, reality was harsh, and many things he aspired to achieve remained elusive. After closing the search results, Zemo immersed himself in the information within the wisdom ring, striving to enrich his knowledge. Perhaps due to the power-sacred crystal, Xiaoyu had successfully reached the 4th tier, which was indeed enviable. However, another announcement concerning the Chiffon team made Zemo exceedingly cautious. Shuaying, who was previously a 4th-tier awakener, was now advancing toward a promotion. Should she succeed, she would become the highest-level awakener within the alliance of extraordinary beings in our nation and even worldwide. Zemo felt a strong camaraderie with Shuaying and contemplated aiding her, contributing to the advancement of Earth's civilization. As Zemos are forelinked with the headquarters of the Alliance of Extraordinary Beings, a previously tranquil department comprising over 100 individuals suddenly became bustling with activity. Zemo was already aware of our force synchronization capabilities, so he paid no mind to any potential information leaks. Nevertheless, he promptly contacted Meng Fik. Approximately 2 hours later, S2 quietly descended upon the Jingya community. This time, Meng Fik had come alongside Lin Xianyuan. After instructing the wild beast to usher them into the living room, Meng Fik handed Zemo a small black box, which he then passed to the wild beast. The black box was an oversized storage device developed by the Alliance of Extraordinary Beings, though it was hardly worthy of the wild beast's attention. Inside, however, lay a wealth of film materials prepared by the Alliance. This was Zemo's offering in exchange for a new wisdom ring and a red glass bead, resembling a spatial anomaly, Yin Fengzhu. Without further ado, Zemo produced a basketball-sized, semi-transparent object resembling a crystal ball containing a viscous, pale purple liquid that shimmered enticingly. Upon seeing it, Meng Fik could not suppress her delight, recognizing it as the sap of the Xianan tree, a premium pharmaceutical material. If used as a primary ingredient in concocting medicines, warriors of the Alliance could significantly enhance their energy recovery speed. How about 100 million per pound for the Xianan tree sap? Meng Fik inquired tentatively. Zemo was momentarily taken aback. He had previously checked with R4 and discovered that the Alliance was acquiring Xian and tree sap at approximately 90 million per pound. Meng Fik's offer, a million higher, was likely a nod to Serena. Given the substantial density of the Xian and tree sap, The crystal ball contained at least 50 pounds. At this rate, it could easily fetch 5 billion. 1 million per bead will do. I have no use for excess money, Yizimo replied, shaking his head and declining Ming Feek's proposal. His words left both Ming Feek and Lin Xianyuan somewhat bewildered. After taking a deep breath, Ming Feek finally uttered, I am immensely grateful. Yizimo smiled gently. No need for thanks. I have plenty of materials here that will surely satisfy you. And there's no need for such high prices. Through the wisdom ring, Yizimo had already familiarized himself with the names and functions of most items within his treasure sphere, and he calculated that selling a portion would yield an unimaginable sum. Thus, he had no intention of adhering to the prices listed in R4. After finalizing the pricing, Yizimo produced 3 more identical crystal balls, totaling 4, priced at 4 million. Under the astonishing guidance of Ming Fei Ke, Lin Xianyuan momentarily recorded the account on the luminous display of her wristband. Yizimo placed 4 jade crystal spheres into the Yunfeng pearl, then retrieved another jade crystal sphere containing a golden liquid. Yizimo proposed, this is the refined meteorite gold juice. It may prove beneficial for you. It is priced at 1 million per sphere. What do you think? Ming Fei Ke and Lin Xianyuan gazed intently at the jade crystal sphere, unable to believe their eyes. The raw materials for the meteorite gold juice, namely the rare meteorite iron, are exceedingly scarce, and the Ability Alliance typically prices it at 10 million per gram. How could Yizimo be so generous? Ming Fei Ke suddenly realized that Yizimo was not motivated by profit, but rather offered assistance to the Ability Alliance under the guise of trade. As one precious material after another emerged, Ming Fei Ke and Lin Xianyuan gradually became desensitized. Every treasure Yizimo possessed was of the highest quality. If he were to sell them at standard prices, it would likely be beyond the means of an entire nation. Furthermore, as the transactions progressed, Yizimo began to unveil exquisite treasures for which the Ability Alliance had no prior information, and remarkably, his stated prices remained exceedingly low. Chapter 46. The Gift at Long Last. The transaction was complete. 469 billion. Yizimo gazed at the total displayed on Lin Xianyuan's glowing wristband, his heart racing uncontrollably. This was not a mere charity from the Ability Alliance or the government. It was money exchanged for his own possessions. Yet, he pondered whether he should perhaps offer the Ability Alliance a discount, considering how easy it was for wealth to cloud people's judgment. To his surprise, Lin Xianyuan produced a black bank card with golden red edges, swiping it across the luminous panel, and instantly 500 billion was transferred to the card. Trembling with excitement, she then presented the card to Ming Feek. As a member of the Ability Alliance, Lin Xianyuan fully understood the immense value of the treasures Yizimo had gifted. If he had truly intended to sell them, even trillions would not suffice to purchase them. Consequently, her feelings for Yizimo evolved from mere gratitude to genuine admiration. Although she had transferred 500 billion to him, she recognized the tremendous loss he had incurred. The Ability Alliance owed him a debt, and indeed, so did Earth's civilization. Upon receiving the card from Lin Xianyuan, Ming Feek rose with excitement, bowing deeply to Yizimo and presenting the card with both hands. Witnessing this, Lin Xianyuan promptly stood as well, respectfully saluting Yizimo. Thank you for your contributions to the nation, Ming Feek expressed with deep reverence. Yizimo quickly stood, extending his hands to help both Ming Feek and Lin Xianyuan to their feet. Commander, you are too kind. I am but a citizen of Earth, merely doing my part for our civilization, he replied with a smile. In response, Ming Feek nodded appreciatively and again offered the card with both hands. Yizimo graciously accepted it, storing it within his empty jiabaoqiu before inviting Ming Feek and Lin Xianyuan to sit. After taking his seat, Yizimo handed the Yufeng pearl to Ming Feek. However, as she was an ordinary person, he had to instruct the wild beast to modify the settings of the Yufeng pearl to align with Ming Feek's genetic and spiritual criteria. Once successful, he also taught her how to utilize the Yunfeng pearl. When Ming Feek discovered that the space within the Yunfeng pearl was as vast as a city, she immediately grasped its extraordinary value and suggested increasing the payment to Yizimo, only to be gently declined. Commander, there are more spatial treasures at the wild beast location, but my sister oversees them strictly. This single item can be considered a gift from our transaction, Yizimo explained with a smile. Following the trade, Yizimo's importance in Ming Feek's eyes had significantly increased, and she refrained from further comments. Seizing the moment of silence, Yizimo turned to Lin Xianyuan, his curiosity piqued. Xianyuan, do you have a boyfriend? Noticing Lin Xianyuan's slight awkwardness, Yizimo quickly added, I have a friend who is quite a decent person. Would you be interested? Before he could finish, Serna, clad in resplendent white, suddenly appeared in the living room, her expression somewhat displeased. Sister? Yi Zimo exclaimed, hurrying to greet Serna. Ming Feek and Lin Xinier also quickly stood, bowing respectfully to her. Serna, clearly in a foul mood, coldly addressed Yi Zimo. You sold those precious treasures so easily? Did you not consider that, with the current capabilities of the Ability Alliance, those treasures would merely be squandered? Yi Zimo was taken aback, unaware that Serna had been monitoring his actions while she was out, and he had never contemplated the full extent of the Ability Alliance's abilities to manufacture such items. Ming Feek and Lin Xinio exchanged awkward glances, recognizing that, given the current capabilities of the Ability Alliance, some wastage was inevitable. Why was Serna so angry? Sister. If they cannot utilize the items, they can learn. Please do not be upset, Yi Zimo implored, wrapping an arm around Serna and guiding her to the sofa, where he began to tenderly massage her shoulders and back. Serna's mood remained sour, and Yi Zimo attended to her with utmost care. Yet her holy armor was too rigid for any real effect. Learn? How can they learn? Serna turned to glare at Yi Zimo, her voice laced with irritation. The Ability Alliance has yet to grasp even the basics of super technology, lacking fundamental equipment. What can they possibly do with those items? Produce mere refuse? Do you truly not understand the value of some of those rare treasures? At her words, Yi Zimo's smile faltered, and he quickly regained his composure, saying, Sister, our Earth is in such conditions, there is little we can do. If I keep the items, I cannot utilize them either. Ming Feek respectfully interjected, if you are dissatisfied, we can cancel the transaction with Yi Zimo. Please do not be angry. Hearing this, Yi Zimo felt a pang of distress. His intention was to assist the Ability Alliance. And if the transaction were cancelled, his plans would be thwarted. How could the Ability Alliance develop under such circumstances? Serna's formidable presence unnerved Ming Feek. Yet she steeled herself and quickly declared, I dare not oppose. Everything will be done according to your wishes. Vowing once more to express her respect for Serna, Ming Feek resolved to accept whatever course Serna deemed necessary. Ignoring Ming Feek, Serna turned her glare back to Yi Zimo, expressing her frustration unabashedly. Do you think that regardless of the significance of any treasure, you should just sell it all to the Ability Alliance? What if the jade crystal ball containing the Jiangman juice shatters? The juice would react with moisture and turn into a toxic substance. Not to mention the star scar-like crystal, which could explode when heated, possessing a force greater than your nuclear weapons. Earth is fragile. Please consider whether it can withstand such burdens when you sell these items. Yi Zimo was momentarily stunned, drenched in cold sweat at the thought. He had toyed with the star scar-like crystal during the transaction. Had the R4 gloves transmitted heat, Suzhou might have been obliterated. Sister, it was my oversight. I was careless. Yi Zimo swiftly admitted his fault. Ming Feek clutched the Yufeng pearl tightly, her expression gradually shifting to one of excitement. Suddenly, S2 was forcibly inundated with a deluge of information, detailing the items Yi Zimo had traded, including their purposes, preservation methods, and precautions. Upon receiving this knowledge, Ming Feek could not help but appreciate Serna's goodwill. She felt hopeful, believing that Serna's advice to refrain from immediate use surely implied a more advantageous plan was forthcoming. In the near future, Serna would undoubtedly provide substantial assistance to the Ability Alliance. After Ming Feek and Lin Xinier departed, Serna's holy armor transformed into a white nightgown, leaving Yi Zimo momentarily stunned, his expression shifting unpredictably. Glancing sideways at Yi Zimo, Serna reminded him, left shoulder. Oh, right. Yi Zimo jolted back to reality, promptly complying and resuming his massage of Serna's shoulders and back. Despite Serna achieving a divine level, her skin was remarkably soft, smooth, and tender. Yet, Yi Zimo did not dwell on such thoughts, observing that Serna's anger had dissipated significantly. Tentatively, he asked, Sister, did I truly err? Serna regarded Yi Zimo with a sigh of resignation. Why must you give everything away so freely? And in such quantities? You must realize that you need some of those treasures more than anyone else. What of the Ability Alliance? Who among them possesses your talent? Who has your qualifications? Do you truly believe that having those items guarantees the protection of Earth? Yi Zimo looked down at Serna's beautiful face, solemnly nodding. Rest assured, sister. I will consider this carefully in the future. The principle that a common man is innocent while possessing valuable things is well understood by Yi Zimo. Even if outsiders are unaware, he feels a sense of unease, as he believes that the Ability Alliance is in greater need of those resources. Consequently, he has sold off a significant portion albeit retaining some for unforeseen circumstances. As a citizen of Earth, Yi Zimo naturally hopes for the rapid development of the Ability Alliance, thereby strengthening the nation, which in turn would empower the entire world. Thus, the civilization of Earth would flourish, ensuring that in the event of another invasion, humanity would not be rendered passive. That is absurd. Sister, you jest. Yi Zimo quickly shook his head in denial. However, Serna's remark instilled a slight unease within him. Without selling Serna, his country would not benefit from her assistance, making it exceedingly difficult to advance to a higher civilization, a goal he had long harbored and pursued in secret. Fortunately, Serna chose not to press the matter further, allowing Yi Zimo to breathe a sigh of relief, though her expression remained somewhat grim. With a flicker of inspiration, Yi Zimo interjected, "If there is none, then we shall create it, starting from the fundamentals and progressing step by step. What is meant to be will ultimately come to fruition." Upon hearing this, Serna's gaze sharpened, and she could not help but scoff. What a fanciful notion. How many civilizations in the cosmos have pursued such daydreams, only to fade away into oblivion? Moreover, what resources do you possess for development? Instantly, Yi Zimo fell silent. Realizing the truth in Serna's words, what indeed does Earth have to foster its growth? For the first time, a sense of foreboding gripped him, leading him to question whether Earth had become a paradise for some other entity, a playground for all living beings therein. Serna's silence left her feeling exasperated. With a slight furrow of her brow, she spoke softly, "Since I have come to Earth, it must be fate's design. Very well. I shall assist you in establishing the technological framework for a higher civilization. As for how far you can evolve, that is entirely up to you." Upon hearing this, Yi Zimo could scarcely believe his ears. He hastily inquired, "Sister, are you serious?" Serna turned her gaze directly upon him, a hint of irritation in her eyes. "What? Do you look down upon me?" "Not at all. How could I dare?" Yi Zimo replied with a silly grin, "Sister, whatever you decide, we shall follow your lead." After this exchange, Serna sat there, her brow furrowed in deep contemplation. Chapter 47. Shui Ying's advancement. Senna's gaze was pure, leaving Yi Zimo puzzled by her words. He shrugged off his confusion and awkwardly replied, "Sister, I consider her merely a friend. There is no talk of affection." Despite his insistence, the hand he rested on Senna's shoulder faltered momentarily. Senna's eyes flickered, and with a strange expression, she remarked, "I see. Well, her advancement depends on her own efforts. I had intended to offer her some assistance, but if our relationship is not close enough, then let it be." Upon hearing this, Yi Zimo felt an immediate sense of urgency. Indeed, he harbored no deep feelings for Shui Ying, and even now, he felt a tinge of fear towards her. However, after their journey through the Gumo Baishan, he had learned much about her, most notably during their encounter with the mysterious figure. Shui Ying had risked her life to protect him. He could not forget her unfinished words. Now, knowing that Senna could aid Shui Ying in advancing to the 5th level of supernovice, how could he possibly let this opportunity slip away? His words tumbled out almost involuntarily. "Sister, please don't say that. As friends, we should support each other." In the underground base of the Ability Alliance headquarters, on the 8th floor, an awakened ability user guarded every 10 meters along the main corridor, all protecting a specially designed silent chamber. Inside the chamber, Shui Ying, clad in her fur, floated gracefully, her eyes gently closed, arms outstretched as she absorbed the cosmic energy around her. Her long black hair danced without wind, flowing elegantly with her black leather attire, and her delicate, fair face radiated an ethereal beauty. Shui Ying had taken the lead among the awakened ability users. The Ability Alliance was on high alert. Her R4 continuously transmitted her real-time data, and nearly 100 staff members were analyzing and documenting this invaluable information. In the command room, Chen Hao and Chen Tianshu stood side by side, deeply concerned as Shui Ying had been in seclusion for a day. Unfortunately, Ming Feek had ordered that no one disturb Shui Ying, leaving them to merely watch. The impending advancement of an awakened ability user to the 5th level of supernovice was not a trivial matter. Even Fang Tianzheng was closely monitoring the situation. Had it not been for his participation in an important international conference, he would have certainly been present to witness the event. As Shui Ying absorbed the cosmic energy, her energy fluctuations steadily intensified, a process that had persisted for an entire day. Suddenly, the surveillance projection in the silent chamber revealed 2 unexpected figures, causing a stir among the observers. The commotion subsided only when they recognized that the newcomers were Senna and Yi Zimo. It was the very Senna herself, so breathtakingly beautiful, Her Majesty the Queen. Truly a sight to behold. Senna appeared even more perfect than Shui Ying, clad in a magnificent crystalline armor of pure white, With her violet hair, violet eyebrows, and violet eyes, her features were exquisitely enchanting, and her figure was flawless. Many male and female staff members alike were captivated by her presence. The killer, Senna. The demon of death. Of course. There were those who harbored deep animosity towards Senna and Yi Zimo, as the disaster at the Northeast Division base had been too horrific to forget. Despite Meng Feek's orders from higher-ups, they could not find peace. Through the omnidirectional surveillance of the silent chamber, Senna and Yi Zimo, holding the holographic projection of the rampaging beast, were clearly visible in the command room. Chen Hao fixated on Yi Zimo, unable to suppress his rage. His fists clenched tightly. When the sudden arrival of figures in the silent chamber registered, Chen Tianchu's heart raced. He nearly gave the order to attack. Had it not been for Meng Feek's timely voice message advising him to treat Senna and Yi Zimo with caution, he might have made the same mistake as Chen Hao. The closest observer, disguised as Gao Yuan, sensed the overwhelming spatial power and immediately deduced that the rampaging beast had arrived. Indeed, Senna, Yi Zimo, and the rampaging beast were present, and he soon received a message from Meng Feek. In the S2 command room, Meng Feek wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. Just moments ago, Yi Zimo had informed her of his intention to assist Xue Ying in her advancement, and she had not yet prepared for their arrival. How could they have arrived so swiftly? Fortunately, no one had recklessly initiated an attack. Otherwise, it could have provoked Senna's ire, resulting in dire consequences for the Ability Alliance. Meng Feek also kept a watchful eye on Xue Ying within the silent chamber. She observed as Senna raised her left hand, and a beam of golden-white light shot towards Xue Ying, entering her body. In the next moment, Xue Ying's various data readings surged inexplicably inside the silent chamber. As the rampaging beast solidified the space, Xue Ying was rendered immobile. The cosmic energy began to flood into her body in torrents, causing her immense agony while her soul was invaded by the endless golden-white light, leaving her with no means of resistance. Through her soul power perception, Xue Ying sensed Senna and Yi Zimo's arrival in that moment, but her ability to perceive was abruptly severed by the rampaging beast, leaving her bewildered. I will give you the ethereal feather. Though it is but a remnant of a soul, it is a rare spirit that will empower you further. Do not resist, otherwise danger may ensue. Senna's voice resonated clearly in Xue Ying's mind, finally elucidating her situation. Truth be told, Xue Ying possessed no strength to resist. As she acquiesced and ceased her resistance, the golden white light swiftly engulfed her soul. At that moment, a torrent of cosmic energy surged towards Xue Ying, but this time, she felt no pain. Rather, she was overwhelmed with an insatiable craving for the cosmic energy. Xue Ying distinctly felt the vast amounts of cosmic energy rapidly transforming within her body into translucent soul power energy, accelerating more than 20 times her original speed. The soul power energy surged into the golden white light, becoming denser and more abundant. Soon, a small vortex emerged within the golden white essence, not only drawing in the golden white light, but also swirling in the soul power energy. Xue Ying noticed that the soul power energy within the vortex became increasingly viscous, gradually coalescing into translucent, shimmering specks, which rapidly grew and began to cluster and merge. Before long, the small vortex became enveloped in crystallized soul power energy. However, this did not hinder its rotation. In fact, the vortex spun faster, drawing in large quantities of soul power energy to replenish the crystallized mass. As the crystallized matter multiplied, the gleaming outer layer began to solidify, with countless tiny luminous panels connecting to form an oval shape the size of a watermelon seed. At this moment, Xue Ying's soul and the golden white light had completely entered the oval. When the delicate oval light barrier was complete, it began to rapidly absorb soul power energy, not only drawing forth the viscous soul power energy within, but also allowing Xue Ying's body to fervently absorb cosmic energy, converting it into soul power energy to contribute to the light barrier. With the assistance of Xiao Bai, Yi Zimo observed the entire process of Xue Ying's soul power energy crystallization with clarity, realizing that Senna's intent in bringing him along was not solely to aid Xue Ying, but also to impart valuable experience. Yi Zimo remained still, refraining from uttering a word for fear of disturbing Xue Ying. Each life and each type of energy crystallizing into energy stones would vary in location. For Xue Ying, as a soul power awakener, her crystal would form beneath her brow, within the inner cavity of her skull, the very core of the human soul. Gradually, the walls of Xue Ying's crystal thickened, reaching the size of a peanut. As the crystal grew yet again, it stabilized completely. Yi Zimo gazed in astonishment. Logically, the crystal should not be so diminutive. Typically, a crystal the size of a finger akin to that of a super centipede, would fall within the normal range, yet Shui Ying's crystal appeared excessively small. However, the viscous soul energy within Shui Ying's crystal had already diffused into a mist, and the cosmic energy surrounding her had returned to normal, signifying the completion of her advancement. As the wild beast lifted the spatial confinement, Shui Ying gracefully descended to the ground, withdrawing her hands to stand tall. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide, a flash of golden light illuminating her gaze, while a sinuous golden pattern emerged at her brow. This, Shui Ying's expression sharpened, and raising her right hand into a fist, streams of golden energy flickered forth, dancing around her fist, leaving her utterly perplexed. In the next moment, as she released her soul energy with an unusual sensation, a pair of golden, four-winged feathers appeared behind her, measuring 3 meters long and 1 meter wide, complemented by a serpent-like illusory figure alongside her. Serna observed the successful fusion of Shui Ying with the extraordinary feathers, marking her advancement to the 5th level of Super Junior. A smile gradually emerged on her face as she spoke. Congratulations. For those awakened with soul energy talent, the extraordinary feathers serve as an excellent guardian spirit. With its assistance, your journey to divinity will be considerably easier. Feeling an unprecedented strength exceeding tenfold compared to before, Shui Ying was filled with joy, her face radiating excitement. Upon hearing Serna's words, she promptly retracted her soul energy, and as the phenomenon dissipated, she swiftly approached Serna and bowed deeply. Thank you, esteemed senior. Shui Ying expressed her heartfelt gratitude. This bow was sincere. Had it not been for Serna's assistance, her advancement might not have succeeded, let alone acquiring the guardian spirit. Serna chuckled, her eyes narrowing with a smile, then turned her gaze to Yi Zimo. If you wish to express your gratitude, direct it towards little Zimo. He is the one who implored my assistance. Shui Ying paused, her head lifting as she fixed her gaze upon Yi Zimo, a myriad of emotions flickering in her eyes, soon replaced by a sweet smile. When Yi Zimo first encountered Shui Ying, she exuded an air of arrogance, her voice cold and unwelcoming. However, he later witnessed her enchanting smile, which was truly captivating. Now, with her smile even more radiant post-advancement, she appeared warmer and more beautiful than ever, leaving Yi Zimo feeling utterly flustered under her gaze. Shuejia, no need to be so formal. We are friends. After all, it's only natural. Yi Zimo stammered quickly. Shui Ying nodded, her smile unwavering. In the midst of Yi Zimo's timid gaze, she approached him and graciously linked her arm with his. While Serna's smile remained, a flicker of intrigue crossed her eyes, and Yi Zimo felt himself stiffen, hesitant to refuse her gesture, as the shadow Shui Ying cast upon him remained vividly clear. It was indeed peculiar. Despite Shui Ying having reached the 5th level of Super Junior, when she attempted to probe Yi Zimo's consciousness, she found it as empty as before. Although she sensed his soul distinctly present, she could uncover nothing. Upon reflection, Shui Ying could only assume that Serna had bestowed upon Yi Zimo some protective treasure for his soul, explaining his enigmatic nature. At that moment, Serna raised her right hand, and a small black orb, resembling a chopstick, floated into her palm, which she then offered to Yi Zimo. He hastily accepted it and presented it directly to Shui Ying. Gazing at her lovely face, he awkwardly said, Shuejia, this is a Philian, a gift for you. Upon sensing the peculiar aura of the Philian, Shui Ying's eyes sparkled. Thank you, she replied sweetly, nodding in appreciation as she accepted the Philian, examining it closely in her hands. The Philian was a secret treasure among divine-grade artifacts, left behind by 2 mysterious powerhouses, undoubtedly due to its extraordinary nature. Of course, gifting the Philian to Shui Ying was a suggestion from Serna, as it had been temporarily stored with her. Yi Zimo was willing to assist in enhancing the strength of the extraordinary alliance, contemplating gifting Shui Ying a set of defensive crystal-scaled armor, but Serna had not permitted it, insisting he keep it as a backup, lest he would never hoard it for himself. Chapter 48. The disguised one emerges at this moment. Shui Ying resembled a gentle and refined young lady. Yi Zimo sensed that something was amiss. However, upon noticing Shui Ying's keen interest in Guang Lian, he enthusiastically began to explain. Behold, this is its name. The deep purple light signifies that it is a divine-level treasure, having undergone a transformation into a secret treasure among divine artifacts. Employing his temporal abilities, Yi Zimo activated the hidden patterns of Fei Lian and began to elucidate with great care. Over the past few days, amidst a deluge of cosmic information, Yi Zimo had seemingly transformed into a budding scholar. He felt remarkably confident, possessing an almost photographic memory, and when he utilized this knowledge, he could articulate it with ease and fluency. As they appeared like a sweet couple, Serna gradually became discontented with Shui Ying's presence. It seemed that Yi Zimo no longer regarded her as his sister. Shui Ying's successful advancement delighted the members of the Ability Alliance. Numerous staff members erupted in cheers upon witnessing her brilliance. Ming Feek excitedly announced her achievement 3 times through the Alliance's channels, encouraging all awakened abilities to strive diligently for the early condensation of their ability crystals. Upon receiving the news, Fang Tianjin could not help but laugh heartily. Knowing that Shui Ying's success was merely the beginning, more awakened abilities would reach this milestone, and the levels and strength of awakened individuals in their nation would continue to rise. In the headquarters of the Ability Alliance, representatives from various departments, led by Chen Tianxiu, were already gathered on the 8th underground level, awaiting the arrival of Serna and Shui Ying. However, the door to the quiet room remained closed, leaving them to wait anxiously outside. Amidst the joyous atmosphere, Chen Hao's heart seethed with uncontainable rage. His bold pursuit of Shui Ying was no secret within the Alliance, and he even had the unconditional support of his grandfather, Chen Tianxiu. Yet now, seeing Shui Ying so intimately close to Yi Zimo, laughing joyfully, what did it mean? Chen Hao refused to believe that Shui Ying's behavior was merely a simple expression of gratitude towards Yi Zimo. She had scarcely smiled at him, revealing the stark disparity in his emotions. Yi Zimo, you are courting death. Chen Hao fixed his gaze on the R4 display showing the quiet room's interior, his heart brimming with murderous intent as he locked onto Yi Zimo. It was at this moment that he suddenly heard a sinister voice. Such impatience. How do you expect to become the king of Earth? The voice continued ominously. Rest assured, once I obtain Yi Zimo's current genetic sample, I will ensure you have the opportunity to kill him yourself. However, you must be cautious. I cannot always shield you. If you draw Serna's attention, I will be unable to assist you. Just then, Yi Zimo produced an exquisitely beautiful azure ring, solemnly placing it on Shui Ying's right hand. Observing the identical ring on Yi Zimo's left hand and witnessing Shui Ying's sweet and blissful expression, Chen Hao's body trembled involuntarily. Of course, having just received a private voice message, he was unaware of the conversation between Yi Zimo and Shui Ying. Otherwise, he would not have reacted in such a manner. At that moment, Chen Tianxiu sighed wearily and turned to Chen Hao, saying helplessly, Xiao Hao, I believe Shui Ying has fallen for Yi Zimo. You should let it go. Chen Tianxiu had long recognized Shui Ying's affection for Yi Zimo and found it hard to fathom how the once-aloof goddess could undergo such a transformation in such a short time. Previously, Chen Hao had pursued Shui Ying diligently, for she truly was remarkable, and he had offered her unconditional support and encouragement. Yet now, Shui Ying had never harbored any deeper feelings for Chen Hao. Faced with this reality, he could only lament and counsel Chen Hao gently. Chen Hao looked at Chen Tianxiu in disbelief, feeling a mix of sorrow and anger. Even Chen Tianxiu was siding with Yi Zimo. Chen Tianxiu's gaze was complex. Though he too was an awakened soul, his abilities were limited. Having awakened at 15, he had only reached the 4th level and lacked Shui Ying's extraordinary ability to probe others' consciousness. Seeing the confusion and anguish in Chen Hao's eyes, Chen Tianxiu felt a deep sorrow. Chen Hao was older than Yi Zimo by a year, yet he was merely an ordinary person without awakening. Setting aside Yi Zimo's connection to Serna, even based solely on Yi Zimo's status as an awakened individual, Chen Hao was unworthy of comparison. At that moment, an inexplicable hatred surged within Chen Hao towards Chen Tianxiu. However, before he could voice his thoughts, the door to the quiet room swung open, and Shui Ying emerged. Serna and Yi Zimo had no intention of lingering at the Ability Alliance headquarters and departed directly. Although Gao Yuan felt a twinge of disappointment, he hurried to greet the newly advanced Shui Ying, who had achieved a momentous milestone. Congratulations! You are now the premier awakened individual of the Alliance, Gao Yuan exclaimed joyfully. Before Shui Ying could respond, another congratulator eagerly pushed forward, Sister Ying, when will you share your insights with us? We all wish to advance to the 5th level as well. As more awakened individuals rushed to congratulate her, the atmosphere grew increasingly chaotic. Shui Ying, you are truly remarkable. Shui Ying, you are stunning. Sister Ying, we are all envious of you. The corridor was packed with people, their voices melding into a jubilant chorus, while others pressed forward for a closer glimpse of Shui Ying, causing the scene to spiral out of control. As the Ability Alliance has developed, Shui Ying remained the first awakened individual to reach the 5th level of Super Junior status. Though she had often been cold and indifferent, she was now the object of adoration. Shui Ying was met with an overwhelming welcome, even Chen Tianxiu and Chen Hao being pushed to the back. Chen Tianxiu, observing the lively youth around him, could only smile knowingly. Chen Hao, too, wore a smile, even as the jubilant awakened individuals jostled against him, disregarding his presence entirely. Yet, unbeknownst to them, his heart simmered with fury. You worthless fools, one day I will have you kneeling at my feet like dogs. Chen Hao seethed inwardly. After a prolonged wait, Shuang finally approached Chen Hao, who eagerly presented her with a large bouquet of blue-purple roses. Gazing at her with affection, he said, Shuang, congratulations. Let's go out for dinner tonight. I've specially reserved your favorite steak burger. Out of politeness, Shuang accepted the flowers. But she was taken aback by Chen Hao's invitation. Before she could respond, several more bouquets were thrust into her hands by other congratulators, who continued to shower her with praise. In this manner, Chen Hao found himself sidelined, unable to do anything but watch as Gao Yuan escorted Shuang away. Amidst the throng, his pent-up fury surged uncontrollably. Shuang, just wait. You are mine. You cannot escape. Chen Hao fixed his gaze on Shui Ying's receding figure, his mind racing with anticipation. The awakened individuals harbored a fervent yearning for higher genetic levels, a sentiment that Shui Ying deeply understood. Yet, as she observed the envious expressions of her congratulators, a weight began to settle in her heart. Having lingered at the 4th level for nearly 5 years, her recent successful advancement was thanks to Cerna's assistance. Otherwise, she knew she might have faced failure. The evolution of genes was no simple matter. Even with cosmic energy readily accessible for absorption, it was not so easily manipulated to strengthen one's genetic makeup, not even a fraction. Within the alliance of extraordinary abilities, numerous awakeners find themselves ensnared at their current levels, or even at the very inception of their powers, as if shackled by fate, an almost insurmountable barrier. Su Ying remains uncertain when she shall facilitate collective progress for everyone. She has exerted herself tirelessly, sharing her knowledge and experiences with the Alliance without reservation, yearning for mutual advancement among all. In the past, with limited understanding and reliance solely on the database of Tianji, the Awakeners floundered aimlessly like headless flies. However, the situation has transformed, with the wisdom ring bestowed upon her by Yi Zimo. She harbors faith that the knowledge contained within will usher in a remarkable leap for Earth's civilization. The main thoroughfare spans a width of 4 meters. Yet it is populated by over 300 individuals clad in uniform black or fur attire, presenting an imposing spectacle. The throng ebbs and flows, even with Gao Yuan's escort. Su Ying finds her passage somewhat cumbersome. Amidst the traditional accolades of the Alliance, she eventually breaks free from the crowd, only to fix her gaze ahead. There, merely 20 meters away, stands the alabaster-clad Serena, her right hand brandishing a resplendent white longsword. Su Ying's smile gradually fades. Before she can utter a word, Serena unexpectedly exclaims, "Now that you've basked in congratulations, you may proceed to die." Upon uttering this, Serena's countenance swiftly adopts a chilling demeanor, emanating an overwhelming aura of power. In that instant, the once confused Awakener's expressions shift dramatically. Even the formidable Su Ying cannot help but turn pale under the weight of such a celestial pressure. She feels as diminutive as an ant before a giant. Imposter? Gao Yuan's expression reflects bewilderment, yet regardless of how he scrutinizes Serena, he cannot discern whether she is indeed the genuine article. At this moment, many who behold Serena are incredulous about the existence of an imposter. After all, what kind of deceiver could mimic her so flawlessly? Her appearance, demeanor, movements, and even her voice are quintessentially Serena. The recollection of the catastrophe at the Northeast Division S-Base stirs panic among the onlookers. Chen Qinshu's eyes reveal a flicker of doubt. Having witnessed Serena assist Su Ying in her successful ascension, why has she now appeared with intentions to slay her? Is this merely Serena's amusement? How could that be? A glint of perplexity crosses Chen Hao's gaze as he fixates on Serena, utterly bewildered by her insistence on targeting Su Ying. In the next moment, as Gao Yuan gazes upon Serena, horror washes over his face. He had intended to employ spatial displacement to escort everyone to safety, only to find himself thwarted by another layer of space. Given that Uzimos or 4 had previously uploaded a plethora of information, Gao Yuan instantly comprehends that the entity before them is undoubtedly an imposter. In the realm of consciousness, Gao Yuan hastily cautions Su Ying, "Be wary, she is not Serena." Gao Yuan knows that Serena possesses the powers of light, ice, and other talents, but lacks any spatial abilities. The isolating space does not bear the familiar resonance of the wild beast's spatial power, and is considerably weaker than that. Moreover, it does not resemble the distinctive fluctuations of a spatial artifact. Thus, he promptly concludes that this individual must be a formidable entity from Valoral's ranks. Upon hearing this, Su Ying's gaze sharpens, and she fixates on Serena, declaring, "If you are indeed a powerful being, why masquerade as another? Dare you reveal your true self?" With a sinister smile, Serena responds with a chuckle, "Let me show you clearly." She gazes at Su Ying with keen interest, licking her lips in a bloodthirsty manner. In the next heartbeat, she lunges forward, sword poised to strike at Su Ying. Chapter 49. The dark side of the moon. Senna moved with astonishing speed, almost instantaneously arriving before Shui Ying. Shui Ying's face turned ashen. Her opponent was overwhelmingly powerful, leaving her utterly defenseless, devoid of even the courage to evade. In this critical moment, Gao Yuan's eyes glinted with resolve as he contemplated using spatial movement to shield Shui Ying from the impending strike. Yet, the space was sealed, and he failed. The luminous brilliance of Yao Bai's holy sword shimmered, and despite the distance, Shui Ying felt its unstoppable edge bearing down upon her, plunging her into profound despair. In that moment, her only wish was that her death would spare Gao Yuan and the others from harm. Yuzimo, until we meet again in another life. With that thought, Shui Ying helplessly closed her eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. To slay an insignificant level 5 awakener was a trivial task for Senna, whose cruel smile grew ever more pronounced. "Die?" she intoned, her eyes flashing with disdain. Just as she was about to take Shui Ying's life, however, she was suddenly ensnared by an overwhelming force of spatial energy. In an instant, the true Senna materialized before Shui Ying, her right hand moving deftly to summon the holy sword. Upon meeting Senna's icy gaze, the imposter's heart raced. A crimson light flickered at her right hand as she quickly dispelled the binding space and retreated. Yet, Senna's form flickered, and in a flash, a brilliant sword light severed the imposter's head. With a flick of her left hand, Senna conjured a white shadow that enveloped the severed head. And then both Senna and the white shadow vanished without a trace. The scene unfolded so swiftly that few could comprehend it, save for Gao Yuan, who sensed the spatial fluctuations. The fact that Senna had effortlessly taken the imposter's head stunned the onlookers, their eyes widening in disbelief. In the eyes of Gao Yuan and the others, the headless body suddenly stood still, the cleanly severed neck spurting forth copious amounts of dark green blood, staining the corridor above and splattering towards the nearest Shui Ying and Gao Yuan. At that moment, even Gao Yuan could only stare blankly as the green blood approached, until an invisible barrier suddenly appeared, blocking the deluge. Shui Ying opened her eyes, filled with confusion, sensing an extraordinarily powerful aura descend. Upon opening her eyes, she noticed the imposter's head had vanished. As Gao Yuan's voice trailed off, the headless body abruptly knelt and collapsed to the ground, splattering dark green blood everywhere. Soon after, the headless form shimmered with white patterns, transforming its jade-white armor into a heavy black-red suit, while its body grew robust, and the sword in its hand morphed into a nearly 2-meter-long crimson greatsword. Witnessing this transformation, those who had previously doubted Senna's existence began to accept the reality of the imposter's presence. Earlier, when Senna had declared they should leave, Yuzimo had not opposed her. Yet he discovered that the phantom had flown towards Suzhou, while the beast had taken him and Senna to a mountain not far from the Ability Alliance. Through the images conjured by the beast, Yuzimo realized that the imposter had indeed appeared, brazenly altering its appearance and infiltrating the headquarters of the Ability Alliance. Making its way to the underground base, Yuzimo understood that the imposter's emergence could only portend disaster. Sure enough, the imposter had transformed its guise and reached the 8th level of the underground base, intending to kill Shui Ying while masquerading as Senna. Senna, armed with considerable combat experience, had waited patiently before making her decisive move to eliminate the imposter and retrieve its head, instructing Xiaobai to preserve it while also probing for clues within its consciousness. Upon her return, Yuzimo was in awe. The beast had displayed the scene with remarkable clarity, revealing how Senna had effortlessly decapitated the imposter with fluid and swift motions. A true testament to her training as the heir of the 7 Nuo royal family. Through Xiaobai's investigation, Senna finally discovered the whereabouts of Valoru, her murderous intent palpable. Without hesitation, she ordered the beast to transport her and Yuzimo to the far side of the earth, to the moon. With the imposter dead and the spatial seal dispelled, Tianji detected the breach at the headquarters of the Ability Alliance, triggering a crisis alarm. In the blink of an eye, the atmosphere shifted from celebration to confusion as the alarm sounded. Many were bewildered, and upon learning that the intrusion had occurred at the 8th level of the underground base, their disbelief deepened. Upon realizing the truth, Shui Ying gathered her courage and approached the headless body, knowing that the imposter's life had been extinguished by Senna's sword. The headless form bore no signs of life, appearing as though it had been dead for quite some time. As the dark green blood receded from the ground, Shuang drew closer to the headless body. Noting the bizarre black-red armor and the blood-red greatsword, she then observed a small square object resembling gray tree bark adorning its stout left wrist. Shuang sensed that this peculiar object had emitted an energy fluctuation, causing the headless body to revert to its original form. With a flick of her right hand, she commanded the headless body's left wrist to rise, pulling the strange object free and bringing it before her. The object, no larger than a thumbnail, was thin and tethered by a translucent thread, resembling bark yet composed of metal, imbued with a subtle yet strange energy. Shuang furrowed her brow, steadying herself before she directed her hand toward the headless body. In the next moment, the headless form exhibited a peculiar movement, despite its advanced nature. It could not resist Shui Ying's control. Under Shui Ying's sustained influence, a green glowing orb, the size of an egg, emerged from the severed neck of the headless body, shedding the dark blood to reveal a round crystal, silver tinged with red, glistening and pulsating with light. It was, astonishingly, a holy crystal, no wonder. Shuang murmured in disbelief, her face displaying shock as she hesitated to reach for it. Only now did Shuang comprehend that the impostor was an authentic holy-level powerhouse, which explained her inability to summon the will to resist. Yet, even with the impostor's holy status, Senna had slain her with a single stroke, underscoring the terrifying nature of the godlike Senna. At that moment, Shuang felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Thankfully, due to Yi Zimo, Senna had chosen to stand on the side of humanity. On the opposite side of the earth, the beast was propelling itself toward the moon with relentless speed. With Senna and Yi Zimo standing within its mouth, Yi Zimo was exhilarated. According to Xiao Bai, the impostor Senna had slain was none other than Queso, one of Valoru's lieutenants. With his elimination, Valoru's faction had suffered a significant blow, leaving only 2 of the 3 saints remaining. Moreover, Xiao Bai had uncovered the precise location of Valoru's secret base constructed on the far side of the moon from Queso's memories. If they could eliminate Valoru and his other lieutenant, Carlo, peace would return to Earth, and the threat of the Doomsday Warships invasion would be entirely eradicated. Xiao Bai was remarkably powerful. Having her was akin to carrying a formidable ally in Shui Ying, effortlessly extracting hidden information from the memories of others. Furthermore, Xiao Bai served as an essential translator between different forms of life. However, as Yu Zimo observed Xiao Bai flickering in and out of the massive head, he quickly grew anxious. He had yet to hear any news from Yi Ziming and the others, leaving him with a sense of uncertainty. Yu Zimo longed to inquire whether Xiao Bai had discovered any clues regarding Yi Ziming and the others. But the beast's swift approach to the moon compelled him to urgently warn Senna to avoid inadvertently harming Yi Ziming. Sister, brother. However, just as Yi Zimo opened his mouth, Senna abruptly vanished, causing him to feel a surge of anxiety. In the next instant, within a shadowy valley on the moon, a colossal beam of white sword light descended, cleaving through the darkness below and revealing a radiant brilliance. In the following moment, the beast of fury and Serna materialized within this luminous realm. It was then that Yi Zimo realized the surrounding white light was as bright as day, and an endless expanse of bizarre black structures loomed beneath him, towering at least 200 to 300 meters high. Each edifice was impressively grand, collectively forming a bustling metropolis. The spaces between the buildings were vast and level, resembling gigantic thoroughfares, where throngs of individuals busily transported various items, appearing extremely industrious. These individuals were all half human, half machine clones. It seemed that Valoru was indeed impoverished, as many of the clones were unarmed and poorly clothed. Serna's expression soured at the sight. Given that they all bore a resemblance to Yi Zimo, it must be remarked that this base was exceptionally well concealed, despite the moon's proximity to Earth. Serna had thoroughly searched the area. She had not only piloted the Shadow to meticulously inspect potential locations, but had also deployed sensors for surveillance. To her astonishment, Valoru's base was hidden right beneath her nose. The energy shield surrounding the base likely insulated it from energy fluctuations, allowing it to elude Serna's detection. However, upon being attacked, the shield triggered an alarm. A wailing siren echoed throughout, prompting many clones to gaze up at Serna and the Beast of Fury. Yet, they merely observed. Even the armed clones refrained from attacking, which was decidedly peculiar. When Serna breached the energy shield within the highest room of the tallest building, Valoru and his lieutenant Carlo wore bloodthirsty smiles as they watched Kazuo, disguised as Serna, wreak havoc at the headquarters of the Psychic Alliance. They debated whether to slaughter more Earthlings to intensify their hatred towards Cerna, hoping to incite a confrontation. Little did they realize that Casuo's massacre was merely a ruse orchestrated by Cerna, who had seized the opportunity to strike with the Beast of Fury unawares. Upon hearing the alarm, Valorel sprang to his feet in shock, and a projection of Cerna and the Beast of Fury's arrival materialized before him. Valorel's expression morphed into one of dread, and just then, the projection vanished, and the previously functioning weapon systems abruptly failed. A layer of shields appeared around the surrounding structures, rendering his buildings suddenly transparent. Witnessing this, Valorel's face paled. "Damn Yi Zimming!" Valorel bellowed. Everything in this base had been constructed by Yi Zimming and his companions, and Valorel, in his desperation, had never fathomed that they would tamper with it, clearly intending to bring about his demise. Cunning Earthlings! Valorel seethed with rage, realizing he had been manipulated by Yi Zimming and his cohort all along. Yet, he struggled to comprehend how they could possess such mastery, understanding secrets he had never disclosed, and covertly altering the programming of the base's advanced technological defenses. Upon entering the base, the Beast of Fury promptly sealed it off, swiftly searching for Valorel and Carlo's whereabouts. Initially, the chaotic energy interference among the buildings hindered its search, but now, it instantaneously pinpointed Valorel and Carlo's locations. Almost simultaneously, Cerna locked onto Valorel and Carlo as well. "Your demise is imminent," Cerna declared, her gaze icy as she looked down upon the two, her murderous intent escalating with each passing moment.